Chapter 1: The Destruction of Cultivation. Ding Chuan, as eldest son of Orkland, how do you collude with outsiders to harm my own younger brother? Your heart is as venomous as a snake and a scorpion, unforgivable be heaven and earth. After anonymous decision with elders of law enforcement hall, from this day forward, your cultivation will be revoked, and you will be cast into blazing hell. In the grand hall of law enforcement hall, Ding Chuan was stripped to thust, his limbs tied, and knees bent on the ground. His body was riddled with wounds, each in blood crimson blood, and the exposed flesh was particularly striking. The speaker wears an elder clad in a green robe, holding a ruler in hand. Allergic characters here present Ting enforcement ways embroidered on his as Ding Bai, the head of Ding family's law enforcement hall. Behind Ding Bai stood a midlio jedman, the current of Ding family and also Ding Chuan's father, Ding Lin. Ding Chuan, huadanti ao confessno, hodi du collude with to murder your younger brother? Ding Bai approached Ding Chuan and, a tanning glown seen by others, flashed an intriguing smile. At this moment, Ding Chuan remained silent, merely raising his to look at his father, Ding Lin, as if trying to capture a hint of emotional fluctuation in his eyes. Ding Lin, however, looked at Ding Chuan calmly, his eyes devoid of any ripple. Had, suckus the ruthlessness of families. Very well. Ding Chuan chuckled sarcastically, his gaze sweeping wherever yoni in the hall. When he met the green robedmans, they became a particularly fierce as if wanted to devour him. The green robedman was startled by Ding Chuan's intense gaze. Still trying to deny it, our law enforcement hall has conclusive evidence how could we possibly wrong? Come forth, destroy his stanchion. As soon as the words were spoken, a pair of large hands reached out towards Ding Chuan's abdomen from afar. With a crack, Ding Chuan's stanchion was crushed. Aha! A painted logo echoed through to law enforcement hall. Ding Chuan immediately felt a wave of intense pain wash over him from his abdomen, spreading throughout his entire body. He curled up, clutching his stomach and convulsing on the ground, his face contorted in unbearable agony. The dantian is the foundation of Tosoho cultivating in martial arts. If it is destroyed, one can never cultivate again in their entire life. For practitioners, the destruction of the dantian is even more painful than death itself. However, what chilled Ding Chuan sheer to Venmoru is that the person who had done this was none other than his own father, Ding Lin. Father. Why? Ding Chuan looked at the hands in front of his, so familiar yet so strange. In the blink of an eye, his eyes filled with tears. Ding Lin remained excellent, without an emotion, as if nothing had happened. Come forth, taketh us straighter away. Ding Bai waved his sleeve, and two disciples of law enforcement hall approached, dragging the heartbroken Ding Chuan out of the hall. TSK, isn't this our onsai spirited, heaven-favored son? No, he looks like he a dog. Master Ding, do you still remember Rustwo? Up and hearing the mockery, Ding Chuan raised a shade and looked at that woman in front of him. Hebigula remembered that these atwo had done sirs of Ding family snamatos when Leother Sen had been punished by him. Do ya think it's to ya said just bring him back like Hethies, this dead dog caused us no end of trouble before. What do you mean? Tonight, the night blooming jasmine eyes being dealt with hin Themancion. Ha, well done, that's brilliant, Theother disciple of law enforcement hall gave a thumb soup in admiration. Listening to their conversation, Ding Chuan felt anger well up within him. A gentleman may be killed, but not humiliated. Event of his tension had been destroyed, he would never allow these but to people to insult him like these. You bastards! Ding Chuan exerted a variancy of strength he had left and bit down hard on off Demon's forearms. Ah, Demon screamed in pain, and Thither, seeing this, rushed forward and kicked Ding Chuan away. Humph, what a matig, today, I'll teach you a lesson about our bad temper. That women began to punch and kick Ding Chuan. After a while, feeling that these wasn't Tina, they exchanged glances and set their sights in Ding Chuan's slimes. Ah! Ding Chuan's Spain grow echoed through Timancion. Ding Chuan's left foot and left hand were a brutal eyebrow can with that woman. Helayan the ground like a blob of mud, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Inadays, Ding Chuan felt this consciousness becoming blurred. The prolonged getterture, coupled with the destruction of his stanchion, and now the loss of a handanda food, were too much for Evan and Mantober. He, Master Ding, if I are willing to javan kaut automas 3 times, well you off today, how about it? Ding chuan hun to terada sound throughout, and thys willpower of his may death at women some what moved, while also peaking thyrinterest even more. Ding chuan remained silent, not because he didn't want to speak, but because didn't even have the strength to pen his mouth. Pretending to faint, continue beating him, seeing that Ding chuan still wouldn't give in, fetwa prepared to attack their limbs. Just then, a loud shout interrupteth him. Watery out woodoing, erd clothed woman carrying gasword in her back appeared before him. Thwoman was no texac li breathtaking li beautiful bucha was quite pretty, with a fulus feminine tenderness on more masculine rigidness in her facial features. Her name was Ding Yue, Ding Chuan's full bloody dunger sister. Ding Yue glanced down and instantly felt Tajer Geofanger well up within her. Shedwars were and was ready to kill that disciple soft law enforcement hall. This action scared that women badly, and Thenelton the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Thedered to treat Ding Chuan like this because had become a criminal in Ding family with his Shan destroyed. The family wouldn't care about this life ordeth. But Ding Yu was different. She was say to prank again a synth family, not some only ordinary disciples like them could afford to offend. Ding Yu furrows, and her sword was ready to take the women sheds. Just at the scrushlement, Ding Yu effel toffen tush on your calf. Shaluk don end found Ding Chuan struggling to shake he sheddeth her. Ding Yu hesitated for a moment and immediately understood Ding Chuan's intention. He was worried to bother Jedij involved. Then sheathed her sword, kicked the disciple soft law enforcement hall, and they fell to the ground unconscious with acre of pain. After doing Galthus, Ding Yu supported Ding Chuan and hugged him, burying her head in his chest, with tears swelling up in her eyes. Brother, I'm sorry. You so useless. You I stulet. You've suffered so much. You ice realiusless. Listening to Ding Yu's complaints, Ding Chuan managed to squeeze out his smile and, with great difficulty, raised his right hand to upper, gently patting her back. Chapter 2 I will make your life a living hell. Ding Chuan wanted to say something to comfort this little sister who had always followed him around like a shadow from childhood, but no was almost dead, and couldn't less helpless lie in his yard. After a long time, Ding Yu's crying gradually stopped. She seemed to remember something gone quickly to cut a bottle leaf medicina from her hug, pouring gay pill into her hand and fieden jito Ding Chuan. As soon as the pill entered this body, a cold sensation spread throughout his entire body. Ding Chuan finally regained some strength, and the pain eased considerably. You, don't cry. Ding Chuan struggled to forwards, but unexpectedly, this made Ding Yu cry even harder. Brother, it's all you's fault. If you had come sooner. It's okay, I don't blame you. It's not your fault. Ding Chuan shook his head and covered Ding Yu's lips with his hand before she could speak again. Alright, take him back. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Ding Chuan, Ding Yu reluctant like read him back to the prison cell where he was being held. Eva Nash left. Chapter 3 A new beginning. Half an hour later, Ding Chuan had led Ding Yu far away from the location where he had just engaged in battle with Ding Bai. Elder brother, do you remember? When we were young, I used to cry so easily that I was bullied by the other children of our clan, and it was always you and second brother who stepped forward to protect me. Now, Yuera has grown up, and I wish to protect you this time, she said earnestly. All right. Ding Chuan's heart ached. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, tears still betrayed him, trailing down the corners of his eyes. After a while, Ding Chuan and Ding Yu arrived at the edge of a serene lake and paused. It was not that Ding Chuan was unwilling to continue their journey, but the sudden surge of energy had vanished. Yuera, you should return to the clan. Ding Bai and the others did not see your true form. You still have a place in the Ding family, Ding Chuan advised, feeling as though his body had been completely drained, gasping for breath as he spoke to Ding Yu. How could I do that? Right now, you are the only one I have, Ding Yu replied, shaking her head, her expression resolute as she gazed at him. Cough cough, Yuera, listen to your brother. If you follow me, it will only bring more trouble. Stay well in the Ding clan. I will personally, cough cough, come to retrieve you, Ding Chuan said, coughing up crimson blood, uncertain whether it was a side effect of the energy's disappearance. Brother, look at you. It's best if you refrain from speaking. Upon seeing Ding Chuan cough blood, tears welled in Ding Yu's eyes as she hastily took out a medicinal pill and fed it to him. Enough, we should not linger here. Quickly leave, and I will devise my own plans thereafter, Ding Chuan said, his complexion improving slightly as he leaned against a nearby tree, gripping Ding Yu's shoulders with urgency. Just listen to your brother this once, alright? I understand, she replied, her resolve faltering. But brother, you must promise me to take care of yourself, alright, I beg you, Ding Yu implored, gazing earnestly into Ding Chuan's determined face. Rest assured, with Ding Chuan's assurance, Ding Yu sighed, then turned to walk away. Before departing, she cast a deep glance at him, as if to imprint his image in her heart forever. As long as Yuer is safe, what does it matter if I perish? After she left, Ding Chuan lay on the ground, staring up at the starry sky, murmuring to himself. HM? What is this? Just as Ding Chuan was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a warmth radiating from his fingers. Lifting his left hand, he discovered it was the red ring. This is my mother's keepsake. Why has it suddenly become so warm? The thought of his mother filled Ding Chuan with a wave of melancholy. However, in the next moment, a torrent of memories surged into his mind like a ferocious beast. A violent tearing sensation coursed through his consciousness. He wished to cry out, but found himself unable to do so. The agony was 100 times greater than the tortures he had endured in the enforcement hall. Uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps several hours, Ding Chuan finally felt as though he was regaining his composure. Suddenly, unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. The underworld body refinement technique. Ding Chuan's consciousness seemed to struggle to catch up, as he murmured the words slowly. After a considerable time, he finally comprehended what had transpired. A body refinement technique. Heaven has not forsaken Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan erupted into laughter. He realized that a body refinement method had manifested in his mind. Originally, he had been unable to cultivate spiritual energy due to the destruction of his dantian, yet now, he had unexpectedly acquired such a divine technique for body refinement. How could he not feel elated? Perhaps, all of this is a gift from my mother. Ding Chuan touched the blood-red ring, pondering why such changes had occurred to him, other than through his mother's influence. Rising to his feet, his gaze became resolute. Mother, rest assured, I will strive to cultivate diligently. However, Ding Chuan seemed unaware that a faint, imperceptible red glow flickered across the ring he wore on his left hand. What is this? In the next moment, a flash of white light suddenly appeared before Ding Chuan, seemingly poised to engulf him entirely. In the Source Martial Continent, Qingyun Prefecture, Tianyang County, Wanxiang City, Baishou Mountain. A lake on Baishou Mountain, a bright moon reflected upon the water's surface, and a gentle breeze stirred ripples across it. A young boy sat cross-legged by the lakeside, enveloped in a soft white light that visibly flowed into his skin. In no time, dark substances began seeping from his body. The boy was none other than Ding Chuan, who was currently practicing the underworld body refinement technique. Unbeknownst to him, the moon descended from the sky, making way for a blazing sun to rise slowly in the east. Ding Chuan opened his eyes and stretched lazily. How utterly delightful. Indeed, it had been over a month since Ding Chuan arrived at Baishou Mountain. That fateful night, not far from the Ding clan, he had been enveloped in white light and inexplicably transported to this vicinity. In this unfamiliar territory, devoid of any means of self-defense, he had no choice but to seek refuge in a more secluded location. By a stroke of luck, he discovered a cave by this lake, and thus decided to diligently practice the underworld body refinement technique in this vicinity. The underworld body refinement technique consists of 3 stages, each further divided into several substages. The first stage is known as the body of the bright moon, which involves drawing the power of moonlight into one's body and guiding this energy to temper the flesh, resulting in a transformative change. As the saying goes, the first step is always the hardest. Lacking guidance, Ding Chuan had to rely solely on his own exploration. Consequently, he encountered numerous setbacks in his practice of the underworld body refinement technique, especially at the beginning, when he struggled to draw the moonlight into his body despite exerting all his efforts. Fortunately, after relentless attempts, Ding Chuan finally grasped some of the fundamentals. However, his initial attempt nearly led to his demise. His body instinctively resisted the foreign energy, causing him excruciating pain. The intense sensation destabilized his focus, resulting in the moonlight's energy spiraling wildly within him, wreaking havoc throughout the night until he managed to guide it through his meridians. In the time that followed, Ding Chuan practiced the technique at night while familiarizing himself with the changes in his body during the day. After a month of arduous training, he had finally reached the first substage of the body of the bright moon, bone cleansing. Clenching his fists, Ding Chuan felt an inexhaustible strength within him. It is worth mentioning that on the night he departed, for reasons unknown, that surge of power had vanished after aiding Ding Chuan's escape, yet he could sense that the energy still lingered within him. Thus, Ding Chuan remained unperturbed regarding this matter. What mattered most was to remain grounded and steadily cultivate his skills. Chapter 4: The Strange Young Lady and the War Commander. What is that foul smell? A putrid odor assaulted the senses. Is it coming from me? Ding Chuan sniffed himself and glanced around at the excretions expelled from his body, immediately overcome with nausea. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily shed his garments and leapt into the lake. Having spent countless days and nights in relentless training, this was the perfect opportunity to indulge in a moment of relaxation. However, lulled by the comfort of the water, he gradually drifted into slumber. In the midst of his drowsiness, a cacophony of hoofbeats jolted Ding Chuan awake. Before he could comprehend the situation, a resounding splash echoed, as something plunged into the water. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful maiden emerged from the lake, only to lock eyes with the naked Ding Chuan. "Pervert," the young woman exclaimed, hastily covering her eyes and turning away with a shriek. Ding Chuan stood there, utterly bewildered. "Is this my fault?" "Miss, the miss is over there." The sound of hooves grew louder as a battalion of soldiers clad in black armor appeared before the young lady and Ding Chuan. The moment they beheld the scene in the water, they were left speechless. "Curse it, how dare you tarnish the lady's honor, seize him!" At the command, the soldiers brandished their weapons, aiming them at Ding Chuan. Knowing he could not allow them to apprehend him without cause, Ding Chuan sprang from the water, snatching up his clothes as he made his escape. "Leave 2 men to guard the lady. The rest, pursue, we cannot allow this man to escape." As Ding Chuan ran, he quickly donned his garments, while the cavalry relentlessly pursued him. "Good grief, I merely wanted to take a bath." Being seen in the nude is one thing, but to be hunted down like this is absurd. Ding Chuan felt utterly helpless, akin to a mute suffering in silence. The reason Ding Chuan chose to flee was that he had only mastered the first stage of the Hell Prison body refinement technique, and being utterly unfamiliar with martial arts, he had no idea of his current capabilities. If he were to engage in combat and find himself outmatched, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he resolved that discretion was the better part of valor. Loose arrows. Seeing Ding Chuan's speed increase, the commanding soldier frowned and promptly ordered the archers to fire. A hail of arrows rained down upon Ding Chuan. Suddenly sensing a chill at his back, he turned to see the deadly projectiles hurtling towards him. "Must you be so ruthless?" Despite his exclamation, Ding Chuan remained unfazed, skillfully dodging the onslaught of arrows with agile movements. "How is this kid so nimble?" "Continue firing, I will flank him." The captain, witnessing the scene, instructed his soldiers and swiftly vanished from the main group. Meanwhile, Ding Chuan, having narrowly evaded a volley of arrows, had barely caught his breath when the next wave approached. "Ugh! Can't we take a moment to breathe?" Ding Chuan spat, evading while addressing the soldiers behind him. To his dismay, they paid him no heed and continued to shoot. Though these attacks posed no real threat to Ding Chuan, they steadily drained his stamina. He could feel his speed diminishing. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed again as a figure rushed in from the side, blocking Ding Chuan's path. It was the commanding soldier who had flanked him. Reluctantly, Ding Chuan came to a halt. "My friend, can we not be civil? I assure you, this is all a misunderstanding." "Humph, spare me your smooth talk. Once I capture you, the lord of the city will deal with you appropriately." With that, the captain drew a large blade from his back and lunged at Ding Chuan. Realizing that combat was inevitable, Ding Chuan summoned a blood-red greatsword into his hand, the very weapon he had wielded against Ding Bai. Remarkably, this greatsword seemed to manifest at his will, as if it were an extension of himself. Ding Chuan felt no particular attachment to it. Surviving was his priority, and the sword fit him remarkably well, so he did not dwell on it. Clang, crack, in a mere exchange, the captain's blade was effortlessly cleaved in two by Ding Chuan's greatsword. The captain stood frozen in shock, while Ding Chuan blinked, realizing he had underestimated the sword's power. "Did you see that? Your sword broke itself." "It's not my concern," Ding Chuan declared innocently. "To think you possess such a formidable weapon," the captain remarked, intrigued. "But I wonder, without that greatsword in hand, what are your true capabilities? Dare you set it aside and engage me barehanded? Bring it on, I'm not afraid of you." Seeing Ding Chuan indeed sheath his greatsword, the captain felt a surge of satisfaction. In truth, such a foolish provocation would not deceive Ding Chuan, who was not so easily swayed. He had accepted the challenge only to test the power of the Hell Prison body refinement technique. Ding Chuan reasoned that if his greatsword was so extraordinary, then the body refinement technique ought to be equally potent. Even if he were to falter, he could always summon the sword back. The soldier's captain tightened his fists, his aura swelling as faint red flames enveloped his armor, his eyes glowing crimson. "Source cultivator?" Ding Chuan exclaimed, taken aback. In the realm of source martial arts, practitioners were generally categorized into three types: source cultivators, soul cultivators, and body cultivators. Source cultivators harnessed the primal forces of nature and utilized them to perform various source techniques, with the dantian being crucial for their power. In source martial arts, it was common for individuals to awaken their dantian by the age of 18, allowing them to begin their training. The size of the dantian determined the capacity for primal energy, thus varying across practitioners. 1 to 3 inches was inferior, 4 to 6 inches was average, 6 to 9 inches was superior, and anything above 9 inches was exceptional. Achieving a 9-inch dantian was a rarity, and Ding Chuan remained unaware of his own dantian size, as it had been destroyed before it could fully form. In contrast to source cultivators, there were far fewer soul and body cultivators. Soul cultivators, strictly speaking, practice dual cultivation, honing both primal energy and spiritual power. Though the 7 souls and 6 spirits are intangible, they undeniably exist, which is why soul cultivators possess the most enigmatic attacks, often only manifesting their full strength when their dantian is fully formed. Lastly, body cultivators, while not requiring any special preconditions to begin their training, were often individuals of great willpower. Throughout history, their training was singularly focused on the physical body, employing unique techniques to refine and surpass their bodily limits. Under equivalent circumstances, body cultivators typically exhibited greater combat prowess than source cultivators. However, their rate of advancement was considerably slower, and the agony endured during each refinement process was unbearable for most, contributing to their scarcity. Upon realizing his opponent was a source cultivator, Ding Chuan grew cautious, mentally preparing himself to flee if necessary. "You brat, brace yourself for my attack." The captain swung his fist downwards, striking the ground. In an instant, a fissure appeared beneath them. The crack spread rapidly, reaching Ding Chuan's feet in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a blazing tiger leapt forth from the chasm, its gaping maw poised to devour Ding Chuan whole. Chapter 5: Entering the City of Myriad Phenomena, Encountering an Unexpected Incident. Bang! A fierce collision echoed, and in the next moment, the fiery tiger was sent flying by a single palm strike from Ding Chuan, gradually dissipating into the air. Puff! As the fiery tiger vanished, the commander immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Witnessing this, Ding Chuan couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Did I truly possess the strength to send that tiger flying with my bare hands? Could it be that my power surpasses his by such a margin? Kid, are you perhaps a body cultivator? The commander gazed at Ding Chuan in disbelief. Body cultivation requires immense willpower to overcome hardships and suffering, just to barely scratch the surface. Moreover, Ding Chuan was still quite young, yet he had managed to hone his physique to a level where he could contend with the commander, which left the latter utterly incredulous. Ding Chuan, slightly puzzled, clasped his fists and replied, "It was merely a stroke of luck." Simultaneously, Ding Chuan couldn't help but ponder, had he truly reached a level sufficient to rival the commander before him, merely by achieving bone cleansing? I never anticipated that after painstakingly cultivating for decades to reach the 6th level of the Sourcemaster realm, I would still be outmatched by you, kid. The commander couldn't help but express his sentiments, realizing that today, he was at a loss against the youth before him. The 6th level of the Sourcemaster realm. Ding Chuan's expression stiffened, astonished that he had reached such a level. In the Source Martial continent, where strength is revered, the concept of realms was unavoidable. The Spirit Master realm, especially at the 6th level, was already quite formidable. The different cultivation systems have their own terminologies for corresponding realms, yet they generally align in essence. For instance, in source cultivation, the ranks ascend from low to high as follows: Chi Gathering, Source Practitioner, Source Master, Source Sect, Source King, Source Emperor, Source Respect, Source Saint, Source Sovereign. While in soul cultivation, the ranks are a Soul Condensation, Soul Practitioner, Soul Master, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Respect, Soul Saint, Soul Sovereign, and for body cultivation, body refining, Martial Practitioner, Martial Master, Martial Sect, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Respect, Martial Saint, Martial Sovereign. These are the major realms, and if each major realm were to be subdivided, they would range from the 1st to the 9th level. Thus, when Ding Chuan learned of the commander's strength at the 6th level of the Sourcemaster realm, his shock was profound. After all, he had only been cultivating for a few months and had managed to easily defeat a commander of such high standing. This prompted him to question the extent of his own realm. At that moment, the commander suddenly spoke, "Considering your youth and exceptional strength, I shall not pursue this matter further." With that, he mounted his horse and, with a command, galloped away. It was only after the commander had completely departed that Ding Chuan came to his senses. "Oh no, my supplies are still in the cave." Ding Chuan slapped his forehead and hurriedly retraced his steps. After nearly half an hour, he finally returned to the vicinity of the lake. "Ha, ha, I'm utterly exhausted. Fortunately, that woman left with her soldiers, otherwise, I would have had to exert considerable effort." With that, Ding Chuan entered the cave, tidied up all his belongings, and stood by the lake. You err, wait for me. When I grow stronger, I will surely return to the Ding clan and take you away. The city of myriad phenomena. Although Tianyang Prefecture is renowned throughout Qingyun State for its exceptional natural beauty, the city of myriad phenomena feels somewhat out of place, established primarily to resist the myriad beasts of Hundred Beast Mountain. Help! Help! People are dying in the city. A sharp, piercing voice rang out on a certain street within the city, instantly drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. There lay a man on his back, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, seemingly unaware of his impending fate. Beside him knelt a woman clad in revealing attire, her appearance grotesque, as she covered her face and wept. Opposite them stood a young man, utterly at a loss as to how to react. One onlooker shook his head upon witnessing the scene. Yet again, it's those two. Sigh. Indeed, these two have been extorting people in the city for ages. Not only ordinary citizens, but even some capable cultivators choose to avoid them. Another bystander nodded in agreement. Isn't that right? Relying on the backing of Commander Zhang, they act with impunity. That poor kid must be new to the city. How unfortunate to cross paths with those two scoundrels. Scoundrels? The young man froze upon overhearing the murmurs of the crowd. Just days prior, he had descended from Hundred Beast Mountain, bringing with him several decent beast corpses, intending to exchange them for some spirit stones in the city of myriad phenomena. Yet, unexpectedly, upon exiting a shop and passing through an intersection, he had collided head-on with the two. Little did he know that this unfortunate encounter would result in the man being sent sprawling to the ground. Indeed, this unfortunate young man was none other than Ding Chuan. Who will pity my husband? He is in the prime of his earning years and has been directly knocked dead by you. It must be noted that the woman's performance was nothing short of masterful. Had the onlookers not been so familiar with the two, they might have genuinely believed her. You say my husband was killed by you, and not only does he have to support me and our 8 children, but just the thought of being separated from him for eternity makes me, what? As she wept, the woman shifted her position and clung to Ding Chuan's calf. You shall not escape. I will report to the city lord and have the soldiers deal with you. What? Ding Chuan was jolted from his thoughts by her actions and quickly waved his hands. Please, don't call the soldiers. Being new to the city, he wished to avoid trouble and could only lament his misfortune. If soldiers were summoned, he could very well be dragged to the city lord's office for questioning, wasting precious time. No soldiers? The woman raised an eyebrow and continued, if you won't call the soldiers, then you must take responsibility for me and my 8 children. Alas, wretched me, in the bloom of youth, yet destined to be a widow. The moment those words left her lips, even Ding Chuan, along with the surrounding crowd, felt a chill run down their spines. How about this? You compensate me with 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, and this matter will be settled. Ah, so it's a money scam. Ding Chuan let out a cold laugh, finally grasping the woman's intentions. It seemed the adage, the city is treacherous, I long to return to the countryside, held true. With that thought, Ding Chuan shook his head and replied, I don't have spirit stones to give you. What a joke. After months of training in Hundred Beast Mountain, having slain countless beasts, he had barely managed to exchange for less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. How could he possibly produce 3,000 at her demand? Very well, if that's how you want to play it, I shall report to the guards. The woman suddenly widened her eyes, adopting an aggressive demeanor. Help! Help, someone has killed my husband, come quickly. Chapter 6. Zhang, a member of the onlooking crowd, could no longer contain his indignation and exclaimed loudly, You two are truly despicable, this child is so young, how can you shamelessly attempt to extort him? Indeed, I have tolerated your antics for far too long. It was one thing to bully us ordinary folk, but how can you lay a hand on such a young child? With one person stepping forward, it was only natural that another would follow suit. Spare this child. His promising future should not be so carelessly destroyed by your actions. An elderly man emerged from the throng, leaning on his cane as he sighed deeply. In an instant, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged as the crowd rallied against the pair. Listening to the scornful shouts, the woman's expression darkened ominously. Shut your mouths, if you dare utter another word, I will summon my brother to apprehend you. Her piercing voice echoed in the ears of the onlookers, and they fell silent, too intimidated to speak further. After all, her brother was none other than General Zhang, the commander of the city gate. How could these commoners possibly provoke him? Ding Chuan furrowed his brow, realizing the full extent of the situation. It was evident that this pair had engaged in such extortionate antics before, otherwise, the public's reaction would not have been so vehement. Suddenly, the woman pivoted her approach, her face adorned with feigned sorrow as she addressed Ding Chuan. "Well then, little one, I shall not demand the 3,000 low-grade spirit stones from you. I noticed you just entered a shop and emerged with a bag of spirit stones. Simply hand that over to me, and we shall consider this matter settled." "I refuse," Ding Chuan replied resolutely. It was absurd to expect him to part with his hard-earned savings accumulated over half a year. Having already left the Ding clan with nothing, he now understood the true value of spirit stones. They were his capital for cultivation. The woman's countenance darkened further. "Are you truly not going to give it to me?" "I will not." Ding Chuan shook his head vigorously. He was prepared to accompany her to the city lord's mansion if necessary. He would not part with his spirit stones. "Very well, you will regret this. My brother will be here shortly." The woman gritted her teeth, producing a talisman that seemed to have a will of its own, soaring away with a swift whoosh. Within half an hour, a troop clad in armor appeared before the crowd. "Who dares to bully a virtuous woman in broad daylight?" boomed a deep voice before the troop arrived. A virtuous woman. Ding Chuan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, momentarily at a loss for words, and what of the onlookers? Upon hearing that voice, they scattered like leaves in the wind, vanishing within mere moments. Now Ding Chuan could see a small squad of about 10 men standing before him and the woman. The captain glanced at the fallen man on the ground before fixing his gaze upon the woman who was clinging to Ding Chuan's leg. "What is going on here?" he demanded, directing his attention toward her. It was evident that he was her protector. "Captain, it's General Zhang. It was he who killed my refined and gentle husband. Woe is me, I am now destined to become a widow because of him." The woman's demeanor shifted dramatically, her face a mask of sorrow as she implored the captain. Ding Chuan could hardly contain his incredulity. If this woman's acting prowess were showcased in Hollywood, she would surely earn at least an Oscar nomination. The captain frowned. How dare anyone commit such an outrageous act in broad daylight? Seize that scoundrel. Yes, sir. In an instant, Ding Chuan found himself encircled by 9 soldiers. "You, young man, have committed murder in the streets. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. What do you think should be done with you?" the captain barked at Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan glanced at the woman who had now huddled next to the captain, then surveyed the surrounding soldiers. He shrugged and replied, "This is none of my concern." Simultaneously, a profound sense of disappointment welled up within him. With Ding Chuan's intellect, how could he not see that the woman and the captain were in cahoots? Initially, he had believed such corruption existed solely within the Ding clan, but upon arriving in Wanxiang City, he realized that such malfeasance permeated even this small town. Perhaps I too should consider enacting some changes? Ding Chuan mused inwardly. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, the captain's anger flared, and he questioned Ding Chuan. "None of your concern? Do you mean to suggest that this woman would jest about her husband's life?" "Arrest him." "Yes, sir." With that command, the soldiers advanced once more towards Ding Chuan, their sharp spears nearly grazing his body. "Wait. I have something to say," Ding Chuan interjected calmly. The captain raised his hand, signaling the soldiers to halt. "What do you wish to say? What is your intended course of action regarding my fate?" "What shall be done with you? You shall be imprisoned and await your sentence." As he spoke, General Zhang suddenly shifted his tone, grinning malevolently. "However, if you wish to avoid incarceration, there is a way." "What way?" "Let us do this. Since this woman claims you killed her husband, I shall refrain from imprisoning you, provided you compensate her. Rest assured, it won't be a hefty sum, nearly 5,000 low-grade spirit stones will suffice. Oh, and since I have personally come to oversee this matter, and am being magnanimous, you might as well offer me a token of appreciation and a fee for my attendance." It's not much. A 2,000 low-grade spirit stone attendance fee, along with a 5,000 low-grade spirit stone gratitude fee, a total of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the captain continued to speak, he completely overlooked the gradual smile creeping onto Ding Chuan's face. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? How dare you even suggest such an amount? Very well then, shall I create chaos in this Wanxiang city? Spirit stones, as the common currency of the Yuanwo continent, are exceedingly precious. 1 low-grade spirit stone would suffice for Ding Chuan to stay 3 days in an inn in Wanxiang City, yet General Zhang's demand of 10,000 was an outright attempt to exploit him. Ding Chuan's smile faded as he shook his head with a sigh. "Alas, you have forced my hand." "What did you say?" General Zhang blinked, having not caught Ding Chuan's muttered words. However, in the next moment, he understood Ding Chuan's intentions. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 4 of the encircling soldiers collapsed, and that was not all. Within a few breaths, 3 more soldiers fell. Now, only General Zhang and 2 trembling soldiers remained, along with the woman who still wore an expression of grievance. They were utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Chapter 7. The encounter with the young lady. Ding Chuan cracked his knuckles, the sound of his bones echoing like a series of firecrackers. You people, conspiring together to commit such deeds, I can no longer tolerate it. Whoosh! As his words fell, a sudden rush of air pierced through the silence, and the last 2 standing soldiers collapsed in unison. Bold! How dare you harm my subordinates? Boy, your time is up. I shall take your life. General Zhang glared fiercely, unwilling to believe that a mere youth could be formidable. With that, he leapt off his horse, raising his spear to point directly at Ding Chuan. Source Chi thrust. General Zhang bellowed, as the spear twisted and coiled like a serpent, its terrifying might lunging toward Ding Chuan. Unfazed, Ding Chuan stood his ground, entirely unperturbed by General Zhang's presence. Just as the spear's tip was about to graze his skin, Ding Chuan raised both hands and seized the spear with a sudden ferocity. Humph, your full-force strike is nothing compared to the commander I encountered back in the 100 Beasts Mountain. Do you really think you can harm me? With a firm grip, Ding Chuan twisted the spear, causing General Zhang to lose his footing and tumble to the ground. Humph, you, and that one lying on the ground pretending to be dead, you all are far too arrogant. Do you truly believe that Ding Chuan is so easily bullied? Ding Chuan sneered, pointing disdainfully at them, his gaze finally resting upon the woman. Especially you, have you looked in the mirror lately? Your heart's malice has manifested in your appearance, making you utterly repugnant. I do not seek trouble, but if you insist on provoking me, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath. With a fierce glare directed at the woman, Ding Chuan thrust the spear toward her. In the next instant, the spear halted mere fractions from her body. Subsequently, Ding Chuan cast the spear aside and strode away. This time, I shall spare you. Should you dare to provoke me again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Humph, insolent brat, just you wait. To dare affront me in Wanxiang City, you will pay dearly. General Zhang, sprawled on the ground, glowered at Ding Chuan's receding figure. As for the woman, she had been left dumbfounded by Ding Chuan's earlier thrust, and by the time she regained her senses, he had long vanished from sight. Looking down, she realized her lower garments were thoroughly soaked, a murky yellow liquid seeping through her clothes and onto the ground, filling the air with a rancid stench. At this moment, Ding Chuan was traversing another street, preparing to procure some materials for his cultivation. The events of earlier were far from his mind. After all, the suffering he endured during his time with the Ding clan and the pressure he bore far surpassed this trifling incident. It would be strange indeed to be overly concerned. Sigh, if only I were a soul cultivator, I could concoct my own elixirs without such embarrassment. Walking along the street, Ding Chuan couldn't help but lament. Who would have thought that the various body-tempering herbs required for physical cultivation would be so exorbitantly priced? Not to mention, a single body-tempering herb was priced at an astounding 300 spirit stones. I must devise a way to earn some spirit stones. Otherwise, continuing my cultivation journey will become exceedingly arduous. Ding Chuan glanced at the small vial in his hand. This was nearly all his savings spent on spiritual liquid, crucial for advancing to the second stage of the underworld tempering technique, the refinement of organs. Just as Ding Chuan pondered, the conversations of passers-by drew his attention. The Xianyuan sect is recruiting disciples. Let us hurry and take a look. The Xianyuan sect, that is our Qingyun Prefecture's grand sect. Indeed, the Xianyuan sect only recruits disciples once every 3 years. If we miss this opportunity, we shall have to wait another 3 years. Listening to their chatter, Ding Chuan felt a stir of interest. The Xianyuan sect, I have heard some tales about it before. Perhaps I should give it a try. Joining a sect would alleviate my concerns about resources. Ding Chuan's family resided not in Qingyun Prefecture but in the Ziji Prefecture, a considerable distance apart. Although he was unaware of the overall strength of Qingyun Prefecture, it likely wasn't too shabby. Comparing the Ding clan to the Xianyuan sect, both should hold similar standings in their respective domains. As Ding Chuan contemplated, he followed the crowd, soon arriving at a bustling square. The area was teeming with people, yet a space remained vacant in the center. Numerous youths around Ding Chuan's age were queuing in a lengthy line. After some maneuvering, Ding Chuan finally squeezed into the innermost part of the crowd, finally discerning what was transpiring. Come, everyone line up, fill out the forms first. Shortly, the steward will test your age and talent. Those who qualify will be accepted into the sect. A young man clad in white robes shouted beside the queue. Ding Chuan focused his gaze and noticed the white-robed youth bore the insignia Xianyuan sect emblazoned on his chest, indicating he was indeed a disciple of the sect. Well, I might as well register and join the queue, Ding Chuan thought, positioning himself at the back of the line. After a while, the Xianyuan sect disciple approached Ding Chuan with a stack of papers, saying, "Please fill in your name." Just as Ding Chuan reached out to take the paper, he accidentally brushed against the hand of the person in front of him, causing him to recoil in surprise. "It's you? It's you?" The person in front turned around, locking eyes with Ding Chuan, both exclaiming in unison. Ding Chuan quickly regained his composure, speaking first, "Are you not the young lady? Why are you queuing like me?" Indeed, it was quite the coincidence that the person standing before Ding Chuan was none other than the young lady he had seen in her vulnerable state on 100 Beasts Mountain. "Humph, what business is it of yours?" The girl scoffed, taking the paper and pen from the Xianyuan sect disciple and inscribing her name. Ding Chuan leaned over and saw the name Su Yulu written on the paper, prompting him to jest. "Su Yulu, are you hoping for everyone to share the wealth?" The girl remained silent, shooting Ding Chuan a fierce glare. Seeing this, Ding Chuan sheepishly chuckled, muttering, "You've already seen my body, can't I make a joke?" He then took the paper and pen, writing down his own name. Before long, the Xianyuan sect disciple collected the completed forms and handed them to the steward. Waiting was an arduous endeavor, and Ding Chuan found himself growing bored. He turned to Su Yulu and asked, "Hey, aren't you the young lady? You should have privileges, allowing you to test your talent directly. Why are you still in line?" "I told you, it's none of your business," Su Yulu replied, casting a sidelong glance at Ding Chuan. For reasons unknown, she had found herself reflecting on the events of that day, her cheeks flushing slightly as she dared not face Ding Chuan directly. Chapter 8 Su Yulu's talent. Even though she is a young lady, deep down, she remains a girl, and it is perfectly normal for her to blush. "Oh, very well," Ding Chuan nodded, then spoke again. "By the way, which noble family do you belong to? With soldiers accompanying you, I presume you must hail from one of the prominent families in Wancheng City?" "I won't tell you," Su Yulu huffed coldly, seemingly a bit proud. "Let me guess. You can't be the daughter of the city lord, can you?" Upon hearing this, Su Yulu's delicate figure trembled slightly. TSK, have I guessed correctly? Let me venture another guess. You must dislike making a grand entrance, which is why you chose to queue up quietly all by yourself?" Ding Chuan chuckled, leaning in to whisper in Su Yulu's ear. "Don't you dare say that again." Su Yulu was startled by Ding Chuan's actions, her face flushed to the roots of her ears as she pushed him away, exclaiming loudly, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Ding Chuan shrugged and said, all right, I was just teasing you, I won't say anything more." Having been out for quite some time, Ding Chuan had spent his days either training or battling fierce beasts. After months of such a monotonous existence, encountering a playful young lady naturally stirred his desire to jest. Besides, it was due to her that he had suffered a severe beating. What harm was there in teasing her a little? After all, for Ding Chuan, it was indeed just a beating, no doubt about it. After approximately half an hour, the queue finally reached Ding Chuan and Su Yulu. Some were elated while others were disheartened. Most of the young men and women failed to meet the criteria, either due to insufficient talent or being too old. Typically, out of 10, only 2 or 3 would qualify. However, a few did pass, rejoicing in their luck to be able to join the Shenqing sect for cultivation. The steward picked up a piece of paper, glanced up, and inquired, "Su Yulu?" Su Yulu nodded. "Take a seat, extend your right hand for a bone age measurement. As long as you are not over 18, you qualify, then proceed further to measure your talent with the talent stone." The talent stone is quite common, specifically used to test cultivation aptitude. Ding Chuan's family also possesses such an item, yet it is prohibited for the main lineage to use it before the age of 18. "Alright, 16 years old, qualified, please move forward," the steward said, examining Su Yulu's pulse without lifting his gaze, seemingly somewhat indifferent. For stewards like them, the most arduous task is recruiting disciples. During the recruitment period, they are responsible for nearly all matters, leaving them mentally and physically exhausted each day. In contrast, the elders only need to make an appearance. What can be done, after all? They are merely stewards. Su Yulu smiled brightly and respectfully thanked the steward. "Thank you, sir," before proceeding towards a massive stone at the back of the square. This stone is the talent stone. Buzz, Su Yulu placed her delicate hand upon the stone, and in no time, the stone radiated a dazzling blue light. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "She possesses an Earth-grade talent." "What? A talent of such caliber has emerged from Wancheng City? This is unexpected. Could she be a young lady from some aristocratic family?" Such a terrifying revelation. "I didn't anticipate Su Yulu's talent to be quite commendable," Ding Chuan remarked, observing the transformation of the talent stone, feeling somewhat surprised. "I wonder what level I might reach." This spectacle naturally caught the attention of the steward. "I never imagined that my visit to Wancheng City would result in recruiting a disciple with Earth-grade talent." Indeed. Su Yulu, let us now test which cultivation system suits you best. The steward nodded, producing a piece of talisman paper. Hold the talisman paper in your hand. The characters displayed will indicate which cultivation system is suitable for you. All right. Su Yulu nodded, casting a proud glance at Ding Chuan, as if to say, "Do you see this? This is my strength." As soon as Su Yulu grasped the talisman paper, it swiftly changed. Shortly after, a black character appeared. Soul, a spectator standing not far behind Su Yulu couldn't help but exclaim, "I can't believe it is Soul. Goodness, this young lady's talent is truly remarkable. Could it be that Wanchang City is about to produce a prodigy?" Silence. The steward's brow furrowed as he saw the crowd's uproar. He shouted sternly, then he turned his gaze to Su Yulu. "Very well, from this moment forth, you are a disciple of our Xianqing sect. Given your talent, it won't be long before you catch the attention of the elders and are taken on as an elder's disciple." He, thank you, esteemed steward." Su Yulu felt a surge of pride upon hearing this. Hiss. "Make way, everyone, clear the path." At that moment, a loud shout echoed from outside the square, causing the crowd to part in fear. The city lord's residence. "I can't believe the soldiers from the city lord's residence have arrived. What is happening? Is the city lord's daughter here to take the test?" As Su Yulu saw the approaching entourage, her previously joyous mood instantly plummeted, and she muttered softly, "Oh no." Indeed, when the procession reached Su Yulu, the leading middle-aged man frowned. "Yulu, who permitted you to come here quietly? Did you not say you would come with me later, father?" Indeed, this man was none other than Su Shanhai, the city lord of Wanchang City. No wonder this girl possesses such exceptional talent. She is indeed the daughter of the city lord's residence. The crowd couldn't help but express their astonishment. Indeed, how could an ordinary person possibly possess such remarkable talent? Reaching the level of master is essentially the pinnacle for an ordinary individual. "Father, I don't wish to attract so much attention," Su Yulu pouted, tugging at Su Shanhai's hand. One must admit, the city lord was quite taken by this behavior. "Then you could at least inform me, so I could give the steward of the Xianqing sect a heads up," Su Shanhai said, affectionately ruffling Su Yulu's hair with his other hand. All right, but Lulu possesses earth-grade talent, father should be pleased." Su Yulu giggled, casting another glance at Ding Chuan. Very well, I am pleased. Let us step aside for now, so as not to disrupt the young talents of Wanchang City, Su Shanhai instructed, looking back at the soldiers. They understood his intent and promptly stepped back. Next. The steward, respecting Su Shanhai's authority, refrained from interrupting the conversation between father and daughter. Although Wanchang City was not on par with the Xianqing sect, this was indeed Su Shanhai's territory. "Finally, it is my turn." Ding Chuan slightly nodded and took a step forward. He too was immensely curious about what level of talent he possessed. Chapter 9 No Talent, Supreme Gift. Ding Chuan stepped forward and extended his right hand. 17 years old, qualified, proceed to the talent stone, the steward remarked, lightly touching Ding Chuan's hand. Ding Chuan nodded and approached the talent stone. At this moment, not only the onlookers but also Su Shanhai, the lord of Wuxiang City, were fixated on him, causing even Ding Chuan to feel a twinge of anxiety. Buzz, as Ding Chuan placed his palm upon it, a bizarre scene unfolded. The talent stone exhibited not even the slightest hint of change. How could this be? Ding Chuan's heart plummeted into despair. Unwilling to accept this fate, he placed his hand on the talent stone once more, yet, it remained as unyielding as an ancient well. Even after a considerable interval, the talent stone showed no sign of response. Talent is categorized into 4 grades: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, with heavenly being the highest and yellow the lowest. The level of talent determines the speed of cultivation, thus, a higher talent correlates with a faster cultivation speed, an undeniable truth. Even for an ordinary person, a test with the talent stone would at least yield a yellow rating, indicating the lowest level of talent. However, Ding Chuan's talent appeared to show no indication whatsoever, leaving him utterly astonished. At this juncture, only one implausible possibility remained, that Ding Chuan's talent was inferior even to that of an ordinary person. The steward, having never encountered such a rare situation, could only offer some words of consolation. "All right, young man, you may step down. Lacking talent is not a disgrace, you can still pursue a skill and lead a decent life." In the steward's eyes, with talent lower than yellow, there was no further need for Ding Chuan to test which cultivation system suited him. Upon hearing this, Ding Chuan's expression darkened further. He understood the steward's implication and promptly replied, "Sir Steward, my talent cannot possibly be so low. May I test which system of cultivation I am suited for?" "Sigh, I've already told you, yet you refuse to believe. Without talent, how could you make any progress in cultivation? The steward shook his head, initially intending to advise kindly, only to find Ding Chuan impervious to reason. If that's how you feel, then give it a try. With that, the steward produced a piece of talisman paper and handed it to Ding Chuan, seemingly hoping to dissuade him completely. Ding Chuan quickly accepted the talisman paper, refusing to believe that he possessed no talent whatsoever. The talisman paper soon began to change, and then a peculiar scene unfolded. The words source, soul, body suddenly appeared prominently on the talisman. For a moment, the square fell into a profound silence. The talisman paper does not deceive, it has consistently and accurately tested which cultivation system one is suited for. What does this imply? Ding Chuan is capable of cultivating simultaneously in the source, soul, and body systems. Could it be that the reason he is unable to detect any talent is because he truly has none? A feeble voice broke the silence. Yes, how could I not have thought of that? It must be due to a lack of talent. Oh dear, what a false alarm. I always wondered how it was possible for someone to be suited for all systems. It must be so. The square erupted into chatter once more, as the crowd engaged in animated discussions. However, Su Yulu seemed unconvinced. She had an inkling that the boy she encountered at Baisho Mountain was far from ordinary. Could it be that this exhibitionist is indeed a genius? Su Shanhai caught a faint whisper from Su Yulu and inquired, Lulu, what are you thinking? Nothing, Su Yulu replied, shaking her head. Very well. Su Shanhai dismissed it, turning his gaze back to Ding Chuan in the center of the square. Meanwhile, the onlookers continued their discussions, perceiving Ding Chuan as an utterly ordinary individual, devoid of any special qualities. Perhaps this was the superficiality of the common folk. When faced with something beyond their comprehension, they would forcibly seek a convenient explanation. But is that truly the case? The credibility of the talisman paper far surpasses that of the talent stone. Throughout history, many have been deemed talentless by the talent stone yet still ascended to the pinnacle of the source martial continent. The talisman, however, has never been erroneous. If it indicates your suitability for a certain cultivation system, you can be assured that you will never achieve greater heights in any other system than the one it has measured. The steward, witnessing the unfolding events, couldn't help but murmur, could it be that the talent stone is indeed malfunctioning? He couldn't be certain, as the situation was too peculiar. While ordinary individuals may not understand, how could he, as the steward of the Xianqing sect, lack comprehension? If one truly has no cultivation talent, how could any text appear on the talisman? It would simply not display anything at all. With this thought, the steward beckoned Ding Chuan over, saying, Young man, come here for a moment. Ah? Oh. Ding Chuan, still in a daze, only realized when the steward called out to him, why did the talisman indicate that he was suited for all cultivation systems? Could he truly be a genius? With this thought, Ding Chuan sighed in resignation. Unfortunately, my dantian has been destroyed. Recovering it is akin to ascending to the heavens. How then can I cultivate source and soul? Young man, may I inquire if you have already commenced your cultivation? If so, what is your current level? As Ding Chuan approached the steward could not help but ask. Ding Chuan nodded and replied, I suppose so. I am currently focused on cultivating my physique. How about battling with this disciple? This way, I can gauge your strength and roughly assess your cultivation talent. If Ding Chuan had already begun his cultivation, the steward could determine whether he genuinely possessed talent simply by having him spar with a disciple. Certainly. Ding Chuan agreed without a second thought, eager to discover how his current strength compared to that of the Xianqing sect disciples. Upon hearing this, the Xianqing sect disciples' expression brightened. Who would have thought that a simple outing would allow me to stretch my legs? Young man, I hope you won't succumb too quickly to my prowess. Since my senior brother has spoken, I, Ding Chuan, shall exert my utmost effort. Ding Chuan clasped his hands in respect toward the Xianqing sect disciple. Quite polite, referring to me as senior brother. In that case, let me see if your strength is worthy of such a title. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a whoosh echoed as the Xianqing sect disciple charged at Ding Chuan. Mountain shaking palm. A gust of wind billowed Ding Chuan's clothing, yet he remained unfazed, extending his right hand to parry the disciple's attack. Bang! Ding Chuan retaliated with a punch to the disciple's chest, sending him staggering back several steps. The onlookers were left in disbelief, their mouths forming O shapes. A middle-aged man could not restrain himself from exclaiming, could it be that the talent stone failed to detect this young man's talent? And we are witnessing the birth of a genius. Chapter 10. Striking, the disciple of the Xianqing sect gazed at Ding Chuan and remarked, Goodness, I never imagined that despite your youth, your prowess would be so extraordinary. In that case, I shall no longer hold back my strength. With that, the disciple of the Xianqing sect unleashed his formidable aura, and it was then that Ding Chuan realized this disciple was also a body cultivator. Be cautious. Upon uttering these words, the disciple propelled himself forward, causing the ground to shatter beneath his feet with each step, and in the next instant, he charged towards Ding Chuan with great velocity. This time, Ding Chuan dared not underestimate him. He could sense the terrifying power pulsating within the disciple of the Xianqing sect. Bang, 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 bang. Within mere breaths, a series of explosive sounds erupted, the result of the two exchanging blows. What an incredible force! If either of them were to land a single punch on me, I would surely perish on the spot, gasped an onlooker, drawing in a deep breath. Astonished, another spectator chimed in. Indeed, he is a disciple of the Xianqing sect, renowned for their exceptional abilities. And this young lad is even younger than him. The disparity in their strength is astonishing, making one wonder just how terrifying this boy's talent truly is. Indeed, they had misjudged. The youth before them was far from an ordinary individual with inferior aptitude. The sheer power he exhibited could likely overpower the majority present. Consider this: how could a youth possessing such strength be anything but extraordinary? Ha, I did not anticipate that you would be so resilient. Excellent, I find myself quite intrigued, laughed the disciple of the Xianqing sect. In less than a few minutes, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Moreover, it was rare for this disciple to encounter a body cultivator who piqued his interest, resulting in his evident delight. Ding Chuan smiled in return. This was his first encounter with an opponent of comparable strength. Thank you for the flattering words, senior brother. You are deserving of addressing me as such. The disciple, Zhao Chongqing, struck forward, only to be parried by Ding Chuan. Remember my name, Zhao Chongqing. Ding Chuan nodded, seizing the opportunity to kick towards Zhao Chongqing's abdomen, proclaiming, Ding Chuan. Bang! Ding Chuan's kick successfully separated the two, but as Zhao Chongqing prepared to charge again, an attendant stepped in front of him, halting his advance. That is enough, young man. You have proven your strength. From this moment forth, you are considered a disciple of the Xianqing sect. Upon hearing these words, a smile graced Ding Chuan's face as he cupped his fists in gratitude towards the attendant, saying, Thank you, esteemed attendant. Very well, in 3 days at the hour of the dragon, meet me at the south gate of Wanxiang City, and I shall escort you to the Xianqing sect for your registration. Do not be late. The attendant nodded slightly. Understood. At that moment, Zhao Chongqing approached Ding Chuan and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Junior brother Ding, you must join our martial hall when the time comes. We shall spar further. Certainly. Ding Chuan nodded, but just as he prepared to depart, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to ask Zhao Chongqing, by the way, senior brother Zhao, what level is your strength at? Oh, I am at the 5th layer of the martial master realm. Ding Chuan pondered for a moment. The martial master realm, 5th layer. Thank you for the information, senior brother. I shall take my leave now and look forward to our reunion in 3 days. With that, he turned and exited the square. The onlookers parted ways, having acknowledged Ding Chuan's capabilities. Su Yulu watched Ding Chuan's retreating figure, murmuring, Humph, I never expected the exhibitionist to be so formidable. No wonder he was able to escape Uncle Wu. What did you say? He defeated your Uncle Wu? Su Shanhai, overhearing Su Yulu's murmurs, was taken aback, scarcely registering the term exhibitionist. Indeed, father. That day I went hunting at the 100 Beasts Mountain. Su Yulu recounted the events of a few days prior to Su Shanhai, conveniently omitting the details of the lake incident. Surely, she could not disclose to her father that she had seen him unclothed. That would be utterly impossible. Merely recalling that day caused a blush to rise on Su Yulu's cheeks. Having listened to Su Yulu's explanation, Su Shanhai wore a contemplative expression. I never imagined your Uncle Wu could be so easily defeated by him. It seems this youth is even stronger than I had anticipated. Next. The attendant's voice resonated once more across the square as another youth stepped forward, yet failed to pass the Xianqing sect's test. Ha, I never expected to join the Xianqing sect. Now I need not worry about resources for cultivation. After leaving the square, Ding Chuan made his way towards the south gate of Wanxiang City, intending to find an inn nearby for accommodation. For him, today had been exceedingly fruitful. First, he obtained the items he required. Second, he joined the prestigious sect of Qingyun State, the Xianqing sect. However, Ding Chuan failed to notice that as he traversed street after street, the number of people around him dwindled until he found himself alone on this deserted street, with even the surrounding shops barred shut. This is peculiar. Ding Chuan instinctively sensed something amiss and became vigilant, quietly analyzing the situation. I should have no acquaintances in Qingyun State, right? Even the Ding clan would not know of my presence here. far from them, Wancheng City, could it be them? Suddenly, Ding Chuan recalled having offended a certain General Zhang earlier. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in the air. You actually noticed, very impressive. Who? Ding Chuan furrowed his brow, adopting a defensive stance and scanning his surroundings as he shouted. He could not discern the speaker's location from their voice, which filled him with trepidation, for it suggested that the speaker might strike him from behind at any moment. My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you are about to die. TSK, I witnessed your grand performance in the square. Did you expect this? You shall soon meet your demise at my hands. As the words fell, a gust of wind swept past Ding Chuan from behind, and he instinctively turned and threw a punch. Thud. Ding Chuan's punch connected with the assailant, but simultaneously, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The good news was that he heard the other person emit a muffled grunt as they staggered backward. At the same time, Ding Chuan caught a glimpse of the assailant's features. Clad in a tight black outfit with a mask obscuring their face, he instantly recalled the term assassin. Indeed, the one seeking Ding Chuan's life was none other than an assassin. The assassin scoffed, spitting onto the ground before saying, I never anticipated you would be so difficult to kill. No wonder the employer is willing to offer 6,000 low-grade spirit stones for your life. Chapter 11 Breaking Through the Refinement of Organs. Is my life worth merely 6,000 low-grade spirit stones? Ding Chuan couldn't help but jest, and with an unwavering expression, he withdrew the dagger. If an ordinary person were to suffer such an attack, they would likely be gravely injured. However, Ding Chuan was different. Having endured hellish torment within the Ding clan, he was now cultivating the Hell Refinement body technique. To him, a mere dagger was inconsequential. With a smile, Ding Chuan snapped the dagger in his hand and cast it aside, replacing it with a blood-red great sword. However, since you seek to take my life, I shall respond with all my might. Before him stood an assassin, leaving only one possibility. The person who hired the assassin was General Zhang, who guarded the city gate. I must find an opportunity to eliminate the General Zhang, Ding Chuan silently vowed. Were it not for the fact that this was in Wushang City, Ding Chuan would have long since dispatched that odious figure 1,000 times over. Then let me see how formidable your strength truly is. The assassin sneered, brandishing another dagger. 3 days later, the Xianqing sect concluded its recruitment of disciples in Wushang City. Approximately 20 to 30 young men and women had passed the deacon's examination, officially becoming members of the Xianqing sect, though this was merely a preliminary admission. To formally become disciples, they would need to undergo a month of cultivation within the sect, followed by another assessment after 1 month. Only those who passed would be regarded as outer disciples of the Xianqing sect. During these 3 days, 3 significant events had spread like wildfire throughout Wushang City, 2 of which were related to Ding Chuan. The first was the awakening of the city lord's daughter, who possessed a rare earth-grade talent, garnering the attention of the Xianqing sect. Naturally, the young lady's discreet participation in the disciple selection became the talk of the town, prompting many citizens of Wushang City to exclaim, "The young lady is truly admirable, displaying no airs whatsoever." The second event was the revelation that Ding Chuan was found to be compatible with all cultivation systems, standing on par with the disciples of the Xianqing sect. The citizens and cultivators of Wushang City couldn't help but speculate, where did this remarkable youth emerge from? The third event involved the notorious Pang couple, known for their deceitful ways, encountering a mysterious young man who, even when confronted by the woman's brother, Captain Zhang, was able to subdue him. People began to wonder if the youth from these 2 incidents was indeed the same individual. Of course, the truth of the matter was likely known only to Ding Chuan. Perhaps a very few had witnessed Ding Chuan appearing simultaneously in the square and before the Pang couple, but they chose to remain silent. The hour is nearly past. Why hasn't Ding Chuan arrived yet? At the southern gate of Wushang City, the deacon glanced at the sky and frowned. At this moment, over 20 young men and women had gathered, awaiting Ding Chuan's arrival. However, in just a few minutes, they would embark for the Xianqing sect, otherwise, they would miss the welcoming ceremony the following day. Seeing the deacon's displeasure, Zhao Changqing spoke up, "Deacon, shall we wait a few more minutes? Ding Chuan possesses remarkable strength and unparalleled talent. It would be a pity if he does not join the Xianqing sect." The deacon, considering Zhao Changqing's reasoning, nodded slightly. "Very well, let us wait a little longer." After all, Ding Chuan was indeed a rare talent, and the deacon was reluctant to give up on him easily. Such arrogance, making us all wait for him alone," muttered one young man, visibly irritated. "Indeed, he has no sense of time," another young man chimed in, nodding in agreement. In truth, nearly everyone present shared this sentiment, except for Su Yulu. At this moment, Su Yulu felt a tinge of anxiety, secretly thinking, this exhibitionist is truly something, how can he be so late? Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to care for Ding Chuan. As time slipped away, less than a minute remained until the hour passed. The deacon furrowed his brow, sighing softly, and began to speak. Since he has yet to arrive, we shall wait a moment. A loud voice rang out from a distance. Everyone turned to see a young man sprinting towards them at an incredible speed. It was none other than Ding Chuan. In less than 5 seconds, he dashed to the front of the group, panting heavily. Huff, huff. I finally made it. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he looked up at the deacon and Zhao Changqing. Deacon, my apologies. I was delayed by some matters. No problem, the deacon nodded, eyeing Ding Chuan with some surprise. Have you broken through? Ding Chuan did not deny it and nodded in acknowledgement. He was too exhausted to speak. After battling the assassin 3 days prior, he had suffered severe injuries, barely managing to reach a nearby inn where he collapsed in his room and remained unconscious for an entire day and night. Upon awakening, he recovered from his injuries and consumed the spiritual liquid he had purchased for 500 spirit stones. By the third day, he had successfully advanced to the second stage of the Hell Refinement Body Technique, refining organs. When he finally stepped out of the inn, he realized there were less than 2 minutes until the hour passed. Cursing under his breath, he rushed toward the southern gate, arriving just in the nick of time. Well done. It seems I made the right choice, the deacon remarked, patting Ding Chuan on the shoulder. It is time to set off for the Xianqing sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a miniature flying vessel appeared in the deacon's hand. Incanting a few words, the vessel suddenly expanded, soaring to the city gate. The sight left the young men and women in awe. They had never encountered such a wondrous contraption. Ding Chuan gazed at the vessel, which could accommodate dozens of people, momentarily lost in thought. A flying vessel, he recalled the times in the Ding clan when he, Ding Yu, and Ding Xiang, his younger brother and Ding Yu's second brother, would often ride their father's flying vessel, leaning over the edge and gazing down at the scenery below. How joyful they had been back then. Let us go, time is of the essence, and we must travel at full speed. The deacon's voice brought Ding Chuan back to the present. He shook his head, thinking, wait for me. Your elder brother will cultivate successfully in the Xianqing sect and return to fetch you. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the deacon's urging, the flying vessel slowly ascended into the sky. Then, with a swift whoosh, it sped off in a specific direction. Chapter 12 of the Xianqing sect, Part 1. Ding Chuan found a seat on the flying boat and closed his eyes to rest. At that moment, a young boy approached him and asked, Hey, your name is Ding Chuan, right? Everyone is waiting for you alone. You must be quite impressive. I wouldn't dare, Ding Chuan replied, slightly opening his eyes to glance at the boy before promptly looking away. Oh, such arrogance. The boy widened his eyes and pretended to throw a punch at Ding Chuan, only to be halted by a stern voice. What are you doing? The speaker was Zhao Changqing, who approached with a furrowed brow, standing between Ding Chuan and the boy. He continued, This is a flying boat. If you wish to fight, wait until we land. Or do you want me to toss you out from this altitude of 10,000 meters? I'm sorry. The boy shivered, realizing his mistake, and quickly bowed his head to apologize to Zhao Changqing. He then cast a glance at the group of young men and women seated nearby. Damn it, I shouldn't have drawn attention to myself. Many among them had never witnessed Ding Chuan's prowess and were unaware of his formidable strength, which emboldened the boy to approach him. However, seeing the boy's embarrassment, the group of young men and women seemed to smirk in silent mockery, further irritating him. Go on, you may leave. I have some matters to discuss with this junior brother, Zhao Changqing said, looking mildly at the boy who was bowing his head. Yes, senior brother. The boy nodded and walked toward the group, glaring at them as he went. Once the boy departed, Zhao Changqing took a seat beside Ding Chuan. Junior brother Ding, you absolutely must join our martial hall. Although our numbers are few, our strength is unparalleled. Rest assured, senior brother, I will join the martial hall, Ding Chuan replied with a smile, then inquired, Senior brother Zhao, from your words, it seems that the Xianqing sect has 3 factions? Indeed, Zhao Changqing nodded. Our Xianqing sect is a grand sect encompassing all cultivation systems, unlike some sects that only possess 1 or 2. Our sect is divided into Source Hall, Soul Hall, and Martial Hall, corresponding to the 3 cultivation systems of Source, Soul, and Body. Each hall is overseen by 3 elders. Besides the elders, there are various stewards and disciples, though the numbers of stewards and disciples may vary. Source Hall has the most stewards and disciples, followed by Soul Hall, while Martial Hall has the least. After all, it is generally easier for most to awaken the Source cultivation, whereas body cultivation requires not only innate talent but also immense perseverance and vast resources. The sheer demand for perseverance alone has dissuaded many. Junior brother Ding, I see that you have cultivated the body system to such an extent, it must have taken considerable effort, right? Listening to Zhao Changqing's explanation, Ding Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior brother Zhao is correct. Body cultivation is indeed both mentally taxing and costly." Then, Ding Chuan recalled something and spoke again to Zhao Changqing. "By the way, senior brother Zhao, how do disciples of the Shenqing sect advance? I heard you mention external and internal disciples a few days ago. What are the specific differences?" "Junior brother Ding, you have touched upon a crucial point." Zhao Changqing smiled before elaborating. "Disciples of our Shenqing sect are categorized as external disciples, internal disciples, and true disciples. External disciples, like myself, still have room for improvement and frequently undertake simpler tasks for the sect, such as this recruitment of disciples. Internal disciples are considered the backbone of the sect, responsible for executing various challenging tasks assigned by the sect, such as ensuring the safety of a town or investigating incidents where many have perished, or retrieving items for the sect. True disciples, on the other hand, are those who can walk freely within the sect, as they are the direct disciples of the elders, with fewer than 10 in the entire sect. External disciples wishing to advance to internal disciples have an annual assessment. As long as they reach the 7th layer of the Master Realm, they may participate. Upon passing the rigorous evaluations, they are welcomed into the internal disciples. However, the disparity in strength is vast, but as long as you do not cross them, the internal disciples will hardly pay you any mind." "I see," Ding Chuan nodded, realizing that even upon entering the Shenqing sect, a long journey lay ahead of him. Zhao Changqing chuckled, patting Ding Chuan's shoulder. "Junior brother Ding, I see you are young yet capable of matching my strength in an arm wrestling contest, and now you have made further breakthroughs. Be sure to perform well before the elders, and you might just catch their eye and be elevated to a true disciple." With that, Zhao Changqing took his leave. "True disciple, huh?" Ding Chuan mused as he watched Zhao Changqing's retreating figure, silently resolving to catch the attention of the elders and be taken as a disciple. Such an opportunity would save him considerable time in his self-improvement. Hey, exhibitionist, what were you discussing with that senior brother just now?" Just as Ding Chuan was deep in thought, a figure appeared before him. "Exhibitionist?" Ding Chuan's eye twitched slightly as he looked up to find Su Yulu. One must admit, Su Yulu certainly had a knack for bestowing him with nicknames. "Miss Su, let us not forget that I was merely cleansing myself in the lake when you leapt in without so much as a glance. If anything, rather than calling me an exhibitionist, you might as well be dubbed a voyeur." Su Yulu's face flushed bright red. What did you say?" "I am a voyeur, ridiculous. This young lady has no interest in spying on others." Indeed, you are absolutely right," Ding Chuan shrugged, unwilling to argue further with Su Yulu. "Now tell me, what were you discussing just now?" Su Yulu frowned, sitting down beside Ding Chuan. "Curious, are you?" Su Yulu nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Ding Chuan leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "If you truly want to know." Then, upon hearing Ding Chuan's words, Su Yulu's fair face turned crimson to the ears, her cheeks feeling slightly warm. "You, rogue, scoundrel! Humph, I shall ignore you." With that, Su Yulu dashed away. "Pfft, such an innocent young girl," Ding Chuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. What exactly did Ding Chuan say to make Su Yulu's face turn so red? Perhaps only the two of them would ever know. Chapter 13 of the Mystical Azure Sect, Part 2. Time passes swiftly, and as the sun dips gradually below the horizon, the journey of the flying vessel seems to approach its conclusion. We are almost back at the Mystical Azure Sect. The indifferent voice of the steward resonates within the vessel, rousing the drowsy youths, who hastily rush to the side to gaze upon the scenery. A young girl cannot help but exclaim, "Is this the Mystical Azure Sect? How magnificent!" A boy, seemingly unaccustomed to such sights, stares in astonishment at the distant mountaintop. "We shall reside here and cultivate henceforth. I will surely achieve success and return home to honor my parents." Ding Chuan also approached the edge of the vessel, looking down at the ground. He had not gazed down from such heights in quite some time. "It truly is magnificent," Ding Chuan mused, unable to contain his admiration. Several peaks encircled the area, and at the center stood a towering mountain where the Mystical Azure Sect resided. A grand mountain gate came into view, boldly inscribed with the characters Mystical Azure Sect. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the scene was nothing short of picturesque. What is that?" Ding Chuan turned his head to see another flying vessel, almost identical to theirs, racing towards the Mystical Azure Sect. Aboard it stood dozens of youths, their numbers exceeding those in Ding Chuan's vessel by a considerable margin. At that moment, Zhao Changqing joined Ding Chuan, remarking, "That vessel also carries stewards and outer disciples on a recruitment mission. It seems they have had quite a fruitful journey." That is to be expected. I recognize the steward and disciples aboard that vessel. They must have just returned from Tianyang County. Tianyang County? Ding Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. He had heard much about Tianyang County but had yet to visit it before arriving at the mystical azure sect. Suddenly, the steward leapt into the air, making his way towards the other vessel. Steward Jean, having recruited so many disciples, it appears you will receive a substantial reward from the sect. Ha, not at all. But you, old Lu, I have long heard through your transmissions that you have recruited 2 prodigies. You have certainly made quite a name for yourself. The steward on the other vessel responded with hearty laughter. Why did the steward leave so abruptly? Wouldn't that cause the vessel to plummet? Ding Chuan exclaimed, bewildered. Zhao Changqing glanced at Ding Chuan and chuckled, Junior brother Ding, the vessel is inscribed with a spiritual power array. As long as there are sufficient spirit stones, it will maintain its operation. Ah, I see. Ding Chuan reflected, realizing his own lack of awareness. The 2 stewards began exchanging pleasantries, while the young men and women aboard both vessels glanced at one another, seemingly eager to make introductions. Lulu. Just then, a voice rang out from the opposite. It appeared there was some history between them. Ding Chuan observed the scene and approached Su Yulu, inquiring, What is the matter, aren't you going to greet an acquaintance? Pfft, you wouldn't understand. I absolutely despise that person. Su Yulu retorted, turning her head away with a huff. Despise? Ding Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then stood to peer at the other vessel, discovering that the speaker was an unpleasantly rotund boy, whose voice, however, was remarkably melodious and magnetic. Ding Chuan couldn't help but reflect, no wonder they say chubby individuals possess hidden potential. What is your connection with that person? Why do you dislike him? Ding Chuan crouched down again to ask Su Yulu. Resting her arm on her knee, Su Yulu lowered her head and murmured softly, Humph, you wouldn't understand, you exhibitionist. Oh, let me take a guess, Ding Chuan replied. That chubby boy is the son of a county princess? Indeed, upon hearing the words county princess, Su Yulu's delicate frame shivered slightly. So, that chubby boy is your. Before Ding Chuan could finish his thought, Su Yulu covered his mouth. Be quiet, you mustn't say another word. Ding Chuan hurriedly gestured that he would remain silent, and Su Yulu finally removed her hand. All right, I understand now. Ding Chuan certainly grasped the situation, for he too had experienced such matters, arranged marriages. In his youth, their father, Ding Lin, had orchestrated unions for each of his 3 children for the sake of family interests. Ding Chuan was the first, betrothed to the daughter of another prominent family in Ziji Prefecture. Ding Yu was the second, paired with the son of the same family, and Ding Xiang was the third, arranged to wed the sex holy maiden, the most esteemed in Ziji Prefecture. Back then, they were too young to comprehend the implications of such arrangements, treating it as mere child's play. However, as they matured, Ding Chuan felt increasingly ensnared by the weight of family. Was this not a form of tragedy? Reflecting on it now, I suspect that my brother's demise is not solely linked to Ding Bai and that old dog but possibly to that sect. Ding Chuan pondered deeply. Hey, we are about to disembark. Hurry up! A sharp voice rang in Ding Chuan's ears. Snapping back to reality, he said to Su Yulu, Oh, right, I lost myself in thought. At this moment, the vessel had docked on a flat part of the mountain, and Ding Chuan stood up, following the other youths as they disembarked. Wait for me. Su Yulu quickly moved closer, cautiously hiding within Ding Chuan's embrace. What are you doing? Ding Chuan was momentarily taken aback by Su Yulu's actions, then glanced around and understood. Ah, so you are trying to avoid that chubby boy. Shoo! Su Yulu gestured for silence and walked alongside Ding Chuan, adjusting her posture. All right, you may hide. Once we all begin our training at the mystical azure sect, you may evade the initial encounter, but can you truly escape the second? Ding Chuan chuckled as he caught a whiff of Su Yulu's delicate fragrance. Lulu. Just then, a magnetic voice resonated nearby, and Ding Chuan distinctly heard Su Yulu mutter, We're doomed. Sure enough, the chubby boy came bounding over to Ding Chuan, spotting Su Yulu hiding behind him with surprise. Lulu, I knew you would come to the mystical azure sect. I had a difficult time finding you. Hey, honestly, did you come to the mystical azure sect for my sake? Humph, Wang Fatty, don't get ahead of yourself, I certainly did not come here for you. Having been discovered, Su Yulu no longer concealed her intentions, stepping forward to confront him boldly. Chapter 14 An Unexpected Calamity. Lulu, stop messing around, Wang Fatty said, extending his hand toward Su Yulu, which startled her into retreating closer to Ding Chuan. Fatty, you might as well give up. Su Yulu glared at Wang Fatty with evident disdain. Had he not been the son of the county princess, she would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of curses upon him. Wang Fatty remained undeterred, pressing closer to Su Yulu while declaring, "Lulu, this engagement was arranged by our fathers, and we have no say in the matter. Why don't we engage in some getting to know each other now, to better prepare for the future?" "Humph, I refuse to heed any ridiculous engagement." Su Yulu kicked at Wang Fatty, then promptly linked her arm with Ding Chuan's. "I already have a sweetheart, see, he is my beloved, and we have been together for quite some time. Die, Fatty, you should abandon all hope." Upon uttering these words, not only did Wang Fatty freeze in shock, but even Ding Chuan was momentarily taken aback. "When did I become your sweetheart, Lulu? Please don't act like this, I know you are doing it on purpose." Wang Fatty, noticing the astonishment on Ding Chuan's face, quickly realized this was merely Su Yulu's ploy. "Humph, do you still not believe me?" With that, Su Yulu pressed her crimson lips directly against Lu Qing's cheek. "Now do you believe it?" However, as she spoke, Su Yulu inwardly stomped her foot, lamenting. "How could my first kiss be given to this insufferable exhibitionist?" Su Yulu's audacious act left Ding Chuan and Wang Fatty unable to contain themselves. Ding Chuan pondered, "Is this young lady unhinged? She is kissing me and treating me as if I were someone else entirely." Meanwhile, Wang Fatty was seething with rage, glaring at Su Yulu as he retorted, "Fine, fine, I never imagined you would rather kiss a stranger than stay with me. A sweetheart, you say? If that is the case, I shall take your sweetheart's life." With that, he narrowed his eyes and swung a fist toward Ding Chuan's face. Bang! A resounding impact echoed, but the outcome was contrary to Wang Fatty's expectations. Instead of knocking Ding Chuan to the ground, it was he who was sent sprawling. Why resort to violence when words suffice? Ding Chuan found himself at a loss, having been unexpectedly kissed by Su Yulu and then struck by Wang Fatty. What sort of predicament is this? Oh, furthermore, aside from the time when you were kissed him as a child, Ding Chuan had never been kissed by any other girl. Su Yulu was indeed the first. "Yay!" Su Yulu cheered. Witnessing Wang Fatty being sent flying, she clapped her hands in delight and patted Ding Chuan's chest, exclaiming, "I never expected you, this exhibitionist, to possess some skill." Ding Chuan's eyelid twitched slightly as he replied, "Miss Su, please refrain from using me as a source of amusement. Why not entertain someone else?" "I refuse, others might not stand a chance against Wang Fatty. Don't be deceived by his lecherous appearance. The last time I saw him, he had already reached the 9th level of Qi gathering, and by now, he must have ascended to the source realm." Su Yulu shook her head, then made a playful face, seemingly in high spirits, as she took Ding Chuan's hand and followed the crowd away. Let the fat fool wallow in his embarrassment. Ding Chuan could only sigh softly, realizing that upon arriving at Xianqing's sect, he had already attracted trouble. The other party was the son of the county princess. Who knew what connections he might have within Xianqing's sect? The prospect of living under constant scrutiny left Ding Chuan feeling as if he were seated on pins and needles. A sweetheart, you say? Humph, how dare you make me suffer such humiliation? Just wait." Wang Fatty slowly rose from the ground, glaring venomously at Ding Chuan and Su Yulu's receding figures. He could hear the laughter of countless young men and women who had witnessed his disgrace as they passed by him. "Have you received your sect tokens and robes?" Outside the sect's grand hall, Zhao Changqing looked at Ding Chuan and Su Yulu with a smile. The two nodded, each now holding a token and 2 sets of white robes. Seeing this, Zhao Changqing admonished them, "Remember, from now on, wherever you go, you must wear the sect's garments. Otherwise, if discovered by others within the sect and reported, 5 points will be deducted from your score. Moreover, the token must not be discarded, it symbolizes your identity." "Understood." Ding Chuan examined the token, which bore the inscription Outer Sect on one side and his name on the other. The bottom, etched in minuscule letters, read Xianqing Sect. "By the way, Brother Zhao, what exactly are sect points?" Ding Chuan suddenly recalled Zhao Changqing mentioning the deduction of points for not wearing sect clothing. "Points. Let us discuss it as we walk. It is getting late, and I will take you to the disciples' accommodation first." With that, Zhao Changqing led the two outside the hall. Points are essentially the spirit stones you use in the outside world, which can be exchanged for various items within the sect. However, this does not mean you will no longer need spirit stones. Regardless, whenever you venture out on a mission, it is advisable to carry some spirit stones with you. Well, in terms of exchange ratio, roughly 1 sect point is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Points can be exchanged for spirit stones, but spirit stones cannot be exchanged for points. Upon hearing this, Ding Chuan was taken aback, inwardly exclaiming, "If Brother Zhao mentioned that failing to wear sect clothing results in a deduction of 5 points, doesn't that equate to 500 low-grade spirit stones?" Zhao Changqing, oblivious to Ding Chuan's expression, continued, "The items available for exchange to outer sect disciples are limited, yet they are still sufficient to meet our various needs. Inner sect disciples, however, can exchange for everything. Nevertheless, if there is something you desperately need that the sect does not provide, you may go to the mission hall to post a task and use points to acquire what you desire. Is it really possible? Ding Chuan was somewhat surprised. Indeed, this involves another aspect of sect knowledge emissions. By completing missions from the sect or tasks posted by other disciples, you can receive corresponding rewards. For instance, points or other items. Of course, points are fundamental, as most of the time, the only way to earn points is by accepting sect missions. Zhao Changqing nodded in affirmation. I see, thank you for the information, Brother Zhao. Ding Chuan clasped his fists in gratitude. We have now arrived at your new disciples' quarters. Remember to rise early tomorrow morning. You must reach the sect's grand hall before the Chen hour. I shall take my leave now. With that, Zhao Changqing waved farewell to the two. After watching Zhao Changqing depart, Ding Chuan turned to Su Yulu teasingly. Let us go, my little sweetheart. Who says I am your sweetheart? Don't be overly confident. Chapter 15. A welcoming ceremony. As dawn broke, a gentle light emerged from the east, illuminating the dark night and casting its glow upon the peaks of the Xianqing sect. Dawn! 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 The resounding chimes of 3 bells echoed throughout the sect, signaling that the welcoming ceremony was officially underway. Ah, my cultivation has improved significantly, murmured Ding Chuan as he abruptly opened his eyes while seated on his bed. Ever since his Mingyu body refinement technique reached the second stage, his rate of absorbing the essence of moonlight had accelerated remarkably. No longer plagued by the previous agonies and sluggishness, after a brief morning wash, Ding Chuan donned his new attire and stepped outside his small courtyard, joining the throng of people heading towards the plaza. Ha, you exhibitionist, are you deliberately following me? A playful voice reached Ding Chuan's ears, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. It was, of course, Su Yulu. Ding Chuan felt a mix of irritation and helplessness towards this young lady. As Su Yulu approached him, she playfully patted his shoulder, saying, "Alright, don't wear that stern expression. Since you protected me yesterday, I shall permit you to follow me today. Should I then express my gratitude?" Ding Chuan replied, glancing away, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The mere thought of yesterday's incident annoyed him. He had unwittingly attracted a rival, and he had yet to settle the score with her. Of course, you must thank me, my dear. Let us not dwell on that. Hurry along, we must get there early to secure a good position. Before Ding Chuan could react, Su Yulu grasped his hand and began to jog towards the plaza. I didn't expect so many new disciples to enroll this year. An elderly man clad in a white robe of the Xianqing sect stood on the platform in the plaza, smiling as he observed the steady stream of disciples. Judging by the respectful demeanor of the surrounding stewards, it was evident that this elder held a significant position. One steward stepped forward and respectfully addressed the elder. Elder Mo, most of the new disciples have arrived. It is time to commence. Very well, Elder Mo replied with a nod, his gaze seeming to linger on a particular disciple in the plaza. Silence, a calm yet profoundly impactful voice resonated from the platform, causing the chattering youths to abruptly cease their discussions. An invisible pressure enveloped them. The speaker was none other than Elder Mo. With his hands clasped behind him, Elder Mo surveyed the thousands of disciples before him and began, first and foremost, congratulations on your entrance into the Xianqing sect. I am aware that you are all gifted youths. Here, Elder Mo's tone shifted, taking on a more serious note. However, do not rejoice too soon. Should you fail to pass the sect's evaluation in 1 month, you will be expelled from the Xianqing sect. Rest assured, during your first month in the sect, an elder will be available daily to impart wisdom in the plaza. Listening to their teachings will greatly benefit your cultivation. Elder Mo paused momentarily before continuing. Next, I will discuss some of the regulations of the Xianqing sect. For the entirety of the morning, Elder Mo spoke at length about various trivial matters, extolling the virtues of the Xianqing sect and the promising futures that awaited them. Ding Chuan found himself nearly dozing off. Alright, I shall conclude my remarks here for today. At long last, Elder Mo ceased his incessant chatter. I trust you little ones are becoming impatient? Fear not, you have 1 hour to select your respective techniques in the scripture pavilion, with each person permitted to take only one. Once you have chosen your techniques, you are free to explore. This afternoon, an elder will again impart teachings in the plaza. Now, off you go. With a sweeping gesture, Elder Mo signaled for the new disciples to disperse. The elder talks too much. I am on the verge of falling asleep. Hey, exhibitionist, let us hurry to the scripture pavilion. Su Yulu yawned and urged Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan, feeling exasperated, replied, Do you take me for your lackey? Let us just go to the scripture pavilion. Yes, my lady. Ding Chuan shook his head helplessly, then matched his pace with Su Yulu. After a few minutes, the pair navigated through the plaza and reached the end of the stone path. A magnificent pavilion loomed before them. By this time, a considerable number of new disciples were already jostling at the entrance of the scripture pavilion, eager to rush inside. after all, Elder Mo had announced that they only had 1 hour, making every moment precious. Ding Chuan stood a bit farther back to survey the scripture pavilion, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The scripture pavilion of the Xianqing sect is indeed far grander than the one back in the Ding clan. With that thought, Ding Chuan and Su Yulu entered the pavilion. Being a body cultivator, Ding Chuan easily parted the crowd with his hands. Making his way into the scripture pavilion, Su Yulu trailed closely behind, tightly clutching the hem of his garment while mumbling, "Exhibitionist, you're not too shabby." Ding Chuan heard her but chose to ignore her. However, upon entering the scripture pavilion, they were taken aback, for it was even more crowded than the throng outside. Finding a technique was nearly impossible, and even moving about proved challenging. "What now?" Su Yulu exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Chuan made a bold decision and turned to Su Yulu, saying, "Follow me." Indeed, Ding Chuan was heading towards the second floor of the scripture pavilion. "Look, someone is actually attempting to go to the second floor." A sharp-eyed youth quickly spotted Ding Chuan at the staircase and exclaimed loudly. This declaration immediately captured the attention of the new disciples on the first floor. Has he lost his mind? Doesn't he know what the second floor represents? Only disciples at the master level can break through the invisible barrier to ascend to the second floor. He is clearly wearing the garb of a new disciple. Could it be that he has already reached the master level? I think that's impossible. Others have tried before and failed. Let us just watch the show. Ding Chuan, naturally, overheard the discussions of the new disciples and began to gauge the situation regarding the second floor. Brother Zhao Changqing's strength is at the 5th level of the martial master realm. Since I can hold my own against Brother Zhao Changqing, I should be able to break through this barrier and ascend. Chapter 16. The 9 Mysteries Battle Heaven Technique. Upon contemplating this, Ding Chuan slowly clenched his fist. At that moment, a delicate voice resonated in his ear. "Hey, you exhibitionist, do you feel confident? If you fail to break through the barrier, we might find ourselves in quite an embarrassing situation." Su Yulu furrowed her brows, murmuring to Ding Chuan, for as a young lady of stature, such humiliation would indeed be a blow to her pride. Boom! Ding Chuan remained silent, his response manifested in a powerful punch against the invisible barrier on the second floor. In the next instant, the barrier abruptly vanished. Clearly, Ding Chuan's strength had attained the qualification to ascend to the second floor. "Let us go." Ding Chuan grasped Su Yulu's hand and strode towards the second floor. However, while they moved with poise, the new disciples on the first floor stood in shock. "Wow, he actually broke the barrier, incredible. Come on, let us hurry and follow him, perhaps we can get in too." One young man, closest to the second floor, quickly reacted and dashed forward. Yet, with a resounding thud, he was rebounded by the barrier, crashing to the ground. "Sigh, it seems we cannot enter after all." Never mind, the other new disciples sighed in resignation, abandoning their earlier intentions of rushing forward. Intriguing. In a corner of the first floor, an elderly man, sorting through books, observed Ding Chuan and Su Yulu ascending, a contemplative expression gracing his features. "Wow, exhibitionist, I never anticipated you were this formidable." On the second floor of the scripture pavilion, Su Yulu exclaimed with admiration towards Ding Chuan. His earlier display had utterly captivated her. "Enough already, you should focus on what martial arts you intend to cultivate, time is of the essence." Upon reaching the second floor, Ding Chuan released Su Yulu's hand, his expression one of exasperation. He then disregarded Su Yulu and headed straight for the nearest bookshelf. Su Yulu stomped her foot in annoyance, muttering, "It's just a moment of glory, what is so impressive about that?" She then approached a row of shelves marked with the character Soul. Spirit Finger, Demon Suppression Palm, Mountain Shaking Fist. Standing before the shelf labeled Body, Ding Chuan perused the various martial arts techniques, yet none captivated him. Although these techniques were of profound level, Ding Chuan's discerning eye found them lacking. After all, during his time in the Ding clan, profound techniques were as commonplace as cabbages for the family branches to cultivate. Half the time had elapsed. Sigh, at this rate, it seems I have little need for cultivation. Ding Chuan idly flipped through the tomes, a sense of ennui washing over him. Just as his interest waned, he suddenly noticed a tattered scroll in the corner of the bookshelf. Curiosity piqued, he reached out to retrieve it. It seemed to have been untouched for ages, dust coating its surface. This is the 9 Mysteries Battle Heaven Technique? Ding Chuan gently brushed off the dust, revealing the cover of the scroll. As he continued to peruse the pages, his astonishment grew with each line. "So that is how it is. I never imagined it could be utilized in this manner. Hey, exhibitionist, time is running out. What are you still lingering for? Just as Ding Chuan was engrossed in the Nine Mysteries Battle Heaven technique, a voice suddenly called from behind him. Ding Chuan snapped back to reality. Ah. Oh, has so much time really passed? If we don't hurry, we'll be kicked out, and we won't be able to take anything with us. Su Yulu exclaimed, pulling Ding Chuan as they hurried downstairs. When they reached the first floor, Ding Chuan discovered that nearly all the disciples had vanished. Humph, hurry up and leave. At that moment, a steward stood at the entrance of the pavilion, admonishing the two. As they passed by the steward, Su Yulu muttered, "What is so great about it? It's just staying a little longer, what did you say?" The steward frowned, fixing his gaze on Su Yulu. Seeing this, Ding Chuan quickly covered Su Yulu's mouth, fearful she might cause further trouble, and addressed the steward. No, esteemed steward, we shall take our leave now." "Very well, go ahead." Noticing Ding Chuan's respectful demeanor, the stewardess' expression softened slightly. Once they had walked a distance away, Su Yulu forcefully pushed Ding Chuan's hand away. "What was that for? Can't I say a few words?" "Be mindful of your words and the situation." Don't offend anyone. Ding Chuan sighed, exasperated with Su Yulu. "Humph, fine, I won't hold it against you. By the way, what technique did you acquire? Let me take a look." Su Yulu huffed playfully, her curiosity piqued. Ding Chuan remained silent and directly pulled out the tattered scroll, tossing it into Su Yulu's hands. "What is this? The Nine Mysteries Battle Heaven technique. Why is it so worn out?" Su Yulu blinked in surprise. "Why are you not cherishing it?" I took it because I found it suitable, it's no problem." Ding Chuan waved his hand dismissively, then inquired, "By the way, what did you obtain?" "Humph, do you think I would settle for ordinary techniques with my discerning eye?" Dang. With that, Su Yulu produced a pristine blue tome, contrasting starkly with the tattered scroll. "The Azure Sky Soul technique, what do you think, is it not impressive? I must say, this is a ground-level technique. I searched high and low just to find it, Su Yulu beamed, as if holding a treasure. "Well, be sure to cultivate diligently, don't let yourself down." Ding Chuan smiled in response. During his time on the second floor, he had also glimpsed a few ground-level techniques, but he had merely skimmed through them before returning them to the shelf. When selecting martial arts techniques, the most crucial factor is not their rank, but whether they resonate with one's own abilities. The moment Ding Chuan delved into the Nine Mysteries Battle Heaven technique, he found himself unwittingly immersed, indicating that it was indeed the martial art suited for him. As for techniques? With the abyssal body refinement technique at his disposal, he had never even considered other methods. Stop! Just as Ding Chuan and Su Yulu were engaged in light-hearted banter, a furious voice suddenly rang out before them. Su Yulu gasped, pointing ahead, "It's Wang the Fatty." Ding Chuan looked up to see Wang Hongao standing before them. During their casual conversation the previous evening, Su Yulu had mentioned Wang the Fatty's name. At that moment, two disciples, appearing to be in their 20s, stood beside Wang, clearly indicating they were legitimate outer disciples. Chapter 17 of the Rebirth Incident. "I have already learned your name, Ding Chuan, haven't I?" Wang Hongao scoffed coldly, his gloomy gaze fixed on Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan remained remarkably composed. "And what of it?" Initially, Ding Chuan had no desire to stir up trouble or attract unnecessary complications, yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, trouble seemed to gravitate towards him. Thus, he decided not to hold back any longer. "Wang Hongao, what is your purpose in following me?" At that moment, Su Yulu suddenly stepped forward, confronting Wang Hongao with her inquiry. Wang Honggao's expression became complex, tinged with an almost imperceptible pain. Why did Lulu look at me with such disdain? It must be that Ding Chuan, that wretched boy." Without a doubt, with this thought, Wang Honggao's animosity towards Ding Chuan intensified. "Senior brothers, please take care of that Ding Chuan." Wang Hongao instructed the two outer disciples beside him. One disciple nodded slightly, and in the next instant, his figure lunged towards Ding Chuan. "Here it comes." Ding Chuan's demeanor sharpened as he observed the approaching outer disciple, bracing himself for the encounter. Whoosh! A torrent of water erupted suddenly from the disciple's mouth, taking on the semblance of a dragon. Source cultivation. Ding Chuan remained unfazed, adopting a horse stance and striking the rushing water. With a resounding boom, he dispersed the torrent and surged towards the disciple behind it. Bang! Ding Chuan's fist struck the disciple's abdomen with tremendous force. The disciple doubled over in pain, collapsing to his knees, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. I never expected you, a mere new disciple, to possess such terrifying strength, the disciple stammered. The power behind Ding Chuan's punch was indeed formidable. This was partly due to his recent breakthrough to the second stage of the abyssal body refinement technique, refining his organs, an arduous process that harnessed the power of the moon to continuously temper his internal organs until they became indomitable. Haha, you possess some skill. To have defeated Yuan Huan while he was unguarded, it seems you have a measure of strength, remarked another outer disciple with a smile as he approached Ding Chuan. In that case, let me test your abilities. As he spoke, a shadowy figure materialized behind him. Ding Chuan furrowed his brow, gazing at the outer disciple. What is this? Soul cultivation, indeed. This disciple was a rare soul cultivator from the Source Martial continent. It is worth noting that among the practitioners in the Source Martial continent, 70% are source cultivators, while only 20% are soul cultivators. The remaining 10% are body cultivators. The scarcity of body cultivators stems from the arduous nature of their training, which consumes resources nearly 3 times that of source cultivators. Although body cultivators are the strongest within the same realm, soul cultivators can effectively counter them. Body cultivators refine their physical bodies, while soul cultivators cultivate their souls. If a soul cultivator launches a soul attack against a body cultivator, the latter would have no means of resistance. This was precisely why Ding Chuan felt a sense of impending danger. I did not anticipate that you, junior brother Ding Chuan, are a body cultivator. However, this simplifies matters for me, the soul cultivator chuckled, and in the next moment, an invisible attack surged into Ding Chuan's mind. Instantly, Ding Chuan stood frozen in place. Expose the truth. Su Yulu, sensing the dire situation, hurriedly grasped Ding Chuan's hand, shaking him vigorously, yet he remained unresponsive. This is terrible. I never imagined the expose the truth would end up like this. What should I do? Su Yulu exclaimed anxiously, glancing at the soul cultivator not far away, then back at Ding Chuan. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Ding Chuan's dazed state, Wang Honggao's face brightened with glee. Good. However, it wasn't long before his smile faded. The red ring adorning Ding Chuan's hand emitted a barely perceptible glow, and he suddenly regained his senses. How can this be? The soul cultivator's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He clearly sensed that Ding Chuan's soul had undergone no prior cultivation. It should not have recovered so swiftly. It is time to end this. The moment Ding Chuan regained his composure, his gaze locked onto the soul cultivator, and he charged towards him at lightning speed. Now he understood that if he encountered another soul cultivator without sufficient strength, he must strike first. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding echoed as Ding Chuan delivered a powerful kick that sent the soul cultivator flying. After executing this maneuver, Ding Chuan turned his attention to Wang Hongdao, who was less than 5 meters away, and stated coolly, "It is your turn." Wang Hongdao's face was drained of color, replaced by sheer terror. He could hardly fathom how a mere new disciple could consecutively defeat 2 seasoned outer disciples, yet, the reality before him could not be denied, even if he was unwilling to accept it. Will you leave of your own accord, or shall I force you to? Wang Hongdao quaked under Ding Chuan's icy stare. I will leave on my own. At this point, Wang Hongdao dared not provoke Ding Chuan any further, retreating hastily, nearly stumbling in his haste. Wow, expose the truth, you are amazing. You truly are someone I admire. Su Yulu beamed as she skipped over to Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan felt a pang of reluctance to engage with Su Yulu, for it was precisely because of her that he found himself in perilous circumstances. Had it not been for that ring, he would likely have endured a severe beating today. Speaking of which, this ring, Ding Chuan mused, tracing his fingers over the red ring as memories of his recent experiences flooded back. Had it not been for the ring, he and Yuer might well have become lifeless corpses by now. Ding Chuan resolved to study the ring once he returned to his dwelling, as it might yield unexpected insights. He then turned to Su Yulu and said, "The trouble has been resolved, let us take our leave." Afterward, Ding Chuan bid farewell to Su Yulu and proceeded to the small courtyard arranged by the sect. Su Yulu, on the other hand, chose to attend the elders' teachings in the square. Mother, in his room, Ding Chuan removed the ring and gently caressed it. It had been a long time since he had seen his mother. She had vanished when he was about 5 or 6 years old, and his father, Ding Lin, had merely mentioned that she had gone to a distant place. Perhaps his father meant to say that she had passed away. A tear slipped from the corner of Ding Chuan's eye. This ring was left to me by my mother. I never imagined so much time had passed, Ding Chuan spoke to himself. At the moment the tear fell onto the ring, something extraordinary occurred. The ring suddenly levitated, shimmering with vibrant red light. Chapter 18 of The Harvest. What is happening? Ding Chuan rose to his feet, his expression taut with anxiety as he gazed at the ring. The last time such a phenomenon occurred, the mental torment he endured still lingered vividly in his memory. However, this time felt markedly different. As memories surged into Ding Chuan's mind, they were no longer fraught with agony but rather imbued with a gentle warmth. "Sumi Ring, is that your name?" Ding Chuan murmured, and a blood-red greatsword materialized in his hand. The blade was etched with intricate patterns that glimmered under the light of the Sumi Ring. Suddenly, the greatsword transformed into a stream of crimson energy, which flowed into the Sumi Ring. Buzz! The Sumi Ring trembled lightly, and the next moment. Fortunately, Ding Chuan had secured all doors and windows upon returning to his room, otherwise, the appearance of such light would surely have caused quite a stir. Yet, the radiance did not linger long before vanishing, leaving the Sumi Ring resting in Ding Chuan's palm, while the greatsword reverted to its physical form, falling to the ground with a resounding thud. "I see." Ding Chuan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and he spoke softly to himself. The Sumi Ring was not merely a gift from his mother, it was also a storage ring. As for any other functions, he remained uncertain. At the same time, he recognized the name of the blood-red great sword. Duan Tian, the might of a single sword could sever the heavens. Ding Chuan picked up Duan Tian, and a profound sense of kinship resonated from the blade. Perhaps, many more revelations awaited him when he attained greater strength. There's no need to dwell on this for now. At this moment, the priority was cultivation. After redonning the ring, Ding Chuan retrieved the incomplete manuscript he had placed in the scripture pavilion. Earlier, in the pavilion, he had been instantly captivated by the 9-Shin battle technique. He had an inkling that this martial art harmonized exceptionally well with his body refinement method. Remarkably, it is of the 9th rank of the earth level. At this moment, Ding Chuan noticed an exceedingly faint inscription in the lower right corner of the cover. The 9th rank of the earth level, even in its incomplete form, it had already reached the pinnacle of the earth level, drawing ever closer to the celestial level. In the realm of martial arts on the source martial continent, techniques were classified into 4 major tiers, each containing 9 subranks. The 4 major tiers were celestial, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The subranks ranged from 1 to 9. In certain respects, they corresponded to the grades of innate talent. The yellow tier was the lowest, while the celestial tier stood at the pinnacle. Among the subranks, 1 was the lowest, and 9 the highest. To Ding Chuan, the yellow, mysterious, and earth tiers seemed rather commonplace. During his time in the Ding clan, the mysterious tier was as abundant as cabbages, and low-ranking earth tier techniques were frequently encountered. As for mid-tier and high-tier techniques, only the main lineage of the Ding clan could cultivate them. As for the celestial tier, even as the eldest son of the Ding clan, Ding Chuan had never laid eyes upon it. The Ding clan possessed celestial tier techniques, but only his grandfather, Ding Lu, the strongest individual in the entire Ding clan, could practice them. Thus, it was easy to imagine how astonished Ding Chuan was upon discovering the 9th rank of the earth level. I wonder what grade the underworld body refinement technique belongs to. Ding Chuan suddenly recalled the technique he was cultivating, murmuring to himself. The ability to transform him, a once dilapidated individual with a shattered dantian, into a practitioner capable of effortlessly contending with a master-level opponent in merely a few months surely indicated that its grade was no lower than the celestial level. At the very least, it was at the 9th rank of the earth level. Time swiftly passed, and a full month had gone by. Ding Chuan's life remained largely unchanged compared to his time on the 100 Beasts Mountain. He practiced under the moonlight at night, and during the day, he either attended lectures from the elders in the square or practiced the 9-Shin battle technique independently. Under the sun's rays, Ding Chuan's skin visibly transformed, becoming translucent and radiant. Clearly, this was the result of his body refinement. During this period, perhaps due to the deterrent effect of his burgeoning strength, the rotund Wanghongao had not troubled Ding Chuan again. Conversely, Su Yulu seemed to have subdued her mischievousness, focusing intently on her cultivation. After all, if she failed the sex assessment, she would be sent back to Wanxiang City by the Xianqing sect. At that time, both Su Yulu and her father, Su Shanhai, would be thoroughly embarrassed. On one particular morning, the sound of bells echoed once more. Dawn, dawn, dawn. The assessment for new disciples of the Xianqing sect was about to commence. The square was once again filled to capacity, and Elder Mo's figure reappeared on the platform. However, this time, Elder Mo stood off to the side rather than in the forefront. Occupying the central position was a middle-aged man, whose countenance exuded an air of authority, radiating a subtle yet palpable presence that suggested he was far from ordinary. Any new disciple who frequently roamed the sect would recognize the man's likeness hanging in a corner of the sect's grand hall. He was none other than the vice-sect master of the Xinqing sect, Wan Jidian. Beside Wan Jidian stood Elder Mo, along with 3 other elderly figures, presumably of elder rank. In addition, there were more than a dozen stewards stationed at various corners of the square. "Is everyone present?" Wan Jidian spoke in a calm yet commanding tone, which, despite lacking any particular emphasis, still conveyed a sense of pressure. "Vice-sect master, everyone is accounted for," replied an elder standing beside Wan Jidian. Although this batch of youngsters is somewhat larger in number, their quality leaves much to be desired. "Only 4 possess talents that reach the earth level," Wan Jidian remarked, his tone hinting at dissatisfaction. He continued, "Nevertheless, let it be, resources can be allocated to these few earth-level prodigies without expending efforts on the others." At this juncture, an elder addressed Wan Jidian, saying, "Vice-sect master, I heard from Steward Jean that he has recruited an extraordinary genius in Wanxiang City. This young man has awakened 3 cultivation systems and even defeated an outer sect disciple." "Oh? What is his talent?" Clearly, the elder's words piqued Wan Jidian's interest. The elder hesitated momentarily, then awkwardly replied, "As for his talent, there is none." "None?" Wan Jidian's brow furrowed slightly. "Yes, indeed, there is none. Not even yellow-tier talent. It is unclear whether it was not detected or for some other reason." The elder nodded. "Oh, if that is the case, let us observe him for now. Perhaps he is merely a waste." Wan Jidian turned away, no longer regarding the elder, his gaze shifting to the disciples in the square, and then he declared, "The sect assessment begins now." Wan Jidian's voice was not loud, yet it reverberated powerfully in the minds of every new disciple. Some of the less resolute souls nearly faltered at the sound. In the next moment, Wan Jidian unleashed his formidable might, causing the entire square to whirl in a cosmic dance. Chapter 19, The Arena of Martial Arts, Part 1. Suddenly, the air was filled with the incantations of Wan Jitian. The entire venue transformed as if it were a mirage from a mystical realm. The ground of the plaza erupted in explosive upheavals, revealing a breathtaking scene of majestic mountains and flowing waters, with waterfalls cascading as if descending from the heavens. As the ground trembled, some disciples struggled to maintain their balance, swaying precariously. "This generation is truly inferior to the last," Wan Jitian remarked with a stoic expression. Su Yilu, equally unsteady, clutched tightly onto Ding Chuan's clothing. "What a show-off! What kind of sorcery is he employing?" "I have no idea, but this ability to manipulate time and space must at least involve dual cultivation of the soul," Ding Chuan replied, barely managing to stand firm thanks to his physical training. Wan Jitian took a step forward and declared, "Now, Elder Mo will announce the rules for the upcoming examination. Attention, disciples of the Shenyan Xing sect. This assessment consists of 3 stages. The first stage requires defeating the puppet from the Lin sect's secret realm, presided over by yours truly. The second stage, determination, is designed to test the mental fortitude of all disciples, overseen by our vice-sect leader, Wan Jitian. The third stage pertains to the sect's secret realm. This realm exists within the mirage of the mystical world, teeming with demonic beasts. For the safety of our disciples, only the low-tier beast zone is open. To qualify, one must slay enough beasts to accumulate a total of 100 points. The first 2 individuals to achieve this will receive special rewards, as evaluated by Elder Yuan. Alright, let the examination commence. All disciples, follow me." After navigating around the waterfall, they proceeded directly towards a towering wall. "I thought all that effort was to create a massive waterfall for fishing, but it turns out to be mere decoration," Su Yilu scoffed. "Are you feeling anxious, my dear? If it's too overwhelming, perhaps you should withdraw," Ding Chuan said with a smile. "You two must refrain from chatter. This is the Lin sect's secret realm," Elder Mo admonished, his eyelids lowered. Unbeknownst to them, a stout figure lurked in the corner, glaring at them with malice. "Wang Honggao. Ding Chuan, if you have me, I have you. Today, I shall ensure your demise," he muttered under his breath. With a flick of his staff, Elder Mo opened the door to the Lin sect's secret realm. The disciples peered inside, only to be met with an abyss of darkness, punctuated by eerie, intermittent sounds. "Ugh, I have goosebumps. Pray tell, Elder, what peculiar tricks lie within? Is there a manual for us to peruse?" inquired a robust, dark-skinned youth, Xin Qi. "Inside lies your first examination." The strange noises originate from a mechanical puppet known as the puppet, designed by our ancestors. This puppet is equipped with numerous traps and mechanisms. A moment's carelessness could lead to your defeat or worse, your demise. I urge everyone to proceed with caution. "Alright, one by one, enter," Elder Mo instructed. Elder, isn't there only one puppet? Why don't we all go in together to fight it? Ding Chuan suggested, stepping forward. Elder Mo chuckled softly. You will understand once you enter. I wish you all good fortune and hope you do not get eliminated too quickly. Ding Chuan, are you scared? If you are, hold my hand. Su Yulu's voice trembled. I say, my lady, there's no need to be so anxious. Once we enter, we'll stick together. With me around, there's nothing to fear. Just don't be a hindrance, he replied as he prepared to step into the secret realm. Just then, Elder Mo's voice echoed in his ears. Defeating the puppet together does not count. Farewell then. With that, Ding Chuan, as soon as he crossed the threshold, a powerful gust of energy pulled Ding Chuan deeper into the secret realm, as if he were ensnared in an endless chaos. Suddenly, 3 cold beams of light flashed from the depths ahead. Ding Chuan focused intently, exclaiming, how treacherous, as 3 long needles hurtled toward him. He steadied himself, ready to employ the 9 Xian Battle Heaven technique, utilizing the mixed sun body defense, a beginner's mastery in physical cultivation, which would harden his muscles for 3 seconds of indomitable defense. Body dominance art, he shouted, but his body remained unresponsive. The technique had failed. Ding Chuan was momentarily stunned. As the silver needles approached, he closed his eyes and lunged forward. Upon opening them, he found himself in a wide clearing, with the silver needles embedded in his abdomen, precisely at the lower dantian. Before he could contemplate further, a second wave of attack ensued. 2 ironclad puppet hands lunged at him, and as one drew near, it unleashed a torrent of flames. At that moment, Ding Chuan executed a well-practiced maneuver, deftly avoiding the flames with a swift spin, and struck downward with a leg like a blade, severing the fiery hand. Come now, let us see what other tricks you have, he taunted. At that moment, a gigantic ironwood puppet emerged from the shadows, its chest suddenly opened, releasing countless silver needles accompanied by nearly invisible silver threads, yet none were aimed at Ding Chuan. Confused, he surveyed his surroundings, refusing to underestimate the situation. Suddenly, a thicker silver needle shot toward him, more akin to a dagger than a needle. He narrowly dodged, watching it embed itself into the ground. With that level of accuracy, perhaps you should tidy up before attempting this examination again, Ding Chuan declared triumphantly. The colossal puppet emitted a sinister kikik sound, its body trembling. The previously released silver needles and threads converged into a massive net that descended from above. Realizing the impending danger, Ding Chuan shouted in alarm as the net rapidly constricted around him, rendering him immobile. The earlier silver blade had merely marked his position for the oncoming assault. He had been careless. As another hand, exuding icy coldness, lunged toward him, Ding Chuan found himself powerless to retaliate. Even if his body dominance technique had worked, it would be futile now. His only hope lay within his ring, yet the net continued to tighten. At this rate, he would either freeze solid or be reduced to a pulp. Ring, oh ring, grant me your aid. At that critical moment, a beam of white light pierced through, vanquishing the silver needles and severing the threads, manifesting as an arm that seized the fallen blade from the ground. It advanced swiftly, leaping before the puppet and, mid-air, turned the blade downward, cleaving through the puppet's head. With a resounding crash, the puppet collapsed, and the white light dissipated. Ding Chuan stood frozen in place. Who has aided me, he pondered, lost in thought. As the illusionary realm faded, a great door opened before him, sunlight streaming in and blinding him momentarily. Outside the examination area, Wang Jitian turned to Elder Mo and inquired, how many disciples have emerged thus far? 5 have been eliminated, 17 have succeeded, and 3 remain inside. And who are those 3? From my perspective, they should forfeit. Having taken so long, they are likely to be eliminated. Even if they manage to scrape by, the subsequent stages will be increasingly arduous, Wang Jitian remarked coldly. Su Yulu, Ding Chuan, and Qin Shi, Elder Mo replied. Chapter 20 of the Martial Arena, Part 2. Oh, these 3 are indeed celebrities, and isn't one of them the genius from Wanchang City that you mentioned? Wang Jitian remarked. He, as the deputy sect master said, all 3 are notable figures. As for him, perhaps he simply underperformed. Let us wait and see, Elder Mo replied with a tranquil demeanor. Then I shall defer to Elder Mo. The 2 fell silent. With a resounding bang, the young man kicked open the grand door. Out came old Qin, laughing heartily. Qin Shi emerged, clad in tattered rags, swaying unsteadily as he stepped out. 2 of his close disciples rushed forward, asking, what happened, young Master Qin, did you falter? What nonsense! I defeated 2 opponents at once, Qin Shi said, rubbing his nose as he glanced at Wang Jitian. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Defeating one is already quite a challenge. How could one possibly defeat 2 at once? Elder Mo, perhaps you could send an attendant to investigate, Wang Jitian suggested, his brow furrowed in disbelief at the familiar yet alien youth before him. Hey, let me tell you something. When I entered, it felt like we were being drawn inside. It was so dark that I opened my moon eye, and suddenly I spotted a shadowy figure. I grabbed it, thinking it was one of our companions, hoping for some backup, only to realize it was a colossal puppet. Qin Shi animatedly recounted his experience. They have emerged. The last two have come out. The crowd rose to look at the doorway. Su Yulu and Ding Chuan stood in the entrance. How infuriating that they managed to come out, Wang Honggao said with a scowl, beckoning two of his lackeys and whispering wickedly to them, a sinister smile gracing his face. Well, now we have 20 who have passed the first round of the examination. In half an hour, follow the deputy sect master to the next testing location. Humph, I don't wish to speak with you anymore. You left me behind just like that, Su Yulu fumed, jumping up in anger as she viciously pinched Ding Chuan's arm. All right, my lady, let us take a moment to rest. Who knows how the deputy sect master will torment us next, Ding Chuan said, rubbing his arm. Aren't you quite impressive? Why did you come out last? Su Yulu asked, her face displaying displeasure. Well, after defeating my puppet, I went to find you. What? You were looking for me, I didn't see you at all, she said, astonished as she gazed at Ding Chuan. Only those who succeed in their challenges can traverse the boundaries within the secret realm. I searched for you for quite some time. I thought, if you were in danger, I would rush to your aid. If worst comes to worst, I could be eliminated and try again next year, Ding Chuan said, gazing up at the sky. Su Yulu was momentarily touched, wanting to lean on Ding Chuan's shoulder. After all, there's only one old companion like you, Ding Chuan said seriously after a brief pause. Get lost. Su Yulu exclaimed, slapping the back of Ding Chuan's head with force. Why are you so fickle? Ding Chuan curled up, protecting his head, while Su Yulu looked on with amusement. A commotion arose ahead. It was the deputy sect master arriving, ready to commence the next round. Wang Jitian stood atop a high peak, clad in white, holding a feather fan, his gaze lowered upon the gathered disciples. He tossed the fan into the sky, forming hand seals. The sky transformed from midday to dusk, then from a fiery sunset to a starlit night. The twinkling stars gradually morphed into a flowing river of stars that descended towards the plaza, ultimately forming a celestial thoroughfare that hung over the square. The disciples gasped, how astonishing! The heavens and earth have shifted, the stars have realigned, Su Yulu remarked from a distance, tugging at Ding Chuan's sleeve as she asked, do you have any exquisite verses to describe this? Impressive, Ding Chuan replied after a moment's silence. The disciples seated themselves cross-legged in the open plaza, and the flowing river of stars formed a massive dome that descended upon them. The second round of the examination begins. From the vast dome, brilliant specks began to rain down, and before long, all seated disciples succumbed to slumber. Is the show about to commence? A middle-aged man in extravagant attire said, standing beside Elder Mo. Ah, my apologies, I didn't see Princess Wang arrive. I failed to extend a proper welcome, Elder Mo said, turning to recognize Wang Honggao's father. Changlin, we are old friends, there is no need for such formality, the princess replied with a smile. You must be here to see my nephew. Honggao is exceptionally talented and has mastered the orthodox source cultivation. He is destined to be an extraordinary talent, Elder Mo praised. Good materials require skilled craftsmen, I shall rely on you more in the future, Changlin. With that, he discreetly slipped a bulging pouch of spirit stones into Elder Mo's pocket. There is one more matter that requires your attention, Changlin. Please, speak freely, Elder Mo said, weighing the spirit stones in his hand. The princess then recounted how Ding Chuan had stolen Wang Honggao's affections and how he had defeated him. How outrageous, I know what to do, Elder Mo said, turning and disappearing into the crowd. At this moment, within the vast dome, 2 or 3 individuals could no longer withstand the pressure, some wept, others laughed maniacally, and some were gripped by sheer terror. The second round tested their willpower, as Wang Jitian projected his consciousness through the dome, forcing each individual to confront their deepest fears. Ah, I can't take it anymore, one disciple cried out, leaping to his feet and sprinting away, ultimately succumbing to the pain in his head and knocking himself unconscious, blood streaming from his fallen form. Ding Chuan's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, his brows furrowed tightly. His nightmares consisted of his mother, his sister, and the punishment he endured during his wrongful accusations. In his dreams, he lingered in the realm of his greatest fears, his dantian repeatedly shattered, the malevolent visage imprinted on his face. His limbs felt as if they were being mercilessly severed, leaving him in indescribable agony, yearning for death yet unable to attain it. At this juncture, Wang Jitian intensified his mental pressure. This is the final test of willpower. Let us see how many of you can endure. With the added mental force, 2 more disciples succumbed. One knelt there, sobbing uncontrollably, while the other stood, mouth agape, wide-eyed, tears and saliva streaming down their face in a wretched display, as though their very souls had been stolen. Ding Chuan's mental state approached its breaking point, on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, he found himself confronted by yet another source of anguish: his mother. Ah! As memory surged in like a tempest, Ding Chuan cried out. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth, his expression contorted and breathless. A single thought echoed relentlessly in his mind: give up, Ding Chuan, some are destined to be mere ants, there is no need to struggle excessively. At that moment, a flash of crimson light burst forth from Ding Chuan's ring. Wang Jitian's eyes widened in surprise as he abruptly halted his incantation, his brow furrowing as he gazed down at Ding Chuan. Chapter 21 of the Martial Arena, Part 2. The disciples gradually emerged from the chaos, and Ding Chuan wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve, gasping for breath. Turning his head, he caught Su Yulu's gaze. Coincidentally, she was looking back at him, and they exchanged a brief wave, acknowledging each other amidst the throng of people. With great effort, Ding Chuan forced a smile, remaining silent. The vice sect master is still in peak condition, Elder Mo remarked, stroking his beard as he approached. I can no longer compare to my former self, Wang Jitian replied, weariness evident on his face. Rather than saying the vice sect master's strength has diminished, it would be more accurate to say he is now more discerning of talent. How rare it is to have passed the mental force trial under the vice sect master's guidance back in the day, Elder Mo continued. Indeed, the past 2 years have seen a dearth of talent, Wang Jitian lamented, seating himself on the ground to meditate, aware that he had expended a considerable amount of energy during the previous trial. I shall not disturb the vice sect master's meditation, Elder Mo said, turning to leave. Have there been any updates regarding the secret realm that Elder Mo was examining earlier? Wang Jitian inquired, his tone languid. Ah, how careless of me. There has indeed been a development. Qin Shi has shattered 2 puppets, Elder Mo responded. Oh, how were the 2 puppets destroyed? By using their own strengths against them. One puppet was incinerated by flames, while the other was ensnared by spider silk, frozen, and then shattered. Excellent. Truly, heroes emerge from youth, Wang Jitian remarked, a rare smile gracing his lips. Moreover, I must mention that during the recent inspection, it is customary for disciples to either pierce the heads of the puppets or trap them with their own spells. However, 1 puppet was cleaved from head to tail, a most extraordinary sight. Oh, such a peculiar occurrence. Surely, none who entered the secret realm were armed. Who was responsible for slaying that puppet? Wang Jitian raised an eyebrow. Responding to the vice sect master, it was the body cultivator, Ding Chuan, who delivered the blow. This young man is indeed exceptional. We shall observe him further, Wang Jitian remarked, his attitude towards Ding Chuan noticeably shifting. All disciples participating in the 3rd trial, this stage will adopt a team of 3 format, with the last group to be eliminated. You have half an hour to form your teams before entering the sect's secret realm with Elder Yuan, the announcement rang out. What, free formation? Ding Chuan thought, having just awakened from a nightmare, only to plunge into another abyss. Without needing to think, he knew Su Yulu would undoubtedly be one of his teammates. Ding brother, I wish to form a team with you, may I know your thoughts? It was none other than Qin Shi, who had just triumphed against 2 opponents. Ding Chuan was taken aback, expecting Su Yulu to approach him first to propose an alliance. He replied, sure, brother Qin, I was just thinking of joining forces with you to engage in a thrilling battle within the sect's secret realm. And what of the 3rd member? I have a young lady in mind who would accompany us, Ding Chuan said, rising to lead Qin Shi through the crowd in search of Su Yulu. Hey, where are you rushing off to, you exhibitionist? Su Yulu exclaimed, pulling Ding Chuan back from the throng. Exhibitionist? Brother Ding, you have a rather grandiose nickname, Qin Shi chuckled. Brother Qin, please forgive my companion, this lady is Su Yulu, my old acquaintance, a soul cultivator of considerable talent, Ding Chuan introduced. Before he could finish, Su Yulu smacked the back of Ding Chuan's head. Wow, so, Su the heroine is a soul cultivator. No wonder you found the 2nd trial easy, Qin Shi said, scratching his head sheepishly. This is Qin Shi, a young hero celebrated for his recent performance in the 1st trial. I haven't yet inquired about your cultivation path, brother Qin, Ding Chuan added. I am a source cultivator with a body cultivator, a soul cultivator, and a source cultivator among us, we should have no trouble at all. Thus, the wheels of fate began to turn, and the 3 commenced their journey of cultivation. Come, gather here and stand in 3 rows, the instructor called. Once the disciples were arranged, their eyes were met with an array of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, a dazzling spectacle. This is excessive, even thunderbolts, one disciple in the front row remarked. Very well, we shall now select our weapons. Each pair may choose only one. What shall we use, Xiao Chuan? Su Yulu asked, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed the myriad of weapons. Must you address me so casually, miss? You possess body techniques, and Miss Su has soul techniques. I shall choose a spear, she suggested earnestly. I don't quite understand your meaning, Ding Chuan admitted, puzzled. We'll hide in the bushes, Miss Su will restrain the opponent, you'll kick them up, and I will strike with the spear. Wouldn't that be splendid? Shi explained, raising his brows at Ding Chuan and Su Yulu. A sense of foreboding washed over Ding Chuan. Brother Qin, I think I want to jump ship. Ding brother, you worry too much. Allow me to demonstrate a set of ancestral spear techniques for you, the Overlord Spear. With that, he took Ding Chuan by one arm and Su Yulu by the other, leading them to select the red-silver spear. Once you have selected your weapons, follow me into the secret realm. The entrance is the waterfall transformed by the Vice Sect Master. This waterfall is called the Refinement Pool. Those who pass through will regain their strength and cultivation. Let us prepare to begin. As Elder Yuan's words faded, 6 teams charged into the waterfall without a backward glance. Upon entering the secret realm, they were greeted by towering vegetation and a sky filled with various beasts, while countless crawling monsters roamed the ground. The 6 teams dared not utter a sound, fearful of disturbing the creatures around them. Who? Which team? Which scoundrel just farted? Damn it, we're being watched. Sigh, the beasts think it's mealtime. In the darkness, where visibility was nearly non-existent, insults erupted among the disciples. Since we are here, we might as well embrace it. Let us test our prowess, declared one team, brandishing their axes as they charged forward. Scatter, everyone scatter, a bone transformation dragon is attacking. Ding Chuan shouted, spotting a massive dragon diving downwards. Ding Chuan steadied himself, pulling Su Yulu along as they dashed into the forest, shouting, Brother Qin, use the Overlord Spear against it. In a flash, Shi thrust his spear into a massive boulder, leaping several meters into the air, heading straight towards Ding Chuan and Su Yulu, and at its current speed, it would reach the forest before them. Once they regrouped, Ding Chuan panted, Brother Qin, what was that move just now? Balance, applying pressure on one side must strike hard, the leverage principle escape is paramount, he replied. And what of the invincible Overlord Spear you spoke of before entering the cave? Su Yulu asked, looking at him helplessly. The Overlord Spear is indeed reliable, but escaping offers better value. We have no need to engage in battle with a creature like the Bone Transformation Dragon. A skirmish with minor beasts is sufficient, she said sheepishly. Ding Chuan and Su Yulu could only shake their heads in disbelief. Suddenly, they heard a hissing sound, and turning around, they exclaimed in unison, an 8-foot python. They beheld the serpent, its crimson tongue flicking, its gaping maw emanating a stench as it lunged toward Ding Chuan, only to unexpectedly coil around Su Yulu. Shi thrust his spear toward the massive python, but the creature's scales, as tough as steel, deflected the blow. As the beast tightened its grip, Ding Chuan took a step forward, twisting his waist to launch himself at the python. Chapter 22 Shadow of the Radiant Moon. Ding Chuan delivered a powerful flying kick that struck the giant python squarely in its eye socket, causing the creature to recoil in pain and slither backward. Brother Ding, strike at the weak point. Allow me to take over, Shi interjected, brandishing his spear before him. A brilliant light emanated from his chest to his abdomen, cascading down his shoulder and into his gripping hand. Source energy, mountain toppling style. Ha! As Shi leaped, his silver spear surged forth like an unstoppable torrent, its tip darting unpredictably as the giant python twisted its head to evade. Positioning himself precisely at the python's critical point, he suddenly contorted his body, and the silver spear lashed out like a whip, landing a heavy blow. Amidst the flickering shadows, Shi landed gracefully, while the giant python swayed a few times before collapsing lifelessly. The two rushed forward to assist the semi-conscious Su Yulu. Lulu, how are you? Ding Chuan exclaimed anxiously. I'm all right, thank you both. Let us retreat behind that massive stone so I can recover my soul energy, Su Yulu replied weakly. With that, the two supported her as they hurried towards the boulder. It's about time we took action, my brothers. I just witnessed their team suffer a heavy blow, Wang Hongao remarked coldly, shaking the blood from his blade. We shall follow your command, young Master Wang, the two soul cultivators in black attired responded respectfully. Humph, soul-conquering body. I intend to ensure Ding Chuan has no place to bury his remains, he added before the trio dashed toward the stone. How is your recovery progressing? Shi inquired while observing the situation outside the boulder. Nearly there, Su Yulu replied, adjusting her attire. The situation appears dire. Most of the lesser beasts have been dealt with, Ding Chuan noted as he peered outside. Old friend, please use your perception to identify where more minor beasts might be, we shall strike swiftly. As the soul cultivator's mastery lies in perception, Su Yulu focused her energy, chanting, Azure Sky Soul Technique, all things concealed. With the incantation completed, an invisible net spread outwards, reporting back the size, attack power, and vitality of the low-tier beasts. In the bamboo grove to the south, we should head there. It seems some small herbivorous and floral beasts remain. Excellent, let us go, Ding Chuan and Qin Shi replied in unison. Just as the three prepared to rise, Wang Honggao's voice rang out, where do you three think you are running off to? Wang Fatty, what is your intention? I command you to roll as far away as you can. Su Yulu stood defiantly before them. Lulu, I've thought it over, since you look down upon me so much, I shall cease my relentless pursuit. However, what I cannot have, neither shall anyone else. I see you Haven T had enough of a beating, you gluttonous fool, Ding Chuan retorted, stepping protectively in front of Su Yulu. You can still talk tough now, but I wonder if a body cultivator like you can withstand 2 Earth-tier soul cultivators, Wang Honggao shot back, his cheeks quivering in anger. Earth-tier soul cultivators? Brother Ding, this is somewhat troublesome, Qin Shi noted, spitting on his hand as he tightened his grip on the silver spear. Brother Qin, we are strangers, with no past grievances or present enmities. You can leave now, Wang Honggao replied bluntly. Brother Wang is truly adept at negotiation that if you let me leave, I will, however, I have no idea how to roll since I have been fighting since I was born. Enough of this chatter, let's battle. Very well, Qin Shi, today, we shall settle our score. Wang Honggao commanded, and the two surged forward, creating afterimages. They pushed Ding Chuan and Qin Shi into retreat. The two began to form seals and chant spells, summoning 2 skeletal dragons that dove from the skies. Damn, you treacherous, despicable scoundrels! Qin Shi shouted as he defended against their onslaught with his silver spear. The battle escalated into a fierce stalemate. If it were a 2-on-2 fight, there might have been a chance, but they had to defend not only against the 2 attackers but also against aerial assaults of fire and ice. The 2 black-clad men, drawing closer, exchanged glances and formed a palm seal. Interrupt them, quickly! Su Yulu cried from a distance. However, it was too late. She recognized the formation. This was a high-level Earth-grade technique of soul cultivators, 4 elements boundless technique, capable of commanding nearby beasts to launch frenzied attacks with near-limitless stamina. After several exchanges, Ding Chuan and Qin Shi, back-to-back, gasped for breath, sweat pouring down their faces. I told you, even if the Overlord spear is formidable, escaping is far more pragmatic, Ding Chuan remarked while wiping his brow. Brother Qin, can we not joke at such a time? Ding Chuan replied helplessly. Suddenly, Qin Shi turned to Ding Chuan, saying, Brother Ding, it is an honor to fight alongside you. I shall unleash my ultimate move shortly. When the white light flashes, you must swiftly take Miss Su away. Brother Qin, you? Ding Chuan began, but before he could finish, Qin Shi bellowed, Source Sect Technique, Dragon's Roar. Gripping his spear tightly, a gust of wind swirled at his feet as his gaze sharpened. First style. Wind Roar. Second style, Fire Roar. Third style, Thunder Roar. Fourth style, Lightning Roar. Ding Chuan watched in awe as 4 afterimages emerged from Qin Shi's essence, standing in the directions of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. This is Brother Qin's source sect. Ding Chuan marveled. Before he could finish his thought, Qin Shi shouted, Dragon's Roar. Suddenly, 4 beams of different colors burst forth, each afterimage wielding the corresponding attribute as they danced through the air, silver spears poised for attack. Ding Chuan attempted to assist but found himself unable to approach. Mere parlor tricks, the 2 black-clad men said, arranging themselves into a crane formation. No matter how powerful your dragon is, it is but an insect before my earth-tier crane's cry. A more potent 7-colored light shot forth from behind the 2 men, shining as brightly as midday. When everyone regained their composure, they found Qin Shi lying motionless on the ground. Brother Qin, are you all right? Ding Chuan called as he rushed toward Qin Shi, yet, before he could reach him, the 2 men leaped forward to block his path. Do not rush. It will soon be your turn, you pathetic fool. I will send you on your way one by one, one of them chuckled. Big brother, what technique should we use to send him off? The other asked with keen interest, gazing at Ding Chuan. To deal with him, do not underestimate body cultivators. We must ensure a one-hit kill. You control the beasts for an aerial assault while I use soul return technique to take his life when he is unprepared. Attack! Beasts from all directions charged at Ding Chuan as the black-clad man formed seals, slowly reciting the incantation. Ding Chuan! Su Yulu cried out tearfully. Had it not been for her, he would not have found himself in this predicament. At this stage, you still think of your old acquaintance, kneel and beg me for mercy, and perhaps I, the young master, will show some compassion and spare his life, Wang Hongao sneered viciously. Very well, Wang Hongao. I, Su Yulu, plead with you to spare Ding Chuan. I will be with you. Su Yulu closed her eyes, clenching her fists. Ha ha ha, Wang Honggao's laughter echoed, but before it could fade, a sudden explosive sound reverberated in their ears. All eyes turned to Ding Chuan, who was glowing with a strange red light emanating from a ring on his hand, while a white light slowly materialized behind him, taking the form of a demon, a martial deity, a celestial being. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a spirit of the underworld wielding a red long blade. The spirit of the underworld lowered its gaze upon the crowd, resembling a divine warrior surveying a throng of ants awaiting slaughter. Shadow of the radiant moon. The final word, shadow, was cried out in despair and helplessness. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is the threshold of martial sovereign and martial king. How can a mere novice disciple possess such power? Chapter 23 Accusation. Before them stood Sol Ming, wielding the Duantian greatsword conjured by the Shumi ring. It swung in all directions, releasing sword energy that shattered any beast that dared to approach. Sol Ming lowered its gaze upon the two men clad in black before it. Ding Chuan, with vacant eyes, also regarded the pair. They knelt, banging their heads against the ground, wailing, "We were bribed by Wang Hongao, we are outer disciples, not members of this sect. Please spare us, great sir, please spare us." At this moment, Ding Chuan, devoid of consciousness, pointed at Sol Ming and commanded, "Kill them." Sol Ming detached itself from Ding Chuan's back and surged like the wind towards the two men. The Duantian sword was poised just inches from them. Stop! The one who called out was none other than Ding Chuan, the master of Sol Ming. The blade was merely a hair's breadth from the two black-clad men, who had fallen silent, their expressions frozen in terror, tears and snot streaming down their faces. In their final moments, they likely regretted accepting Wang Fatty's offer, even wishing they had never drawn breath. Ding Chuan had only just activated the passive skill of Sol Ming. Upon separating from its host, his consciousness returned. As it was a newly triggered ability, he had yet to reach the realm of unity between man and soul, otherwise, the two would have met their end at Sol Ming's hands today. Ding Chuan turned to Wang Hongao, saying, "You harmed my brother and threatened my woman, we need to settle this account, you fat fool." "Sir, please, I beg you, I promise I won't disturb you again." Wang Hongao sobbed. "Lulu, please intercede for me. I was wrong this time, it won't happen again." He turned to Su Yulu, seeking her support as Ding Chuan remained silent. "Ding Chuan, let it go this once, please." Su Yulu urged as she approached him. "I may spare him, but I shall leave an imprint on his dreams." Sol Ming suddenly descended before Ding Chuan and Wang Hongao, its eyes glowing red as it unleashed a beam towards Wang Hongao. "Ah," was Wang Honggao's last cry before unconsciousness claimed him. "What has happened to him?" "You didn't kill him, did you? Killing him wouldn't matter, but his father would surely make things difficult." Su Yulu tilted her head, gazing at Ding Chuan. "Do you have violent tendencies?" "One cannot simply kill at will. I merely instructed Sol Ming to sow a passive triggered skill within him." "What skill?" "Whenever he thinks of harming us, he will undoubtedly suffer nightmares that night. Sol Ming will visit him in his dreams," Ding Chuan replied with a mischievous grin. "Oh dear, we've forgotten Brother Qin. Let us go assist him." Ding Chuan pulled Su Yulu along. "Alas, Brother Qin sustained several internal injuries while protecting us. Fortunately, he bears no external wounds." "Is it possible?" Ding Chuan followed her gaze. "Indeed, it must have been from when your Sol Ming unleashed its power." Su Yulu covered her face as she spoke. "Ah, Lulu, one cannot speak thus. A man of honor venturing into the world must endure a few wounds." Ding Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "Enough chatter. Quickly staunch the bleeding, it seems to be less forceful than before." After more than half an hour, Qin Shi gradually regained consciousness. "Brother Ding, Miss Su, where are we?" "We are still within the third trial. Once you awaken, we shall exit," Ding Chuan replied. "All right, but what transpired? You two must explain how we escaped." "Rest a bit more and drink some water. Once we are outside and you've recovered, we can discuss it at leisure." Su Yulu handed him her water flask. "I now announce the results of the competition. First place goes to Ding Chuan, Su Yulu, and Qin Shi, with a reward of 200 points. Second place, third place, I refuse to accept this, the first-place team relied on the power of monsters to achieve their victory. Wang Honggao limped out from the distance, supported by Elder Mo. "What is the meaning of this, Elder Mo?" Wan Jitian inquired. According to Wang Honggao, Ding Chuan unleashed a massacre within the secret realm, activating the Soul Ming ultimate skill, slaughtering the beasts within, and injuring 2 disciples who attempted to intervene. "Those disciples have yet to awaken," Elder Mo explained. "I lost control of the situation and attempted to flee the secret realm, but Ding Chuan discovered me, and a beam of white light rendered me unconscious." Wang Honggao gestured as he spoke. "Indeed, that was the case. I witnessed Wang Honggao struck down," Elder Mo confirmed, exchanging glances with Wang Honggao. "Wait, are you two merely jesting? This is sheer nonsense." Qin Shi interjected, stepping forward defiantly. "How dare you speak to the elder in such a manner?" Wan Jitian retorted, flicking his sleeve, causing a gust of wind that sent Qin Shi stumbling backward. "Old Deng. Your future actions will determine your fate. And you fat fool, if you do not have nightmares tonight, I will change my surname." Ding Chuan seethed inwardly. "Vice Sect Master Wan, they are slandering us. They were the ones who sought out 2 high-level soul cultivators to take our lives, and only then did we retaliate," Su Yulu pointed accusingly at Wang Honggao. "Enough, I hereby revoke your first-place status. A thorough investigation will follow, and you shall receive an explanation." Wan Jitian waved his hand dismissively. "Bah, I care not for your first or second place, with your paltry points and meager spirit stones, even my grosser surpasses you." Su Yulu huffed, hands on her hips, refusing to back down. Ding Chuan and Qin Shi tugged at her, aware of her status as the Lord's daughter, and Wan Jitian hesitated to speak further. "Attention, disciples, the examination has concluded. Rest well tonight, and tomorrow morning, gather at the Wuji Temple for selection by the elders." A night passed in silence, and as dawn broke, a chilling cry pierced the air. "Help me! Save me, ah! The cries were abruptly silenced. Ding Chuan merely shifted positions, returning to sleep, muttering, "That fat fool got what he deserved." Indeed, the one in torment was Wang Fatty. Each time he closed his eyes, nightmares assailed him, and after enduring until dawn, he finally succumbed to brief slumber, one that cost him dearly. "At last, I can sleep soundly." The night was truly unbearable, the disciples in the same quarters remarked. Who knows what kind of nightmare he experienced? "Rise and shine, disciples, quickly tidy up and proceed to Wuji Temple." Ding Chuan had already risen and completed his preparations. After these recent battles, it feels as though my internal energy is gradually recovering. If my dantian can restore itself, that would be splendid. The transformation throughout my body, from meridians to muscles, is indeed profound, and most importantly, I have activated Soul Ming. As he reflected on the assessment, he began to realize that Su Yulu was not as intolerable as he had initially thought. She merely exhibited a certain spoiled demeanor. It is inevitable for one so pampered, Ding Chuan muttered to himself. Let us proceed to Wuji Temple. Chapter 24. Outer Sect disciples. As Ding Chuan stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered Su Yulu, and the two exchanged greetings while walking side by side. Ding brother, Su girl, Qin Shi called out from a distance, his voice straining. They turned to each other and smiled, saying, Qin brother, come quickly. Having passed the third round of assessments, the bond of friendship among the three deepened inside the Grand Hall. Elders Mo, Yuan, and Mei occupied the center. Elder Mot, you seem to know everything, Qin Shi said, casting an envious glance. Fool, each seat has a banner hanging behind it, with the information written on it, Su Yulu pointed out. Child, banners are meant for the deceased. Why would we wave them? It's a show of filial piety, meant for the West's guiding light, Ding Chuan said, covering his face. Oh, come on, that's the essence of it. Su Yulu stuck out her tongue. And stop calling me child. Another slap followed. Ouch. Ding Chuan shielded his head. Enough of your antics. It's time to call the roll. The three elders began to announce names sequentially. Ding Chuan, Elder Mei called out. Disciple is present. Ding Chuan stepped forward and knelt. The path of physical cultivation is endlessly tedious. To stand out in this vast world, one must possess unwavering resolve and forge ahead. Are you prepared? I shall heed the elders' teachings. I am ready to undergo the baptism. Good, it is commendable that one so young possesses such spirit. Please follow the steward to collect your appropriate gear. As he was about to exit the Grand Hall, he caught a glimpse of Elder Mo, and the two exchanged a brief grunt before parting ways. Accompanied by the steward, they made their way towards the embroidery workshop. From a distance, Ding Chuan spotted a very familiar figure. "Brother Zhao, I'm over here," he waved at Zhao Changqing. "Disciple Ding," Zhao Changqing responded with a wave of his own as they approached each other. "Ah, Ding disciple, you have indeed arrived for physical cultivation. It seems you have already met Elder Mei," Zhao Changqing said, his face beaming with joy. "Indeed, Brother Zhao. It has been a journey fraught with challenges," Ding Chuan replied. "Come, let us walk and talk," Zhao Changqing said, pulling Ding Chuan along. Soon, they arrived at the comprehension hall. "Brother, why is our physical cultivation linked to the Tao?" Ding Chuan inquired, gazing at the sign. "Originally, our hall was named the Martial Arts Hall, but many disciples came merely to practice various techniques without the focus on deeper understanding. Consequently, most of their efforts bore little fruit. Thus, Elder Mei renamed it the Comprehension Hall, where one must first grasp the Tao before engaging in cultivation. The ultimate realm of physical cultivation is the Tao, while its essence lies in the techniques of offense and defense," Zhao Changqing replied with a serious demeanor. "Ah, I understand now, brother. Here are your everyday garments and training attire. Additionally, this is your meditation mat, along with the key to your rest area." Zhao Changqing rummaged through a pile of clothing. "Ah, and the most crucial item, the task acceptance token. Though it may appear to be an ordinary wooden plaque, it is infused with spiritual energy. Whenever a task is issued, this plaque will illuminate and project an interface for easy viewing, allowing you to accept or decline tasks." Ding Chuan nodded vigorously. In summary, Ding Chuan gathered a large pile of items and made his way to his quarters. After organizing his clothes and bedding, he suddenly remembered Su Yulu and Qin Shi. Thinking it would be a good idea to check on where they had been assigned, he got up and walked outside, arriving at the soul cultivation courtyard. Before him stood a grand gate fashioned from the heads of malevolent spirits. "Such theatrics!" Ding Chuan scoffed as he pushed the door open. "Is anyone here?" Upon entering, he was taken aback to find the place utterly deserted, shrouded in a mist that enveloped the entire courtyard. "Who are you looking for?" A wisp of smoke drifted towards him, revealing only a head, the rest of its body obscured by fog. "Goodness! That's quite frightening." Ding Chuan shuddered. Steadying himself, he responded, "I'm looking for Su Yulu. She must have been assigned here." He, she has already been taken away by Elder Yuan," the head grinned widely. "What do you mean, taken away? Where to?" Ding Chuan inquired. "The elder has recognized Su Yulu's aptitude for soul cultivation and has taken her for a month of training," the head explained. "What, it seems connections do have their perks, doesn't it?" "Off for solitary training," Ding Chuan said, feeling somewhat disheartened. Young man, you still don't comprehend Su girl's prowess," the head sneered. What prowess does she possess?" Ding Chuan asked, astonished. "During the second round, the deputy sect leader invaded your minds with soul cultivation's mental power. I suspect that image is something you would prefer to forget," the head said, observing Ding Chuan's silence. Yet Su girl uniquely resisted the invasion of mental power, turning the tide and counterattacking the deputy sect leader. Interestingly, it was this very incident that prompted the deputy sect leader to escalate to the third level of mental power. Otherwise, it would have been precarious indeed. Recalling the second round, Ding Chuan remembered how, after the ordeal, he had looked at Su Yulu in utter disarray, while she appeared unaffected. "I see, thank you, floating head." Ding Chuan nodded in gratitude before exiting. With my old acquaintance absent, I shall seek out Brother Qin, he decided, taking a series of turns until he reached the Source Spirit Hall, the domain of source cultivation. Newly arrived disciples were busy collecting their daily necessities, and Ding Chuan scanned the area until he spotted Qin Shi. "Old Qin!" Ding Chuan called out, waving through the door. Not wishing to enter due to Elder Mo's presence nearby, he felt a sense of ill omen. Elder Mo, noticing Ding Chuan from afar, fixed his gaze on him, harboring thoughts of unfinished business promised to Wang Honggao's father, contemplating that there would surely be another opportunity to deal with him. "I'm coming!" Qin Shi exclaimed, setting down his belongings and hurrying over. "How are you? With a new assignment, you must work even harder," Qin Shi said, playfully punching Ding Chuan in the chest as a symbolic gesture. "Rest assured, Brother Qin, I will double my efforts, and we shall meet at our peaks once again," Ding Chuan replied, raising his chin and rubbing his nose. "By the way, Ding brother, where is Su girl?" Qin Shi looked around curiously. "Hey, you wouldn't believe it if I told you. She has already been taken away by Elder Yuan for solitary training. She is destined to become an inner sect disciple," Ding Chuan said. What, Su girl, is that formidable? Qin Shi was left speechless after hearing Ding Chuan recount the story of Su Yulu's performance in the second round. Ding brother, we have a day off tomorrow. Shall we venture into the city for some fun? Qin Shi raised an eyebrow at him. Certainly, let us indulge ourselves, feasting on meat and drinking merrily, Ding Chuan laughed. It's getting late, you should return and rest, Ding brother. We shall meet at the square tomorrow. All right, brother Qin. The two clasped hands and bowed to each other as they returned to their respective quarters. Chapter 25. A sec mission. On the following morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Ding Chuan, who was seated cross-legged, quietly assimilating the last vestiges of the moonlight's energy that he had recently absorbed. At this juncture, he was but a step away from achieving the third stage of the moonlight-bodied blood forging. Having endured numerous trials, Ding Chuan's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the martial master realm. Thanks to the infernal body refinement technique and the 9 mysterious battle techniques, Ding Chuan estimated that his combat prowess had become formidable enough to secure a position within the outer sect. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Ding Chuan slightly opened his eyes, a frown creasing his brow. Who could possibly be so audacious as to disturb him so early in the morning? Ding Shitty, it's me. A familiar voice called from outside the room. Upon hearing it, Ding Chuan was momentarily taken aback. It was Zhao Changqing. He quickly rose and opened the door, where Zhao Changqing stood with an anxious expression. Zhao Shixiang, what brings you here? Ding Chuan inquired. Time is of the essence, so I shall be brief. Zhao Changqing took a deep breath, his demeanor turning grave as he looked at Ding Chuan. Just now, Elder Mei summoned me and informed me that there is a mission requiring your execution. A mission? Ding Chuan's brow furrowed. Judging by Zhao Changqing's expression, it was likely to be a daunting task. Indeed. Last night, the elder received news that a disturbance had occurred in Yushan village, situated outside Baifeng city. The entire village was slaughtered overnight. The ramifications of this matter are extremely severe, yet the sect deems it a waste of resources to dispatch inner sect disciples for an investigation. Coincidentally, your performance during the outer sect assessment was commendable, thus Elder Mei has decided to assign you this task, which will also serve as a means for you to hone your skills. As Zhao Changqing's words fell, the air grew heavy with silence. Very well, I understand. After a moment's pause, Ding Chuan sighed softly. It seemed that a day of rest was not in the cards for him. Am I required to undertake this mission alone? Suddenly, a thought crossed Ding Chuan's mind, prompting him to ask. If Ding Shitty wishes to find a companion, that is permissible. At this, Zhao Changqing's expression shifted to one of slight awkwardness. You wouldn't want me to accompany you, would you? Absolutely not, Ding Chuan hastily shook his head. Well, in that case, please make haste and prepare to descend the mountain. Elder Mei mentioned that you have only 7 days for the investigation, and it takes a full day and night to reach Baifeng City from here, meaning you truly have but 5 days. Good luck, young man. Being specifically chosen by Elder Mei for a task signifies that you have attracted the attention of our higher-ups, heh. With that, Zhao Changqing patted Ding Chuan on the shoulder and departed. The attention of the sect's higher-ups? Watching Zhao Changqing's retreating figure, Ding Chuan couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. When a tree stands out in the forest, it is bound to be felled by the wind. This may not bode well for me. He reminisced about how, half a year prior, he had faced targeted hostility from Ding Bai due to his exceptional talents, leading to his current predicament. It was unfortunate how trouble often found him rather than the other way around, which continually drew the attention of others. Enough of this, I shall focus on completing the mission first. Ding Chuan retracted his thoughts and stepped out of his room. Goodness, Ding Xiong, how on earth did you manage to receive such a big assignment right after passing the assessment? Qin Shi exclaimed, astonished. Spare me the big assignment talk. I see it more as a significant hassle, Ding Chuan replied, somewhat exasperated indeed. After receiving the mission, Ding Chuan's first thought was to enlist Qin Shi to accompany him to Baifeng City. Having a companion was certainly preferable to facing the challenge alone. Is this not a substantial assignment, TSK, Ding Xiong, your standards are rather lofty, Qin Shi remarked, clicking his tongue and giving Ding Chuan a thumbs up. What makes you say that? Doesn't Ding Xiong know? Qin Shi looked slightly taken aback and casually explained. Ding Xiong, such missions undertaken outside the sect come with exceedingly generous point rewards. After all, newcomers like us typically need to train within the sect for 3 months before we are even permitted to accept missions. Even then, the tasks available to us are merely menial chores like cleaning the sect or watering spiritual herbs. To venture outside is nearly impossible. And the mission you have accepted this time is not merely an ordinary outside task, but an investigative one. An investigative task? Is there something particularly different about it? Ding Chuan asked, somewhat bewildered. An investigative task entails addressing extraordinary occurrences within the jurisdiction of the sect, warranting the dispatch of disciples to investigate. Such missions are generally assigned directly to inner sect disciples. It is quite rare for us outer sect disciples to be considered. So, Ding Xiong, we have struck it rich this time. Qin Shi exclaimed. Oh. Upon hearing Qin Shi's explanation, Ding Chuan finally grasped the situation and then inquired further, in that case, how many sect points can we expect to earn? Points, let me think. The massacre of a village is no trifling matter. I estimate that upon completion of this task, we should receive around 1,000 points. What, 1,000? Ding Chuan was momentarily speechless. That amounted to 1,000 points, each point equated to 100 low-grade spiritual stones, so 1,000 points. Ding Chuan could scarcely fathom it. Redeeming 1,000 points for cultivation resources could allow him to effortlessly reach the third level of the moonlight-bodied blood forging. And that was not all, he might even refine this stage to its pinnacle, ultimately merging it to forge the moonlight body. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Without further ado, Ding Chuan seized Qin Shi and dashed down the mountain. Hey, Ding Xiong, slow down. My poor back. Rewinding time to an hour prior, the sky had yet to brighten, and a full moon hung high above, casting a gentle white glow upon the highest edifice of the Shenqing sect, the Lord's Hall. Beneath the moonlight, one could faintly discern an oval-shaped long table. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that a dozen or so figures were seated around the table, exuding an air of oppressive authority. Should anyone stand in this vicinity, they would likely be rendered incapable of standing upright under the weight of the overwhelming pressure. At the head of the table sat a man, his long, flowing white hair framing a youthful visage that appeared no older than 25 or 26. A subtle smile played upon his lips, as if he held all the reins of power within his grasp, for the aura emanating from him was the most formidable of all. Chapter 26. The City of White Wind. He is none other than the esteemed leader of the Xianqing sect, Chen Xinglan. Is there any news from Elder Xian? Chen Xinglan sat in the highest position, his right hand resting against his cheekbone while his left hand rhythmically tapped on the table, producing a series of soft thuds. Replying to the sect leader, Elder Xian has been wandering the world for many years, and it is exceedingly difficult to ascertain his whereabouts. The source martial continent is vast beyond measure. We have dispatched over 20 stewards and 2 elders to search for him, yet we have still found nothing. An elderly man seated at the end of the table rose, slightly bowing as he spoke. Still no news? Chen Xinglan's expression appeared somewhat dazed, but he quickly regained his composure. Well, if that is the case, we shall have to wait. The Blood Demon sect has been making some moves, and I fear it may pose a threat to the Xianqing sect. If only Master. Elder Xian were present, I would feel a bit more at ease. Chen Xinglan sighed softly, his tone laced with melancholy. The assembly of elders trembled slightly, none daring to engage further in Chen Xinglan's discourse. Enough, let us set this matter aside for now. Elder Yuan, I have heard from Shaowan that among the new disciples we have recruited, there seems to be a prodigy who is adept in 3 different cultivation systems. Elder Yuan rose and bowed respectfully to Chen Xinglan. Replying to the sect leader, this is indeed the case. The young man performed exceptionally well during the outer sect assessment, demonstrating considerable strength. Based on my observations, he is quite capable, likely on par with the typical outer sect disciples, Elder Yuan continued. However, I have also heard from Elder Mo that this disciple lacks any innate talent for cultivation. At this point, Chen Xinglan's gaze shifted to Elder Mo. Indeed, sect leader, I believe that disciple possesses only mediocre talent, which is why he was misjudged by the testing talisman. In my opinion, he is merely a waste, Elder Mo asserted, rising to voice his thoughts. Nonsense, we have both witnessed the boy's strength. On what grounds do you deem him a waste? Elder Yuan retorted, visibly displeased, slamming his hand on the table as he directed his ire at Elder Mo. Elder Mo coldly chuckled before responding, it is merely a show of strength. He may well have consumed some elixir or acquired his abilities through dubious means. You! Enough, be silent. Elder Yuan was about to retort when Chen Xinglan interjected. Since you each hold differing opinions, we shall observe this disciple for the time being, shall we? Yes, sect leader. Both Elder Yuan and Elder Mo acquiesced. When the sect leader speaks, the matter is beyond their control, even if Elder Yuan is eager to take Ding Chuan under his wing. By the way, I have just received word that there has been some trouble in the city of White Wind. Let the new disciple you mentioned go and resolve it. If he performs admirably, I shall certainly lend him my support. However, if he turns out to be unremarkable, then the Xianqing sect has no need for those who seek to take advantage of the chaos. Chen Qinglan spoke languidly, as though he did not regard this matter with great concern. Elder Mei, I believe this disciple is in your martial hall? Yes, sect leader, Elder Mei stood and replied. Then I would trouble you to go and inform the disciple. Understood. Very well, let us conclude this meeting. Oh dear brother, you truly are my brother. It is barely past noon, and yet we have already arrived at the city of White Wind. Qin Shi stood with his hands on his hips, leaning against the city wall, panting heavily. Are you all right? After all, isn't physical training precisely what you excel at? Ding Chuan remained unfazed, his complexion steady, his heart calm, even his breathing unperturbed. Indeed, within the span of a single day, the two had sprinted all the way to the gates of the city of White Wind. Above them, a large plaque boldly proclaimed the name City of White Wind. Let us proceed inside. Ding Chuan beckoned to Qin Shi and then strode toward the city. At that moment, two guards stationed at the gate crossed their spears in an X formation, blocking Ding Chuan's path. To enter the city, you must pay a fee of 100 low-grade spirit stones, one guard stated dismissively, casting a cursory glance at Ding Chuan. 100 low-grade spirit stones? Ding Chuan's brow furrowed in disbelief. He had never heard of such a requirement in any city, let alone a fee of this magnitude. After a moment's contemplation, he understood the underlying issue, and his gaze toward the guards grew icy. It seemed that corruption was a universal affliction. Indeed, hand over the spirit stones, or do not expect to enter the city. The guard smirked coldly, thinking to himself, this brat thinks he can challenge me. It was true, entry into the city of White Wind did not require spirit stones, and they were indeed attempting to extort the two, especially upon hearing that they had traveled great distances to reach the city. Their youth made them perfect targets for the guards' schemes. Unfortunately for them, they had misjudged their prey this time. Hey, what sort of nonsense is this? Why must we pay an entrance fee? Qin Shi had finally regained his composure and overheard the guards' earlier remarks, stepping forward to question them. Needless to say, if you wish to enter the city of White Wind, you must pay the entrance fee. Otherwise, you are welcome to return from whence you came. The guard glared at Qin Shi, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. How bold! I would like to see where you find the courage to impose such a fee. Qin Shi was equally fired up, rolling up his sleeves as if ready for a fight. Had it not been for their sect robes hindering their movements, they would have acted much sooner. How could they endure such humiliation? Very well, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I shall see to it that you— The guard's words were abruptly cut short as a loud bang echoed, and he was sent flying. The assailant was none other than Ding Chuan. What the hell? Why did you strike first? Should we not reveal our sect token to avoid further trouble? Qin Shi looked bewildered as he addressed Ding Chuan. Seeing Qin Shi prepare to produce the token, Ding Chuan stopped him. No, we shall not reveal our token. I want to see just how these mere gatekeepers dare to provoke us. Are you suggesting? Qin Shi's eyes lit up, a faint smile gracing his lips. You dare to attack us? Someone, call for help. The other guard finally reacted, summoning all his strength to shout. In less than 5 minutes, Ding Chuan and Qin Shi found themselves surrounded by a dozen guards. One of the leading men pointed his spear at them, angrily admonishing, You two, where do you think you came from, daring to lay a hand on the city lord's men? Where do we come from? Ding Chuan scoffed. From the mountains. Bang, bang, bang. In less than 10 seconds, all but the leader lay defeated on the ground. Chapter 27 The Turmoil in the City. What? The leading man wore an expression of shock, clearly taken aback by the formidable strength displayed by the two youths before him. Qin Shi smirked, then pointed at the leader, declaring, Your abilities are lacking, yet your audacity is remarkable. Your greed has reached such heights that if I do not eliminate you, it would merely be an act of courtesy towards the city lord's mansion. Get out of my sight, now. Just wait. I shall vehemently condemn your actions. The leader scoffed, swiftly mounting his horse and galloping towards the city, fully aware that he stood no chance against the two. Cough, brother Ding, do you think we might have been a tad too ruthless? Once the leader had departed, Qin Shi turned to Ding Chuan, expressing his concerns. After all, the city lord's mansion was an official authority, and they were uncertain whether it would spare them any leniency. Rest assured, even if the city lord had 100 lives, he would not dare to lay a hand on us. Ding Chuan chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the situation. After all, a sect as dominant as the Shenqing sect in the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture would not be foolish enough to provoke them die. In fact, during his days in the Ding clan, even a mere errand boy would receive a warm welcome from the city lord upon visiting such a small town. Let us proceed. We might as well enjoy a leisurely stroll as if on vacation. With that, Ding Chuan patted Qin Shi on the shoulder and strode into Baifeng City. And what if that leader comes looking for us? Ha, we shall deal with them when they arrive. Thus, Ding Chuan and Qin Shi meandered leisurely through the streets of Baifeng City, occasionally glancing at the sights and exploring various stalls. Although they did not purchase much, they certainly gained a wealth of experience. This Baifeng City appears rather peaceful. It is hard to fathom that a massacre took place nearby, Qin Shi remarked, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Perhaps the city lord's mansion has suppressed the impact of that incident, Ding Chuan replied with a smile, dismissing the matter entirely. After all, the people from the city lord's mansion would soon come to them, and they would then understand the specifics of their mission. Indeed, within just a few minutes, a lengthy procession emerged at the end of the street, rushing towards them. Are you the ones causing a ruckus at the city gate? The foremost figure in the procession, a middle-aged man wielding a sword, coldly interrogated Ding Chuan and Qin Shi. Ding Chuan inclined his head slightly. Indeed. Humph, what audacity, you dare to injure my soldiers and brazenly wander within the city, you must be tired of living. The man rebuked, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Seize them. Yes. In an instant, dozens of soldiers surged forth from the ranks, encircling Ding Chuan and Qin Shi. What's this? Has your skin grown itchy? Qin Shi smirked upon spotting the earlier leader among the soldiers, brandishing his spear. Should they dare to strike, Qin Shi would not hold back. Previously, I merely gave you face. I did not expect you would truly dare to enter the city. Now, let us see if you can maintain your arrogance. The leader sneered, retaliating without a hint of courtesy. Attack! The soldiers, including the man who had spoken, brandished their spears menacingly, lunging towards the two. If struck, they would surely find themselves in dire straits. At that moment, Ding Chuan sprang into action. He refrained from using any martial techniques or even drawing his weapon, instead relying solely on his physical prowess to breach the ranks of soldiers. Within mere breaths, he had felled 7 or 8 soldiers. Since Brother Ding has made his move, I cannot lag behind. With that, Qin Shi seized his spear and charged forward. Wind's whisper. Swish. With a swift horizontal sweep of his spear, Qin Shi sent several soldiers flying. In an instant, a considerable space cleared around the two. It must be said that Qin Shi certainly possessed remarkable skills. At that moment, his performance had already eclipsed that of Ding Chuan. The only difference was that Ding Chuan was conserving his strength, while Qin Shi had expended considerable energy. Take this! At that moment, the earlier leader bellowed in fury, thrusting his spear towards Qin Shi while he was momentarily resting. Oh no, this is bad, Qin Shi furrowed his brow, realizing that he had no time to evade or counterattack. Bang! Contrary to his expectations of being impaled, Qin Shi felt as though nothing had transpired. Ding Chuan had intervened, gripping the shaft of the spear tightly. The man was horrified, attempting to withdraw his spear, only to find it utterly impossible. Oh, you want this back? Here you go. With that, Ding Chuan released his grip, causing the man to tumble to the ground in a most undignified manner. Kid, be more vigilant in the future. Do not find yourself in such predicaments again. Ding Chuan turned to Qin Shi, offering a word of caution before charging at the fallen man, delivering a kick that sent him flying to the feet of the middle-aged leader at the front of the ranks. At this point, aside from Ding Chuan and Qin Shi, there were barely 10 soldiers remaining standing. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, the middle-aged man began to applaud, his countenance dark as he addressed Ding Chuan. Well done, young man, daring to injure my people before me. Do you know who I am? I do not know, nor am I interested in finding out, Ding Chuan replied, shaking his head. Listen well, I am the commander of the city lord's mansion, Lei Yunhui. You two have committed a grave sin by causing such chaos in Baifeng City. Regardless of your identities, I shall have you imprisoned. With that, the middle-aged man dismounted, wielding 2 large blades, charging towards Ding Chuan and Qin Shi. The blades crackled with faint arcs of lightning, exuding tremendous power. Any ordinary person witnessing this scene would likely be paralyzed with fear. However, such a display was hardly daunting to Ding Chuan. Having faced methods far more formidable from the commander of Wanxiang City, he had no reason to fear, especially since Baifeng City was somewhat smaller in scale. In the blink of an eye, Ding Chuan moved, seizing Lei Yanghui by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. Cough, let go. A sense of asphyxiation surged through Lei Yanghui's throat, turning his complexion ghastly pale, his voice reduced to a stammer. Do you still intend to imprison us? Ding Chuan inquired, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he regarded the beleaguered Lei Yanghui. And no. Bang! Ding Chuan unceremoniously tossed Lei Yanghui to the ground, then squatted down to observe the man, who was gasping for breath. Now, take us to meet the city lord, or I shall eliminate you and everyone present here without mercy. Why yes, Lei Yanghui struggled to lift his head, suddenly realizing he had provoked an individual of extraordinary caliber. Chapter 28 Inside Information. Then lead the way swiftly, Ding Chuan commanded, lifting the commander Lei Yanghui and tossing him onto a horse's back. Yes, Lei Yanghui sighed inwardly, adjusted his posture, and cast a lingering glance at the assembled officials and soldiers before turning to depart. Ding Chuan and Qin Shi followed closely behind him. Ding brother, don't you think we may have crossed a line? Qin Shi inquired with a worried expression. After all, as disciples of the Shenqing sect, engaging in such brazen acts could tarnish the sect's reputation. Ding Chuan shook his head and replied nonchalantly, rest assured, I have not slain a single official. I merely imparted a lesson, so they understand that there are always greater forces at play. There are those whom they cannot provoke. Very well, Qin Shi conceded, recognizing that there was no point in further discussion. Following Ding Chuan's lead was sufficient. Who are these two young men? How could they possibly defeat so many officials? Moreover, they even managed to teach that arrogant commander a lesson. Who knows, they might be outsiders of extraordinary talent. Could they be disciples of the Shenqing sect? Whoever they are, these officials, emboldened by their connection to the city lord's estate, seem to think they are above reproach. It would do well for someone to put them in their place. Once the trio had departed, the onlookers began to chatter animatedly, their words laced with disdain for the officials and the commander. Unfortunately, this scene was lost on Ding Chuan and his companions. Gentlemen, we have arrived at the city lord's estate, Lei Yanghui announced, turning to Ding Chuan and Qin Shi. Indeed, Ding Chuan acknowledged with a slight nod. The two followed Lei Yanghui to the entrance of a grand mansion, where a plaque inscribed with the words City Lord's Estate hung prominently. Ding Chuan then instructed, take us inside. This very well, Lei Yanghui stammered, a tremor coursing through him as he resigned himself to the inevitability of their situation and pushed open the grand doors of the estate. Screech, who goes there? As the doors swung open, two guards raised their spears defensively at the threshold. However, upon recognizing the visitors, they promptly bowed deeply, exclaiming, Greetings, Commander! Yes, please inform the city lord that I await him in the hall, Lei Yanghui instructed the guards. Understood. Although the guards were somewhat puzzled as to why the commander was accompanied by two youths, they refrained from questioning, as such matters were beyond their purview. Soon, one of the guards departed, heading in a specific direction, while Lei Yanghui, Ding Chuan, and Qin Shi continued forward until they reached the main hall. Now, may I be released? Once seated, Lei Yanghui asked cautiously. Let us wait until the city lord arrives. Ding Chuan waved his hand dismissively, not bothering to cast even a glance at Lei Yanghui. Initially, Ding Chuan had anticipated that Lei Yanghui would be a formidable character, only to find him to be a cowardly bully. Ah, Commander Lei, were you not tasked with apprehending the thief? Why the sudden rush back to me? Could it be that you have already dealt with the thief? A booming voice echoed from outside the hall, and a short, rotund man clad in opulent clothing strode in. Lei Yanghui's expression twitched, and he furtively glanced at Ding Chuan and Qin Shi. Upon seeing that they bore no unusual reactions, he finally exhaled in relief. Lei Yanghui began to speak, but as he noticed Ding Chuan's gaze upon him, he promptly swallowed his words. You are the city lord? Ding Chuan interjected, addressing the city lord directly. Indeed, I am the city lord. Wait, who are you two? How is it that you are with Commander Lei? The city lord instinctively replied, but suddenly caught himself, his expression shifting to one of confusion. He then scrutinized Lei Yanghui, noting the latter's mortified demeanor, and felt a sense of foreboding. Ding Chuan continued, well, since you are the city lord, could you enlighten us as to why entering your Baifeng city requires a fee of 100 low-grade spirit stones? Indeed, Ding Chuan had come to the city lord's estate not merely to fulfill his sect's mission, but also to ascertain whether the city lord was aware of this extortionate practice. Should the city lord be ignorant of it, Ding Chuan would let him off the hook. However, if the city lord was complicit or tacitly condoning such behavior by his officials, Ding Chuan would ensure that the city lord faced the consequences after completing his task. A fee of 100 low-grade spirit stones? The city lord was taken aback and shot a glance at Lei Yanghui, a surge of anger rising within him. Lei Yanghui, I have never interfered with your management of the city gates, entrusting it entirely to you. Yet here you are, allowing such corruption to fester, and now it has come back to bite you. Rest assured, young hero, since Commander Lei has acted unjustly, I, as the city lord, will naturally see to his punishment. The city lord turned to face Ding Chuan and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Very well, then I appreciate your diligence, city lord, Ding Chuan responded, nodding in acknowledgement and returning the gesture. Should the city lord prove to be obstinate and engage in further nefarious activities, Ding Chuan would not hesitate to take action against him. Ha, no trouble at all, the city lord waved his hand dismissively, but then abruptly shifted his tone, his gaze turning steely as he glared at Ding Chuan. Bring them! Thud, thud, thud. No sooner had he spoken than 100 guards surged into the hall. Upon witnessing this, Lei Yanghui covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. He already knew what was about to transpire. What is the meaning of this, city lord? Qin Shi rose, furrowing his brow in confusion. Ha, what do you think it means? The city lord chuckled, though there was an unmistakable chill in his smile. You too have intruded upon my city lord's estate without permission, and you dare question me? Seize them. Understood. The throng of guards advanced into the hall, spears trained on Ding Chuan and Qin Shi. It seems the city lord remains oblivious to the precariousness of the situation, Ding Chuan remarked, shaking his head. In the next instant, his form vanished, a cacophony of clashing sounds erupted, and mere minutes later, all 100 guards lay defeated on the ground. City lord, I had anticipated you to be a man of intelligence, yet you proved to be nothing more than a fool, Ding Chuan declared, returning to his seat, legs crossed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded the city lord, who was still standing. The city lord was engulfed in a mix of shock and fury. Shock at Ding Chuan's formidable prowess, and fury that Lei Yanghui had drawn forth such a terrifying youth. Enough, I shall not waste any more time with you, Ding Chuan proclaimed, tossing a token into the city lord's lap. Chapter 29 The Lord of the City is Wounded. Su Enquing Sect. The lord of the city gazed at the 3 bold characters on the token, beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickling down his forehead. I was unaware that the 2 young brothers have traveled such a great distance from the Su Enquing sect. My apologies for the discourtesy. The lord forced a smile, contemplating that those who recognize the situation are indeed wise. These 2 were clearly reckless, and those without shoes fear not the barefoot. It was best to stabilize them first. Since the lord is aware of our identities, let us dispense with the pleasantries, Qin Shi stated. You are aware of the massacre in a certain village, where the entire populace, young and old, was mercilessly slaughtered. How tragic. Ding Chuan expressed with indignation. Indeed, what the 2 young heroes say is absolutely correct. I am at a loss as to who or what clan could have invaded Baifeng City in the dead of night, killing dozens of my soldiers, and then proceeded to Yuya village to violate women and massacre the weak and elderly. Moreover, to ensure that no one survived, they even set fire to the village. By the time we arrived, it was already impossible to enter, the lord lamented with deep sorrow. In broad daylight, under heaven's light, how could such heinous acts transpire? They must be brought to justice, Ding Chuan declared, slamming his palm onto the lord's precious Wangwali table. The lord sighed in regret, thankful that he hadn't smashed the antique agarwood table. Young hero Ding, they did not come in broad daylight. They invaded under the cover of darkness. Lei Yanghui interjected cautiously. Enough nonsense, mind your manners, let adults speak, Qin Shi retorted, shattering the agarwood table with a swift strike. All right, I shall take my leave, Lei Yanghui said before vanishing in an instant. The lord was left feeling furious yet powerless, glancing at his 2 ruined tables, his teeth clenched in frustration. Young heroes, let us converse in the courtyard. Call someone to piece this furniture back together for me, the lord said, clearly pained by the loss. Upon reaching the courtyard, Ding Chuan remarked, We shall not linger, we must hasten to Yuya village for an investigation. Oh, dear young heroes, your chivalry is commendable, but I would like to invite you both for a simple meal at my residence, but since you have made up your minds, I shall not keep you, the lord said, striding toward the door to see them off. That works. Right, brother Ding? Qin Shi replied, crossing his arms. Indeed, after a long journey, we certainly ought to replenish our strength. Lord, please do not trouble yourself, a simple meal will suffice, Ding Chuan added, making his way inside. Why must you speak so much? The Lord muttered to himself, slapping his own face in frustration. After a satisfying meal, Ding Chuan and Qin Shi admired the Lord's armory pavilion. Qin Shi's eyes were instantly drawn to a longsword placed in the center of the room. Lord, I have come to assist you in your investigation. Surely you must offer something in return, Qin Shi said, tilting his head to regard him. Naturally, you and young hero Ding may select any weapon from within, except, before he could finish, Qin Shi leaped up and grasped the longsword. This will do. Thank you, may good fortune follow you all your days. Young hero Qin, this is absolutely out of the question. This sword, known as Icewheel, is exceedingly sinister, passed down through generations as an evil blade. You may choose freely from the other weapons, but this one is strictly forbidden. Rest assured, I merely wish to borrow it. My mother had my fortunes read, and I am told my destiny is strong. I could even kill a turtle I raised, so what fear could a longsword hold? Qin Shi laughed. It is indeed a fine sword, Ding Chuan remarked, admiring its shimmering blade that appeared to flow with frost and chill under the sunlight. The Lord was at a loss, seeing that the two had already indulged. Pressing them further might lead to unforeseen consequences. Young hero Ding, will you not select a suitable weapon for yourself? The Lord inquired, turning to Ding Chuan. No need. I have this, Ding Chuan responded, producing his crimson blade, breaking heaven. Good heavens, did the great sage bestow upon you supernatural powers? The blade's aura nearly grazed my leg, the Lord exclaimed, clutching his thigh. Someone, quickly assist the Lord and see to his rest. Qin Shi rushed to support the Lord. Let me report, Lord. We shall not intrude further, we will diligently investigate, and once the truth is revealed, we will return to inform you of the developments, Ding Chuan said apologetically, cupping his fists in respect. There is no need for such formalities. Please return swiftly once the investigation is complete. The Lord's face paled slightly. The two then set forth toward Yuya village, arriving just as dusk began to settle. It's so tragic, every inhabitant, from the elderly to livestock, has met with a grim fate, Qin Shi remarked, covering his nose against the overwhelming stench. Brother Qin, typically, bandits would only kill those who witnessed their faces. Why this cruel slaughter? Indeed, Brother Ding is correct, many appear to have been taken in their sleep, only to be slaughtered and burned, Qin Shi observed, staring at the charred remains. Could it be that they were wary of something, or perhaps searching for something? Qin Shi pondered, gazing at the ashes of the corpses. Let us proceed. We must examine this area thoroughly, Ding Chuan suggested. Brother Ding, come quickly, I notice something peculiar about the bodies. Qin Shi called out. Look, Brother Ding, the state of the body indicates it was not simply burned by the fire, but rather drained of blood before being set ablaze, Qin Shi stated, lifting a charred arm. Brother Qin, your keen eye serves you well. Indeed, they were drained and then burned. This is astonishing, Qin Shi felt a shiver run down his spine. Brother Qin, what does this imply? Ding Chuan asked anxiously. The draining of blood to nourish oneself is the hallmark of the ancient bloodline known as the Blood Clan, now referred to as the Blood Demon Sect. I have heard whispers of this. The Blood Clan was reputed to practice their craft on the remains of naturally deceased flora and fauna, Ding Chuan recounted. Correct, Brother Ding. However, the splinter faction of the Blood Demon Sect has deviated from the original path of the Blood Clan, preying upon the essence of immortal beasts and, shockingly, targeting the living, Qin Shi declared. Truly, they are more beastly than beasts. We must recover the appropriate evidence to ascertain whether this atrocity was indeed the work of the Blood Demon Sect, Ding Chuan asserted. Very well, let us commence our search, the two agreed, beginning to sift through the charred remains. The stench is unbearable, Qin Shi complained, covering his nose as he rummaged through the debris. Brother Qin, once we finish our investigation, we should bury these bones. It is inhumane to leave them exposed, Ding Chuan suggested. Agreed, Qin Shi responded, lifting a bone and noticing a section blocked by a wooden door. Upon opening it, they discovered a seemingly bottomless chamber. Brother Ding, come quickly. I have uncovered a hidden chamber, Ding Chuan exclaimed, dashing over. Could it be that, as you suggested, there are indeed secrets hidden from sight? Destruction of evidence may only be one motive? Whoosh! A chilling wind swept through. What was that sound? The two prepared to descend into the chamber when suddenly, they heard the sound of a flute. Following the melody, they spotted a figure atop the mountain, a cultivator playing a flute with a steady hand. Who dares to play tricks? Come down. Qin Shi called out, hands on his hips. The figure continued to play, the notes weaving a tapestry of intrigue and deception. Brother Qin, we should retreat, this place is not safe. Ding Chuan sensed impending danger. As the figure atop the mountain noticed their intent to flee, he suddenly intensified the flute's melody, its high and ethereal tones echoing through the air. In an instant, the charred corpses sprang to life, blocking the duo's escape. Oh my, they have risen from the dead! Qin Shi exclaimed, startled. Chapter 30 Corpse Transformation. With a resounding shout from Qin Shi, the charred corpses nearby began to rise and move towards them. Brother Qin, your blade, Ding Chuan remarked to Qin Shi. Upon glancing down, he noticed the ice wheel shimmering brightly, and upon drawing the weapon, the hilt trembled uneasily, emitting a low hum. Let us go, and escape this realm of turmoil at once, Ding Chuan urged, licking his parched lips. Onward! The two propelled themselves away. In an instant, Ding Chuan's broken sky and Qin Shi's ice wheel, one red, one blue, flashed incessantly against the dark night. Broken sky relentlessly cleaved through the corpses, the originally faint red glow becoming increasingly sinister under Ding Chuan's enhanced combat prowess, while the blade lengthened, transforming from a mere short dagger into a formidable saber. Brother Ding, watch your back, Qin Shi shouted as he severed another corpse. A towering corpse, several zhang tall, lunged at Ding Chuan with its ma agape. Ha, power of the bright moon, shadow dance. Ding Chuan sprang forth, hurtling toward the corpse like a bullet. Thud! He pierced through its abdomen, sending the creature crashing to the ground. Impressive, Brother Ding, Qin Shi exclaimed, admiring the prowess of their physical training. Grasping a corpse, he exerted force to twist off its head and sent it flying with a kick. It seems there is no need to bury them, Ding Chuan said helplessly. No, Brother Ding. The corpses are multiplying. Aside from the few whose heads we just twisted off, the rest are rising. Qin Shi pointed at the massive corpse Ding Chuan had just dispatched. Damn it, let us press on. Twist their heads off and kick them like a ball. Ding Chuan brandished his colossal blade and charged forward, with the ice wheel in hand. Qin Shi slashed while singing. Disciples of the Xianqing sect, oh, heya ma hey. Filled with courage, oh, heyo. Fear not the spirits, nor bow to the gods, oh, heyo. Storm the white city, slay the corpses, oh, heyo. Renowned throughout the heavens, hey huyo, as Qin Shi sang with fervor, his killing spree intensified. The viscous fluids of the corpses splattered upon his face, and amidst the heaps of headless cadavers, Qin Shi resembled the king of hell himself under the moonlight. Remarkable, Brother Qin, Ding Chuan expressed his admiration. Come, let us continue to fight. Qin Shi grasped Ding Chuan's hand tightly, clutching the ice wheel. Though my physical prowess may not match yours, Brother Ding, my family's ancestral technique, reincarnation roar, battle the heavens, is indeed a unique skill. Oh, Brother Qin, do demonstrate it for me. I am eager to witness, Ding Chuan said impatiently. This technique requires the cooperation of both of us. Let us spin. The two, propelled by Ding Chuan's rapid movements, began to whirl in place. The red and blue blades radiated brilliant light as they moved swiftly, cleaving through the corpses mercilessly. Once the technique concluded, they halted, both drenched in sweat that rose like steam. The high-level physical technique had taken a toll on their energy, and they stood panting amidst the sea of corpses. Ugh, wow, I spun too fast to bear it, Qin Shi groaned, leaning on his long blade to vomit. Ha! Ding Chuan, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, laughing heartily. Marvelous, truly marvelous, two outer disciples have executed such an extraordinary technique. I am thoroughly impressed. From the distant mist emerged a graceful woman, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Ding Chuan and Qin Shi squinted to peer into the fog. Who goes there? How rude of you, gentlemen, is this how you address a lady? The woman cooed playfully. Stop your charades and reveal yourself. What is your purpose? Ding Chuan demanded as he rose. I am the one controlling these puppets to battle against you. Ha ha, her laughter echoed, growing nearer. Suddenly, she burst through the mist, standing before Ding Chuan and Qin Shi. In that moment, they were both rendered speechless. After a brief pause, Qin Shi finally exclaimed, a celestial beauty, such rarity even among the heavens. He took a step back, covering his nose, for the woman had been but inches from him. Why do you obstruct us from our investigation and command these corpses to take our lives? Ding Chuan stared unwaveringly at the woman. You possess remarkable composure, Ding Gongzi. Such fortitude is rare. She slithered around him like a serpent, instinctively reaching for his hand, only to inadvertently touch the shumi ring. A sudden burst of red light erupted, flinging her away with a resounding bang. You foolish mortals dare to harm me. The woman snapped, her demeanor shifting from playful to fierce. She then picked up a flute. I intended to claim your bodies, but alas, you two handsome youths shall become mere bones. The melody from the flute resonated once more, and the bones scattered on the ground began to coalesce, gradually forming a towering corpse resembling a small hill. Bone Demon, tear them apart. She commanded, vanishing back into the mist. Should you survive this battle, I will claim your bodies. You are perfect vessels. Her voice echoed hauntingly in the desolate night. Oh no, Brother Ding, this is dire, Qin Shi exclaimed, wiping the blood from his nose as he spoke. What is it, Brother Qin? I've already exhausted my major technique. I feel like an 80-year-old man blowing a trumpet out of breath. I just lost a bit of blood, Qin Shi lamented. Rest for now, Brother Qin, or allow me to confront this bone demon. It is the perfect opportunity to unleash my ultimate attack. Ding Chuan stood face to face with the bone demon, bending low as he intoned incantations. As the night deepened and the cold intensified, the thick fog enveloped them, obscuring their vision. Brother Qin, take care of yourself, Ding Chuan's voice echoed back. Be ye cautious, Brother Ding. If you require my assistance, I will rush to your side without hesitation. Qin Shi tightened his grip on the ice while Ding Chuan suddenly felt a surge of warmth within his dantian, which then coursed throughout his body, gathering at his head. Before the energy could fully coalesce, a massive hand erupted from the mist, striking at him. Ding Chuan leaped aside, but the skeletal arm sprouted several long bony tendrils that lashed out ferociously. Ding Chuan gasped, narrowly avoiding a bony whip that grazed past him, its surface bearing sharp spikes. Old Qin, assist me, I require your focus for the final step. Ding Chuan leaped and performed a backflip, landing in a clear space. Here I come, Qin Shi summoned the last of his strength, propelling himself through the mist, arriving before the bone demon in an instant. You hideous creature, let us exchange blows, he declared, raising the ice wheel and delivering fierce slashes in all directions. Before long, he cried, Ding, Ding, I can't hold on any longer, here I come. Ding Chuan burst forth alongside a streak of white light from the mist. He saw it was the soul shade, the essence that had separated from him. Glancing at it, Qin Shi collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Chapter 31 Wuzong Ding Chuan. Upon locking gazes, Ding Chuan and Han Ming parted ways, forming a standoff, with the skeletal corpse demon standing between them. The demon unleashed its assault, erupting with over 100 bone whips that lashed out at them with frenzied abandon. Ding Chuan was compelled to retreat repeatedly, while Han Ming struggled to withstand the tempestuous onslaught. A beam of icy light shot forth towards the skeletal corpse demon. Icewheel, Ding Chuan recognized the cold radiance and turned to gaze into the dense fog where Qin Shi stood. Brother Ding, take the opportunity to strike. Qin Shi's voice faintly reached him. Suddenly, it seemed as though Han Ming was summoned, as a crimson long blade materialized in his hand. That is the ethereal version of Duantian, Ding Chuan observed intently. Together, he and Han Ming exerted their strength, charging fiercely towards their foe. Though the skeletal corpse demon was colossal, it was also cumbersome, momentarily unsure of which opponent to attack. In the blink of an eye, as Ding Chuan and Han Ming closed the distance, their weapons, Duantian, unexpectedly emitted a violet link, with purple and red light cleaving into the demon's body. With a resounding boom, the skeletal corpse demon began to disintegrate, its fragments tumbling downward. Ding Chuan dashed 2 steps to Qin Shi, scooping him up and leaping aside. Being crushed by these giant bones would be quite the ordeal, Ding Chuan remarked. Thank you, Brother Ding, Qin Shi replied weakly. Once we have dealt with this matter, let us return and share a drink with the city lord, Ding Chuan suggested, looking at Qin Shi. After a brief silence, the two burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. With the skeletal corpse demon vanquished, the fog gradually dissipated. Ding Chuan assisted Qin Shi to his feet. Brother Ding, I must admit, I find myself unable to keep pace with you. You have just broken through to the sect level, Qin Shi acknowledged. It was a necessity, but I could feel my dantian energy circulating just now, Ding Chuan responded, pleasantly surprised by this unforeseen gain. Congratulations are truly in order, Qin Shi said. Perhaps you should meditate and recover your source energy first. We can explore the secret chamber we discovered earlier together afterward. Alright, Brother Ding, just half an hour to recuperate will suffice. Half an hour later, the two joined forces to open the door to the secret chamber. They lit 2 torches and leaped down. When they emerged once more, dawn was breaking. Brother Ding, as expected, it seems the Blood Demon clan is after something from Yuye village, Qin Shi observed. Indeed, the box we just saw was inscribed with no heaven, no earth, root of the unattainable. I wonder what treasures it originally contained, Ding Chuan mused. Yuye village appears to be a modest settlement. What significant items could it possibly hold? Let us not dwell on that. My stomach is growling a bit. Shall we? Let us go. We must seek out the city lord for clarity and understanding. The two returned to the city lord's mansion in Baifeng City. As they turned a corner, they encountered an old acquaintance. Xiao Lei? Qin called out to the figure of the individual, upon being addressed, halted in place, mechanically turning to face them. Ah, if at ISNT Lord Ding and Lord Qin, Lei Yanghui greeted with a smile. What a surprise, what kind of hierarchy are you two establishing? Ding Chuan jested, covering his face. Come on, Lei. Familiarity breeds comfort, lead the way ahead and knock on the door, Qin Shi teased, poking Lei Yanghui with his ice wheel. Yes, I will lead the way, Lei Yanghui replied. Please inform the city lord that Lei Yanghui is here, he announced to the doorman. The door creaked open slightly, and a servant peered out. The city lord is resting, please come back in the afternoon. Before he could finish, Qin Shi kicked the door open, striking the servant in the face, who stumbled backward. How dare you intrude upon the city lord's peaceful slumber, the servant exclaimed, clutching his face. A heavy foot then pressed down on the other side of his face. Remember this well, young man, should you show such disrespect to us again, each encounter will earn you a thrashing, Ding Chuan warned. Lei Yanghui shook his head as he followed them inside, pondering why he had provoked these two ruffians. Where is the city lord? He should be awake by now. While we are out diligently investigating, he lies about in slumber, Qin Shi shouted from the courtyard. Who dares disturb the city lord's sweet dreams? I shall, the city lord emerged, fuming, only to be taken aback upon seeing the trio. What will you do to us, city lord? Your authority is indeed formidable, Ding Chuan retorted, rolling his eyes. Ah, I was unaware of such esteemed guests arriving. My apologies for not greeting you properly, the city lord said, forcing a smile as he approached Lei Yanghui with a swift slap. He struck Lei Yanghui across the face. You didn't even think to inform me of the arrival of these esteemed gentlemen. Tears welled in Lei Yanghui's eyes as he covered his face. Yes, I was wrong. You two have worked hard investigating. Come and quickly serve tea to these gentlemen, and bring out that old elmwood table, the city lord commanded a servant. My lord, the old elmwood table may not be suitable, the doorman said, still rubbing his face. Did the door strike your left cheek? Indeed, my lord, it has turned quite purple, the doorman lamented. Smack! A bright red handprint appeared on the doorman's right cheek. Very well, I shall go fetch the elmwood table immediately, the doorman said, visibly shaken. Inside the room, the city lord rubbed his hands together and inquired, How goes your investigation, esteemed gentlemen? Brother Ding and I have conducted an on-site investigation, and it appears this incident is the work of the Blood Demon sect, Qin Shi replied, sipping his tea. Oh? The Blood Demon sect, aren't they located in Zhengzhou, that is quite distant from our Qingyun prefecture, especially with the Suhai barrier in between, the city lord remarked, puzzled. Indeed, had we not encountered those desiccated corpses, we would not have considered this direction. It is evident that they were first drained of blood and then incinerated, Ding Chuan elaborated. Additionally, during our inquiry, a demoness intervened, using a flute to control the corpses to attack us. Fortunately, Brother Ding's exceptional martial prowess diffused the situation, otherwise, I might not have returned, he added. How perilous that sounds, if it weren't for your intervention, my few subordinates would have been utterly ineffective, the city lord exclaimed. By the way, there is an important item I wish to present for your inspection, Qin Shi said, retrieving the wooden box discovered in the secret chamber. No heaven, no earth, root of the unattainable. Could this be? The city lord pondered aloud, staring at the box, lost in thought. What are you recalling, city lord? Ding Chuan inquired. I must consider where I have seen this before, the city lord replied. My lord, lunch is ready, a servant announced from outside. Esteemed gentlemen, your dedication to this city has not gone unnoticed. Today, we shall host a feast in your honor, please. Let us go, Brother Ding. We must first satisfy our hunger, perhaps after a few drinks, the city lord will recall something vital, Qin Shi suggested. Indeed, Brother Qin, let us indulge in a few cups. The trio then strode purposefully towards the dining area. Chapter 32 The Mysterious Box. Thank you, gentlemen, for assisting in resolving the calamity of Rainy Night Village. The city lord expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Ding Chuan and Qin Shi at the dining table. This gratitude was genuine, for he had previously dispatched soldiers to investigate the matter, and that contingent had mysteriously vanished within the village. It was nothing, merely a trifling matter. Qin Shi waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart. In truth, their triumph over the enchantress was more a stroke of luck than skill, as they might very well have perished in Rainy Night Village had fortune not favored them. By the way, City Lord, you mentioned earlier that this item seems familiar. Could you elaborate? Ding Chuan suddenly turned to the city lord and inquired. "Ah, young Master Ding, may I see that box once more?" The city lord nodded, then continued, "Although it appears somewhat familiar, I require further confirmation." Without hesitation, Ding Chuan produced the box and placed it before the city lord. "Boundless and formless, the root of the ungraspable," the city lord murmured as he took the box, scrutinizing it closely. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "I remember now. This box, I believe I have encountered it in the Chronicles of Bifome City." The city lord's loud proclamation startled Qin Shi, who immediately expressed his annoyance. "City lord, must you be so alarming?" Seeing this, Ding Chuan pulled Qin Shi back into his seat and patiently asked the city lord, "City lord, the Chronicles of Bifome City, is it not a record of your city's history?" "Indeed," the city lord replied, taking a deep breath and nodding. As Ding Chuan had asserted, the city chronicles were akin to a historical tome, chronicling everything about the town. "In that case, may I accompany you to the library to peruse it?" Ding Chuan requested. "Certainly, young Master Ding, young Master Qin, please follow me." With that, the city lord walked to the entrance of the hall, gesturing for the two to accompany him. Ding Chuan, having lost his appetite, was eager to uncover the origins of the box, especially since the enchantress was so desperately seeking it. Thus, he and Qin Shi followed the city lord to a secluded corner of the estate. "Is this the library?" Ding Chuan furrowed his brow at the sight of the decrepit structure, which appeared to have been neglected for many years. Young Master Ding, there is little wealth in Bifome City for renovations." "I hope for your understanding," the city lord admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. "Very well, let us see what lies within," Ding Chuan replied, shaking his head, realizing his expectations had been set too high for such a small town. With a creak, the library doors swung open, releasing a cloud of dust into the air. Cough, cough, what is this, city lord?" Qin Shi, the first to stand at the entrance, was immediately enveloped by the dust as the city lord opened the door. Ding Chuan could only shake his head in exasperation, waving his hand to disperse the dust with a wave of spiritual energy, and said, "City lord, lead the way." "Indeed." The city lord responded, stepping into the library, with Ding Chuan and Qin Shi following closely behind. However, this time Qin Shi had learned his lesson, keeping his distance from the city lord to avoid another dust cloud assault. "Hey, Ding brother, is this library not too dilapidated? Do you think we can find any records regarding the wooden box?" Qin Shi whispered to Ding Chuan. "I do not know, do not ask me," Ding Chuan shrugged in response. The interior of the library appeared to have been sealed off for years, untouched by human hands. The two followed the city lord, surveying their surroundings. It was not only the exterior that was shabby, even the interior seemed exceedingly simplistic compared to the grand libraries of the Ding clan and the Xianying sect. "I've found it," the city lord suddenly exclaimed, turning around. Ding Chuan and Qin Shi focused their gaze, noticing a thick tome had appeared in the city lord's hands. Whoosh! The city lord blew off the dust from the tome, revealing 4 resounding characters: Chronicles of Bifome City. Ding Chuan stepped forward to grasp the tome, asking, "Is this the Chronicles of Bifome City?" "Indeed," the city lord nodded, somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. He then admitted, "To be honest, since assuming the position of city lord, I have not documented the chronicles for quite some time due to various reasons. As such, I am not well versed in much of its content." City lord, I suspect your reluctance to continue recording is merely due to laziness," Qin Shi teased, exposing the city lord's shortcomings. The city lord could only laugh awkwardly. The last time he had opened the chronicles was decades prior, under pressure from his father to complete his reading. "It matters not, as long as it contains the information I seek." Ding Chuan waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned about the city lord's predicament. After all, it was not his affair, and thus, he felt no need to be bothered with that. Ding Chuan stepped outside the library, where sunlight illuminated the pages, allowing for clearer reading. As he perused the chronicles, he began to understand why the city lord was so reluctant to enter the library. The tome was filled predominantly with trivial matters such as disputes between townsfolk and the city lord's resolutions. Ding Chuan felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of mundane details. After flipping through the pages for quite some time, he finally stumbled upon a line that caught his attention: "Boundless and formless, the root of the ungraspable." Centuries ago, King Gyunsu faced a cataclysm, with countless souls perishing in the disaster. A woman, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, effortlessly quelled the source of the calamity, sealing it within a box before departing. And that box, its whereabouts remain unknown. Some say it was taken by the woman, while others claim it still lies within King Gyunsu. Upon reading the account of the box, Ding Chuan fell into deep contemplation. According to the chronicles of Baifeng City, this box likely concealed something of immense significance. More importantly, was this truly a realm accessible to an outer sect disciple, or was the sect suggesting something to him? Ding Chuan was uncertain, but it was prudent to exercise caution while navigating the outside world. Ding brother, how goes your search? Have you found any introductions regarding this object? Qin Shi suddenly appeared beside Ding Chuan, patting him on the shoulder. No, not yet. Ding Chuan's gaze flickered momentarily, then he shook his head, inadvertently flipping through several pages of the tome. It was best that these matters remain known to as few people as possible. No entry at all? Qin Shi furrowed his brow and turned to scold the city lord. City lord, what is the meaning of this? Have you conjured illusions? Chapter 33 Unexpected Resurrection. Not at all. How could I possibly deceive you, my lords? The city lord, with a troubled expression, addressed Ding Chuan and Qin Shi. Just as Qin Shi was about to retort, he was pulled away by Ding Chuan. Let us depart. It is time for us to return. Very well, the mission is accomplished, so I shall not pursue this matter further. Qin Shi huffed coldly and followed Ding Chuan out of the city lord's mansion. Safe travels, my lords. The city lord stood at the entrance, watching the two until they vanished from sight. Before letting out a sigh, I nearly attracted the attention of the disciples from the Shenqing sect. Fortunately, I did not take them captive, otherwise, I would have been in grave trouble. At this point, the city lord turned to the dazed Lei Yanghui standing nearby, feeling a surge of inexplicable anger rising from within. What are you still doing there, standing around? Hurry back and discipline those rascals. If they dare to collect tolls again, I shall have their skins flayed. Startled by the city lord's outburst, Lei Yanghui hurriedly nodded and bowed. Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it immediately. With that, he dashed out of the city lord's mansion, heading towards the city gates. It seems I have been too lenient with them. Alas, being a city lord is indeed a challenging role. The city lord lamented softly, then picked up the Baifeng City Chronicles that Ding Chuan had given him, flipping to the blank pages at the back. He retrieved a brush from his storage ring and began documenting the events of the past few days. Hey, Ding brother, are we really leaving just like this? Shouldn't we take something back as a report? Once they had departed Baifeng City, Qin Shi could not help but question Ding Chuan. Take something back as a report? Rest assured, as long as we report the events truthfully, that will suffice. Ding Chuan, stifling a chuckle at Qin Shi's demeanor, added, or do you wish to hand over the ice wheel we acquired from the city lord's mansion? No. That is absolutely out of the question. Qin Shi exclaimed, clutching the ice wheel tightly in its sheath as he shook his head vigorously. Then that settles it, Ding Chuan shrugged, gazing wistfully at the distant mountains, reflecting, who would have thought that with our abilities, we could successfully complete the investigation task? Truly, we have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Indeed. At this, Qin Shi perked up. Once we return, we shall receive an 800-point reward. TSK, 800 points, I can hardly fathom it. Usually, when we undertake patrol or guard duties, we toil for 3 to 5 days and barely earn a handful of points. We have struck it rich. Observing Qin Shi's exuberance, Ding Chuan couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. All right, let us quietly rejoice in our 800 points. After all, such tasks are not so easily come by. Have we forgotten the lessons we have learned? Had we not been fortunate this time, we could have easily fallen victim to that enchantress. Hey, don't mention the enchantress, Qin Shi said, instinctively recoiling at the thought. There is still some time left, Ding brother. Shall we find a tavern and indulge ourselves in a day of revelry? That does not seem unreasonable. Ding Chuan considered the remaining 3 days until the task's conclusion. Both he and Qin Shi were eager to unwind after the tension they had experienced in Baifeng City. Look, there's a town just ahead. Ding brother, let us hurry. Qin Shi exclaimed as he spotted the buildings not far off, eagerly pulling Ding Chuan toward the town. Cheers. Worthless fools, all of you. Not a single one can hold their liquor, how dare you challenge me? In the tavern, Qin Shi raised a jug of wine, one foot perched on the table, laughing boisterously. Seeing Qin Shi in such a state, Ding Chuan couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, muttering to himself, this lad drinks with such abandon. Ding Chuan was indeed correct. At that moment, in the tavern, apart from Qin Shi, there were scarcely any patrons left. Most had fled in haste, frightened by Qin Shi's wild antics, while those who remained did so only because they had not yet finished their drinks. Ding brother, they have all left. Come, join me for a drink. With that, Qin Shi leaped onto the tavern counter, producing a handful of spirit stones and declaring, "Innkeeper, bring me 10 jars of your finest wine." "Yes, yes, please drink at a leisurely pace, esteemed guest." The innkeeper, who had been hiding behind the counter, was taken aback by Qin Shi's sudden appearance and could only smile apologetically. Of course, Qin Shi was quite generous with his spirit stones, placing a dozen or so on the counter. It is worth noting that this was merely a humble tavern. A single spirit stone could exchange for 10 or 20 jars of their signature wine. As the attendants began placing jar after jar of wine on the table, Qin Shi's joy only increased. He tossed aside the empty jar in his hand, grabbed a fresh one, and began to gulp it down. "Hey, take it easy," Ding Chuan said, feeling a twinge of regret as he watched Qin Shi. Had he known, he would have simply returned to the sect and declined his invitation for drinks. Seemingly oblivious to Ding Chuan's concerns, Qin Shi continued to drink with fervor. It wasn't until the 5th jar that he burped and collapsed onto the table. Seeing Qin Shi down for the count, the few remaining patrons in the tavern finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had never encountered such a young man with such a remarkable capacity for alcohol. Alas, Ding Chuan sighed quietly, preparing to carry Qin Shi out of the tavern. However, at that moment, a group of figures suddenly appeared at the tavern entrance. "Brothers, that's him, damn it, this scoundrel went on a drunken rampage and slapped me hard." One man pointed at Qin Shi, who was slumped on Ding Chuan's shoulder. Ding Chuan noticed the vivid red handprint on the man's face, and his heart sank. "Damn, who would have thought that you would cause trouble even in your drunken state? I suppose I must accept this misfortune. From now on, I shall never accompany you on outings again." Ding Chuan silently vowed as he addressed the group of burly men before him. "I apologize, my brother has had one too many and is acting a bit unruly. How about this, I will compensate you with some spirit stones, and we can let this matter rest. Let him off. Do you have any idea how deeply I have been wounded?" The man glared at Ding Chuan and continued, "If you wish for me to overlook this, you must offer 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, do not blame us for taking action." 3,000 low-grade spirit stones? Upon hearing this sum, Ding Chuan's expression grew increasingly grim. Chapter 34 Unexpected Rebirth, Part 2, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single slap. Does this face possess the worth of gold? How could Ding Chuan not perceive that the individual across from him was attempting to extort them amidst the crowd? "What is the matter? Unable to produce the funds? Humph, then you too shall immediately receive your punishment." The man was relentless, signaling to others to take action against Ding Chuan and Qin Qi. That moment, Ding Chuan sprang into action. Whoosh, 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 a figure darted through the throng like a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, a dozen individuals lay sprawled on the ground. What? The man, with a crimson face, stared blankly at Ding Chuan, as if he had entered a realm devoid of humanity, utterly incredulous that Ding Chuan had effortlessly dispatched his companions. "With such a lack of skill, you dare to imitate others in extortion." Once Ding Chuan halted, fewer than half of the initial crowd remained standing. Each one of them appeared as though they were facing a formidable adversary, their expressions taut with trepidation as they regarded Ding Chuan. "Be brothers, do not be afraid, he must be out of strength. If we act now, we can surely subdue him." The man with the flushed face gulped nervously and shouted, preparing to pounce on Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan regarded the man with a gaze of pity and calmly inquired, "Would you care to glance behind you, huh?" At this remark, the man hesitated momentarily before turning around. To his astonishment, the remaining individuals had long since vanished without a trace. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now, bye." With that, the man hastily fled, his feet barely touching the ground. Observing the man's departure, Ding Chuan exhibited no inclination to pursue him. Instead, he hoisted Qin Shi once more and departed the tavern. "Ugh, my head aches." After an indeterminate period, Qin Shi felt a sharp pain in his head, gradually awakening. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a state of utter confusion. "Where am I?" "You're awake." A familiar voice reached Qin Shi's ears, and he soon found himself unceremoniously dropped to the ground. "Hey, brother Ding." Raising his head, Qin Shi spotted Ding Chuan. Upon surveying their surroundings, he realized they were situated in the outskirts. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qin Shi inquired, "Brother Ding, did you carry me the entire way?" "Is that even a question?" Ding Chuan replied, exasperated, clearly disinterested in explaining the situation to Qin Shi. Now that Qin Shi was awake, Ding Chuan began to stride purposefully in a direction. "Let us go, we shall soon arrive at the sect." "Arrive at the sect?" Qin Shi blinked in surprise and suddenly grasped the implication, exclaiming in disbelief, "Have I truly slept for 2 days? What do you think?" Ding Chuan shot a sidelong glance at Qin Shi, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. "Very well, I apologize, brother Ding, this time it is indeed my fault." With that, Qin Shi hurriedly caught up to Ding Chuan's pace, heading towards the sect. 2 hours later, Ding Chuan and Qin Shi arrived at the gates of the sect. "Let us proceed to the task hall to submit our mission." Ding Chuan held the task notice and made his way into the sect. Qin Shi naturally followed closely behind. Before long, the task hall appeared before them. Observing the bustling activity within, Ding Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined the task hall would be so crowded with disciples. It seems that undertaking tasks is indeed crucial for them." As Zhao Changqing had mentioned, for outer disciples to thrive, they must engage in tasks. Naturally, those with higher point values became highly coveted among the outer disciples. However, to claim such rewards, one must possess the requisite strength. "Quite well done. It seems your recent mission was a success. As anticipated, Zhao Changqing was already waiting in the task hall. Upon seeing Ding Chuan and Qin Shi enter, he greeted them. "Ah, the report from Baifeng City has reached the sect. Rest assured, the rewards due to you shall not be shortchanged." Zhao Changqing accepted the sect tokens from the two, and a faint white light flickered as 800 points were credited to their accounts. "Thank you, senior brother Zhao." Ding Chuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Zhao Changqing's extra care, he believed he would have wasted several months merely deciphering the rules of the sect. "Think nothing of it. You have completed the task, thus you rightfully deserve the reward." Zhao Changqing waved his hand dismissively, then leaned in closer to whisper, "Do not publicize this matter. I fear some individuals among the outer disciples may harbor resentment towards you." Understood. Ding Chuan nodded, and the two bid farewell to Zhao Changqing. After exiting the task hall, Qin Shi clutched the token, his expression one of affection, and turned to Ding Chuan, asking, "Brother Ding, what do you plan to exchange for with these 800 points?" "I shall exchange for cultivation resources." Ding Chuan pondered for a moment before continuing, "My cultivation progress requires certain spirit materials, so I intend to procure something useful. In that case, let us go together." Qin Shi could hardly contain his excitement, wrapping an arm around Ding Chuan as they made their way to the exchange hall. By the time they exited the exchange hall, dusk had descended. "Tonight, whether I can break through to the blood refinement realm depends on these materials." In the small courtyard, Ding Chuan murmured, clutching several spirit materials he had meticulously selected for the breakthrough. With that thought, Ding Chuan wasted no time and swallowed the numerous spirit materials whole. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of energy ignited within his body. Ding Chuan hurriedly focused his mind, silently guiding the power of the bright moon into his being. Before long, the dawn of the following day arrived. A knock, 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 knock. A series of urgent knocks echoed, and Ding Chuan, appearing fatigued, slowly opened his eyes and mumbled, "Who is it?" "It's me." A familiar voice resonated from behind the door, prompting Ding Chuan to rise and open it. Upon seeing the figure standing at the threshold, he was momentarily taken aback. "Senior brother Zhao, junior brother Ding, I feel somewhat remiss, but I am here to convey the elder's message." Noticing Ding Chuan's weary demeanor, Zhao Changqing sheepishly scratched his head. Seeing Ding Chuan remain silent, he continued, "There is yet another task that requires your execution, and it too offers an 800-point reward." "Another task?" Upon hearing the word task, Ding Chuan's eyes widened in surprise. Glancing at the awkward Zhao Changqing, he quickly understood that the latter was merely a messenger and asked, "Senior brother Zhao, what is the nature of this task?" Zhao Changqing nodded, then spoke, "This task is similar to the last one. It is another investigation mission. As for the investigation's content, it pertains to the uncharted forest within the jurisdiction of our Xianqing sect. Reports from the disciples stationed there indicate that a particular area of the forest has exhibited anomalies, with a significant number of beasts fleeing the region. Your task this time is to ascertain what issues have arisen there." Chapter 35 of the investigation mission. Yet another investigation mission. A furrow creased Ding Chuan's brow, an unsettling sensation gnawed at him, though he could not quite articulate why. Nevertheless, since it was an order from the elder, he had no choice but to comply. After all, he currently possessed insufficient strength, rendering him a mere inconsequential presence before these esteemed elders. Zhao Changqing patted Ding Chuan on the shoulder and remarked, "Ding Shidi, do not overthink it. There must be a reason the elder assigned you this task. Perhaps they see you as a potential heir to the sect." "Enough, Zhao Shixiang, there's no need to mock me," Ding Chuan replied with a wry smile. Zhao Changqing's attempts at consolation left much to be desired. Who would comfort someone by suggesting they might be the sect's successor? "Well then, since it is the elder's command, I have no choice but to proceed." With that, Ding Chuan rose once more. His progress towards breaking through the pinnacle of the blood-tempering stage with his moonlight body had stagnated, and he lacked the focus to engage in earnest cultivation. Rather than wallowing in frustration, he resolved to take a stroll. Perhaps he might glean some insights along the way. With this thought in mind, Ding Chuan stepped out of his room. "Ding Shidi, do your best, don't think I don't notice, your current strength far surpasses mine," Zhao Changqing chuckled, watching Ding Chuan depart. Moments later, he appeared to recall something, letting out a deep sigh as he shook his head and left the premises. "I never expected to be leaving the sect so soon after my arrival." As he reached the gates of the sect, Ding Chuan turned back for a lingering glance at the Xianqing sect before leisurely descending the slope. This mission afforded an ample time frame of 1 month, Thus, he felt no urgency to rush, allowing himself to meander at a leisurely pace. On his journey towards the dense forest, Ding Chuan ambled along, taking in the scenic beauty that surrounded him, which provided a welcome respite for his mind and body. Yet, the weight of the responsibilities he bore soon dimmed his spirits, and his initial enthusiasm waned significantly. Wait for your elder brother, I shall surely bring you to safety. The dense forest was vast, nearly encompassing the majority of the Shenqing sect, Lingyao Mountain, and Huanin Valley. This time, he was tasked with exploring regions within the dense forest where even the beasts dared not linger, a challenge of considerable magnitude. Ding Chuan began to suspect whether Elder Mo was deliberately targeting him. Such missions were typically beyond the capabilities of inner sect disciples, who could predict what monstrous creatures might lurk within. After 5 days of travel, Ding Chuan finally reached the outskirts of the dense forest. As expected of a place that even the three sects dare not tread lightly, merely standing at its periphery, I can feel a weight pressing down on my breath, he murmured as he gazed toward the entrance of the dense forest. Truth be told, even without a sect mission, Ding Chuan would have ventured into the dense forest eventually. He simply wished to wait until he had successfully awakened his moonlight body. Arriving early does have its merits, especially since time is of the essence. If I do not expedite my strength, Yuer could be in peril at any moment. With that determination, Ding Chuan resolutely stepped into the dense forest. Upon entering, a gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, as if warning him of impending danger ahead. He dismissed the sensation but remained vigilant, drawing forth his sword, Duantian, and carefully scanning his surroundings. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from not far away, and in the next moment, a colossal beast resembling a lion appeared before Ding Chuan. It's here! Gripping Duantian tightly, Ding Chuan fixated his gaze on the massive lion. Having yet to engage in battle, he was uncertain of its true strength. Roar! Upon spotting Ding Chuan, the giant lion let out another roar, its eyes fixated on him like a predator stalking its prey, and it lunged forward with a massive paw. Ding Chuan did not dare to underestimate the creature. He immediately retreated several dozen meters, narrowly evading the lion's assault. Boom! The lion's paw struck the ground, creating a fissure. Ding Chuan's heart raced. This giant lion's strength was likely not beneath that of a peak master realm warrior. 9 profound battle heaven technique, meet your demise. Ding Chuan snorted coldly, propelling himself towards the lion's head with a powerful kick. His left fist connected with the lioness skull, while his right, wielding Duantian, plunged into one of its eyes. Aru! The giant lion howled in pain, thrashing violently and sending Ding Chuan flying. Yet, Duantian remained lodged in the lion's eye, inflicting continuous damage. Although the lion was formidable, it paled in comparison to the even stronger Ding Chuan. Come again! Steadying himself, Ding Chuan charged at the lion once more. This time, he darted beneath the beast, delivering a powerful punch to its most vulnerable abdomen. With a series of resounding thuds, Ding Chuan's raw strength breached the lion's defenses, causing blood to spew forth in torrents. Even as he swiftly dodged, droplets of crimson splattered onto his back, staining his once pristine white sect robes. After a few desperate thrashes, the giant lion collapsed, lifeless. After catching his breath, Ding Chuan approached and extricated Duantian from the lion's eye. I never anticipated encountering such a formidable beast merely at the periphery. Who knows what perils await deeper within? Ding Chuan could not help but chuckle wryly. Suddenly recalling Qin Shi, however, he quickly shook his head. He had deliberately left Qin Shi behind for this mission, knowing full well that the dense forest was far beyond his ability to handle. Even inner sect disciples needed to tread cautiously within its depths. Why would the sect assign me this task? Could it be that I have drawn the attention of the higher-ups? As he cautiously advanced deeper into the dense forest, Ding Chuan pondered these thoughts in his mind. Having learned from past experiences, he became increasingly cautious, striving to suppress his presence as he made his way toward his destination. Thus, for several days, Ding Chuan remained in a state of heightened vigilance. Even though he could absorb the moon's essence at night to rejuvenate himself, the mental fatigue persisted. It was not until 3 days later at noon that he heard the sounds of a fierce battle nearby. Xiaoling, continue targeting the beast's limbs to hinder its movement. And Yuan, you draw its attention. Lu Yunfeng, flank it from the sides with me, seeking any openings. Fang Buchen, cut off the beast's retreat. Understood. The exchange of commands drew Ding Chuan's attention. He quickly concealed himself behind a nearby tree to observe the unfolding scene. Before him, 3 men and 2 women were locked in a fierce struggle against a massive wolf. Chapter 36. Fierce battle. Ding Chuan fixed his gaze and discovered that the commander of the group was a strikingly magnificent woman. Her expression was resolute, as if she had everything under her control. At that moment, Ding Chuan dared not recklessly reveal his position. After all, should a stranger intrude at this time, it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Better to remain concealed and continue observing the situation. Are they from the illusory Sound Valley? Ding Chuan suddenly noticed that although the attire of the group varied slightly, each member bore a badge emblazoned with the words Illusory Sound Valley. Perhaps I should first assess the battle conditions, he thought, redirecting his gaze towards the position of the giant wolf. At this moment, the 5 members of Illusory Sound Valley executed the woman's commands with remarkable composure, gradually gaining the upper hand in their confrontation with the colossal wolf. Judging by their performance, it was evident that they had reached the pinnacle of the Master Realm. It was likely that their status within Illusory Sound Valley was quite significant. Just as Ding Chuan was momentarily lost in thought, the group suddenly unleashed their full potential, particularly the commanding woman, who plunged a massive sword into the side of the giant wolf. Awah! The giant wolf howled in pain, emitting a mournful cry, as though its strength was fading. We did it! Joy radiated from the faces of the group. Yet, upon hearing that anguished howl, Ding Chuan's heart sank with foreboding. Having trained for half a year on Beast Mountain, he was acutely aware of what that wail signified. It was a call for the wolf's companions. No, I must retreat immediately. Ding Chuan disregarded any concern for revealing his presence. If he delayed any longer, his life would be forfeit. Who goes there? Just as Ding Chuan began to withdraw, the magnificent woman noticed him. She furrowed her brows and looked in the direction he was leaving. Meanwhile, the other members of the group remained oblivious to the anomaly, still immersed in their triumph, preparing to harvest useful materials from the already slain giant wolf. Xin Jie, come quickly. The hide of this wolf demon is too thick, it's difficult to process, called the girl referred to as Xiao Ling, beckoning to the preoccupied commanding woman. Understood, the woman replied, regaining her focus and approaching Xiao Ling to assist. By now, Ding Chuan's presence had vanished, and even if she pursued, it would be nearly impossible to locate him. That person seemed to have been observing us for quite some time. And upon witnessing us slay the giant wolf, he instantly fled. Could it be that, while slicing through the hide of the demon beast with a short knife, the woman pondered? Suddenly, realization struck her, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down her brow. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized Xiao Ling and shouted to the others, "We must leave, now. If we don't hurry, it will be too late." As her words fell, she sprinted in the direction Ding Chuan had taken. What's wrong with Xin Jie? And Yuan, slow to react, was still trying to comprehend the woman's thoughts. However, Lu Yunfeng and Feng Buqing seemed to have grasped the situation and scrambled after her. Awah! Awah! At that moment, a chorus of wolf howls echoed through the dense forest, drawing ever closer to their location. Even in Yuan, despite his dim-wittedness, could understand that they had stirred up a significant hornet's nest. It's over. And Yuan's face turned pale. It was already too late for him to escape. Surrounding him were dozens of wolf demons, each larger than the one they had just slain, and Yuan's fate was all but sealed. This foolish woman, why didn't she pierce the wolf demon's throat first? Ding Chuan seethed inwardly, cursing the members of Illusory Sound Valley. At that moment, he was sprinting through the dense forest, no longer concerned about concealing his presence. Wolves have never been solitary beasts. No matter how powerful or ferocious they become, they are always pack animals. In the territory of demon beasts, while wolf demons might not be formidable individually, their numbers are overwhelming. Even the most ferocious solitary beasts typically avoid provoking wolf demons. Awah! Awah! Damn, they're coming my way. Ding Chuan's expression darkened as he distinctly heard the howls growing ever nearer. If he had known that 4 straggling companions were following him, he would likely have been even more enraged. At that moment, a scream pierced the air. The source of that voice, Ding Chuan recognized, was none other than the capable Lu Yunfeng. Clearly, Lu Yunfeng had been overtaken by the wolf demons, his life now in jeopardy. This cave. As Ding Chuan dashed, he suddenly spotted a narrow cave that could accommodate only one person. Without a second thought, he squeezed inside. Hiss! Just as Ding Chuan entered, he heard the sound of a snake's tongue flicking nearby. Get lost! Without hesitation, Ding Chuan severed the snake's head and proceeded into the cave. Finally safe. Although the entrance of the cave was small, the interior space was relatively spacious. It even seemed to extend further into the depths. However, it was pitch black inside, and having expended considerable energy, Ding Chuan realized that the best course of action was to rest and recover before proceeding. "Help me!" A distant anguished cry echoed, causing Ding Chuan to feel a moment of silence. The owner of that voice was another member of the group, Fang Bucheng, who had evidently met his demise and was likely to become mere fragments of a hero. "Xiaoling, you go ahead. I'll hold them off." A resolute female voice rang out not far from the cave's entrance, causing Ding Chuan to pause, then feel a surge of irritation. He finally understood why the wolf demons were heading in his direction. "No, Xianjia, let us leave together." A weak female voice protested, tears evident in her tone. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. You must leave quickly and return to Illusory Sound Valley. I will catch up with you later." As she spoke, her voice trembled, and Ding Chuan could sense the fear in her words. With a resigned sigh, Ding Chuan called out to the entrance of the cave, "Come in." "Who?" The two women turned their gazes in unison toward the source of the voice, only to realize that another cave existed here. "It's you!" The woman approached the cave's entrance to investigate, quickly spotting Ding Chuan, and frowned. "What are you hesitating for? Are you waiting for the wolf demons to tear you to shreds?" Ding Chuan raised an eyebrow and chastised the two women. All right." Hearing the thundering sounds and wolf howls drawing nearer, the two women gritted their teeth and squeezed into the cave. Chapter 37 Encounter with the Giant Wolf. Roar! Shortly after the two women entered the cave, a multitude of towering wolf figures suddenly appeared outside. Through a narrow gap, Ding Chuan gazed outward, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The strength of a single giant wolf already surpassed the pinnacle of the Master Realm. Even nearing the Sect Realm, one alone was enough to leave Ding Chuan in dire straits, yet here stood dozens. Moreover, among this pack of giant wolves, there was undoubtedly a wolf king, whose strength likely approached the zenith of the Sect Realm. Such a foe was beyond Ding Chuan's capacity to confront. Only some exceptionally powerful inner disciples might stand a chance. "Who are you, and why are you here?" The imposing woman seemed to have regained her composure, her delicate brows furrowing as she questioned Ding Chuan. "Do you not recognize my attire?" Ding Chuan turned, the character Xianqing sect emblazoned on his white robe. "Oh, so you are a disciple of the Xianqing sect." The formidable woman nodded slightly and then inquired, "If so, what brings you here?" "What brings me here? Naturally, I am on a mission, otherwise, why would I run here without purpose?" Ding Chuan could not suppress a roll of his eyes at the woman, an undercurrent of mild disdain rising within him. He had a strong aversion to being interrogated. "What mission?" The woman persisted, and Ding Chuan, growing increasingly intolerant, swiftly drew his weapon, the Duantian, across her neck. "Do you not think your questioning is rather impolite?" Ding Chuan maintained a stern expression, coolly regarding the woman. After about half a minute, he lowered his weapon and seated himself in a corner. "You!" The woman was visibly incensed by Ding Chuan's demeanor. Xiaoling, too, felt a surge of anger and rebuked Ding Chuan. "You, a grown man, how can you be so petty? We are merely two young women, naturally concerned for our safety, hence the inquiries. If I had any ill intentions, I would have acted long ago, rather than sit here watching you both perform your little charade." Ding Chuan cast a glance at Xiaoling before closing his eyes. In his view, the two women were but sheltered blossoms. Were it not for Ding Chuan's inherent kindness, they might have already met a grim fate at the jaws of the surrounding giant wolves. What's so impressive about that?" Xiaoling scoffed softly. Initially grateful for Ding Chuan's rescue, she now perceived him as insufferably aloof. Meanwhile, the howls of wolves echoed incessantly from outside, sending shivers down the spines of the two women. "I am Su Yuxuan. What is your name?" The imposing woman took a deep breath, seemingly regaining her composure, and addressed Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan slightly opened his eyes, glanced at the woman, and replied, "Ding Chuan." At that moment, he had no time to engage with Su Yuxuan. He needed to swiftly restore his spiritual energy to face the impending crisis. If fortune favored him, perhaps an opportunity to escape would arise. "Oh." Su Yuxuan nodded, surveying the depths of the cave and then the multitude of giant wolves fixated on the entrance, her brows knitting together in concern. "Do you have a way to extricate us from this predicament?" Su Yuxuan's voice reached Ding Chuan's ears. Clearly, despite her role as the group's leader, she was rendered incapable of making sound decisions under such circumstances. "We can either charge out or venture deeper into the cave to seek other exits," Ding Chuan answered leisurely, raising two fingers to indicate his options. His spiritual energy had largely been restored, allowing him to handle some urgent situations. "Must we really go deeper?" Xiao Ling gazed apprehensively into the abyss-like interior of the cave, trembling slightly. We could certainly wait here until the giant wolves disperse, Ding Chuan shrugged, then retrieved a luminous stone from his storage ring, adding, wolves, being such predatory beasts, will relentlessly pursue their prey. Unless we eliminate them all, they will hardly ever leave. I refuse to remain idle, I intend to explore the cave for any opportunities. With that, Ding Chuan's figure gradually receded as he strode into the depths of the cave. Sister Xian, what should we do? Xiao Ling, suddenly anxious, grasped Su Yuxuan's hand and implored. What to do? Sigh, Xiao Ling, I believe Ding Chuan is correct, sitting here idly could lead to our doom at any moment. Rather than that, we might as well follow him inside. From our initial encounter, it seems his strength likely surpasses mine. Su Yuxuan shook her head and swiftly followed after Ding Chuan. Seeing this, Xiao Ling had no choice but to join her, hastily rushing after them. Ding Chuan was aware that the two women had followed, but he remained indifferent. As long as they did not interfere with him, it mattered little. Sister Xian, this cave is exceedingly deep. Xiao Ling clung tightly to Su Yuxuan's arm, fear evident in her wide eyes as she surveyed their surroundings. Su Yuxuan remained silent, pressing her lips together, yet she comfortingly patted Xiao Ling's shoulder. After all, they were women, and it was only natural to fear the dark. As Ding Chuan ventured deeper, his brow furrowed ever more tightly. He sensed that this cave was far from ordinary. Before long, they arrived at a fork in the path. Which way should we go now? Su Yuxuan asked Ding Chuan, who had paused for some time. I don't know. Let's choose randomly, Ding Chuan replied, heading down the left path, his instincts suggesting that the right path would lead to nothing. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Ding Chuan halted once more, for they had reached a dead end. Wu, Sister Xian, shall we turn back and take the right path instead? At this point, Xiao Ling could no longer suppress her fear, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke to Su Yuxuan. Su Yuxuan inhaled deeply and turned to Ding Chuan, saying, Ding Chuan, perhaps we should. Ding Chuan raised a hand, signaling for silence as he scrutinized the stone wall at the end of the passage, lost in thought. Unlike the two women, Ding Chuan perceived the dead end before them not as a mere stone wall, but as a formation. Clearly, this formation was exceptionally concealed, likely visible only to those with special insight. I have read some related texts during my time in the Ding clan, though I have never encountered one in practice. If I cannot think of a solution, I shall break through by force. After a period of anxious deliberation, Ding Chuan's gaze hardened with resolve. In the next moment, he drew his weapon, Duantian, and struck decisively. Chapter 38 Blood Demon Pearl Boom. What are you doing? The sudden, violent sound of shattering stones caused Su Yuxuan to pause momentarily, before she quickly regained her composure and turned to Ding Chuan with a question. Ding Chuan, however, was too preoccupied to respond, his gaze fixated on the crumbling stones before him. Moments later, the stone wall collapsed with a resounding crash. It was only then that the three of them realized there was an entirely different world hidden behind the wall. Before them lay a brilliantly illuminated pathway. I knew it would be like this, Ding Chuan remarked with a satisfied nod. Before stepping into the passage. He recalled that although he had never seen this particular formation before, its outline suggested it was a concealed array. The very fact that such a formation was set up indicated the presence of something significant within. However, unable to devise a method to crack the array, Ding Chuan concluded that it would be more expedient to simply break through the stone wall, achieving the same effect. What? There's something hidden inside? Xiao Ling rubbed her eyes in disbelief. This situation was indeed beyond her comprehension. After all, she had spent all her time in the illusory Sound Valley, and there were many things she had never encountered or even heard of. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind swept through, prompting Ding Chuan to steel himself as he cautiously ventured inside. Su Yuxuan and Xiao Ling closely followed behind him, fearful of losing sight of him. Rows of torches illuminated the passageway, yet Ding Chuan's brow furrowed in concern. The deeper he walked, the more he sensed an unsettling aura. This place seemed to evoke a profoundly ominous premonition within him. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly noticed an anomaly within the Shumi ring and hastily retrieved the peculiar object. What is this? Xiao Ling inquired, noticing the item in Ding Chuan's hand. Wutian Wuti, the root of the formless. Su Yuxuan observed the wooden box in Ding Chuan's grasp, where these 8 characters were engraved along the edge. At that moment, the box emitted a slight tremor, and unexpectedly, a blood-red pearl leapt out from within. Ding Chuan, with quick reflexes, snatched it from the air just before it could hit the ground. Once in his grasp, the blood-red pearl fell silent, yet it pulsated with a faint crimson glow. Blood Demon Pearl? At that instant, an unusual sensation flashed through Ding Chuan's mind, and he suddenly realized the name of the blood-red pearl. It was evident that this was the work of the Shumi ring. Ding Chuan, what kind of pearl is this? Su Yuxuan, unable to contain her curiosity, asked. Ding Chuan shook his head and fabricated a casual lie. This is something I found near the outskirts of the misty forest. I am not quite sure what it is. With that, he placed the blood demon pearl back into the wooden box and stored it in the Shumi ring. Could there be something inside that relates to the blood demon pearl? Ding Chuan pondered. He decided to investigate further. Ignoring what the two women were doing, he strode deeper into the passage. Hey, wait for us. The two women hurriedly called out, chasing after him. As they ventured further down the path, chilling winds began to swirl around them. However, before long, they arrived at their destination. A coffin. Ah, a grave? Xiaoling, having never encountered such a thing before, exclaimed in alarm, clutching Su Yuxuan tightly. Su Yuxuan remained relatively composed, having seen more of the world and not feeling overly perturbed by the current situation. Indeed, it appears there may be something hidden within the grave, Ding Chuan said thoughtfully, nodding slightly as he drew his weapon to examine the coffin, yet found nothing unusual. With a sigh of relief, Ding Chuan placed both hands on the coffin lid and shouted, lifting the cover with force. There's a ghost. Xiaoling, terrified, pressed herself against Su Yuxuan's back, screaming loudly. Even Su Yuxuan, no matter how composed she was, jumped at Xiaoling's sudden scream, taking a moment to regain her composure. In truth, even after the coffin lid was removed, nothing happened. It remained eerily calm. Ding Chuan stepped forward, uttering a polite excuse me, before unceremoniously rummaging through the coffin. It seemed that the occupant of the grave had long since turned to dust, or rather, mere remnants of bones remained. As Ding Chuan probed, a rib fell away. Despite the eerie atmosphere, Ding Chuan discovered several items within the coffin: a pill bottle, a peculiar flower, a long staff, and a booklet. The booklet prominently displayed the characters Ghostly Spirit Steps. Ghostly Spirit Steps, a technique for movement, just what I need, as my skills in this area are lacking, Ding Chuan exclaimed, his heart leaping with joy as he examined the booklet. What is that, Ding Chuan? At this moment, Su Yuxuan and Xiaoling approached, unable to suppress their curiosity. Their eyes were drawn to the vividly colored flower. I have no idea, Ding Chuan replied, shaking his head. The flower was exceptionally strange, consisting of only 3 petals with a central stamen. Besides its purplish-red hue, it bore no other distinguishing features. However, given that it was taken from a grave, Ding Chuan suspected it had absorbed the nutrients from the deceased to grow. At that moment, the Shumi ring flickered with a faint light, and the words Higan-bana appeared in Ding Chuan's mind. Along with it came a plethora of information about the Higan-bana, flowers of the dead, bones, reincarnation graves, appearing once every 1,000 years. Do you want it? Ding Chuan held up the Higan-bana before the two women, who turned pale and took a step back. No, I absolutely refuse to take anything associated with the dead. Xiaoling was the first to wave her hands in protest. Su Yuxuan, though silent, clearly shared her aversion, as evident from her expression. Well then, I shall keep it, Ding Chuan declared, promptly storing all 3 items in the Shumi ring. The staff was of no use to him at present. His combat skills were limited to the 9 mysterious battle technique, and without a means to practice staff techniques, he could not wield its full potential. What shall we do now? This path has reached its end. Should we explore another route? Su Yuxuan suddenly inquired. Who said we've reached the end? Ding Chuan chuckled, then did something that astonished both women. He returned to the coffin, shouted once more, and effortlessly moved the entire coffin aside. Chapter 39. Shall we leap down? Before the two women stood an unanticipated sight as Ding Chuan pried open the coffin, revealing a concealed opening. Is this a secret passage? Xiaoling exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Ding Chuan turned his head, regarding her with a look akin to that of a bewildered fool, and let out a resigned sigh. This young girl truly exhibited a certain naivete. He then inhaled deeply, turned back, and leaped into the opening. Xianjia, shall we follow suit? Originally, Xiaoling intended to reprimand Ding Chuan, but upon witnessing his descent, she hesitated. Should they leap down? Perhaps we should explore another route. Instead we shall jump. Su Yuxuan, gritting her teeth, followed Ding Chuan without hesitation, plunging into the abyss. For reasons unknown, a shadowy figure in Su Yuxuan's heart compelled her to trust Ding Chuan. Xianjie. Seeing this, Xiaoling felt compelled to act, hastily pursuing Su Yuxuan. After all, she was now alone in this graveyard, and her fear had magnified significantly. Aha! The moment she entered the cave, Xiaoling was overwhelmed by a violent sensation of weightlessness, prompting her to scream. She clung tightly to the walls of the narrow passage, her hands becoming stained crimson from the friction caused by inertia. This state persisted for a full 10 minutes before Xiaoling finally sensed an end. Woo woo woo! Unable to contain herself, she began to weep. At that moment, a pair of hands rested on her shoulders, sprinkling a fine powder over her bloodied hands, followed by a soothing voice. "It's all right, Xiaoling, it seems we are about to emerge." The speaker was none other than Su Yuxuan. Under the influence of the powder, Xiaoling's hands began to visibly heal. In no time, they were fully restored. "Thank you, Xianjia." Xiaoling wiped her tears and rose to gaze ahead. Ding Chuan stood approximately 5 or 6 meters in front of the two women, having stowed away the luminous stone, for a glimmer of light had appeared further ahead. "Have we emerged?" As the beam illuminated Xiaoling's face, she could not suppress her excitement. Su Yuxuan nodded. "Indeed, we have emerged." Simultaneously, a sense of relief washed over Su Yuxuan, as she had not anticipated that following Ding Chuan would lead them to an exit. Be cautious. None can predict what lies beyond the exit. Ding Chuan glanced back at the two women before striding toward the light. Fortunately, upon their emergence, no immediate danger presented itself, allowing Su Yuxuan and Xiaoling to finally relax. Reflecting on the gruesome fate that had befallen others before them, the two women shivered. Given another chance, they would undoubtedly steer clear of that monstrous wolf demon. Alas, in this world, there are no second chances. "Do you know where this is?" Ding Chuan inquired after they exited the cave. He had embarked on this journey with minimal preparation, lacking even a map. Let me take a look." Su Yuxuan regained her composure and retrieved a sheepskin map from her storage ring. After surveying their surroundings, she continued, "It appears we are situated to the south of the uncharted forest." To the south of the uncharted forest. Ding Chuan pondered for a moment, realizing that the area they needed to investigate was indeed located to the south. However, he was not entirely certain of the precise location. "Please hand me the map, I shall examine it." As he spoke, Ding Chuan took the map from Su Yuxuan's hands to scrutinize it more closely. At that moment, Xiaoling approached with an expression of fury, snatching the map from Ding Chuan's grasp. "This is our map, what do you intend to do with it?" Ding Chuan's displeasure was evident as he furrowed his brow and regarded Xiaoling. "What? Do you intend to kill me? I assure you, now that we have found the exit, I can summon the elders of the sect at any moment." Xiaoling seemed defiant, glaring at Ding Chuan as if she were venting a long-held grievance. "Repeat that?" Ding Chuan's expression grew increasingly frigid, and Duantian slowly materialized in his hand. He was taken aback that after escaping danger, this woman would suddenly adopt such a confrontational demeanor. Was this not the very essence of the fable, The Farmer and the Snake? Enough, Xiaoling, cease your words." Just as Xiaoling prepared to retort, Su Yuxuan swiftly covered her mouth, her countenance serious, seemingly fearful that Xiaoling might provoke Ding Chuan further. "I apologize." "The young girl lacks decorum, please do not take offense," Su Yuxuan said, turning to Ding Chuan with an apologetic expression. "I am not inclined to quarrel with a mere child." Ding Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "Quarrel? Are you still holding this against us?" Xiaoling, resembling a fox whose tail had been stepped on, wriggled free from Su Yuxuan's grasp, pointing an accusatory finger at Ding Chuan. "Just you wait. I shall summon the elder right now." With that, she produced a communication talisman. Buzz. As soon as Xiaoling brandished the talisman, she suddenly felt a chilling sensation at her throat. "Little sister, without me, do you truly believe you would still be alive?" Ding Chuan's cold gaze bore into Xiaoling, and had Duantian advanced even a fraction further, she would likely meet a bloody end. Gulps. Observing the faint crimson seeping from her neck, Xiaoling's expression transformed from arrogance to one of fear, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Su Yuxuan, witnessing this scene, sighed softly, showing no intention of intervening. Even if she did, it would likely be futile. I am Elder Lu's granddaughter. You cannot treat me this way." Xiaoling's voice trembled, thick with emotion. What of being the elder's granddaughter? If you provoke me, it matters not who comes, it will be of no use." With that, Ding Chuan feigned a motion to sever Xiaoling's head. "Ah!" Xiaoling, startled by Ding Chuan's expression, screamed in terror. However, at this moment, Ding Chuan retracted Duantian and turned to walk in a different direction. "It seems Su Yuxuan possesses a modicum of discernment. I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next, I assure you, your suffering will be beyond imagination." Once Ding Chuan's figure had completely vanished into the woods, Xiaoling finally came to her senses, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Xiaoling, I have long warned you that the world outside is not akin to our valley. You did not heed my words, and now look what nearly befell you. Su Yuxuan approached, wiping away Xiaoling's tears in an attempt to console her. I understand now. Xiaoling gazed in the direction where Ding Chuan had disappeared, her expression shifting from fear to resentment. Out of Su Yuxuan's sight, Xiaoling quietly infused a surge of spiritual energy into the communication talisman. Soon after, the talisman began to dissipate. Chapter 40 of the Indomitable Beast Tide. At this moment, Ding Chuan had long ventured deep into the unsecret forest, blissfully unaware of the events that were unfolding thereafter. Speaking of which, this mission is to investigate the reasons behind the escape of the beasts from the unsecret forest. But what could possibly compel these creatures to flee? As Ding Chuan navigated through the thicket, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Earlier, when he had received the map from Su Yuxuan, he had committed to memory the southern region depicted therein. He estimated that he was merely a dozen kilometers away from his destination. Roar! A thunderous bellow reverberated ahead, causing Ding Chuan to lift his gaze, an unsettling chill creeping over him. Not far from his position, a motley assembly of bizarre and colorful beasts was charging towards him. First, conceal myself. Ding Chuan swiftly leaped onto a tree, endeavoring to suppress his presence. Was this not the very essence of a beast tide? Even though Ding Chuan was a body cultivator, he lacked the physical fortitude to withstand the onslaught of dozens of beasts before him. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! The cacophony of roars erupted from the horde, seemingly oblivious to Ding Chuan's presence as they raced away in a frenzy. They'd appear to be in a state of terror, Ding Chuan mused, astonishment flickering across his face, yet his mind was more preoccupied with contemplation. Why were these beasts so frantically fleeing? This indicated a singular truth: within that region lay something even they found terrifying. Is the sect truly compelling me towards my demise? Ding Chuan chuckled bitterly, watching the beasts recede into the distance, a pang of bitterness rising within him. Among those fleeing beasts were undoubtedly some that had attained the Zone realm. He feared he would stand no chance against them, yet, if such formidable beasts were fleeing, what could possibly exist within that area? Very well, I shall investigate further. At the very least, I shall have an account to present upon my return to the sect. Ding Chuan shook his head, casting aside these thoughts, his gaze transformed into one of unwavering resolve as he cautiously pressed on. Rumble! Rumble! Not 5 kilometers later, Ding Chuan felt the ground tremble violently beneath him, nearly losing his balance and toppling over. Could it be that an unparalleled ferocious beast has emerged? Ding Chuan pondered, instinctively adopting a crouched position as he advanced slowly. Even though this was not the task mandated by the sect, he could not resist the urge to take a look. Boom, boom, boom. Another violent tremor shook the ground, and Ding Chuan suddenly noticed that at some point, a beast resembling a dragon with dual horns had soared from the unsecret forest, swirling majestically through the sky. Ding Chuan's face paled in disbelief as he gazed at the peculiar creature above, exclaiming, This is a dragon? No, wait, this is not a dragon, it lacks claws, this is a jiao. Ding Chuan shook his head vigorously, observing closely before speaking again. Indeed, this was a jiao that had cultivated for a millennium. He recalled seeing references to it in the archives of the Ding clan during his childhood. Serpentine beasts were among the most accessible yet the most challenging to cultivate in the realm. They were easily accessible because, like humans, serpentine beasts were innately attuned to the source energy of the world, allowing them to cultivate at an unparalleled pace compared to other beasts. Conversely, they faced the greatest challenges when attempting to transcend the heavenly tribulations. A minor tribulation occurred every century, a major one every millennium, culminating in the final tribulation after 10 millennia. After overcoming 9 minor tribulations, they would face the first major tribulation, transforming into a jiao, sprouting 2 horns, and beginning to take on a draconic form. After surviving 9 major tribulations, they would face the ultimate trial after 10 millennia, transforming from jiao to dragon, leaping over the dragon gate. Legend spoke of serpentine beasts reaching this stage, becoming transcendent immortals, yet, it was a lamentable truth that no one in the entire source martial continent had ever witnessed a serpentine beast attain this pinnacle. Most perished at the Millennium Tribulation, let alone the terrifying 10 Millennium Tribulation. As Ding Chuan gazed at the turbulent skies, a sudden realization struck him: the jiao before him was likely facing not a century tribulation, but a Millennium Tribulation. For, in less than a quarter of an hour, the previously clear skies had become shrouded in dark clouds, stretching endlessly, a stark contrast to the records he had come across. Flee! We must leave this place at once. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ding Chuan turned on his heel and sprinted away. At this moment, he finally comprehended why those beasts had been fleeing for their lives. If they did not escape, they would truly lose theirs. Rumble! Rumble! The skies were now laced with flashes of lightning, and Ding Chuan looked up to see that thunderclouds were brewing ominously. It's over. There's no escape. Ding Chuan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. At his speed, no matter how fast he ran, he could never outrun the heavenly tribulation. In that moment, memories flashed through his mind of his childhood companions Ding Xiang and Ding Yu, along with his father and mother, right up to Su Yulu and Qin Qi. Ah, it matters not. It's merely death. What is there to fear? Ha ha, at least I shall witness the legendary Zhao during its tribulation, and that shall be a beautiful passing. Yet, alas, where, I fear I shall never come to fetch you again. As the memories faded, Ding Chuan appeared to have reached a profound understanding. He seated himself upon a large rock, gazing skyward. Humph, arrogant little one, is it you who seeks to harm my Linger? At that moment, a deafening voice suddenly erupted from behind him. Ding Chuan turned to find a white-haired elder standing there. The elder was clad in a flowing white robe, his snow-white hair cascading down his back, and his long beard seemed to accentuate his extraordinary presence. Linger? Ding Chuan recalled that the young girl who had recently turned against him was indeed called Xiaoling. Therefore, the elder before him must be the one referred to as such by her. Where is this? Could it be that there is a barrier? At that moment, the elder suddenly froze in place. Moments ago, he had observed the clear skies, only to find that after taking just a few steps forward, the world had transformed dramatically. Could it be? The elder's expression turned rigid as he slowly raised his head to gaze at the heavens, his heart plummeting to the depths of despair. He. Ding Chuan offered a faint smile before turning away. To his astonishment, he found himself accompanied by an elder from the illusory Sound Valley on his final journey. Young man, that is the legendary Zhao Beast's tribulation, isn't it? The elder inquired, trembling with apprehension. He preferred to believe that he was mistaken. Did you not see it for yourself? Why ask me? Ding Chuan shrugged, seemingly unfazed. After all, death was inevitable. Fear, panic, and worry appeared to have completely dissipated from his heart. Boom! Gazing at the brewing tempest of heavenly thunder, the elder's heart was now a tumult of conflicting emotions. Chapter 41 And awaiting death with peace of mind. Rest assured, elder, if I were in your position, I would have resigned myself to the inevitability of death, Ding Chuan remarked with a chuckle, observing the elder's discomfiture. Upon hearing Ding Chuan's words, a surge of fury ignited within the elder, prompting him to bellow, "You insolent brat, it is all your fault. How else could I find myself in this predicament? If you seek to harm me, then I shall ensure your demise comes first." As soon as the words left his lips, the elder moved with astonishing speed, his fingers contorting into a claw-like shape, intent on crushing Ding Chuan's skull. Even though Ding Chuan had cast aside all concerns for life and death, the terrifying aura emanating from the elder made his pupils constrict involuntarily. This elder of the illusory Sound Valley truly intended to take his life. Boom! 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 At that moment, a bolt of lightning erupted in the sky, the violent sound reverberating through the air, causing both Ding Chuan and the elder to shudder. What is happening? Ding Chuan exclaimed in shock, because in the next instant, a bolt of lightning struck the elder squarely on the crown of his head. Being in close proximity to the elder, Ding Chuan was also caught in the aftermath, hurtled several hundred meters away, rolling over a dozen times before colliding with a tree stump, finally coming to a halt. But that was not the end of it. The tree, struck by Ding Chuan's impact, collapsed with a thunderous crash. The residual force of the heavenly thunder left Ding Chuan in excruciating pain, nearly rendering him unconscious. Ah! Help me! Boom, boom, boom. The elder's heart-wrenching screams echoed, as the terrifying lightning continued to rain down upon him. However, the thunderous roars completely drowned out his voice. In that moment, witnessing the elder bleeding from all 7 orifices, on the brink of death, Ding Chuan felt a strange sense of relief from his own suffering. Truly, one reaps what one sows, and thus faces the wrath of the heavens, Ding Chuan murmured, shaking his head in reflection. Indeed, judging by the temperament of the elder's granddaughter, Xiao Ling, it was likely that the elder was not a virtuous individual, a classic case of the apple not falling far from the tree. In a short span, the elder, who had once stood tall in the air, began to plummet to the ground as if in free fall. Ding Chuan understood that the elder was likely now dead. Here I am, on the brink of death myself, yet I concern myself with the fate of others, cough, cough. Ding Chuan muttered to himself, suddenly feeling a surge of stagnant blood within him, prompting a violent fit of coughing. This was merely the aftereffect of the heavenly tribulation, leaving Ding Chuan gravely injured. Had he been directly struck by that bolt, he dared not contemplate the consequences. The thunder in the sky did not cease, continuing to rumble ominously within the dark clouds. The lightning seemed to intensify, with the roar growing ever louder. After a moment's respite, feeling slightly better, Ding Chuan leaned against the tree stump, finding a suitable angle to sit. Before the heavenly tribulation, humans, beasts, and plants, all living beings appear so inconsequential. Ding Chuan raised his head, staring blankly at the creature in the sky. He wondered if it was merely an illusion, for he felt as though that creature had glanced at him, either intentionally or inadvertently. Just a trick of the mind, I am so weary, perhaps I should relax and take a good nap. With that thought, Ding Chuan slowly closed his eyes. Even though he knew that once he closed them, he might never awaken again, he willingly surrendered to eternal slumber, for with his current strength, survival was beyond his grasp. Perhaps there was a minuscule chance of survival, who could say? That as Ding Chuan rested with his eyes shut, the creature indeed turned its head. His senses had not betrayed him. The creature had truly cast a glance in his direction. Roar, what of the heavenly tribulation? I have cultivated for 9,999 years, facing 99 tribulations, each one a near-death experience. How could I fear such a trifling trial? Cursed heavens, today I shall shatter your tribulation and forge my dragon form. The creature raised its head, bellowing at the dark clouds. In that instant, it seemed as though the entire forest resonated with its roar. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the heavenly tribulation appeared to respond to the creature's taunt, the brewing storm clouds darkening even further. Come, if you dare, strike me down. The creature retorted defiantly, a faint purple hue manifesting from its body. Indeed, this was the color of the dragon colon. The supreme royal purple. At this moment, it had waited far too long. Today, it would leap forth to become a dragon. Boom, the first bolt of lightning descended, striking the creature's two horns directly. Utilizing its formidable skull, the creature endured the terrifying jolt. Before the first bolt had completely dissipated, the second bolt followed closely behind. Boom, boom, this time, the lightning struck the creature's body, the scales at the impact site turned. Boom, boom, the third bolt struck the creature's tail, severing a considerable length. Following were the fourth, fifth, and sixth bolts. 2 bolts struck the creature's abdomen, while 1 struck its crown. In an instant, 3 gashes marred the creature's body. Boom, the 7th bolt roared, landing once more upon the creature's head. One of its horns shattered, and its eyes were blinded by the lightning. Only then did the lightning appear to grant the creature a moment of respite. However, judging by the light accumulating in the sky, the next bolt would likely be exponentially more powerful than the 7th. Ha 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 ha. You cannot kill me, heavens, you cannot kill me. Golden scales are not mere creatures of the pond. When confronted with stormy winds, they transform into dragons. The creature laughed heartily. Even in the darkness, it could perceive the entire world. Just then, the heavenly tribulation struck. An even thicker bolt of lightning descended upon the creature's vital point. Unlike before, this bolt came silently, catching the creature completely off guard. Roar! The creature howled in agony as its vital point was pierced by the lightning. Had it not been for the scant remnants of flesh and scales still connected, it would have been severed in two. Because of this bolt, the creature's essence plummeted to the brink of death. Yet, the 9th bolt of lightning, the final one, no, it should be said 9 bolts of lightning, formed a circle in the sky, enveloping the creature within. Each bolt brewing within this formation possessed a strength surpassing that of the previous 8th bolt. This time, even if the creature regained its peak state, there was no possibility of success. Could it be that I am truly to perish here? Though its features had been utterly destroyed by the last bolt, it could still instinctively sense the overwhelming power brewing in the heavens. Boom! Just then, the storm clouds gradually subsided, and 9 bolts of lightning surged directly towards the creature. Chapter 42 of the Power of the Full Moon. At that moment, a peculiar crimson energy suddenly enveloped the dragon beast. Boom, 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 boom. 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation struck in succession, yet they could not harm the dragon beast in the slightest. Instead, under the influence of the crimson energy shield, they transformed into streams of pure energy that flowed into the dragon beast's body. What is this? The dragon beast was incredulous, for it distinctly sensed that this aura did not belong to this realm. As the last trace of spiritual power from the crimson energy shield was infused, it gradually dissipated. Roar! Before the dragon beast could react, a pair of horns sprouted from its head anew, its eye injuries healed, and light returned to its vision. Even its body transformed from a ghostly blue to a pure purple, with 5 claws emerging from within. It had successfully transformed into a dragon. The dragon beast, or rather, it should now be called the purple dragon, reveled in the changes coursing through it, a wave of ecstasy swelling within its heart. Who has aided me? The purple dragon roared, its voice causing the very foundations of the source martial continent to tremble violently. At that moment, a calm and chilling voice fell upon the ears of the purple dragon. Little snake, you have merely broken through the barrier of a trivial continent, and yet you dare to presume to call yourself I. Upon hearing this voice, the purple dragon's entire being trembled, disbelief etched across its face once more. Is it you? It is sufficient that you recognize me. Come find me yourself, lest I have to reveal myself again. The voice echoed again. The purple dragon's expression shifted to one of obedience as it nodded in response. Yes. Having transformed from a dragon beast into a purple dragon, it would still depend on another? If one were to delve deeper into this matter, what kind of terrifying existence could the owner of this voice possibly be? Oh, by the way, before you leave, give that little fellow a scale. Just as the purple dragon was about to take flight, the owner of the voice seemed to recall something and spoke once more. Him? The purple dragon turned its head, disdain evident as it glanced at the unconscious Ding Chuan on the ground. However, in the next moment, its gaze abruptly changed, as if it had seen something extraordinarily terrifying. Then, the purple dragon took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. As the words left its mouth, a streak of purple light streaked across the sky, landing within the unconscious Ding Chuan's body. Humph, boy, consider yourself fortunate. This true scale is the pure essence of the source chi condensed on the source martial continent, containing profound mysteries for you to experience at your leisure. Do not let my true scale go to waste. The voice of the purple dragon echoed thunderously through the sky, yet its form had already vanished without a trace. And Ding Chuan, upon the true scale entering his body, found his injuries miraculously healed in an instant. His aura also gradually intensified significantly. Ugh, my head hurts. After what felt like an eternity, Ding Chuan finally stirred from unconsciousness. As he gradually regained awareness, he suddenly froze. Huh, I'm not dead? Ding Chuan attempted to move his body, leaping into the air, and astonishingly soared several meters high. What is happening? Ding Chuan found it hard to believe that he could jump so high. His body felt remarkably lighter. Could it be? Ding Chuan seemed to have an epiphany, turning to face a nearby solid boulder, and shouted, delivering a punch to the stone. With a resounding boom, the boulder shattered into countless fragments beneath Ding Chuan's fist. Ding Chuan stood there, stunned. Could it be that I became stronger from being struck by lightning? No, wait, I must check my body. Ding Chuan jolted back to reality, immediately sitting cross-legged to examine his dantian. However, upon inspection, he was nearly struck dumb with astonishment. His previously damaged dantian had inexplicably returned to its original state. Even more astonishingly, Ding Chuan discovered that his dantian measured a full 10 inches. What does a 10-inch dantian signify? Dantian sizes are categorized as follows: 1 to 3 inches for inferior dantian, corresponding to yellow grade talent; 4 to 6 inches for medium dantian, corresponding to mysterious grade talent; 6 to 9 inches for superior dantian, corresponding to earth grade talent. Only 9 inches corresponds to heavenly grade talent, yet Ding Chuan's dantian exceeded 9 inches. This meant that from this moment forth, Ding Chuan's talent had surpassed even the heavenly grade. Calm down, there must be some mistake. Ding Chuan took a deep breath, forcing his excited heart to cool down, and then examined himself once more. Indeed, it's true. This time, Ding Chuan could no longer contain himself, bursting into wild laughter. He truly possessed a 10-inch dantian. Wait, no. At that moment, Ding Chuan furrowed his brow, realizing something was amiss. His cultivation path was based on body, not source. Why had his dantian been restored while his body remained unchanged? With this thought, Ding Chuan immediately activated the Hell Prison Body Refining Technique, and after the technique coursed through his body for a small cycle, a manic grin spread across his face. The body of the full moon, the body of the full moon. I have achieved it. Ding Chuan stood up, exclaiming excitedly. Indeed, he had finally transcended blood refinement and, unbeknownst to him, attained the body of the full moon. With a casual wave, a beam of white light shot forth from his hand, striking a large tree. With a resounding boom, the tree came crashing down. This was the very attack derived from the body of the full moon, the power of the full moon. Unlike attacks produced by source power, the power of the full moon was manifested through inner strength, relying solely on the physical prowess of the body. Now that I have attained the body of the full moon, it is likely that my cultivation level has also reached the martial sovereign realm. Ding Chuan quickly made a rough assessment of his status. However, since I have condensed a 10-inch dantian, I must not neglect my practice of source either. Ding Chuan's resolute face turned toward the location where the dragon beast had undergone its tribulation, murmuring, "It is time to return to the sect." With that, Ding Chuan strode forward, leaving the area. Of course, he did not forget to check the location where the elder from the illusory Sound Valley had perished. However, he felt a twinge of regret as he discovered the elder's body reduced to a charred husk, even the storage ring reduced to dust under that bolt of lightning. Though Ding Chuan felt a sense of loss, considering the gains from his journey, he naturally had little lingering thoughts about the elder's ring. Upon returning, I should exchange for a source-based cultivation technique. As for soul-based, well, I'll consider it when the time comes. As Ding Chuan walked along the path leading out of the dense forest, he pondered deeply. Roar! At that moment, a fearsome howl of a beast suddenly echoed not far from Ding Chuan. He perked up his ears, and his expression changed drastically. It was none other than the pack of giant wolves from before. Chapter 43 of the Wolf King. In the span of mere moments, dozens of colossal wolves encircled Ding Chuan. At the heart of the pack stood a giant wolf, its size a full double that of its brethren. Undoubtedly, this was the Wolf King. I never expected it would be you again. Perfect, I can finally test my strength. The current Ding Chuan had undergone a profound transformation, radiating confidence even in the face of the looming wolf pack. 9 Mysteries Battle Heaven Form. Ding Chuan bellowed as he took the initiative, channeling the terrifying power of the full moon body into a single, devastating punch that struck one of the giant wolves squarely on the head. Aru! Boom! In an instant, that giant wolf exploded before Ding Chuan's eyes. This was the power of the full moon, a remarkable leap from the time he was in the blood refinement realm. Ha, mere wolf demons, what does their number matter? Ding Chuan felt a surge of exhilaration and charged toward another giant wolf. Boom! Another explosive sound rang out as that giant wolf fell at Ding Chuan's hands. The display of strength he exhibited had instilled a deep sense of dread among the wolf demons. Aru! Upon witnessing this, the Wolf King emerged from the throng of giant wolves, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Ding Chuan. If a gaze could kill, the wolves would have slain Ding Chuan countless times over. Humph, what of the Wolf King? Today, I shall see what you are made of. Ding Chuan scoffed, his right hand slicing through the air as the sword Duantian materialized in his grasp. Embrace death. Aru! With a powerful leap, Ding Chuan ascended toward the Wolf King's head, swinging Duantian through the air. The Wolf King roared in fury, conjuring a sphere of azure energy in its maw, aimed directly at Ding Chuan. With a whoosh, the energy ball hurtled toward him. Battle Heaven 3 Forms, Layered Peak. Ding Chuan shouted as he met the attack head-on, the blade of Duantian aimed squarely at the energy ball and the Wolf King behind it. Boom! Boom, boom! A series of violent explosions erupted in the air as Ding Chuan surged past the energy ball, piercing the colossal head of the Wolf King. Simultaneously, the power of the full moon erupted from within Ding Chuan, coursing through Duantian. Boom! Another explosion reverberated as the Wolf King's head disintegrated, its massive body collapsing slowly to the ground. Ha, ha! Truly, a beast at the zone realm is no easy adversary to vanquish. Ding Chuan murmured to himself, firmly gripping the hilt of Duantian as he plunged the blade into the earth. Despite the devastating power of his previous attack, it had drained a significant portion of his strength, nearly leaving him exhausted. Aru! The remaining giant wolves, witnessing the demise of their king, now regarded Ding Chuan with a markedly different expression, fear etched deeply in their eyes as they turned to flee. It appears this technique is quite effective. Observing the panicking wolves, Ding Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. At this point, my realm should have ascended to the martial zone level. I just wonder what specific tier it is. As he strolled back, Ding Chuan found himself lost in thought. The Shenqing sect possessed a special stone for testing levels, and its exchange cost was quite reasonable, more than covered by the points he had accrued. Boom! Boom! Just as Ding Chuan reached the outskirts of the dense forest, a sudden, violent explosion echoed nearby. A battle? Ding Chuan furrowed his brow. This path was essential for his exit from the forest, and taking a detour would cost him an entire day. Yet, he was unwilling to provoke further trouble. Well, I suppose I should take a look. After some contemplation, Ding Chuan resolved to press onward. With his current strength, he was confident in handling any unforeseen circumstances. He then stealthily approached the source of the commotion, concealing his presence. Roar! Xiaoling, be careful! A terrifying wave of heat surged forth. With a buzz, a wall of light, approximately 2 meters high, materialized, shielding a small portion of the scorching blast. Beneath the wall stood two figures, Su Yuxuan and Xiaoling. The two were struggling against the onslaught, sweat glistening on their brows, their clothing tattered and revealing generous swaths of skin, presenting a pitiable sight. As the heat dissipated, the wall of light gradually faded, and Su Yuxuan appeared to be on the verge of collapse, kneeling on one knee. Xianjia. Upon seeing this, Xiaoling rushed to support Su Yuxuan. Xiaoling, I'm fine. Beware of that beast. Su Yuxuan waved her hand, slowly rising to her feet, her slender sword already showing signs of cracking. It was evident that the two women were no match for their opponent. Before them loomed a gigantic bear, a creature of immense proportions. Its fiery attack had unleashed the earlier wave of flames. Roar! The giant bear, infuriated by the sight of the two women remaining unharmed, raised its paw to strike. Xiaoling, run! Su Yuxuan cried out desperately, using all her strength to push Xiaoling out of the bear's attack range. Xiaoling, caught off guard, found herself pressed against a tree, watching in horror as Su Yuxuan faced imminent doom beneath the bear's paw, and she screamed, "No, Xianjie!" As Su Yuxuan beheld the paw descending upon her, despair washed over her face. Is this how it ends? She thought, bitterly smiling as she gazed at the approaching paw. For some reason, a thin figure flickered in her mind just as the paw was about to crush Su Yuxuan. Bang! Su Yuxuan had closed her eyes, bracing for the end, but after a moment, she felt no crushing weight. What has happened? Slowly, she opened her eyes to find a familiar figure standing before her. Ding Chuan. Roar! The giant bear bellowed, seemingly enraged, as it brought down its other paw. Humph! Ding Chuan scoffed, unleashing the power of the full moon, which surged into the bear's body in an instant. As the full moon energy coursed through the giant bear, it howled in agony and was sent flying backward. It's you, Ding Chuan. Su Yuxuan regarded him with a complex expression. Having saved her twice in quick succession, she felt something stir within her heart. Don't think too much of it, I merely passed by. Ding Chuan averted his gaze from Su Yuxuan and charged toward the giant bear. Embrace death! Ding Chuan roared, and Duantian appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the blade plunged into the bear's massive form. A creature of such formidable strength, comparable to the Zong realm, was effortlessly subdued by Ding Chuan. After completing this feat, Ding Chuan approached Su Yuxuan and calmly inquired, "So, can you still move?" "Yes." Su Yuxuan nodded, rising to her feet with Ding Chuan's support. Chapter 44, Shanyuan Town. Is it you again? At that moment, a discordant voice echoed behind the two. Ding Chuan furrowed his brow. Merely hearing that voice, he knew who it was. You all can handle your own matters. I shall take my leave, Ding Chuan remarked to Su Yuxuan, preparing to depart from the scene. Alas, Su Yuxuan sighed helplessly upon witnessing his demeanor. She could not help but notice the chill in Ding Chuan's tone, yet all she could do was watch him walk away. Wait, don't go. With a sharp cry, Xiaoling stepped in front of Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan asked coolly, "What is it you wish to discuss? Tell me, did you deliberately lure the giant bear to prey upon us, two defenseless women?" Xiaoling accused, her delicate finger pointing accusingly at Ding Chuan's nose. Ding Chuan initially felt a surge of anger, but upon remembering that her elder grandfather had passed away, he cast her a look of pity. With Xiaoling's haughty nature, it was unlikely that Ding Chuan would have to intervene. Those oppressed by her in Huanin Valley would likely turn against her. What sort of gaze is that? Do you not fear my grandfather will take vengeance upon you? Upon noticing the change in Ding Chuan's expression, Xiaoling felt as if her tail had been stepped on, a wave of unnameable fury surging within her. Your grandfather? Ha! Ding Chuan chuckled, shaking his head, and then disregarded Xiaoling, striding past her and leaving the vicinity. You enough, Xiaoling! Just as Xiaoling was about to retort, Su Yuxuan stepped beside her, and with a resounding slap, a handprint appeared on Xiaoling's face. Do you still not understand? If it weren't for Ding Chuan, you and I would have perished here. Su Yuxuan reprimanded. Xiaoling's eyes instantly reddened as she glared at Su Yuxuan, shouting, Sister Xian, why are you siding with him too? Fine, since you all wish to bully me, I shall leave. I am going to find my grandfather. With that, Xiaoling turned on her heel and walked deeper into the dense forest. Watching Xiaoling's retreating figure, Su Yuxuan lowered her outstretched hand, shaking her head and murmuring, "Xiaoling, if you continue with this disposition, even if your grandfather is an elder of the sect, he may not be able to protect you." Alas! Ultimately, Su Yuxuan sighed deeply and chose to exit the forest. As for her thoughts, she mused that once Xiaoling had vented her frustrations, she would likely return to the sect. However, unbeknownst to Su Yuxuan, it was possible that Xiaoling might never come back. Of course, none of this concerned Ding Chuan. Even if he were to learn of the consequences, he would merely mutter that she deserved it. After all, Xiaoling's repeated acts of ingratitude, even blaming him, meant that no matter how patient Ding Chuan was, he could not tolerate a stranger's insolence. Shanyuan Town.as The town closest to the dense forest, Shanyuan Town was unlike the ordinary towns. Though small in size, the bustling crowd meandered through the streets, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary liveliness. The reason for this was simply that Shanyuan Town was the nearest settlement to the dense forest. The passing cultivators frequented this place to venture into the forest for training. "Hey, buddy, have you heard? Many beasts have recently fled from the depths of the dense forest to the outskirts." At this moment, in a tavern within Shanyuan Town, a man inquired of his companion. "Indeed, not long ago, my brothers and I ventured into the dense forest to hunt beasts, and lo and behold, a peak master realm beast emerged, nearly annihilating my team," the other replied, nodding, still a bit shaken by the memory. "I've heard that there's an even more formidable beast that has appeared inside. It's best not to venture into the dense forest lately, the danger is too great." Right, just 2 days ago, when I entered the dense forest, I saw that terrifying beast. It was enormous, like a ferocious tiger." "Nonsense. It was clearly a giant lion." "How could that be? What I saw was obviously a bird." The tavern was abuzz with excitement as a group of burly men fervently debated the strange occurrences within the dense forest. "Ha, it seems this is how rumors spread," a young man in a corner of the tavern chuckled, shaking his head. The young man was Ding Chuan, who had recently left the dense forest and was resting in the tavern. With several days remaining for his sect mission, he was in no hurry to return. Taking in the scenic views along the way was not without its charm. It was clearly a tiger. It was a lion. It was a wolf. "I'll say it's whatever I want, your observations are false." "What, are you looking for a fight?" At some unknown juncture, the atmosphere in the tavern grew tense, with a dozen burly men embroiled in a heated argument, ready to brawl. Ding Chuan frowned, placing several spirit stones on the table, preparing to leave. Just then, an elderly man staggered into the midst of the crowd. "Ugh, this is not satisfying. I haven't had enough to drink," the old man declared, collapsing onto one of the burly men. "Old fool, what are you doing? Get away from me." The burly man recoiled in disgust, hastily pushing the old man aside. "Hey, don't throw me here." Another burly man, seeing the old man about to topple onto him, quickly dodged, a surge of anger rising within him as he swung a punch at the first burly man's chest. The first burly man took the blow squarely and fell to the ground, staring in disbelief at the second burly man, uttering, "Did you hit me?" "Yes, I did. I told you it was a tiger." The second burly man replied with impatience, and just then, someone else bumped into him, causing him to throw another punch. "Come on, who is afraid of whom?" In an instant, chaos erupted. The old man slowly rose to his feet, drunkenly pulling at the two men beside him, saying, stop fighting, please don't hit each other." "You old fool, you want to get hit too, huh?" The burly man, irritated, swung his fist at the old man who was tugging at his arm. Bang! A collision sound rang out. However, to everyone's surprise, it was not the old man who fell, but the burly man. "I said to stop fighting, can't you understand?" The old man still appeared drunk, swaying as he sat down on a chair. Seeing this unfold, Ding Chuan halted his steps, intrigued by the old man. Clearly, anyone capable of effortlessly taking down a burly man was not to be underestimated. "Damn it, how dare you harm my second brother?" "Brothers, let us get him." One burly man slammed the table in anger, bellowing, and soon over 20 similarly robust men rose to surround the old man. Chapter 45 of The Peculiar Old Man. "What business do you have with your brawling ways, young man?" the old man remarked, swaying slightly as he stood, unfazed by the encirclement of numerous burly men. "Humph, old fool, daring to provoke us, the Heavenly Kill Gang? You must have an insatiable appetite for trouble," one of the muscular men bellowed. Upon hearing this, the onlookers in the tavern erupted into a frenzy of chatter. "Goodness, it's the Heavenly Kill Gang? The Heavenly Kill Gang is notorious for their malevolence. Who would have thought their minions would appear in Mountain Plain Town? Let us get out of here quickly, who knows, the Heavenly Kill Gang might just wipe us all out." With that, in a matter of minutes, the patrons hastily fled the tavern. At this moment, within the tavern, aside from the staff, the Heavenly Kill Gang, the old man, and Ding Chuan, there remained no other souls. Ding Chuan stayed behind, intrigued to observe how the old man would confront the infamous Heavenly Kill Gang. As for the waiter and the tavern keeper, they had long since hidden away, watching from a distance, with the keeper silently praying that the gang would leave promptly after dealing with the old man. Oh dear, it seems I have misjudged. I did not realize I was in the presence of such esteemed members of the Heavenly Kill Gang. I humbly beseech you, kind sirs, spare this old man's life. The old man suddenly shifted his tone, clasping his hands together in supplication before the burly man. Ding Chuan, witnessing this, couldn't help but flinch slightly. What trickery was this old man attempting? Despite his current prowess at the zone level, he could not fathom the old man's actions. Evidently, the old man's strength surpassed his by an entire realm. And those so-called Heavenly Kill Gang brutes, their strength barely reached the sure level, with the strongest among them being the leader, who was at the zone level, let alone the old man. Even Ding Chuan could easily dispatch these thugs. Now you wish to plead for mercy? It is too late, the leader of the burly men glared, raising his hand as if to strike the old man's face. However, in the next moment, he withdrew his hand, grinning wickedly. How about this, old-timer? You can buy your life for 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. 30,000? Oh dear sirs, I have no means to procure such an amount. I earnestly request your mercy, the old man exclaimed, feigning shock, and continued to plead fervently. Can't produce it? Then this old fool shall have no life left, the burly man scoffed, swiftly lifting the old man as if he were a mere chick. Seeing this, another burly man swung a fist aimed at the old man's face. Bang! The man who struck was unexpectedly sent flying backward in an instant. What? The man holding the old man was taken aback, his expression quickly shifting to rage. Brothers, eliminate him. Immediately, over 20 burly men surged forward, attacking the old man. Yet, in mere moments, all of them lay sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. Standing amidst the chaos was only the man who had grabbed the old man. He gulped audibly, stammering, "Why you dare to do this? You are finished." Slap. A crimson handprint appeared on the face of the startled burly man. You dare to slap. The other side of the burly man's face bore an identical mark. Why, I want to go home to my mother. With that, tears welled in the burly man's eyes as he dropped the old man and fled the tavern. Ding Chuan, witnessing the spectacle, was utterly astonished. Surely, it cannot be this easy to toy with them. Just then, the old man swayed over to Ding Chuan, exclaiming, "Ah, young man, I see extraordinary potential in your bones. You are a rare talent for cultivation. I possess 2 manuals, one titled Huayuan Gui Yi Gong, and the other Wu Xiang Lian Hanshu. Might you be interested?" As he spoke, the old man produced 2 yellowed scrolls from his trousers. No. I have no dealings with you. Why would you offer me such things? Ding Chuan retorted, wrinkling his nose in disdain, inwardly thinking, what madness, do you believe I would be interested in something pulled from your pants? To his surprise, the old man seized the opportunity, thrusting the scrolls into Ding Chuan's hands. Young lad, I offer these to you out of a sense of fate. I would not bestow them upon just anyone. Wait, you. Just as Ding Chuan regained his senses and attempted to return the scrolls, the old man had vanished without a trace. Ding Chuan stood there, bewildered, before stepping outside the tavern to scan the surroundings, yet saw nothing. Ah well, one should not refuse a gift freely given, he muttered, picking up the 2 scrolls for inspection. Upon examining them, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. Earth level 7? Earth level 8? Ding Chuan stared in disbelief, rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. Could it be that my exceptional talent has drawn the attention of such an extraordinary figure? After much contemplation, he could arrive at no other conclusion. However, he would not embark on cultivation lightly. He needed to ascertain their authenticity first. With this thought, Ding Chuan tucked the scrolls away and exited the tavern. And now, Ding Chuan found himself with much to attend to. A single ghostly spirit steps was sufficient for his training for the time being. Furthermore, with the 2 manuals gifted by the old man, he could not afford to squander any more time. A day and a night later, Ding Chuan returned to the sect. Standing at the foot of the mountain, gazing at the imposing stone gate inscribed with the word Xin Xing sect, he felt a swell of emotion. It has been nearly 2 months since I joined the sect. Most of that time has been consumed by training and completing tasks. Though he could not explain why, Ding Chuan felt it had not been too bad. At least now he had a clear direction. Ah, if it isn't Ding Chuan. After half a month, have you been expelled from the sect? At that moment, an unpleasant voice rang out from behind him. Ding Chuan turned to see a young man whose face was unfamiliar to him, and the fact that this stranger spoke to him with such malice piqued Ding Chuan's curiosity about his identity. Ha, you don't recognize me? If you don't know me, surely you know Wang Hongao? The young man laughed mockingly, yet the young man's grin filled Ding Chuan with discomfort. Oh, that chubby fellow, what of him? Ding Chuan replied, suddenly realizing the connection. It seemed this young man had some association with Wang Hongao. Humph, Hongao is a fine specimen, the perfect match for Su Yilu. How dare you, an outsider, meddle in their affairs? Do you not find that somewhat excessive? The young man retorted, brandishing a long halberd in his hand. Chapter 46, The Elder's Provocation. And time and again, you have ruthlessly targeted Hongao, inflicting upon him grievous injuries? As his elder brother, I must stand up for him. Whoosh! Hardly had the words left his mouth when the young man, brandishing a long spear, swiftly materialized before Ding Chuan, the spear poised to pierce Ding Chuan's eye. Madman, go back to where you came from. Ding Chuan remained unfazed, delivering a resounding slap across the young man's face. With a loud smack, the young man was sent flying, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Although the young man possessed considerable strength, approximating the 8th level of the Master Realm, it was still inadequate in comparison to Ding Chuan. Gradually, the young man rose, spitting a mouthful of blood. The confidence that once graced his visage now completely vanished. Ding Chuan did not even spare him a glance, continuing on his way to the sect. Ding Chuan, daring to treat me thus, this matter will not end here. The young man bellowed, his fist crashing down onto the ground, blood seeping through his fingers. Wait. If I cannot handle you, I shall summon those fellows from the inner sect to deal with you. It was evident that the young man had already concocted some plans in his mind. At this moment, Ding Chuan had departed, blissfully unaware of these developments. Even if he were to hear them, he would remain indifferent. What scene had Ding Chuan not witnessed? Surely, a few disciples could not possibly rival the authority of Ding Bai, the elder from the Ding clan during his time. Having exited the stone gate, Ding Chuan promptly made his way to the task hall of the sect to report on his investigative mission. He retrieved the head of the Wolf King from his storage ring and presented it to the elder, stating, "Disciple has investigated and discovered that the chaos was instigated by this Wolf King leading a pack of wolves vying for territory in the area. By sheer fortune, I managed to slay the Wolf King, thereby restoring order to the chaotic depths of the forest." On his way back to the sect, Ding Chuan had already resolved to relay his findings to the elder in this manner. If he were to claim he had witnessed a millennium-old flood dragon undergoing tribulation, would that not throw the sect into disarray? As long as he returned unscathed, it indicated that the flood dragon would not reappear. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to return. Upon seeing the colossal wolf head in Ding Chuan's hands, some outer sect disciples gasped in astonishment and gasped, "It is indeed the Wolf King. It is said to be a beast of the sect realm." Let us not even mention the Wolf King. The mere presence of a wolf pack alone consists of no fewer than dozens of wolf demons. Who would have imagined this individual to be so formidable? Who on earth is he? I believe I have seen him before. He is the one who performed most brilliantly in the sect's entrance examination, Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan? The outer sect disciples exclaimed in disbelief. A disciple who has just entered the sect has managed to acquire the head of the Wolf King. Is he some sort of monster? Listening to the outer sect disciples' discussions, Ding Chuan could not help but internally lament, "It seems I have drawn too much attention to myself." The elder merely responded with a curt acknowledgement, taking the wolf head from Ding Chuan. He then stated, "Consider this task barely completed. Due to your slaying of the Wolf King and the resulting ecological disruption in the forest, your reward shall be halved, 400 points. As he spoke, the elder reluctantly received Ding Chuan's token, a brief flash of light signifying that 400 points had been transferred to Ding Chuan's possession. Only 400? Ding Chuan's brow furrowed, glancing at the elder's expression, his mind beginning to churn with thoughts. Disrupting the forest's ecology? Ha, the forest is vast. Can a mere wolf pack truly cause such devastation? This is preposterous. Judging by the elder's demeanor, it seems he holds a grudge against me. Humph, likely one of Elder Mo's associates. Though such thoughts coursed through his mind, Ding Chuan maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, merely responding with a nonchalant as he accepted the token. Wait a moment. Just as Ding Chuan prepared to leave, the elder suddenly called out to him, saying, "I have changed my mind. Your performance on this task was utterly subpar. Consider this a failure, and return the 400 points." This elder of the task hall was indeed affiliated with Elder Mo, deliberately assigning Ding Chuan a task of considerable difficulty. Moreover, Ding Chuan's disdainful expression while claiming his points clearly indicated he held the elder in contempt. Anger welled within the elder, prompting him to record Ding Chuan's task as a failure. After all, the sect enforced strict penalties for disciples who failed their missions, and a moment's carelessness could result in expulsion. What is the meaning of this, elder? Ding Chuan suppressed his fury, turning around to inquire in a steady, measured tone. One must bow their head when under a roof. Because you have slain the Wolf King, severely disrupting the forest's ecology, I fear it may lead to unimaginable consequences. My recording your task as a failure is already a gracious concession. I have not penalized you for the repercussions of your actions, which is already commendable. It would be quite enough if you did not feel compelled to express gratitude. The elder snorted coldly, extending his right hand to signal Ding Chuan to relinquish the token. Elder, I implore you to practice leniency where possible. I have already made considerable concessions. Ding Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. While his previous musings had been conjecture, he was now fully convinced that this elder was deliberately targeting him. Impudent, from whence do you come, disciple, to dare speak to me in such a manner? The elder slammed his palm on the table, his eyes wide with fury as he thundered. The elder's voice reverberated throughout the task hall, startling the disciples, who shifted their gazes toward Ding Chuan and the elder. Elder, the forest is vast, and the number of beasts within is plentiful. Even if you have not witnessed it with your own eyes, you must have heard tales of it, yes? You accuse me of slaying the Wolf King and disrupting the forest's ecology, claiming it will lead to irreparable consequences. Do you not find this notion absurd? Furthermore, aside from myself, disciples from the Shenqing sect, as well as those from other sects and individuals from the outside world, enter the forest daily to hunt beasts. I have merely slain a sect realm Wolf King, yet you assert that I have disrupted the forest's ecology. Do you not realize how ludicrous this is? Seeing the gazes of the numerous disciples in the task hall fixed upon him, Ding Chuan took a deep breath and spoke loudly. Since the elder was unkind, he could hardly expect Ding Chuan to be righteous. Nonsense, the task was issued by me, thus, I have the final say. If I declare you to be in breach, then you are indeed in breach. How, pray tell, could a mere outer sect disciple challenge my authority? The elder was equally enraged, having not anticipated that Ding Chuan would dare to retort. Indeed, the elder speaks true. If that is the case, then you may consider this task a failure on my part. Ding Chuan scoffed coldly, tossing the token to the elder. In any case, the disciples present in the task hall had all witnessed the elder's malevolent demeanor. What did it matter if Ding Chuan's task was deemed a failure? Chapter 47 A Cultivation of Precipitation. Mission failed. I have duly noted this matter. Now, be gone. The elder seized the token, reclaimed the 400 points, and callously hurled the token to the ground. Indeed, the elder was mocking Ding Chuan for daring to bring him shame within the mission hall. Then I shall thank the elder for his kind intentions, Ding Chuan muttered as he silently picked up the token, uttering those words before departing. However, although Ding Chuan left, he had emerged victorious in this confrontation, for within the mission hall, numerous outer disciples had witnessed the elder's disgraceful demeanor, resorting to unscrupulous tactics to undermine a disciple. What are you staring at? If you continue to gawk, I shall have you thrown out of the mission hall. Upon noticing the disciples' scrutinizing gazes, the elder, in a fit of rage, barked at them. The other disciples, sensing the elder's fury, dared not provoke him further and promptly lowered their heads, returning to their own affairs. What, I never imagined Elder Ma to be such a person. Utterly shameless. In a room, Qin Shi slammed his fist on the table, his face flushed with indignation. The Elder Ma referred to by Qin Shi was, of course, the elder who had made things difficult for Ding Chuan in the mission hall. Enough, let this matter rest. It's merely 800 points, if they've been lost, so be it. Ding Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Though 800 points was no trifling sum, especially for outer disciples, could an ordinary disciple like him contend against an elder's will? There was no recourse. This is outrageous. I shall contact Elder Yun and see if I can retrieve your points, Qin Shi declared, rising to leave. Elder Yun was the one overseeing the source hall. Given Qin Shi's commendable performance there, he had garnered some favor with Elder Yun, and this was his only viable option. No need, Qin Shi, please sit down. Ding Chuan quickly pulled Qin Shi back and continued, Elder Ma oversees our outer disciples' task assignments. Now that he has been publicly humiliated before us, it is the best outcome we could hope for. If we were to enrage Elder Ma further, it may jeopardize our standing in the sect. Upon hearing Ding Chuan's reasoning, Qin Shi reluctantly settled back into his seat and asked, then what shall we do? What else can we do? We shall simply let it go, Ding Chuan shrugged, having made up his mind. Alright, after this task, I have 2 months of free time. You may attend to your own matters. I need to focus on my cultivation. With that, Ding Chuan ushered Qin Shi out of the room. Hey, Ding brother, what are you doing? Hey, observing the firmly shut door, Qin Shi muttered to himself, could he be planning to reward himself? Whatever, I should return and test the power of Ice Wheel. Heh. With that thought, she decided not to linger and left promptly. Who is that elderly man, and why did he bestow upon me such a technique? Inside the room, Ding Chuan held the return to source technique in his left hand and the formless soul refinement technique in his right, lost in contemplation. He had examined both techniques thoroughly and found no issues, yet, he could not fathom the mysterious elder's motives for such generosity. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Ding Chuan pondered, a series of knocks resonated from outside the room. Who is it? Ding Chuan snapped back to reality, hastily concealing the two scrolls of techniques. If they were to be seen, it would surely lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. It's me, came the response from outside. Ding Chuan opened the door to find Zhao Changqing standing there, looking somewhat perplexed. Come in and speak. Zhao Changqing glanced around to ensure no one was watching before stepping into the room. Ding Chuan closed the door behind them and inquired, What brings you here, Brother Zhao? I heard you have crossed paths with Elder Ma from the mission hall. Zhao Changqing frowned, regarding Ding Chuan with concern. Well, it's not entirely true. It would be more accurate to say that Elder Ma has been pressing me. Ding Chuan nodded, then shook his head, acknowledging the truth of the situation. I overheard some discussions outside just now. I initially intended to approach Elder Ma regarding this matter, but then I thought it prudent to hear your side first, Zhao Changqing explained. No need, let us leave it at that for now. I wish to focus on my cultivation for a while. Ding Chuan gestured dismissively. Very well, if you have made up your mind, I shall not press further, Zhao Changqing acquiesced, shifting topics. By the way, the intersect assessment is set to commence in 3 months. I wonder if you have any thoughts on it, Junior Brother Ding? The intersect assessment? Ding Chuan was taken aback. Indeed, Dai Ti is curious how the sect's higher-ups have decided to proceed. Typically, the intersect assessments are held a year after the outer sect assessments conclude. This time, however, they've chosen to advance it by 6 months, which seems rather unfair to those outer disciples who are unprepared. Junior Brother Ding, I believe your skills are commendable. You can already match me in combat before entering the intersect. When the time comes for the intersect assessment, may I assist you in registering? Zhao Changqing's visit was primarily to discuss the intersect assessment. Regarding the conflict with the elder, he had gleaned that the higher-ups were taking an interest in Ding Chuan, and thus believed it to be merely a test from them. An intersect assessment. All right, please register me, Ding Chuan replied after a moment of reflection. He felt that remaining in the outer sect served little purpose. His realm had already surpassed that of the outer disciples, and staying there would yield no further growth. Very well, I shall register you, Zhao Changqing nodded, then added, Oh, and do not forget, you are a disciple of our martial hall. You should visit us whenever you have the chance. I will, Ding Chuan affirmed, and after exchanging some casual pleasantries, Zhao Changqing took his leave. An intersect assessment. There are still 4 months to prepare. I have ample time. I shall first focus on cultivating the ghostly spirit step and the techniques bestowed upon me by that enigmatic elder. Once Zhao Changqing departed, Ding Chuan retrieved the scrolls once more. After deep contemplation, he resolved to prioritize the ghostly spirit step, for agility was what he desperately needed at present. As for the other 2 techniques, although he possessed a 10-inch dantian, it did not imply that he would hastily choose to cultivate the return to source technique. Even if he did, he would not achieve the desired results quickly. With this in mind, Ding Chuan stored away the 2 scrolls, which bore a faint, sour odor, back into his storage ring and took out the ghostly spirit step, stepping out of the room. Chapter 48. Qin Shi captured as time swiftly passed. A month had elapsed. In the courtyard, a figure moved with remarkable speed, nearly becoming a mere shadow as it darted back and forth. Phew, the ghostly steps are indeed challenging to master. After an entire month of effort, I have only achieved minor success. In the blink of an eye, the figure reached the corner of the courtyard from the main gate. It was Ding Chuan. At this moment, Ding Chuan was drenched in sweat, clearly having expended a considerable amount of energy. Despite his speed now nearly doubling from a month of training in the ghostly steps, he remained somewhat dissatisfied. For if the ghostly steps could be perfected, they would enhance his speed 5-fold. Such an enhancement was crucial for Ding Chuan, potentially providing substantial assistance during confrontations, pursuits, or escapes. Alas, mastering the earth-level techniques was no simple feat. Well, that will suffice for today. Ding Chuan wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking to himself. Recently, he had visited the sect's treasure hall, spending a hefty 500 points to exchange for some cultivation resources and a level testing stone. Throughout the month, Ding Chuan had tirelessly trained day and night, practicing the ghostly steps during the day and honing the netherworld body refinement technique at night. Although he had already forged the body of the bright moon, it still needed to be perfected to unlock the next significant stage of the netherworld body refinement technique, the body of the divine sun. The body of the divine sun is further divided into 3 stages: guiding yang, blazing sun, and radiant light. Only by merging these 3 phases could one attain the divine sun. These aspirations felt somewhat distant for Ding Chuan, so he was not overly anxious, as his strength would steadily increase regardless. Indeed, his cultivation had progressed, elevating him from the first to the second layer of the martial sovereign realm. At present, I seem to lack any insights into the ghostly steps, making further advancement unlikely. Thus, I might as well begin preparing to cultivate the return to origin technique. Yet, Ding Chuan found himself torn, uncertain whether to pursue the return to origin technique or the netherworld body refinement technique. He felt that devoting time to the former seemed somewhat frivolous. Just as Ding Chuan was deep in thought, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. I'm coming. Ding Chuan approached the door at a leisurely pace, but was momentarily taken aback by the youth standing before him. This individual was someone Ding Chuan had seen upon entering the sect, just an ordinary disciple from the same cohort. However, this disciple had performed decently during the outer sect assessment, making him somewhat familiar, though they were merely nodding acquaintances. The sudden visit from the youth left Ding Chuan puzzled. What could he want? Ding Shixiang, it's bad, Xin Shi has gotten into trouble, the youth gasped, speaking in a fragmented manner upon seeing Ding Chuan open the door. Ding Chuan furrowed his brow at this news and promptly inquired, Xin Shi, what has he done? He was captured by Wang Zhihai. The youth took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart as he continued. Captured? What do you mean, who is Wang Zhihai? Wang Zhihai is the brother of Wang Hongdao, and also the young master of Tianyang County. Xin Shi offended him and has now been taken to the back mountain of the sect by Wang Zhihai's men. Is that so? Ding Chuan recalled having encountered the youth who claimed to be Wang Hongdao's brother, likely at the foot of the sect's mountain. Ding Shixiang, Wang Zhihai has threatened that if you do not go, Xin Shi will be doomed, the youth added hastily. Understood. Ding Chuan nodded, realizing that Wang Zhihai intended to use Xin Shi as bait to draw him out. After all, Ding Chuan had been sequestered in the small courtyard for an extended period, and given the sect's stipulations against disciples engaging in combat within its confines, he surmised that the adversary aimed to target those close to him in order to lure him in. Although the back mountain was still within the domain of the Xianying sect, events occurring there would only be overlooked by the sect unless there were fatalities involved. Thank you for the warning. I shall head over now. With that, Ding Chuan patted the youth on the shoulder before departing the small courtyard. Ding Shixiang, be careful, the youth cautioned from behind. Ding Chuan paused briefly, acknowledged the warning, and then continued on his way. However, he remained oblivious to the subtle smirk that played at the corner of the youth's mouth as he spoke. Wang Zhihai, what an audacious fool to target Xin Shi. Ding Chuan moved swiftly, with the ghostly steps augmenting his speed, reaching the sect's back mountain in less than 10 minutes. He had never ventured to the back mountain before, but he had heard Xin Shi mention that many disciples sometimes stayed out late and could be found there, often accompanied by the sounds of revelry. At this time, under the midday sun, the back mountain was devoid of people, but Ding Chuan noticed a piece of paper affixed to a tree trunk not far from him. If you wish to save Xin Shi, come inside. Childish. Ding Chuan tore down the paper and proceeded deeper into the back mountain. After walking for several hundred meters, he spotted several figures. Humph, Ding Chuan, I never expected you would actually come. A mocking voice echoed from the crowd, and Ding Chuan turned to see none other than Wang Zhihai, the very individual he had encountered at the foot of the sect's mountain. Alongside Wang Zhihai stood someone familiar to Ding Chuan, Wang Hongdao. However, it was evident that Wang Hongdao had become far more subdued, standing quietly behind Wang Zhihai with a resentful expression directed at Ding Chuan. At that moment, Wang Zhihai wore a sinister grin, reminiscent of a scheming villain who had successfully executed his plot. Beside him, Xin Shi was bound hand and foot, suspended from a tree. Release him. Ding Chuan glanced at the unconscious Xin Shi before fixing his gaze upon Wang Zhihai, speaking in a calm yet firm tone. Release him? Ha, do you really think that's possible? Don't let a bit of strength go to your head. You can't just strut about in the Xianying sect. Let me tell you, the depths of the Xianying sect run deep. Wang Zhihai laughed heartily, mocking Ding Chuan, then turned to a slightly older youth beside him, speaking with deference, Wu Shixiang, I will trouble you. Rest assured, since this task was entrusted by the county lord, I am more than happy to oblige. The youth nodded slightly, a proud demeanor that elicited no discomfort from the others present. For he was a disciple of the inner sect Wu Di. An inner sect disciple, is it? Ding Chuan could sense that the strength of this youth far surpassed the Shidi realm, placing him in the Zong realm, just like himself. However, he was uncertain whether he belonged to the Source Sect, Soul Sect, or Martial Sect. Chapter 49 Defeating Wu Di, Shocking Everyone, Part 1, Whoosh. Without uttering a word, Wu Di brandished a massive axe and charged towards Ding Chuan at an astonishing speed. This is the hallmark of an inner sect disciple. Matters that can be resolved through action are never left to mere words. Ding Chuan furrowed his brow, clearly unprepared for Wu Di's swift and decisive approach. Bang! Ding Chuan caught the axe with both palms. In terms of strength, he had never encountered an opponent of equal caliber at his level. Not too shabby, Wu Di nodded slightly, and in the next moment, a surge of azure light coursed into the axe, instantly forcing Ding Chuan back. This was the application of Source. Upon reaching the Zone realm, practitioners' utilization of various abilities transforms. For instance, upon advancing to the Martial Zone realm, Ding Chuan mastered Internal Force and Moonlight Power, while the Source Zone realm is characterized by the adept manipulation of Source. And the Soul Zone realm focuses on the development of one's mental consciousness. Although the paths chosen by the three differ, they all possess formidable capabilities. Waterflow axe, Wu Di murmured softly, as a ring of blue light enveloped the axe in his hands, resembling flowing water, dazzling in appearance. I shan't waste any more time with you. Let us settle this swiftly. Indeed, Wu Di's previous assault on Ding Chuan was merely a test of his abilities, which left Wu Di somewhat disappointed. After all, how could a mere outer sect disciple, freshly inducted into the Shenqing sect, possibly compare to an established inner sect disciple like him? Even Wu Di found it hard to believe that he could defeat Wang Jihai. The notion was simply too absurd, yet, no matter how absurd it seemed, it was the truth. Happy to oblige, Ding Chuan lightly waved his fingers in the air, and the blood-red sword, Duantian, materialized in his grasp. Now, allow me to witness your strength. As soon as the words left his mouth, within mere moments, Wu Di closed the distance between them. The massive axe swung directly towards Ding Chuan's face. Come on! Ding Chuan's eyes narrowed. Activating his ghostly spirit step, he deftly evaded the axe's onslaught, and in one fluid motion, he swung Duantian towards Wu Di. Humph! Wu Di snorted coldly, exerting source power to forcibly alter the axe's trajectory, bracing Chapter 50. Defeating Wu Di, Shocking Everyone, Part 2. Qin Shi gazed around, seemingly having completely forgotten the incident where Ding Chuan splashed him with a basin of cold water. He couldn't help but ask excitedly, could it be that it was you, Brother Ding, who saved me? Indeed, Ding Chuan replied with a nod, before continuing, Brother Qin, please tell me what happened. Wow, Brother Ding, you are truly remarkable. Qin Shi was well aware that Wang Honggao and Wang Jihai had an inner sect disciple by their side, and he never expected Ding Chuan to have defeated them and brought him back. Alternatively, it could be that Ding Chuan had struck some sort of agreement with them on his behalf. With this thought, Qin Shi cast a peculiar glance at Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan felt a shiver run down his spine under Qin Shi's gaze and urged, what kind of look is that? Quickly tell me how you ended up captured by Wang Honggao and the others. Alright. Qin Shi's expression shifted, and he took a deep breath before explaining to Ding Chuan. It turned out that Qin Shi had been on a mission for the sect, patrolling the back mountain. Just 2 days prior, he encountered Wang Honggao and Wang Jihai, and they promptly engaged in a fight. Armed with the Divine Blade Icewheel, Qin Shi had managed to exchange blows with Wang Jihai, and the matter seemed to have ended there. However, today, the Wang brothers unexpectedly called upon an inner sect disciple, who quickly subdued Qin Shi, even knocking him unconscious. When he awoke again, he found himself in Ding Chuan's room. Well, as long as you're unharmed, take this healing pill, Ding Chuan said, tossing a blue pill into Qin Shi's hands. Interestingly, this incident was somewhat related to Ding Chuan. The Wang brothers had always aimed to deal with him, viewing Qin Shi merely as an inconsequential pawn. Their attack on Qin Shi was merely a ploy to draw Ding Chuan out. Reflecting on this, Ding Chuan felt a twinge of guilt towards Qin Shi. Had it not been for him, Qin Shi would not have faced such an unexpected misfortune. It's nothing, I'm in great health, no issues at all. Qin Shi waved his hand dismissively as he consumed the pill. Within mere moments, the bruises on his body had significantly healed. Subsequently, Qin Shi stood up and asked Ding Chuan, by the way, what have you been busy with lately? I haven't seen you for a month. How is your cultivation progressing? As for me, I'm doing fine. I've merely scratched the surface of some movement techniques, Ding Chuan replied, saying it was merely scratching the surface was not entirely inaccurate, considering that the third tier of Earth-level ghostly steps was exceptionally challenging to master, and only a month had passed. Movement techniques? Come, let me see how fast you really are. Qin Shi exclaimed eagerly, drawing out the ice wheel in preparation for a spar with Ding Chuan. Haha, let's head to the courtyard to test it out, Ding Chuan chuckled, shaking his head in amusement as he opened the door to the room. Ding Chuan understood Qin Shi's combative nature. If he didn't temper him a bit, Qin Shi might inadvertently provoke some trouble in the future. "Alright, let me see your true strength," Qin Shi laughed heartily. Once outside, he gripped the ice wheel tightly and swung it towards Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan remained motionless, and only when the ice wheel was less than 5 centimeters away did Qin Shi realize he had struck at Ding Chuan's afterimage. "Your speed is lacking." At that moment, Ding Chuan's voice echoed behind Qin Shi, startling him as he exclaimed, "What the hell, brother Ding, how can you be so fast?" "Haha, it's not too bad. I feel it's still slow," Ding Chuan replied with a chuckle. Compared to the perfected ghostly steps, Ding Chuan's speed indeed paled in comparison. "Such speed, and you still find it slow?" Observing Ding Chuan before him, Qin Shi suddenly felt as if he were looking at a different person. No, it would be more accurate to say he had undergone a transformation, for Qin Shi could distinctly sense that Ding Chuan was somehow different, yet, he couldn't quite articulate what that difference was. "Alright, since you seem to be fine now, you should go about your own business. I need to continue my cultivation." Ding Chuan waved his hand, effectively dismissing him. Alright, I'm leaving. Qin Shi feigned a look of grievance as he walked to the courtyard entrance, then suddenly remembered something and turned back to say, "By the way, brother Ding, the intersect assessment is approaching. Will you be attending?" "Of course, how could I possibly miss it?" Ding Chuan replied, exasperated. "Go back and consolidate your skills. I also need to continue my own training. If there's nothing pressing, don't linger." With 3 months remaining until the intersect assessment, Ding Chuan speculated that Elder Mo would likely target him again with some scheme. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he shatter all conspiracies. This was the lesson Ding Chuan had come to understand upon leaving the Ding clan. "Alright, then I shall see you at the intersect assessment," Qin Shi said before hurriedly departing. Having cultivated diligently, Qin Shi had only reached the 6th layer of the Source Master realm. Despite his relentless efforts, however, he aspired to enter the intersect during the upcoming assessment. After all, the benefits of joining the inner sect were immense. For instance, the monthly sect missions that were not applicable to outer sect disciples, and most importantly, inner sect disciples received 100 points of contribution every month. Moreover, many sect missions were inaccessible to outer sect members. For example, the 2 investigation missions Ding Chuan had undertaken each yielded a staggering 800 contribution points. Though the inner sect assessment occurred annually, those who passed typically needed to be at least at the 8th or 9th layer of the Source Master realm, leaving little opportunity for others. Thus, Qin Shi was determined to break through to the 8th layer of the Source Master realm within the next 3 months. With a month remaining until the next mission, I must hasten my progress, Ding Chuan muttered to himself after Qin Shi's departure. Now, he was ready to attempt cultivating the Huayuan Gui Gong. The 8th tier earth level technique was something Ding Chuan had never dared to dream someone would bestow upon him freely. It was worth noting that within the Ding clan, such high-level techniques were typically reserved for main lineage disciples like Ding Chuan and Ding Yu. With this in mind, Ding Chuan felt an eagerness bubbling within him as he hurriedly closed the door, sat cross-legged, and began his cultivation. "You mean to say he can rival you?" In a courtyard within the Xianqing sect, a deep voice resonated through the air. "Yes, Elder. Based on my estimation, his strength should be around the 3rd or 4th layer of the Martial Master realm." A young man knelt on the ground, his hands clasped in a salute. I never anticipated this fellow's growth to be so rapid. It seems he truly cannot be allowed to remain." A cold snort sounded, and under the moonlight, the figure's face gradually became clear. It was none other than Elder Mo. Chapter 51. The humiliation of Elder Ma. Time swiftly passed, and another month had gone by. In a room, Ding Chuan sat cross-legged. Unlike before, an ethereal crimson glow enveloped him, suggesting his extraordinary status. "I never anticipated that the return to source technique would be so formidable. In just a brief month, I have transcended the Qi-gathering realm and ascended directly to the 1st layer of the Source realm." Ding Chuan slowly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself. When he initially began cultivating source energy, he advanced to the 3rd layer of the Qi-gathering realm in merely a day. While the return to source technique played a significant role, it was primarily due to Ding Chuan's 10-inch dantian. The larger the dantian, the swifter his cultivation speed, resulting in a greater accumulation of source energy within him. "However, today I must venture out to fulfill a task." Ding Chuan lowered his head slightly, a frown creasing his brow. After the last incident, he was concerned that Elder Ma from the task hall would devise some nefarious scheme to trouble him again. Although Ding Chuan wished to avoid confrontation, he knew he must face it nonetheless. Within the task hall, Elder Ma rested his head upon his hands, leisurely reclining in his chair. When a familiar face appeared before him, his expression shifted dramatically. "What brings you here?" Elder Ma's displeased voice rang out. Standing opposite him was none other than Ding Chuan. Elder, it is time to assign tasks, Ding Chuan said quietly, clasping his hands in salute. As long as he maintained a thick skin, Ding Chuan was not overly concerned about Elder Ma's reaction. At worst, he would be assigned another investigation task, which he was more than capable of handling given his current strength. A task? Elder Ma regarded Ding Chuan with an odd expression before coldly stating, "There's a task available. You shall undertake it." With that, a bundle of scrolls fell into Ding Chuan's hands. Clean the sect's entrance for 3 days? Ding Chuan furrowed his brow, looking at the task list, a surge of indignation rising within him. He was well aware that such cleaning duties were typically assigned to ordinary people hired by the sect. Even the outer disciples were usually tasked with night watch or patrol duties, far more dignified than this. It seems Elder Ma harbors a deep-seated disdain for me, Ding Chuan thought, his gaze returning from the rewards section of the task list to fixate on Elder Ma. The rewards section conspicuously read. Elder Ma noticed Ding Chuan's expression and furrowed his brow, reprimanding, "What, are you dissatisfied with this task?" Ding Chuan's face darkened slightly, and he chose not to respond further, simply departing with the task list in hand. Opposing me will yield consequences. As he watched Ding Chuan walk away, Elder Ma felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, as if he had reclaimed all the face he had lost previously. Cleaning the sect? I thought I had shown enough forbearance that day, yet it has led to such an outcome. Ding Chuan tucked the task list away and made his way back to his small courtyard. Even more mocking was the fact that spending 3 days cleaning only earned him a mere 3 points. Was this some sort of joke? What purpose could it possibly serve other than wasting his precious time? Moreover, what Ding Chuan needed most was time. He had to swiftly familiarize himself with and master the application of source power. Thus, when he had come to the task hall, he had hoped that the elder would assign him a task involving an investigation outside the sect or hunting ferocious beasts. If the elder sought to engage him in a battle of wits, Ding Chuan was more than willing to oblige. Cleaning the sect? Not a chance. With a decisive bang, Ding Chuan closed the courtyard door and resumed his practice of the return to source technique. Once Ding Chuan entered seclusion, 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, he scarcely ventured outside, and tasks, they held no relevance for him. It was not until this moment that a series of knocks echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Ding Chuan's tightly shut eyes fluttered open slightly as he spoke calmly. Ding Chuan. How dare you disregard the task assigned by the elder? Do you still regard the elder? Do you still acknowledge the sect? With a loud bang, the courtyard door was forcefully kicked open. 2 enforcers and a group of disciples appeared before Ding Chuan. All were clad in white robes, distinguishable from the sect's attire by the large character enforcer emblazoned on their backs. Clearly, they were disciples and enforcers of the sect's law enforcement hall. Ding Chuan slowly pushed open the door. Standing before the group, he had long anticipated this day. You are Ding Chuan? An enforcer raised his head, looking down upon Ding Chuan and questioning him with a tone of disdain. Ding Chuan nodded, responding nonchalantly, that would be me. From the moment he returned to his small courtyard to cultivate, he had foreseen this day coming. However, Elder Ma had overstepped, and today Ding Chuan would protest this injustice in his own manner. Since it is you, you must accompany us back to the law enforcement hall for punishment. The enforcer merely exuded a hint of his own aura, and an overwhelming pressure emanated from him. Ding Chuan's brow furrowed slightly, but his expression remained unchanged as he replied, No, I will not accompany you. If you treat me unjustly, why should I return with you? Very well, very well. It has been a long time since I encountered such a stubborn disciple. I shall see what capabilities you possess to dare defy the orders of the law enforcement hall. Seize him, the enforcer commanded angrily, pointing at Ding Chuan. In the next moment, a throng of law enforcement disciples surrounded Ding Chuan. I must ask you, if you were assigned the task of cleaning the sect, would you comply? Ding Chuan asked leisurely, a hint of mockery in his gaze as he addressed the group. If the elder commanded me to clean the sect, as a disciple, I would naturally comply, one of the law enforcement disciples answered. Comply? You merely speak empty words. Ding Chuan scoffed, disdain evident on his face, then continued, Ever since Elder Ma monopolized my 800 points after my previous investigation task, and now assigns me menial labor devoid of any sect rewards. I must inquire, what is your law enforcement hall doing? I ask you, if Elder Ma were to monopolize your 800 points, would you still willingly comply? With that, Ding Chuan's gaze fixed on the disciple who had just responded. You. The disciple's expression shifted, momentarily at a loss for words. If he answered in the affirmative, he would likely be scorned by the other disciples, yet if he answered negatively, it would be tantamount to indirectly provoking Elder Ma. Why waste breath with him? Seize him! The enforcer, sensing the atmosphere shifting, barked once more. Chapter 52 of the Enforcement Hall. Yes. Several disciples, upon hearing this, cast aside their distracting thoughts and unleashed their respective spiritual weapons to launch an assault on Ding Chuan. Just the opportunity one need to test my source power, Ding Chuan scoffed, as azure energy surged from within him, enveloping his entire being. In the next moment, he charged towards the group of disciples, the blue energy striking them one by one. Although they were disciples of the Enforcement Hall, they were ultimately mere outer sect members, their strength only at the master level. In just a single encounter, Ding Chuan incapacitated them all. Within 2 minutes, only the 2 stewards remained in the courtyard. How audacious! How dare you lay hands on the disciples of the Enforcement Hall? Boy, have you forgotten the rules of the Xianqing sect? The steward bellowed, as a unique aura of the King realm emanated from his being. Indeed, to become a steward of the Xianqing sect, one's strength must reach the king level at the very least. Moreover, the sect's rules strictly prohibit any disciple from attacking those of the Enforcement Hall. Rules? I haven't forgotten the rules. You mustn't forget that it was Elder Ma who first broke them. If there is to be a punishment, it should be directed at Elder Ma. Ding Chuan retorted with a cold smile, showing no fear even in the face of the steward's oppressive aura. Good lad, let's see if I can subdue you. With that, the steward instantly appeared before Ding Chuan, his large hands poised to grasp him. However, at that moment, the steward found his hands passing straight through Ding Chuan's figure. A mere shadow? The steward frowned, glancing towards a corner of the courtyard. Indeed, in that fleeting instant, Ding Chuan had utilized the ghostly spirit step to evade the steward's grasp. Well, I never expected to falter like this, the steward sneered, as another steward spoke up suddenly. Stop wasting time. Let us finish this quickly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 2 stewards appeared flanking Ding Chuan. Truly impressive, the speed of a king realm is simply terrifying. Ding Chuan executed the ghostly spirit step once more, evading their grasp. However, in a matter of breaths, he was already drenched in sweat. As he materialized at one location, the 2 stewards appeared beside him, one on the left and one on the right. Bang! At that moment, Ding Chuan was caught off guard. One steward seized the opportunity and struck him squarely in the chest, sending him reeling backward over 10 steps. In the next instant, the other steward seized Ding Chuan's right hand. You're quite the young man. To think that a newly inducted disciple possesses such strength, I have reason to suspect that you might be a spy sent by another faction, the steward declared, gripping Ding Chuan tightly. Such a ludicrous accusation. Do you not find it absurd, steward? Ding Chuan retorted, though the 2 stewards seemed oblivious to the subtle smirk that had appeared at the corner of his mouth. Boy, are you made of mud? How can you run so fast? The other steward stepped forward, throwing a punch into Ding Chuan's abdomen, continuing, run, and let us see where you think you can escape to. Ugh! Ding Chuan grimaced in pain, his expression tightening slightly. Although the steward's punch lacked full force, it was still quite uncomfortable for him. Move! With that command, the 2 stewards began to escort Ding Chuan away from the small courtyard. Are you Ding Chuan? Within the enforcement hall, an elderly man regarded the detained Ding Chuan with a calm demeanor, inquiring softly. Ding Chuan lifted his head and replied, Indeed, that is I. The elder was none other than Su Run, the elder of the enforcement hall. Ironically, despite having Run in his name, Elder Su was anything but merciful when it came to punishment. He had a penchant for employing terrifying methods to discipline those who violated the rules. Ding Chuan glanced around and was struck by the familiar faces, Wang Zhihai, Wang Hongdao, Wu Di, and even the new disciple who had come to inform him of Qin Shi's capture. Along with Elder Ma from the mission hall, you have refused to comply with the sect's missions and even attacked fellow disciples of the enforcement hall. Do you plead guilty to these charges? Elder Su continued to question. Plead guilty? Ding Chuan nearly laughed out loud. Perhaps you should inquire with Elder Ma beside you as to why I refuse to execute the sect's mission? Outrageous! Elder Su suddenly slammed his hand on the table, pointing an accusing finger at Ding Chuan. What is your status compared to Elder Ma? What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to him? Today I shall strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the Xianqing sect. Beside him, Wang Zhihai and Wang Hongdao exchanged smirks, relishing the spectacle. However, as the elder spoke, the disciples naturally refrained from interjecting. Observing the expressions of those present in the enforcement hall, Ding Chuan came to a stark realization that if he was subjected to such treatment, then the plight of other disciples who inadvertently provoked these individuals would be all the more dire. With this thought, a deep sense of disappointment washed over Ding Chuan's eyes. Humph! One of the stewards suddenly lunged forward, his hand claw-like as he grasped Ding Chuan. With a sharp twist, he broke Ding Chuan's collarbone. Ding Chuan's expression contorted in pain, yet he remained silent. Compared to the torment he had endured within the Ding clan, this was merely a feeble attempt to force a cry from him. Just as the steward was about to escalate his actions, the door of the enforcement hall was abruptly flung open. "Stop!" A resonant voice echoed, drifting into the ears of all present in the enforcement hall. The steward looked up, his expression shifting slightly. At the entrance stood a gaunt figure, none other than Elder Yuan. "Humph, you lot have some nerve, daring to act against sect disciples while in the wrong." Elder Yuan's voice resonated with fury, a powerful pressure descending upon the gathered crowd, instantly suppressing them. Who would have thought that Elder Yuan would grace us with his presence? In an instant, fear flooded the faces of those present, and they all bowed deeply before Elder Yuan. This was the intimidating presence of Elder Yuan. Even Elder Su of the enforcement hall and Elder Ma of the mission hall were far inferior in status to him, for Elder Yuan was the genuine second elder of the sect, overseeing internal affairs. Meanwhile, Elder Mo, who had always opposed Elder Yuan, was the third elder, responsible for external matters. Elder Yuan said nothing, not even casting a glance at them, as he strode directly to Ding Chuan, examining his collarbone with a solemn expression. He could not help but frown and exclaimed angrily, "You lot are truly audacious, a gifted disciple nearly met his ruin at your hands." Upon hearing Elder Yuan's rebuke, the enforcement hall fell silent, no one daring to respond. "Elder Yuan, I'm fine." Ding Chuan stood up and shook his head. Indeed, Elder Yuan was the trump card that gave him the courage to act as he did. Chapter 53, Elder Yuan comes to the rescue. Humph, this is utterly preposterous. Elder Yuan flicked a medicinal pill into Ding Chuan's mouth, and in the blink of an eye, Ding Chuan's collarbone was restored to its original state, his entire being reaching its zenith. He even sensed that his cultivation level seemed to have subtly advanced a notch. Ding Chuan could not help but exclaim, "Truly, one cannot underestimate the second elder of the sect, even a casually given pill possesses such formidable effects." In truth, after leaving the mission hall that day, Ding Chuan had merely practiced in the courtyard for a short while before being summoned to the back mountain. Upon his arrival, he beheld the frail silhouette of an elderly man, none other than Elder Yuan. "He, Ding Chuan, do you recognize me?" Elder Yuan chuckled as he turned to face Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan, naturally wary, quickly replied with utmost respect, "I recognize you. Of course, I had the honor of witnessing the grandeur of Elder Yuan in the plaza back then." "No need for pleasantries, Ding Chuan. I hold a very high regard for your talent, particularly your astonishing rate of progress, which has left me quite astonished," Elder Yuan remarked, scrutinizing Ding Chuan closely, and then, with some surprise, added, "You are simultaneously cultivating source energy as well?" Yes, Elder," Ding Chuan responded, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and replied respectfully. It was evident that Elder Yuan was no ordinary individual, capable of easily discerning his cultivation status. "Quite impressive, indeed," Elder Yuan exclaimed. "Not only have you reached the martial sovereign realm in body cultivation, but you have also attained the source master realm in source energy. Ding Chuan, would you mind demonstrating your cultivation technique before me?" Elder Yuan inquired once more. Practicing one's techniques in front of others is generally a grave taboo. Even an elder would prefer to seek Ding Chuan's consent first. Although he could compel Ding Chuan to demonstrate, it would be somewhat coercive. "Of course, I would be honored," Ding Chuan nodded, settling into a meditative posture and began to circulate the return to source technique. He also wished to ascertain whether there were any flaws in his practice. As night enveloped the surroundings, waves of radiant light flowed through Ding Chuan's body, manifesting a breathtaking sight. The flow of source energy within him became distinctly visible. "Wait a moment, are you practicing the return to source technique?" Elder Yuan, after observing for a while, appeared momentarily bewildered and inquired. "Ha? How did you know, Elder?" Ding Chuan was taken aback, pondering whether Elder Yuan was acquainted with the elderly man from the tavern. "It's nothing of concern, I happen to be familiar with it." Elder Yuan quickly waved his hand, signaling Ding Chuan to conclude, before continuing to ask, "How did you come by this technique?" "Well, it's quite a peculiar story. When I was returning from a mission," Ding Chuan began to reminisce, recounting all that had transpired at the tavern. Ah, I see. It seems you encountered someone remarkable, Elder Yuan chuckled, yet at that moment, his mind was racing, for he understood who the elderly man Ding Chuan spoke of truly was. However, this matter was too shocking, revealing it to Ding Chuan could adversely affect him, thus, Elder Yuan hastily shifted the topic, asking Ding Chuan, I have heard a bit about the dispute between you and Elder Ma from the mission hall. However, as the second elder of the sect, it would not be appropriate for me to intervene directly. Ding Chuan remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to the situation. Well then, how about this, Elder Yuan continued, you should focus on your cultivation and treat this matter as if it does not exist. I suspect that disciples and attendants from the law enforcement hall will come to detain you. You can accompany them to the law enforcement hall, and I will make my appearance then to achieve the best possible outcome. What do you think? I will heed your advice, Elder, Ding Chuan replied, bowing respectfully. Very well, then you may return to your cultivation. Do not let down the goodwill of that elderly man, Elder Yuan said with a smile, having already discreetly transmitted this matter to the sect leader and vice leader. Simultaneously, he had completely abandoned the idea of taking Ding Chuan as his disciple. Understood, Ding Chuan acknowledged before departing. Returning to the present. Elder Ma, Elder Su, as elders, how can you stoop so low as to oppress an outer sect disciple? Elder Yuan scoffed, releasing his oppressive aura once more. The crowd, comprised of elders and attendants, found themselves pinned to the ground, unable to rise. As for the attendants, even if they managed to stand, the terrifying pressure rendered them uncomfortable, their bodies succumbing to immense strain. Elder Yuan, we were unaware of your arrival, please spare us, one attendant gasped, struggling to speak. Did I permit you to speak? Elder Yuan's brow furrowed at the sight, and with a flick of his hand, he unleashed an attack that sent the attendant into unconsciousness. He was enraged, for a disciple with boundless potential had nearly been crippled before his eyes. How could he not be furious? It seems Elder Yuan has graced us with his presence. We, in the law enforcement hall, are merely enforcing the rules. Might I inquire if Elder Yuan intends to disrupt protocol and take Ding Chuan away? Elder Su chuckled, clasping his hands in inquiry. Secretly, Elder Su exchanged glances with Elder Ma, signaling him to promptly inform Elder Mo. I cannot bear such an enormous accusation, Elder Yuan retorted with a cold smile and continued, if we are to discuss disruption of protocol, I believe Elder Ma has violated quite a few rules himself. Logically, he should be the one facing punishment, should he not? Faced with Elder Yuan's eloquent reasoning, beads of cold sweat began to form on Elder Su's forehead, and he replied, Elder Yuan, as fellow elders, we should naturally know that elders cannot be held to the same standard as disciples. Equal standing? Do not twist the facts. If every elder were to treat disciples as Elder Ma does, how could our Xianying sect hope to attract fresh blood? Elder Yuan retorted, casting another glance at Elder Ma. Do not think of informing Elder Mo. I, Yuan Gang, hereby declare that I will protect Ding Chuan today. Indeed, Elder Yuan speaks the truth. Confronted with Elder Yuan's formidable stance, Elder Su could only respond with resignation. In truth, he felt a deep sense of frustration. Despite being an elder of the law enforcement hall, he could never stand on equal footing with the second elder of the sect. Moreover, Elder Su could scarcely fathom that a mere fledgling disciple would possess such an alarming backing. In that case, return to Ding Chuan what is rightfully his. Do not think I am unaware. The 800 points Ding Chuan earned from his last mission were entirely consumed by you, Elder Ma. With that, Elder Yuan's gaze turned sharply towards Elder Ma. Chapter 54 Epilogue. I understand, Elder Ma replied with a pained expression, accepting the flying token inscribed with the name Ding Chuan. A flicker of light passed, and the token soared back into Ding Chuan's hand. He glanced at it and confirmed that the 800 points had been credited to his account. Moreover, Elder Yuan's voice resonated once more, causing a wave of trepidation to wash over Elders Su and Ma. An ominous premonition gripped their hearts. In this matter, you both bear responsibility. Should you not offer some form of compensation to Ding Chuan? What? The faces of the two elders instantly paled. What a jest, for them, two esteemed elders, to compensate an outer sect disciple. Unthinkable. If word of this were to spread, how would they maintain their dignity? What, are you unwilling? Elder Yuan's expression darkened, and a sense of pressure bore down upon the two elders once more. Very well, I shall provide it, they reluctantly conceded, though their peripheral glances at Ding Chuan bore a subtle threat, as if to warn him that should he dare to demand more, he would be in grave peril. Ding Chuan, what do you desire? Elder Yuan turned to him and quietly advised, do not be courteous with these two seasoned schemers. Their pockets are quite ample. Ding Chuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Elder, I am not well versed in such matters, it would be best if you made the decision. Indeed, since you are uncertain, I shall take the reins. Elder Yuan nodded and continued, Elder Ma, I recall you recently acquired a spirit source flower, did you not? Elder Ma's heart sank, and he clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Indeed. Then, hand over your spirit source flower, Elder Yuan commanded. Regardless of how much Elder Ma treasured it, he could only sigh in resignation and retrieve a flower emitting a soft blue glow, tossing it into Ding Chuan's hands. Elder Su, you must possess a blood vine as well, do present it, Elder Yuan added. Upon hearing this, Elder Su quietly sighed, and a crimson vine flew into Elder Yuan's grasp. Very well, considering your sincerity, I shall refrain from holding any further grievances against you, Elder Yuan huffed, then added, before the intersect assessment, Ding Chuan shall not undertake any additional tasks. Should either of you dare to contrive against him again, and I learn of it, at this juncture, a glimmer of menace flashed in Elder Yuan's gaze, and he departed with Ding Chuan. Who would have thought that behind Ding Chuan stood Yuan Gang, mused Elder Su, his thoughts now racing. Elder Su had previously detained Ding Chuan at the law enforcement hall at Elder Mo's behest. He had pondered whether a mere outer sect disciple would warrant such attentions from Elder Mo. After all, failing to execute a sect task could simply lead to expulsion. Did it necessitate such grand measures? Now, it was evident that Elder Su had been severely misled by Elder Mo. He could hardly fathom that a newly initiated disciple had such a formidable backing. As for Elder Ma, he had no recourse but to regurgitate all that he had previously consumed, and could no longer overtly target Ding Chuan. Let this matter rest for now. Disperse, Elder Su commanded with a wave of his hand, signaling the attendants and disciples to leave. Once the room was cleared, only Elder Su and Elder Ma remained. It was then that a figure entered the hall. Elder Mo, the two greeted, bowing slightly and clasping their fists. The figure was none other than Elder Mo. It was due to Elder Mo accepting the favor of Princess Tianyang that so many events had unfolded. Ah, rise, Elder Mo replied nonchalantly, prompting the two to stand. He then continued, I am aware of the situation. I did not anticipate that Yuan Gang would be drawn into this. Given this turn of events, proceed with your duties, and we shall discuss matters further once this period has elapsed. Ding Chuan, are you suffering any lingering issues? After leaving the law enforcement hall with Elder Yuan, Ding Chuan strolled through the back mountain. Returning to the elder, I am in good health, and I extend my gratitude for your assistance. This gratitude was heartfelt, for in the Shenqing sect, he felt utterly alone. It was the first time someone had chosen to stand by him. How could he not be grateful? It is but a trifling matter. Elder Yuan waved his hand dismissively, then remarked, I observe your cultivation speed is quite rapid. I did not expect you to reach the pinnacle of the source realm in such a short time. However, I must inquire, Ding Chuan, have you truly resolved to cultivate concurrently in 3 systems? Upon hearing this, anyone present would likely drop their jaws in astonishment. What, someone intended to simultaneously cultivate 3 systems? It was unprecedented. Indeed, I have made that decision. Ding Chuan inhaled deeply and responded earnestly. This notion had begun to take root when he tested his aptitude in Wanxiang City, and recently, upon reaching a 10-inch dantian in the secret forest, he had reached a peak. Dual cultivation was already remarkable, a rare talent. Thus, the prospect of triple cultivation was daunting. Alas, perhaps that elder entrusted both techniques to you with such aspirations in mind. In that case, cultivate diligently. I hope to witness a miracle unfold. Elder Yuan smiled, tossing the blood vine into Ding Chuan's hands. He then added, I must take my leave now. I will seek you out regarding a matter once you pass the intersect assessment. With that, Elder Yuan's figure vanished into thin air. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch, Ding Chuan mused, gazing at the spot where Elder Yuan had disappeared. Nevertheless, this was quite favorable, for having the second elder of the sect willing to lend him support was sufficient for Ding Chuan to navigate the sect with confidence. Well, no need to dwell on that. I shall return to my cultivation. Ding Chuan resolutely shook his head and departed from the back mountain, with only 2 months remaining until the intersect assessment. Though time was somewhat tight, for Ding Chuan, entering the inner sect would likely be a breeze. Outer sect disciples generally hovered around the master realm, while with his strength at the sect realm, how could he possibly fail to gain entry? Upon returning to his room, Ding Chuan fell into contemplation. One thought had lingered in his mind for quite some time. It was the ambition to cultivate both source and soul simultaneously. Chapter 55 of the intersect assessment commences. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months had elapsed. As the sun and moon exchanged their places, the dawn of this day arrived, heralded by the resonant chimes echoing throughout the sect. Dawn! 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 Following the 3 successive tolls, the atmosphere within the sect erupted with fervor. Let us go, let us go. The intersect assessment has begun, hurry to the square. Humph, this time I shall undoubtedly enter the intersect. Intersect disciples are within my grasp, watch as I claim them all. I have prepared for this day for 3 long years. Ding Chuan opened his eyes, a profound and mysterious energy gradually enveloping him. 2 months have passed, and at last, I have both broken through to the master realm, Ding Chuan murmured, raising his hand as an enigmatic aura surged forth, swirling in his palm before settling between his brows. Indeed, after 2 months of diligent practice, coupled with the spiritual materials that Elder Yuan had procured from Elders Su and Ma, along with resources exchanged for several hundred points, Ding Chuan had devoted himself to relentless training, achieving the fastest possible progress. Moreover, for reasons unknown, after cultivating the soul and source, Ding Chuan felt an inexplicable enlightenment blossoming within him, as if the world around him had become palpably more vivid. However, he did not dwell on it, shaking his head as he stepped out of his room. Here I come. The moment Ding Chuan pushed open the courtyard door, he spotted Qin Shi leaning against the doorframe, turning to face him. You're progressing quite well, Ding Chuan remarked, surveying Qin Shi for a moment before nodding in approval. It's a must. Qin Shi laughed heartily, throwing an arm around Ding Chuan's shoulder as they joined the throng. I've reached the 8th layer of the Sourcemaster realm. How about that for speed? Ding Chuan smiled in response, indeed, quite fast. Recently, I've been devising some new techniques to I'll surprise them during the intersect assessment. As they walked, Qin Shi suddenly produced an ice wheel, demonstrating it before Ding Chuan, then continued, by the way, Ding, how have you been lately? I sense a change in your aura. Have you cultivated source qi? Just a stroke of luck, I've gained some insights and practiced a bit, Ding Chuan replied ambiguously, but Qin Shi brushed it aside. In that case, I look forward to your performance, Ding. The two chatted and laughed, soon arriving at the square. Ding Chuan? Upon reaching the square, Ding Chuan heard a familiar voice. He turned to see Su Yulu, a mix of surprise and joy lighting up his face. Su Yulu, oh, you've come down from the mountain. Indeed, standing before Ding Chuan was the long-absent Su Yulu. Bah! What do you mean come down from the mountain? It's just that the elder forbade me from going anywhere, insisting I train diligently. Su Yulu pouted as usual, then added with a grin, I almost forgot to tell you, I've now reached the 8th layer of the Soul Master realm. The elder finally allowed me to participate in the intersect assessment. How about that for training speed? Fast, indeed fast, Qin Shi exclaimed, giving Su Yulu a thumbs up. To think that just half a year ago, you hadn't even started your training. It is truly astonishing that you've achieved such a level now. At least you recognize my brilliance, Su Yulu said proudly, then turned to Ding Chuan and asked, by the way, you show off, what realm have you reached? Ding Chuan began to respond, but Qin Shi interjected, this guy is different from us. He reached the martial sovereign realm long ago, entering the intersect is a certainty for him. Is he really that impressive? Su Yulu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her gaze towards Ding Chuan shifting noticeably. Ahem, merely good fortune, Ding Chuan quickly waved his hands, never one to boast about his accomplishments. Silence. At that moment, a deep and resonant voice rang out in their ears. The trio looked up to find Elder Mo standing on the square's platform. Upon seeing Elder Mo again, Ding Chuan felt no warmth. After all, Elder Yuan had informed him that many of his tribulations were orchestrated by Elder Mo in the shadows. Yet, despite this, Elder Mo's authority among the outer disciples remained formidable. As soon as his voice fell, the bustling square fell into a hush. I shall not waste words, the intersect assessment will proceed as usual. The first round will be the arena battles. There are a total of 50 arenas, and the disciples who remain standing on the arena until the end will be deemed successful. The second round will be the points battle. The 15 disciples who accumulate the highest points within the secret realm will pass the assessment and enter the intersect. Listening to Elder Mo's explanation, the disciples could hardly contain their excitement. For this time, Elder Mo had spared them from unnecessary verbosity and got straight to the point. In truth, Elder Mo was eager to commence the intersect assessment merely due to his own displeasure. The reason for his discontent, of course, was Ding Chuan. It was evident that during this assessment, Ding Chuan would likely face targeted scrutiny once more. Let us begin. With Elder Mo's words, the square spun as if caught in a whirlwind, and in an instant, the disciples found themselves in a different space. Ding Chuan surveyed the surroundings. Within this enclosed realm, 50 arenas had already been established. I shall outline the rules for the arena battles. Each arena will have one disciple serving as the arena master, and any disciple who defeats the arena master will become the new master. If one fails to defeat the master, it will be considered a failure, resulting in disqualification from the assessment. thus, each individual has only one opportunity to challenge. After each battle concludes, the arena master will receive 10 minutes of rest, after which they may challenge again. During the arena battles, the use of medicinal pills is prohibited until the conclusion of the round. From this moment forth, the battles will last for 2 hours. Those who remain standing in the arena until the end will be declared victorious. As Elder Mo's words resonated, several disciples could no longer contain their eagerness and rushed to the arenas to take on the role of arena master. "Are you going to challenge?" Su Yulu inquired, observing the throng of several hundred disciples. "Challenge? Only a fool would do so at this moment," Qin Shi chuckled, then added, "Those rushing to the arenas now are quite foolish. Consider it, 2 hours is a considerable duration. Even if you manage to hold your ground initially, every battle will deplete your stamina. How many rounds can you endure?" "Ding, I'm right, RNTI. Ding?" As he spoke, Qin Shi turned to look at Ding Chuan, only to be taken aback. Ding Chuan had already ascended to an arena, arms crossed, surveying the crowd with an air of confidence. Seeing Ding Chuan standing on the arena, Qin Shi couldn't help but smack his forehead, thinking, "We're doomed." Chapter 56, Dominating the Arena. Is Ding Chuan a fool? No, certainly not. On the contrary, Ding Chuan's mind is exceptionally agile. He is acutely aware of the implications of his actions. After all, the individual daring enough to be the first to step onto the stage must either be a fool or possess an unwavering confidence in their own abilities. Clearly, Ding Chuan belongs to the latter category. Allow me to give it a try. At that moment, a disciple soared into the arena. "My name is Chunyu, may I inquire your esteemed name?" Ding Chuan nodded slightly, replying, "Ding Chuan." "Ding Chuan?" Chunyu paused momentarily, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be that you are the one who boldly challenged Elder Ma's authority, injuring several disciples of the law enforcement hall, and emerged unscathed after entering it?" "That would be me," Ding Chuan replied, somewhat taken aback. When did he become so renowned? Indeed, during Ding Chuan's period of seclusion, tales of his exploits had spread throughout the outer sect. As a new disciple, he had dared to provoke Elder Ma in front of everyone, and his audacious entries and exits from the law enforcement hall indicated that Ding Chuan was far from an ordinary individual. Shen Yu's words piqued the interest of those gathered around the arena. They had not anticipated that such a remarkable figure would be the first to ascend the stage. "I never imagined the first challenger I would face would be such a prominent character," Shen Yu remarked with a wry smile, quickly adjusting his mindset. He continued, "Since I am here, let me test your strength." "With utmost pleasure." Whoosh! Before Ding Chuan's words had fully escaped his lips, Shen Yu lunged at him with astonishing speed, armed with 2 daggers emanating a faint golden glow. A sharp aura surged towards Ding Chuan's face. "This is my strongest move, Golden Glint Slash. Ding Chuan, let me witness your prowess." Shen Yu bellowed, crossing his 2 long knives in front of his chest before striking towards Ding Chuan. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, and in the next instant, all eyes were drawn to the arena as they collectively gasped. For Ding Chuan had effortlessly clamped the crossed daggers with just 2 fingers. "This is impossible!" Shen Yu exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that even with all his might, he could not advance the daggers by even the slightest fraction. "Your strength is commendable, but alas, you have chosen the wrong opponent," Ding Chuan replied, shaking his head slightly. A surge of inner strength flowed from his body, and in the blink of an eye, Shen Yu was sent flying, crashing down from the stage amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. "Hiss, I never expected Ding Chuan to be this formidable," a watching disciple exclaimed in awe. Another disciple chimed in, who could argue otherwise, and he is a new disciple. "I know Chen Yu, his strength is at the 6th level of the Source Master realm, yet even so, he couldn't pose any threat to Ding Chuan. It seems Ding Chuan's strength must be at least at the pinnacle of the Master realm." Another disciple couldn't help but remark. Ding Chuan remained unfazed by the chatter, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, he already understood what he would be facing. "Wow, when did the show-off become this strong?" Su Yulu said, her face filled with disbelief. "Humph, I knew he possessed such strength long ago." "It's not surprising, just quite normal," Qin Shi remarked with a smile, though inwardly he couldn't help but marvel of this kid Ding Chuan could actually restrain a 6th-level Source Master with just 2 fingers. Even though Qin Shi had reached the 8th level of the Source Master realm, defeating the earlier Chen Yu would still require considerable effort. "I'll give it a go." 10 minutes later, a booming voice resonated from below the stage, as a relatively robust man leapt onto the arena. "It's Zhang Ming." "I can't believe he chose to challenge Ding Chuan," an astute disciple exclaimed upon seeing the individual on stage. "Zhang Ming is among the top 20 disciples of our inner sect. He has a genuine chance of entering the inner circle." Who would have thought he would challenge this dark horse, Ding Chuan? It seems we have a spectacle to behold. Ding Chuan, I have heard much about your exploits, but I am curious to know just how formidable you truly are? Zhang Ming brandished a long spear, pointing it at Ding Chuan with an air of arrogance. Due to the nature of his cultivation, Zhang Ming's character was exceptionally fierce and combative, thus, he could hardly contain himself and leapt onto the stage to vie with Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan merely nodded at Zhang Ming, responding nonchalantly, I am willing to oblige. Zzz. In an instant, the sound of crackling lightning filled the air. Zhang Ming's spear shimmered with arcs of purple light. That's the power of purple thunder. I've witnessed Zhang Ming in battle, this is his signature move, the disciples below marveled. Purple thunder? Ding Chuan's interest was piqued. He had encountered various attribute-infused source powers before, such as Chen Yu's metal attribute, Qin Shi's ice attribute, and now Zhang Ming's lightning attribute. Source power, in its essence, bore no attributes, rather, it was the cultivation methods or spiritual tools employed by the cultivators that bestowed such attributes upon their source powers. At that moment, Zhang Ming made his move, charging at Ding Chuan with lightning speed. Ding Chuan, prepare to receive my strike. Observing Zhang Ming's speed, which seemed to create afterimages, Ding Chuan smiled. Competing in speed with him felt akin to playing with a broadsword in front of Guan Yu. Got you. Zhang Ming felt a surge of joy. He never anticipated that Ding Chuan would stand still, allowing him to pierce through his form. However, the next moment, Zhang Ming's smile faded. He had struck nothing but an afterimage. What? How could this be? Zhang Ming was left utterly astonished, for in terms of speed, no one had ever matched him aside from the first disciple of the outer sect. Yet, in this moment, another individual had emerged within the outer sect who exceeded his speed. Your speed is impressive, but it still lags behind mine by a slight margin, Ding Chuan's voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Ming's ear, causing Zhang Ming's heart to plummet. When had Ding Chuan appeared beside him? Come again. Zhang Ming, unwilling to concede, fiercely swung his spear towards the source of the voice, yet he still struck nothing but air. Bang! A resounding collision rang out, and Zhang Ming was sent flying off the stage before the eyes of all spectators. In fact, the onlookers hadn't even seen precisely when Ding Chuan had made his move, they simply witnessed Zhang Ming seemingly leap off the stage of his own volition. I concede, Ding Chuan said with a fist salute in Zhang Ming's direction as he stood up. Zhang Ming, realizing he had fallen off the stage, could only sigh in resignation and bow, stating, Alas, I have lost. Chapter 57 A Victory. At this moment, the disciples gathered below fell into a profound silence. Even Zhang Ming, who ranked among the top 20 of the outer sect, could not withstand a single strike from Ding Chuan. What right did the others have to believe they could defeat him? The strategy of a multitude, that was but a fantasy. Each individual possessed but one chance to challenge. Should they miss this opportunity, they would have to await the next inner sect assessment. They were not foolish, thus they would not squander their time against Ding Chuan. It was precisely because the watching disciples relinquished the thought of challenging Ding Chuan and instead flocked to other arenas that Ding Chuan found himself in a rare moment of tranquility. Hey, Qin Shi, didn't you always boast about your prowess? Why don't you emulate Ding Chuan and attempt to challenge? Su Yulu suddenly turned her head and inquired of Qin Shi. Well, Qin Shi scratched his head awkwardly and replied, in comparison to Brother Ding, I am but a shade weaker, so I'll refrain from seeking the limelight. Bah, you're simply weak. What is there to be embarrassed about? Su Yulu pouted slightly and then spotted a nearby arena, striding towards it. I'm off to see if there are any opportunities over there. Alright, I'll take a look at this side. Qin Shi nodded and made his way towards another arena, preparing to observe and wait for the right moment to strike. Hee hee, you two best not disappoint me, Ding Chuan chuckled to himself as he watched the pair depart. Before long, 2/3 of the time had passed. During this interval, no formidable disciples dared to challenge Ding Chuan, most being merely newcomers wishing to broaden their horizons, and Ding Chuan was more than willing to engage them. However, during this time, Ding Chuan refrained from utilizing his physical prowess, instead opting to battle with his source and soul, resulting in unexpected and delightful surprises. Ding Chuan discovered that although his source and soul had only just reached the Master Realm, the power he wielded was sufficient to defeat those at the 5th or 6th levels of the Master Realm who had solely cultivated a single system. This affirmed that Ding Chuan's decision to cultivate both source and soul was indeed the right one. It seems both of them have experienced considerable growth and strength, Ding Chuan mused as he glanced in the direction of Su Yulu and Qin Shi. The two, utilizing their respective strengths, occupied their own arenas. Qin Shi showcased his prowess with ice attributes wielding his ice wheel, while Su Yulu's soul energy attacks left her challengers in a state of disarray. As anticipated, in the final half hour, the three successfully held their positions on the arenas. However, a minor incident occurred on Qin Shi's side when a disciple wielding a fiery staff matched his strength, leading to a fierce exchange of hundreds of strikes before Qin Shi ultimately triumphed. The arena battles have concluded. The disciples who maintained their positions will advance. With Elder Mo's pronouncement, the crowd felt a sudden disorientation, and in the next moment, the disciples found themselves back in the square. The 50 disciples who held their positions shall remain. The others may consider this assessment a failure. You may choose to continue watching the scoring battle or depart. After Elder Mo spoke, many disciples chose to leave the square, while others gravitated towards the audience seats, seemingly eager to witness the final outcomes. Buzz. At that moment, Elder Mo waved his hand, and a projection appeared high above the square. The disciples gazed upward, where the screen displayed a dense forest, with even the silhouettes of magical beasts discernible within. In the scoring battle, akin to the outer sect assessment, you will enter the secret realm to hunt magical beasts for points. Should you encounter other disciples, you may also seize their points. Elder Mo explained the rules indifferently, then waved his sleeve, sending dozens of beams of light into the hands of the disciples still standing in the square. Whether it was targeted at Ding Chuan, upon receiving the beam of light, he felt as though he had been struck heavily in the chest, causing him to furrow his brow. After casting a glance at Elder Mo, he focused on the object that had fallen into his hands. It was a specially crafted token, emblazoned with a large 0, signifying that Ding Chuan's current score was 0. When facing life and death, should you wish to forfeit the assessment, simply declare it, and the token will transport you out of the secret realm. In doing so, you shall be deemed to have failed your advancement to the inner sect. Alright, now go forth. The scoring battle is time limited to 4 hours. When the time is up, you will be automatically transported out. As he spoke, a colorful vortex materialized in the center of the square, evidently the passageway to the secret realm. Ding Chuan turned to Su Yulu and Qin Shi, saying, "Let us go." Su Yulu and Qin Shi nodded, and together, the three stepped into the vortex. Damn it, not this sensation again. The moment Ding Chuan entered the vortex, he felt a violent tearing sensation in his mind, compelling him to steady his thoughts and force himself to remain calm. Fortunately, the tearing sensation did not linger long. Half a minute later, he felt his feet land on solid ground. It appears I've arrived in the secret realm. Ding Chuan shook his head vigorously before surveying his surroundings. The location where he had landed was relatively favorable. Although it was amidst a forest, the visibility was still quite open. However, it seemed Su Yulu and Qin Shi had been transported to different positions. Roar! Just then, a beastly roar erupted from behind Ding Chuan. He turned to see a claw mere inches from his head. Damn! Ding Chuan cursed, activating ghostly spirit steps, narrowly evading the attack at the critical moment. Nevertheless, the claw left a mark on his face. Ding Chuan couldn't help but wonder if Elder Mo had intentionally set him up to be nearly obliterated upon his arrival. Is that a swift leopard? After dodging the claw, Ding Chuan focused and murmured, moreover, it appears to be Azong Realm's swift leopard. Indeed, the creature that had attacked Ding Chuan was a leopard-shaped magical beast. The defining characteristic of the swift leopard was its incredible speed, making it one of the fastest beings among magical beasts of the same realm. Even with his ghostly spirit steps, Ding Chuan dared not claim that his speed could rival it without achieving perfection in his technique. Roar! The swift leopard roared once more, vanishing from sight. Ding Chuan dared not underestimate it and quickly drew his sword, Duantian, in preparation. Clang! A crisp noise rang out as the blade of Duantian collided with the swift leopard's claw. What an opportunity! Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Chuan channeled the full force of the moonlight into Duantian, which then surged into the body of the swift leopard. Boom! Boom, boom! With a series of violent explosions, the swift leopard's body erupted before Ding Chuan. Phew, I nearly met my demise at the hands of this magical beast, Ding Chuan murmured, wiping the sweat from his brow. Chapter 58 The Perilous Secret Realm. In Ding Chuan's hand, the token displayed a transformation from 0 to 50. Does slaying Azong Realm beast grant 50 points? Ding Chuan pondered thoughtfully as he gazed at the token, only to flip it over and witness the number change to 1. It appears this indicates a ranking, he mused, promptly stashing the token away. Now, I must ascertain the number of Zong Realm beasts within this secret realm. Ding Chuan was uncertain whether this was Elder Mo's deliberate ploy to complicate matters for him, or if other disciples were experiencing a similar plight. If it were the former, he could approach it with confidence. However, if it were the latter, he couldn't help but worry for Su Yulu and Qin Shi's safety. With this thought in mind, Ding Chuan felt compelled to take action. promptly selecting a direction with better visibility to hasten his pace. Not far from Ding Chuan, two disciples were engaged in a fierce battle with a bear demon. Bang, bang, bang. "Be careful," one disciple shouted, but his warning came too late. Ah, ah, ah. The other disciple was struck in the chest by the bear demon, and in an instant, his torso was torn apart, revealing blood and flesh through 5 crimson claw marks, along with a beating heart. Damn it, I never expected we would encounter a Zone Realm bear demon. The disciple who had initially warned his comrade wore a grim expression. Seeing that the bear demon had incapacitated his companion, it turned its gaze upon him. As the bear demon focused on him, the disciple's heart sank, and he dashed towards his fallen comrade, hoisting him up and fleeing. Buddy, are you alright? Wake up, if not, we're both done for, he shouted, but in his haste to escape, he failed to notice a figure standing not far ahead. With a loud bang, the disciple fell to the ground, and the unconscious body of his comrade landed atop him. Oh no! It's over, the bear demon is going to catch up. A sense of despair washed over him as he struggled to rise and see what was obstructing his path. However, upon seeing the figure before him, his eyes filled with hope. You are Ding Chuan, he exclaimed, astonished. I witnessed your battle in the arena. Could you lend us your assistance? A Zone Realm bear demon is pursuing us. Ding Chuan paused momentarily but offered no further words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Roar! Indeed, within mere seconds, a roar resonated from the direction the disciple had come. It's that bear demon. The disciple's face turned pale with panic. Although he had seen Ding Chuan effortlessly defeat challengers, he remained uncertain whether Ding Chuan could overcome the bear demon. Before long, the bear demon charged into view, and upon spotting another human, it seemed to be invigorated, letting out another furious roar as it swiped its massive paws towards Ding Chuan's face. The disciple, witnessing this scene, was paralyzed with fear, covering his eyes and unable to watch. Meanwhile, Ding Chuan merely cast a casual glance at the bear demon and raised his fist to strike at its paw. Bang! The power of the radiant moon surged into the bear demon's body, and in the next moment, it was sent tumbling backward. The bear demon staggered to its feet, but soon after, its body exploded violently, uprooting several nearby trees in the process. Boom! What just happened? The disciple cautiously opened his eyes to find only a silhouette before him. The bear demon had been reduced to mere fragments. Goodness, how terrifying, he exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Ding Chuan paid little heed to the disciple's exclamations and inquired, what location is this within the secret realm? Despite having obliterated the bear demon with a single punch, the creature's formidable strength and defense had nearly depleted all of Ding Chuan's stored radiant moon energy to achieve such a feat. Ding Shixiang, this is the central part of the secret realm, the disciple stammered, quickly responding, as if fearful of displeasing Ding Chuan, now addressing him as Ding Shixiang. Understood. Ding Chuan nodded slightly before asking again, do you know where the other disciples have been transported? Or the approximate range within which we have been teleported? In response to Ding Shixiang, it all depends on luck. We were unfortunate, arriving in close proximity to a bear demon, the disciple sighed, continuing, generally, during the intersect assessments points battle, our teleportation range should span around 500 miles, and it shouldn't exceed that. Is that so? Ding Chuan nodded, contemplating for a moment before tossing a medicinal pill and departing. From the encounters with the beasts thus far, Ding Chuan harbored concerns that Su Yulu and Qin Shi might sacrifice their lives for the sake of points. Su Yulu was relatively safe, as she was akin to a true disciple, participating in this intersect assessment merely for enjoyment, free to leave at any moment. Ding Chuan's greatest concern was for Qin Shi. He dreaded that Qin Shi, in his quest to enter the intersect, might refuse to leave the secret realm even at the cost of his life. I never expected to encounter Ding Chuan Shixiang, the disciple mused after Ding Chuan's departure, before administering the medicinal pill to the unconscious disciple. In a short span of time, the grievous wound on the fallen disciple's chest miraculously healed, forming a scab. Sigh, this is what it means to have connections. A single medicinal pill can yield such remarkable effects. We ordinary disciples are worlds apart, the disciple remarked, observing that the fallen disciple was no longer in peril. According to that disciple, it may not be easy to locate the two of them, Ding Chuan murmured as he navigated through the forest. The communication talisman has been dispatched, yet there has been no response from either of them. It seems the best course of action is to find a high vantage point, at least for improved visibility, perhaps to trace their whereabouts. With this thought, Ding Chuan surveyed his surroundings. Along the path, he encountered numerous beasts, yet their strength was considerably weaker, all around the peak of the Sure Realm, easily dispatched by Ding Chuan one after the other. On the other side, in the sect's square, a crowd of disciples watched Ding Chuan's actions on the screen. Filled with admiration, they never expected Ding Chuan to be so noble, even willing to bestow life-saving healing pills upon unfamiliar disciples. Chapter 59 The Failure of the Siege. Before long, half an hour had swiftly passed. Ding Chuan moved with remarkable speed, reaching the pinnacle of his ascent within that brief span. Gazing downward, he observed numerous disciples scattered below. However, he could not locate Qin Shi or Su Yilu. These two, how could they not send me even a single message talisman? Ding Chuan couldn't help but furrow his brow, a flicker of concern rising within him. After all, within the secret realm, he had encountered 2-inch zone-level beasts in quick succession within mere minutes. Should anything unfortunate befall Qin Shi, it would spell disaster. Just as Ding Chuan pondered this, a message talisman suddenly soared into his hand. There's trouble. Upon opening the talisman, a wave of unease washed over him. He promptly turned in the direction from whence it had come and set off without a moment's hesitation. However, as soon as Ding Chuan descended the mountain and traversed a thicket, dozens of figures materialized out of thin air, surrounding him entirely. The leading youth, bearing an air of arrogance, regarded Ding Chuan and inquired, "You must be Ding Chuan, correct?" An ambush? Ding Chuan refrained from answering, instead scanning his surroundings. Nearly half of the disciples who had appeared here were at the peak of the Shi realm, and the youth who spoke had even reached the Zone realm. Ding Chuan, we have awaited this moment for quite some time. You ought to remain obediently in the outer sect, as a mere outer disciple. The inner sect is beyond your reach. The youth shook his head and commanded, "Attack." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No sooner had the youth finished speaking than a multitude of disciples brandished their spiritual weapons, directing their assaults toward Ding Chuan. Just as those weapons were about to strike him, Ding Chuan's figure abruptly vanished. Wait, why are these individuals here? Ding Chuan recognized them all. They were the disciples who had successfully defended their positions in the first round, their strength unquestionable. Yet, what perplexed him was how they had managed to converge so rapidly and launch an attack against him. Could it be? Ding Chuan's astute mind quickly pieced together the scenario. After all, there were only a handful of individuals within the sect who bore animosity toward him. If you wish to force my hand, then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that thought, Ding Chuan snorted coldly, unleashing the full power of his moonlight body, and instantaneously struck at several surrounding disciples. In the next moment, they lay unconscious upon the ground. What, such speed? The remaining disciples, upon regaining their senses, were immediately filled with trepidation. Damn it, I never expected him to conceal such formidable strength. The zone-level disciple frowned deeply upon witnessing this. Although he had heard from the inner sect's Wu Di not to underestimate Ding Chuan, he had not anticipated that even against dozens of assailants, Ding Chuan would remain composed, effortlessly dispatching several disciples. Battle heaven style, breaking the waves. At that moment, Ding Chuan suddenly appeared before the Zone Realm disciple, wielding Duantian, and slashed horizontally at him. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated, as Ding Chuan's strike felled dozens of disciples in a single blow. Originally, the first form of the Nine Xian Battle Heaven technique did not possess such overwhelming power, but after Ding Chuan's modifications, infusing it with source and soul energy, its might and range had doubled. You are merely a newly initiated outer disciple, how can you be this strong? The Zone Realm disciple struggled to rise, gazing at Ding Chuan with incredulity. Within the outer sect, this disciple had believed himself unmatched at the zone level, yet now he found himself utterly outmatched. At that moment, he recalled the elder's advice: one must be cautious, cautious, and ever so cautious. He had ultimately paid the price for his arrogance. Will you leave on your own, or shall I assist you in departing? Ding Chuan twirled his sword, then pointed the blade of Duantian at the Zone Realm disciple, coldly inquiring, or shall I ensure you can never leave? Very well, I concede. The disciple cast a lingering glance at Ding Chuan, gritting his teeth before uttering. In the next instant, his form dissolved into a flurry of light points and vanished. Eliminated, after the departure of his opponent, Ding Chuan found himself surrounded by dozens of fallen Shi realm disciples, sprawled across the ground. He systematically revived them one by one, compelling their exit from the secret realm before finally taking a breath of relief. I never expected to avoid Qin Shi only to encounter a few who remain unwilling to concede, Ding Chuan mused, shaking his head. He then retrieved his score token to examine it. Having eliminated nearly half of the disciples, his points had surged to 600 points, combined with the elimination of so many disciples, meant that even if Ding Chuan ceased all activity from this moment forth, he could comfortably secure his place within the inner sect. I'm infuriated, what a collection of ineptitude. At that moment, in the audience section of the square, Wang Hongao glared intently at the central screen, seething with rage. He likely never anticipated that this youth, closely associated with Su Yulu, possessed such terrifying strength. Hiss, how is this possible? One person, defeating half the outer disciples, is this even human? Truly a prodigious talent, an absolute genius. The audience members were collectively astonished by Ding Chuan's display of power. Was this truly the level achievable by a newly initiated disciple? Even Elder Mo, seated in the prime position, wore a dark expression upon witnessing the scene unfold. Ding Chuan's entry into the inner sect was now a foregone conclusion. Brother, my brother, I am counting on you now. Wang Honggao muttered silently, gazing at a small segment of the screen. That position was none other than Wang Zhihai. If one were to survey the entire secret realm, they would discover that Wang Zhihai was on the verge of a confrontation with Qin Shi. Well, having dealt with half the outer disciples, as long as Qin Shi remains sensible, he should be able to secure his place in the inner sect. Following the resolution of this group of disciples, Ding Chuan strolled leisurely through the woods. With 3 hours remaining until the conclusion of the scoring battle, Ding Chuan felt no rush. After all, slaying a Sure Realm Beast only garnered 20 points, while a Zone Realm Beast yielded 50. Ding Chuan had already amassed 600 points. What is that? At that moment, Ding Chuan's keen eyes caught sight of a shimmering pool not far ahead. He hurried over to investigate, discovering something at the very center of the pool. Chapter 60 of The Peril of Qin Shi, the Extreme Spirit Grass. Ding Chuan's knowledge was not to be underestimated. During his time with the Ding clan, he had systematically studied a vast array of knowledge under his father's guidance. Thus, upon seeing that spirit material, he instantly recognized it. Roar! At that moment, a ferocious roar of a beast suddenly resonated from the pool. Only then did Ding Chuan react, lowering his gaze, yet that single glance sent a shiver down his spine. The water's surface was crystal clear, but the depths were shrouded in darkness, indicating that this pool was nearly bottomless. Splish splash! As anticipated, the water in the pool began to churn. In the next instant, an enormous beast emerged from the depths. This creature was covered in scales, resembling a fish, yet it was not a fish. Its head was elongated, and it possessed 4 limbs, an alligator. This alligator was of colossal size, stretching over 10 meters in length, its eyes fixated on Ding Chuan as though it were eyeing its prey. From the aura radiating from it, Ding Chuan could ascertain that this beast's power was undoubtedly at the Zone realm. Considering this, Ding Chuan unleashed an energy orb, hurling it towards the alligator. Hit! With a resounding boom, the energy orb detonated against the beast's back. However, in the next moment, Ding Chuan was left dumbfounded. There wasn't even a scratch on the alligator. Instead, his action had inadvertently provoked the creature's wrath. Roar! The alligator roared in fury and swiftly crawled towards Ding Chuan. Observing its bizarre movements, Ding Chuan's heart raced, prompting him to create distance between himself and the alligator. Yet, barely taking a few steps back, the alligator had already appeared before him. Here goes! Gritting his teeth, Ding Chuan hastily drew his sword, Duantian. At that moment, the alligator opened its massive jaws, lunging at Ding Chuan as if to swallow him whole. Realizing he had no time to strike back, Ding Chuan positioned Duantian across his chest, just in time to parry the alligator's sharp fangs. Crack, crack, crack! The sound of teeth scraping against the blade echoed, and Ding Chuan's brow furrowed. At this rate, the sword will eventually be bitten through. I must devise a strategy. With that, Ding Chuan executed the ghostly spirit step, swiftly evading to the alligator's rear, where he performed a stunning maneuver. He lifted the alligator's tail. Ha, go! Ding Chuan bellowed, his power erupting at the martial sovereign realm, and he flung the alligator high into the air. But that was not all. He seized the Duantian that had fallen from the alligator's mouth and thrust it toward the creature's abdomen. Layered peaks. Thud. A sensation of piercing flesh transmitted from the sword's tip to Ding Chuan's hand, followed by another surge of power as he channeled the lunar essence within him into the alligator's body. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, and the alligator, measuring over 10 meters in length, exploded midair, raining blood and flesh upon the ground. Ding Chuan landed gracefully, exhaling a sigh of relief, murmuring, finally resolved. This alligator must be the guardian beast of the Extreme Spirit Grass. The Extreme Spirit Grass, an 8th grade spiritual material of the Xian tier, is an exceptional ingredient for alchemy. Even without refining it into pills, consuming it directly yields immense benefits, significantly enhancing one's internal essence. Were Ding Chuan to consume it now, he could leap from the 1st to the 4th layer of the Sourcemaster realm. However, Ding Chuan was in no rush to consume it. Instead, he stored the Extreme Spirit Grass in his Shumi ring. After completing this task, he sat cross-legged by the pool, commencing his recovery of the stamina and essence he had just expended. Half an hour later, the sounds of a fierce battle reached Ding Chuan's ears, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. Wang Zhihai, I have tolerated you for far too long. Bring it on! A furious roar echoed from not far off the pool. Humph, with your meager strength, you aren't even worthy to carry my shoes. If it weren't for the potential of using you for something, I would have kicked you out long ago. Another disdainful voice responded, followed by the sounds of a heated struggle. Wang Zhihai? Ding Chuan's brow furrowed. Was that not Wang Honggao's brother? With this thought, he could no longer remain idle, promptly rising to head in the direction of the commotion. Before long, he found two men engaged in a fierce duel within the woods. Upon closer inspection, he recognized not only Wang Honggao but also another familiar figure, Qin Shi. At that moment, Qin Shi wielded an ice wheel, continually clashing with Wang Zhihai, who was armed with a long sword. Yet Ding Chuan could discern that Qin Shi was currently at a disadvantage, even hinting at a potential defeat. After all, unlike Wang Honggao, Wang Zhihai had been entrenched in the Shenqing sect for 2 years, his strength having reached the pinnacle of the Sourcemaster realm just a step away from the Source Sovereign realm. Whereas Qin Shi, at merely the 8th layer of the Sourcemaster realm, lacked sufficient combat experience. Were it not for the divine weapon in his possession, he would likely have already been vanquished. Ding Chuan did not rush to intervene. Instead, he prepared to observe, waiting for Qin Shi to be overwhelmed before making his move. Bang! Following a resounding clash, Qin Shi quickly distanced himself from Wang Zhihai. Then, pausing for a moment, he charged back at Wang Zhihai, shouting, "Frostbite slash!" At that moment, the ice wheel in Qin Shi's hand shimmered with a translucent crystalline layer, exuding a mist that seemed poised to freeze anything it touched. Such a trivial technique. Do you think you can best me? Do you really believe everyone is as feeble as Ding Chuan? Wang Zhihai sneered, countering with a loud cry, flowing radiance. The scene became dazzling as a brilliant white light erupted from the center of their clash. In the next instant, Qin Shi was sent flying backward, rolling on the ground and spitting blood. With such meager skills, do you dare to compete with me? Amidst the brilliance, Wang Zhihai's figure emerged, brandishing his long sword, coldly regarding Qin Shi. If it weren't for the need to capture you as leverage against Ding Chuan, I would have slain you just now. Qin Shi lifted his head, coldly staring at Wang Zhihai, declaring, "Capture me to threaten Ding Chuan? Nonsense, you shall not succeed. Even if I cannot enter the inner sect, I will never allow you to achieve your goals." Just as Qin Shi was about to utter "I give up on the assessment," Wang Zhihai's long sword suddenly appeared before him, mere moments from claiming his life. However, at this critical juncture, a hand firmly grasped the tip of the sword. "Who dares to thwart my endeavors?" Wang Zhihai roared, fury igniting within him, yet upon focusing his gaze, his expression shifted dramatically. Ding! Ding Chuan? Chapter 61 Ascending to the Inner Sect. Indeed, standing before the two individuals was none other than Ding Chuan. "Will you leave on your own, or shall I assist you in departing?" With a forceful twist, Ding Chuan shattered Wang Zhihai's longsword in an instant. You, Wang Zhihai trembled as he raised the broken sword, realizing that, for some inexplicable reason, merely laying eyes on Ding Chuan made him quiver uncontrollably. "I concede the assessment." Upon uttering these words, Wang Zhihai vanished before Ding Chuan's eyes. From the moment he encountered Ding Chuan, it was destined that he could no longer pass the inner sect examination. Cough. I never expected you to show up at this moment. Qin Shi coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, gazing at Ding Chuan with a wry smile. Had I not arrived, your dreams of entering the inner sect would have come to an abrupt halt. Ding Chuan replied with a smile, tossing a medicinal pill into Qin Shi's hand. Qin Shi accepted the pill and ingested it. Soon, all his wounds healed completely, though due to the depletion of his source power, he appeared rather pale. Alas, enough of that. I never anticipated crossing paths with Wang Zhihai. Qin Shi shook his head, rising with Ding Chuan's support, recounting his ordeal. It turned out that upon entering the secret realm, like Ding Chuan, he encountered a Zong realm beast and, relying on the ice attribute bestowed by the ice wheel, managed to escape. Thereafter, Qin Shi stumbled his way through, barely defeating a few sure realm beasts, and eventually faced Wang Zhihai, leading to the scene Ding Chuan witnessed. "Since all is well, Qin brother, do you know where Su Yulu has gone?" Ding Chuan inquired. Qin Shi paused momentarily before responding. "Su Yulu, I have no idea. The secret realm has scattered us all." "Is that so?" Ding Chuan fell into contemplation. Since he had previously encountered an ambush of over 20 disciples, it indicated that they must possess some means to gather in such a brief span. As this thought crossed his mind, a figure materialized in Ding Chuan's mind. Could it be Elder Mo? From the moment Ding Chuan entered the sect, for reasons unknown, Elder Mo harbored an aversion towards him, even obstructing his progress during the outer sect assessment. Never mind, pondering this is futile. It would be wiser to resolve the matter at hand and discuss it later. Ding Chuan shook his head, redirecting his focus to Qin Shi, asking, Qin brother, how many points have you accumulated now? Me? Qin Shi looked momentarily stunned, then checked his token, a frown appearing on his face. I only have 100 points. It's hopeless, with so many competitors, I hardly have any source power left. I fear I won't have the opportunity to pass the intersect assessment this time. Ha, you will pass the assessment. Ding Chuan smiled lightly, refraining from disclosing that he had already dealt with half of the disciples entering the secret realm. If he revealed this to Qin Shi, it would diminish his sense of urgency. Alright, I shall take you to hunt beasts. With that, Ding Chuan patted Qin Shi on the shoulder and proceeded along a chosen path. 2 hours later, the intersect assessment concluded, a dazzling white light flashed across the square, and the remaining disciples were teleported out. Time's up, the screen will now display your scores and rankings. The top 15 disciples will be considered as having passed the assessment and will enter the intersect. As the disciples materialized, Elder Mo's voice resonated, though for some reason, it seemed rather unwelcoming. Heaven help me, I must enter the intersect this time. I've languished in the outer sect for 3 years. The disciples who had been teleported out looked anxiously at the screen. Why do I feel like there are more than half as many disciples standing in the square? Many disciples noticed the sudden emptiness around them, feeling quite disoriented. Could it be that the points battle was truly this ruthless? 50th place, Wei Chengfeng, 0 points, deceased. What? How is that possible? Upon seeing the name of the 50th place contestant appear, the disciples were taken aback. Someone actually perished within the secret realm? Such a pity. Observing the name on the screen, Ding Chuan shook his head and sighed. It seemed that this disciple's strength was inadequate, and upon entering the secret realm, he encountered a zone realm beast, meeting his demise before he could even utter a word. In such circumstances, Ding Chuan could only offer silent condolences. Then, he glanced around at the other disciples, his heart plummeting. He had not seen Su Yulu. Could it be that Su Yulu also perished within the secret realm? As this thought crossed his mind, an indescribable worry surged within Ding Chuan's heart. If that were the case, he would be the one to blame. No, that can't be. Su Yulu was a rare soul cultivator, and she would never fall so easily. She must have chosen to leave. With this notion, Ding Chuan retrieved a communication talisman from his Shumi ring. In the next moment, the talisman flew away. I hope Su Yulu has not encountered any misfortunes. Hey, Ding brother, what are you pondering? At that moment, Qin Shi noticed Ding Chuan's change and asked. Nothing. Ding Chuan shook his head. Just as Qin Shi was about to inquire further, the screen displayed the second line of names. 49th place, Zhou Yun, 0 points, deceased. Another disciple had met their end. The other disciples standing in the square felt a heaviness in their hearts as they gazed at the enormous word deceased on the screen, glancing at the empty spaces around them. Could it be that they got soon? The third line of names appeared, dispelling such thoughts among the disciples. 47th place, Lu Lin, 0 points, has forfeited the assessment. Phew, I told you, if there were continuous deaths, that would be truly bizarre. Indeed, if that were the case, I fear few from the outer sect would be willing to participate in the inner sect assessment. Ha ha. After seeing the names appear on the screen, the disciples' anxious hearts finally eased. However, as more names appeared, they all bore 0 points, all having forfeited the assessment. Only upon the appearance of the 19th name did a change occur. 19th place, Zhang San, 170 points. Gulp. Goodness, what is happening? This time, a full 30 disciples were eliminated. Isn't that duly goodness? I heard he has reached the Source Zone realm. How could he also forfeit the assessment? Could there be disciples or beasts capable of threatening him? The onlookers in the square stared at the screen, all feeling a sense of dread. Chapter 62, First place. The screen continued to display numerous names until the 15th rank was reached, marking the appearance of the first disciple to advance to the inner sect. 15th place, Su Yulu, 300 points. I never expected her to achieve 300 points, Qin Shi exclaimed in astonishment. I truly did not anticipate Su Yulu passing the inner sect assessment. She is practically half a true disciple now. I wonder if her occupying an inner sect spot will have any repercussions. Upon seeing Su Yulu's name, Ding Chuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by a sense of joy. Not long ago, he had received a reply from a messaging talisman, indicating that Su Yulu had departed right after being teleported out of the secret realm due to some matters. 14th place, 13th place, 7th place, Qin Shi, 500 points. I can't believe I actually came in 7th. I thought 700 points wouldn't suffice. It was only upon seeing his own name that Qin Shi burst into hearty laughter, as if all his pent-up frustrations had been released. By the way, Ding Chuan, how many points do you have now? Qin Shi suddenly recalled, realizing he had yet to see Ding Chuan's name. As for me, let us wait and see, Ding Chuan replied with a faint smile, knowing that if Qin Shi were to discover his accumulated points, his joy would swiftly dissipate. 6th place, 5th place, 4th place, 3rd place, Zhu Ning 800 points. When the name of the 3rd place contestant appeared, the gazes of the disciples collectively turned towards a female disciple. Following their gaze, Ding Chuan also looked over and found a petite and charming girl, momentarily taken aback however, when the girl turned her head, Ding Chuan felt a sense of inevitability. She bore a scar that stretched from her forehead down to her jaw. Wow, could this be the contrast? Qin Shi exclaimed involuntarily, but his loud voice reached Zhu Ning's ears. Immediately, Zhu Ning approached Qin Shi, her expression frosty, and asked, "What did you say?" Nothing at all." Qin Shi quickly covered his mouth and turned his head away to look in another direction. However, Zhu Ning seemed unwilling to let it go, continuing to glare at Qin Shi as if she were about to take action against him at any moment. "Hey, Ding brother," seeing this, Qin Shi could only look at Ding Chuan with a pleading expression. Sigh, he didn't mean it. Let him off this time. Ding Chuan, with no other choice, stepped forward and positioned himself between the two. "Is that so? Because I heard him very clearly slandering me behind my back," Zhu Ning retorted with a cold laugh, not even sparing Ding Chuan a glance as a bone blade appeared in her hand. Qin Shi apologized to her at once. Ding Chuan quickly signaled Qin Shi to refrain from provoking Zhu Ning further. It was no joke. The moment Zhu Ning drew her bone blade, Ding Chuan sensed that her strength had likely reached the zone realm. Such a person was not to be trifled with. "Why yes, I'm sorry, Sister Zhu Ning." Aware of his fault, Qin Shi promptly corrected his demeanor and bowed respectfully to Zhu Ning. If there's a next time, I'll cut out your tongue." With that, Zhu Ning shot a fierce glare at Qin Shi before turning on her heel to leave. Just as Qin Shi was about to speak, Ding Chuan noticed and promptly covered Qin Shi's mouth, leaning in to whisper, "You should say less. If you provoke her again, we'll both be in trouble." After Qin Shi nodded, Ding Chuan finally released his grip. "Sigh, Ding Chuan, I didn't mean to, it was mainly because," Qin Shi was about to explain but swallowed his words upon seeing the expression on Ding Chuan's face. Alright, I'm just satisfied to have made it into the inner sect. I'll put this matter behind me." Qin Shi could only manage an awkward smile, dismissing the incident from his mind. 2nd place, Pan Jinlong 900 points. Just then, the 2nd place ranking appeared on the screen. Brother Jinlong actually only secured 2nd place? He is the outer sect's senior brother. What, Brother Jinlong is in 2nd, what's going on? Then who could the 1st place be? The disciples were in an uproar, fervently discussing amongst themselves as they gazed at the prominent 2nd place displayed on the screen. At that moment, a disciple cautiously spoke up, Do you think the 1st place could it be? After a brief silence, the eyes of the disciples converged upon a youth. It was none other than Ding Chuan. 1st place, Ding Chuan 1,500 points. Indeed. The 1st place belonged to the recently talked about Ding Chuan. It really is him. Every disciple was taken aback, especially the 50 who had participated in the point battle. 1st place, what does that signify? It is worth noting that Pan Jinlong, the 2nd place winner, had attained the zone realm 6 months prior and had been waiting ever since for the inner sect assessment to begin. Could it be that Ding Chuan surpassed Pan Jinlong in prowess? Congratulations to the disciples ranking in the top 15 for successfully passing this inner sect assessment. From this moment on, you shall be members of the inner sect. Elder Mo's voice suddenly resonated, and he descended onto the square. It truly appears to be his doing. Ding Chuan observed that when Elder Mo uttered this statement, a sharp gaze was cast in his direction. Even though the gaze lasted but a fleeting moment. As for the benefits of entering the inner sect, I assume you have all heard about them, so I shall not elaborate. Elder Mo smiled faintly and continued, upon passing the inner sect assessment, the sect will naturally reward you. The 1st point is that you are permitted to spend 3 days in the scripture pavilion. During this time, you may select 2 techniques or martial arts to take with you. The 2nd point is that the points you earned in the secret realm will convert into sect points. As for those ranked beyond the 15th place, they will not receive this privilege. The 3rd point pertains to the resources provided based on your rankings. For instance, the 1st place will receive the sect's rewarded spirit artifact, the Jinyue Tower, while the 2nd place will obtain a 6th grade Shen tier elixir, and the 3rd place will receive 500 points. As he spoke, 2 items materialized in the elder's hands, a small tower and an exquisite box. 1st place, Ding Chuan. Elder Mo's gaze fell upon Ding Chuan, and in the next moment, Ding Chuan felt as though he were bearing the weight of 10,000 mountains, nearly brought to his knees. Yes, Elder. Ding Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, trembling as he stepped forward to receive the Jinyue Tower. Chapter 63 Confiding. Thank you, Elder, Ding Chuan said with great difficulty as he accepted the Jinyue Tower, bending slightly in deference before departing from the square. Did he harbor resentment? Certainly. Why should Ding Chuan endure such unjust treatment? Yet, what could he possibly do? The elders, situated high above, were not figures that a mere disciple like him could provoke. Were it not for Elder Yuan, the best he might have achieved would likely have been expulsion from the sect, leading to a life of wandering. The possibility of having his cultivation abolished again was not out of the question. Young man, do you think that with Elder Yuan's protection, you can act with impunity? Elder Mo sneered as he watched Ding Chuan's despondent figure retreat. Enjoy your arrogance for a few more days. Once the Grand Elder returns, I shall see how you fare then. When it came time for the second and third disciples, they appeared considerably more at ease, completely devoid of the oppressive atmosphere that had engulfed Ding Chuan. However, by this point, Ding Chuan had already departed, oblivious to the events that unfolded thereafter. Hey, Ding brother, what is wrong with you? Qin Shi, noticing Ding Chuan's unusual demeanor, quickly followed after him. Ding Chuan shook his head, replying nonchalantly, "It's nothing." "Is it that Elder Mo who has done something to you? Don't deny it. I saw your grim expression when you received the Elder's reward." Qin Shi continued to exclaim in Ding Chuan's ear. "Sai, what good would it do to tell you?" "Never mind." Ding Chuan could only manage a bitter smile, returning to his small courtyard under Qin Shi's concerned gaze. As Ding Chuan closed the door to his room, Qin Shi could only feel awkward, mumbling to himself, "All right, since that is the case, I shall return to my cultivation." How could Qin Shi fail to perceive Ding Chuan's desolation? However, like Ding Chuan, he too was merely a disciple, left with little more than the ability to offer consolation. "Sai, I never anticipated that even after departing from the Ding clan and starting anew at the Xianying sect, I would still face hostility at every turn." Upon returning to his room, Ding Chuan sat in his chair, a wave of bitterness washing over him. Should he leave the Xianying sect, he was uncertain, for abandoning the sect would complicate his plans to return and take Dingyu away, only adding to his troubles. Yet, remaining here meant enduring the oppression from Elder Mo, Elder Ma of the Task Hall, and Elder Su of the Law Enforcement Hall. Ding Chuan wondered how much longer he could endure this. He was just a fragile youth, after all. "You lack confidence in yourself, little one?" Just as Ding Chuan was lost in thought, a raspy voice echoed from the doorway. Startled, Ding Chuan looked up. "Elder Yuan?" Elder Yuan chuckled, stroking his beard, then sat beside Ding Chuan, saying, "Do not overthink things. Focus on your cultivation within the sect. Any issues can be entrusted to me." "Are you merely afraid of Elder Mo's targeting?" "Fear not, as long as I am here, all you need is the resolve to grow stronger. After all, such murky circumstances exist everywhere." "Yes, Elder." Ding Chuan regained his composure and bowed deeply to Elder Yuan. "No need for such formality." Elder Yuan waved his hand, continuing, "In truth, I noticed your extraordinary talent the moment you entered the sect. After all, I have yet to encounter a genius capable of cultivating 3 different systems simultaneously." Upon hearing this, Ding Chuan's expression darkened, murmuring, "But I lack any talent, not even at the yellow rank. Do you believe in talent?" Elder Yuan inquired. "Or, let me rephrase. Do you not think your journey thus far has been aided by a measure of talent? I understand that you showed no talent during your assessment, yet the rapid progress and strength you have demonstrated have caused the other disciples to overlook your so-called lack of talent." "Why is that?" Ding Chuan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, "I do not know." "Not knowing is precisely right." Elder Yuan smiled, then spoke with a tone of reflection, "Because you are always creating miracles. Whether upon entering the sect, undertaking arduous tasks, or during inter-sect assessments, your rate of progress has even unsettled Elder Mo." Ding Chuan fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Though he was perceptive, there remained one thing he could not comprehend. Did Elder Mo truly need to target him so relentlessly? Since his first day in the sect, aside from inadvertently provoking Wang Hongdao, he had never clashed with Elder Mo. Seeing Ding Chuan's silence, Elder Yuan stated, "Do not dwell on it. I have good news for you. The sect's higher-ups are closely monitoring you." "The attention of the higher-ups?" "Indeed." Elder Yuan nodded, adding, "Furthermore, an important event will transpire in Qingyun Prefecture in 3 months. During this time, focus on your cultivation, and you shall have the opportunity to showcase your talents." Ding Chuan was still processing Elder Yuan's previous statement when he added another, unable to continue his contemplation. Ding Chuan replied, "I understand." At that moment, Elder Yuan patted Ding Chuan's shoulder, a wave of gentle spiritual energy flowing into him, instantly warming him and soothing his restless mind. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Ding Chuan, do not disappoint me." With that, Elder Yuan pushed open the door, and in the next instant, his figure vanished. A significant event in 3 months? Ding Chuan pondered, somewhat perplexed, but ultimately shook his head. Never mind. Since Elder Yuan has spoken, I have no reason to engage in further internal strife. Let us cultivate for now. Strength is always of paramount importance. With this thought, Ding Chuan settled into a cross-legged position. Through my previous cultivation, the benefits of dual cultivation of Source and Soul have already manifested. Having just broken through to the Master Realm, I can already contend with practitioners at the 5th or 6th level of the Sect Realm. At this rate, should Source and Soul reach the Sect Realm, my strength may well surpass a significant tier, enabling me to engage with practitioners at the King Realm. However, this may also have drawbacks, namely that my body realm will stagnate for a time. With his eyes gently closed, Ding Chuan turned his focus inward, observing the energy within his dantian. Waves of Source energy coursed through the meridians of the transformation of Source into Unity technique, entering his dantian. I shall give it my all, even if I cannot elevate my realm in the short term. As long as I enhance the other 2 cultivation systems, my strength will still improve. Even if I do not reach the martial King Realm, what of it, my power can still rival that of the King Realm. Resolute, Ding Chuan began to diligently cultivate Source and Soul day and night. Chapter 64 of the Gathering of the Three Sects. 3 months may seem neither long nor short. During this period, numerous events transpired within the Shenqing sect. For instance, after Qin Shi's strength ascended, reaching the Origin Realm, his first course of action was to confront Wang Jihai, delivering a severe beating that left Wang deeply aggrieved. Similarly, Su Yulu also experienced a breakthrough, achieving the Soul Realm, and subsequently, an elder from the Soul Hall held a special initiation ceremony for her, officially designating her as a true disciple, much to the envy of the other disciples of Shenqing's sect. However, to everyone's astonishment, Ding Chuan, who had recently stirred up considerable commotion, seemed to have vanished without a trace. With no news of him to be found, rumors circulated that Ding Chuan had been taken as a disciple by Elder Yuan and was currently undergoing specialized training. Others speculated that he had offended Elder Mo and had been expelled from the sect, never to return. Yet, the truth of the matter remained a mystery to all. Embracing the vastness of the sea. In a small courtyard, as the last remnants of energy were absorbed into Ding Chuan's body, he slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, his pupils appeared to contain countless stars. He then shook his head and murmured, "Alas, I am still a step away from the Sect Realm. If I continue to cultivate, a breakthrough will not be forthcoming in the near term." The utterance of these words indicated a significant fact. Ding Chuan's mastery of the Origin and Soul realms had already reached the pinnacle of the master stage. Even though his body remained at the 3rd level of the martial sect, his overall strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. It could even be posited that within the Sect realm, Ding Chuan had no rivals. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the small courtyard. Upon noticing, Ding Chuan waved his hand, and the courtyard door swung open. Standing at the entrance was an unfamiliar youth, who, upon seeing Ding Chuan, casually inquired, "Are you Ding Chuan?" "Indeed, that is I." Ding Chuan nodded slightly, rising to brush off the dust from his attire. The relentless days and nights of cultivation had left him disheveled and somewhat disheveled. "Elder Yuan has instructed me to inform you to proceed to the inner hall," the stranger stated before departing without waiting for a response. As he left, Ding Chuan distinctly heard him murmur, "I wonder what Elder Yuan is thinking, sending a new disciple to participate in such an important event as the Gathering of the Three Sects." The Gathering of the Three Sects? Automatically disregarding the stranger's complaints, Ding Chuan seized upon the crucial information. "Ah, I nearly forgot. The Qingyun state is dominated by 3 major factions. Besides the Shenqing sect, there are also the Illusory Sound Valley and Lingdan Mountain." "I see, no wonder Elder Yuan mentioned that a significant event would occur. It must be referring to this gathering of the 3 sects." With this thought, Ding Chuan returned to his room, tidied his appearance, and stepped out of the small courtyard. Thanks to Elder Yuan's instructions, Ding Chuan had been uninterrupted in his cultivation during this period, allowing him ample time to study and refine his skills. "Alas, I completely forgot about this. I still do not know where the inner hall is." As Ding Chuan exited the small courtyard, his aura had already transformed. "No matter, I can simply ask someone for directions." In the next moment, Ding Chuan vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, a figure suddenly appeared beside an inner hall disciple walking along the path, whispering, "Excuse me, brother, could you kindly direct me to the inner hall?" My goodness! The inner hall disciple was startled, evidently unaware of the newcomer's presence beside him. He quickly turned to respond, stammering, It's over there, thank you." Ding Chuan patted the disciple's shoulder, and in the next instant, his figure vanished once more. Who is that, such terrifying speed? Gazing at the empty road, the inner hall disciple felt his mind go blank. He had never encountered anyone with such ghostly swiftness, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a grand hall within the Shenqing sect, several stewards, elders, and disciples stood by the door, each face revealing a hint of impatience. "Elder Yuan, are you certain we should continue waiting? Time is running short, perhaps we should simply have Deng Wuliang take his place," one elder could not help but suggest, casting a glance at Elder Yuan. "No need, he will arrive shortly," Elder Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. Very well. The others, upon hearing this, had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, Elder Yuan held the highest authority here, and they could only comply with his wishes. Indeed, just as Elder Yuan predicted, 5 minutes later, a figure swiftly appeared at the entrance. Ding Chuan? Upon recognizing the newcomer, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that the individual for whom Elder Yuan was willing to wait patiently would be Ding Chuan. "My apologies, Elder Yuan, I was unaware of the significance of this matter." The first thing Ding Chuan did upon appearing was to clasp his fists and bow slightly to Elder Yuan. No harm done," Elder Yuan replied with a faint smile, not taking it to heart. He then turned to the others and stated, "Now that everyone is present, let us proceed." "Wait a moment, I have an objection." At that instant, a hand was raised high amidst the crowd. What objection do you have?" Elder Yuan inquired, glancing at the individual who had raised their hand, discovering it to be an inner hall disciple. "Esteemed elders and stewards, I would like to know why such an important event as the gathering of the three sects would allow a newly admitted disciple, who has barely been in our Shenqing sect for long, to occupy a spot." The disciple who raised his hand spoke confidently, showing no hesitation in the face of the collective gaze. Ding Chuan followed the sound and looked over. The inner hall disciple appeared quite handsome, yet his expression was somewhat uncomfortable. "Oh, if that is the case, then do enlighten us as to why it would be inappropriate." Elder Yuan expressed a spark of interest, countering the inner hall disciple's statement. However, the others were unaware of Elder Yuan's intentions. Upon hearing the inner hall disciple's words, they found themselves in agreement. Even if Ding Chuan possessed notable strength and talent, it was inconceivable that he could qualify for participation in such a significant competition within less than a year, was it? "Elder Yuan, I believe Ding Chuan's strength is insufficient." The inner hall disciple, sensing Elder Yuan's probing, felt a surge of excitement and continued, "Unless he were to compete against me. My requirements are modest. If he can achieve a stalemate with me, I will acknowledge his qualification. What say you?" Chapter 65. A pre-match warm-up. Elder Yuan's lips moved slightly, yet he refrained from uttering another word, turning his gaze towards Ding Chuan. After all, this was a matter of great significance within the sect. Although there was a desire to nominate Ding Chuan for the upcoming Trisect Martial Assembly, it was evident that the disciples' challenge was instigated by other elders. To refuse him would likely lead to discontent among the ranks. "Ding Chuan, do you possess the confidence to contend against your senior brother? Since they have come to bully me, if I were to cower indefinitely, it would undoubtedly invite further troubles in the future." Upon saying this, Ding Chuan cast a glance at the inner sect disciple, whose sinister face bore a wicked smile, and he could vaguely discern faint wisps of black smoke emanating from the disciple's back. Ding Chuan surmised that his cultivation level must not be low, as only those above the realm of sect could independently control the emission of their aura. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had recently broken through to the master realm in soul and source, and with his foundation in the body cultivation of the sect realm, he should not fear him. With this thought, Ding Chuan's courage swelled a few notches. He also understood that declining this challenge might cause trouble for Elder Yuan, who had placed such high regard upon him. How could he allow the elder to lose face? Quite the bravado. Do not think that just because you have entered the inner sect, you can disregard everyone else. Today, I shall let you witness my prowess, and teach you what it means to respect one's teacher and the path. The inner sect disciple scoffed coldly, his gloomy visage laced with a hint of derision, completely dismissing Ding Chuan, a mere body cultivator of the sect realm. He recalled how Elder Mo had approached him in private the previous night, stating that if anyone were to secure Ding Chuan's participation in the competition, that disciple must pay a bloody price. Elder Mo had offered to reward him with a portion of the 9 nether floating life record. The thought of casually acquiring a portion of the 9 nether floating life record invigorated him, and in the next moment, he darted like a shadow across the crowd towards the outer plaza. Ding Chuan also propelled himself forward, leaving several afterimages in his wake as he followed the inner disciple to the plaza. Elder Mo furrowed his brow as he watched from the crowd. Could this be the ghostly spirit step? That shouldn't be possible, he muttered to himself, hoping that the disciple would be able to dispatch this challenger in one fell swoop, or at the very least, exhaust him to the point of incapacitating him, ensuring he would crawl out of the Xianying sect's gates. In a flash, the plaza was abuzz with activity, with onlookers chattering excitedly. Hey, another spectacle to behold, who's fighting whom? Let me see, let me see. Hey, don't push. At that moment, Qin Shi was cultivating in his room when he heard the commotion outside. He pushed the door open and, as luck would have it, collided with Su Yulu. Miss Su, what is happening? Qin Shi inquired, tousled and standing on tiptoe to wave at Su Yulu. I heard Ding Chuan is dueling someone. Su Yulu, not sparing a glance at Qin Shi, rushed towards the plaza in a flurry. What? A duel? Qin Shi thought to himself, my dear Ding, have you truly brought this upon yourself? Must you turn the Xianying sect upside down? He then shook himself and hurriedly followed Su Yulu towards the plaza. Soul Cultivator, Soul King Realm, Yi Kai, the inner sect disciple named Yi Kai saluted with clasped hands. Body Cultivator, Martial Sovereign Realm, Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan returned the gesture, adhering to the necessary decorum. I say, Ding Junior brother, why not simply forfeit your cultivation? I am quite disinclined to lift a finger, Yi Kai yawned, believing that Ding Chuan, as a practitioner, must understand how formidable it is to challenge someone of a higher realm, especially when his cultivation overwhelmingly surpassed Ding Chuan's. He had already mentally declared Ding Chuan's defeat. Ding Chuan cast a cold glance at Imo Changlin, who stood behind Yi Kai, then turned to Yi Kai and said, Brother Yi, there is no need for such formality between us. Let us engage earnestly in combat. If you are to play the role of a dog, then at least be a good dog, one that barks fiercely, lest your master does not spare you. Ding Chuan calmly replied to Yi Kai's provocation. At these words, Yi Kai's gloomy expression suddenly flushed with rage as he shouted, Ding Chuan, you bastard, today, you shall not have a good end. With that, he drew forth a bracelet-like spiritual artifact from his waist and donned it. Just moments ago, he had contemplated crippling Ding Chuan, but now he intended to seize his soul and refine him. Why Yi Kai's eyes blazed red as he fixated on Ding Chuan. Isn't this a bit excessive? What rank is this? A sect challenge king, an outer sect disciple leaned against a pillar, observing with a cold gaze as if this was a match Ding Chuan was destined to lose. I admit that Ding Chuan has some skill, but he has become arrogant after entering the inner sect. Yi Kai's soul cultivation is the most authentic, remarked a man standing at another corner of the plaza. Yi Kai, he is the benchmark for soul cultivators in the Xianying sect. Just look at how handsome he still is. After 2 years in seclusion, Yi Kai must now be at the pinnacle of the king realm, coupled with his lethal techniques. I doubt Ding Chuan can withstand even one exchange. If Ding Chuan falls, let us all go up and kick him a few times, spit on him. Wang Hong and his entourage watched with cold eyes, relishing the prospect of avenging past humiliations. Yi Kai is so handsome. Even if he isn't at his peak, he must be close. That Ding Chuan is simply seeking his own demise. A few young outer sect girls chirped nearby. To the onlookers, this appeared to be an overwhelmingly uneven contest, with Ding Chuan seemingly devoid of any means of resistance. Oh no, oh no. Ding Chuan is in deep trouble facing Yi Kai. Su Yulu's eyes brimmed with concern as she clutched Qin Shi's arm tightly. Having witnessed Yi Kai's ruthless techniques in the past, she knew that many soul cultivators had suffered grievously under his hand. He was among the most gifted in the realm of soul cultivation. What kind of person is this? Qin Shi winced, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Yi Kai's ultimate move. Su Yulu's radiant face glistened with beads of sweat as her brow furrowed in concentration, fixating on Ding Chuan. You must tell me, what is this ultimate move? Qin Shi pressed. Before he could finish, Yi Kai, in a fit of rage, was the first to strike. With a whoosh, he leapt into the air, forming seals with his hands while reciting incantations, his eyes tightly shut. Instantly, an array of smoke materialized behind him, coalescing into 5 spheres. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, locking his gaze onto the motionless Ding Chuan. 9 nether floating life record, soul explosion sphere. The 5 smoke spheres ignited in flames and instantaneously shot towards Ding Chuan. The 5 fireballs multiplied into 10 in mid-air, then 20, culminating in a total of 40 fireballs hurtling towards Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan, evade! Su Yulu cried out anxiously from the sidelines. Too slow. Ding Chuan glanced upwards at the descending fireballs, a cold smile gracing his lips. Channeling the energy from his dantian into his feet, he executed the ghostly spirit step, leaving behind a lingering afterimage while he himself vanished from sight. With a tremendous crash, Su Yulu's voice was drowned in the chaos. When the dust settled, it was impossible to discern Ding Chuan's location amidst the cloud of smoke and debris. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was merely a trivial technique of Ye Kai's, yet it caused such a significant uproar. If he were to unleash his true ultimate move, would Ding Chuan not be obliterated? Chapter 66 A crushing defeat for Knight Kai. Humph, mere child, you dare to be impudent before me? Today, I shall unleash 3/10 of my power to obliterate you right here. Should you dare to provoke me again, I will shatter your cultivation and cast you into the streets to beg for scraps. Ha 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 ha. Knight Kai hovered in midair, mercilessly mocking the smoke billowing below. Is he dead? If so, then a maggot-like character has perished. One less is one less. Knight Kai probed the smoke with his mental energy, discovering that no life signs remained within. Well. So this is how it ends? I thought I would have to flay him alive and make him crawl across the square to vent my grievances, Wang Honggao and the others said, spreading their hands in boredom. I told you, Brother Kai is the most impressive. He effortlessly turned that brat Ding Chuan into dust. A starry-eyed girl nearby swooned. I truly wish to marry him and possess everything he has. Another girl dreamily licked her lips, eyes closed in fantasy. Shameless. Qin Shi remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the brazen girls. What did you just say? Do you dare to face us? The previously infatuated girl stormed over, furious. Su Yulu immediately summoned her soul cultivation power, her spirit probing like an invisible tentacle into the smoke. As she explored, she discerned the absence of any life signals, her brow furrowing as tears welled in her eyes. Ding Chuan, she called out helplessly. Is this it? A deep, calm voice resonated from the air, causing everyone below to fall silent. Su Yulu shuddered, wiping her tears and gazing toward the source of the voice. Knight Kai suddenly turned, catching a glimpse of a red light hurtling toward him at close range. Realizing he could not evade in midair, he instinctively crossed his fists before him to block. Damn it, when did this fellow arrive behind me? How did I not sense him? My mental energy should have covered the entire square. Knight Kai had no time for further contemplation. Through his defensive arms, he vaguely observed the red light drawing near when, suddenly, a golden light burst forth from its outer layer. Damn! A single exclamation of a plant's name echoed in midair, followed by a deafening sonic boom caused by the rapid friction of the air. Buzz, boom. A figure was ejected from the explosion smoke, tumbling in a parabolic arc before crashing onto the square, shattering the ground and sending dust soaring. No. I can't believe it. How did he ascend into the sky? A man standing beside Wang Honggao gaped, eyes wide and mouth agape, staring into the arena. I saw him walking on air. It's utterly incredible. The girls, who were previously enamored with Knight Kai, now stood frozen, their attention captivated by the figure lying motionless on the ground. Elder Mo's expression darkened. He had been coldly smirking when Knight Kai struck Ding Chuan. He thought to himself, Knight Kai's attack had clearly hit Ding Chuan, so why did Ding Chuan suddenly appear behind him? What was that golden light wrapping around Ding Chuan's arm? Could it truly be the soul light within him? But that didn't make sense. Ordinary people emit soul light that is mostly white, black, or at higher levels, purple. A gentle breeze dispersed the smoke and dust in the square in midair, revealing Ding Chuan, hand clenched around the golden light, gazing down at the motionless Knight Kai. He turned his head and flashed a grin at Su Yulu. Su Yulu's heart fluttered, tears still clung to her cheeks, yet a smile began to form at the corners of her mouth. The gloom in her eyes dissipated, replaced by a lightness and joy that she knew stemmed from the boy, Ding Chuan. Damn it! Knight Kai, severely injured, realized that Ding Chuan's fist was mere inches from his dantian, understanding that if that punch landed there, his cultivation would be irreparably destroyed. This bastard truly possesses some strength, though gravely wounded, it is not fatal. He thought of making a desperate attempt, wanting to rise and test his luck, for his ultimate technique had yet to be unleashed. As Ding Chuan descended onto the square, he clasped his hands together and said, "Humph, brother knight, I concede." With a cold snort, he turned to walk toward Elder Yuan. He pondered why Duantian had suddenly transformed into a massive fist and where that golden light surrounding it had come from. That last, full-force strike had caused his hand to ache fatally. Could it be that this artifact, Duantian, can change according to my thoughts? Then where did that golden light affixed to Duantian originate? I must study this further. Upon returning. Just as Ding Chuan contemplated, he felt a chill wash over him from behind. 9 Nether floating life record evil spirits. Hundreds of malevolent souls surged from Knight Kai's body, rushing toward Ding Chuan. His witnesses gasped in shock, all aware that Knight Kai was practicing the 9 Nether floating life record from the first volume, a formidable presence of the 8th rank in the Earth tier. If he could combine the middle and lower volumes, he would likely reach the first or second rank in the heaven tier. Ding Chuan, beware from behind. Su Yulu's heart sank again as she called out urgently. As the evil spirits approached Ding Chuan, a dense black mist enveloped him, the apparitions morphing into various shapes as they lunged. Damn it, a dog cannot change its nature. Ding Chuan spun around, raising his fist once more, conjuring a colossal fist shape from Duantian with his imagination, the golden light enveloping it. Suddenly, Ding Chuan realized that this layer of golden light was formed from the energy within his dantian, creating a protective barrier as solid as a fortress. So this is the effect of mastering Return to Origin and Transform? It allows one to solidify the point of force exerted after mobilizing the soul from the dantian. If I could master this technique deeply, wouldn't my entire body be able to form this layer of protection? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, summoning more energy from his dantian to wrap around his arm. Indeed, the golden light that had previously clung to Duantian thickened considerably. He cast a silent, cold smile at Night Kai, suddenly channeling his strength through the Haoyue body and launching a punch toward him. All the evil spirits that touched the golden light scattered in terror. Ding Chuan rushed before Night Kai, abruptly halting his fist, gripping the latter's collar with his other hand, and coldly gazing into his terrified eyes. You vile creature, I spared your life earlier, yet you dare to sneak attack me. Today, your life ends here. At last, the haughty head that had held high began to lower, as Night Kai wept, covering his face in the center of the square. A dark light shot forth from the assembly of elders, and in the next moment, it grasped Ding Chuan's hand. You despicable wretch, do you truly wish to harm your fellow disciples? It was none other than Elder Mo. What were you doing when he tried to kill me from behind? Ding Chuan blared fiercely at Elder Mo. Elder Mo instinctively flinched at Ding Chuan's gaze but quickly regained his composure. You insolent brat, as an inner sect disciple, you dare to speak to an elder like this? I will cripple your limbs and prevent you from ever cultivating your martial soul again. With that, Elder Mo's usually calm demeanor morphed into one reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. Chapter 67. Who was the strongest? Wait a moment, Elder Mo. Elder Yuan swiftly emerged to stand beside Elder Mo. Elder Mo, is it truly necessary to escalate matters to this extent? There is no need for us, as elders, to intervene in disputes among disciples, Elder Yuan remarked with a subtle smile gracing his otherwise calm visage as he regarded Mo Changlin. Moreover, I firmly believe that Ding Chuan will inevitably restrain his final blow. Am I correct, Ding Chuan? Elder Yuan narrowed his eyes, probing into Ding Chuan's golden aura-enshrouded arm with a thread of soul power, and, as anticipated, found his assumptions validated. Indeed, my conflict with Brother Yi is but a mere sparring of martial skills. There exists no enmity between us, past or present. Furthermore, as Elder Mo's cherished disciple, I shall undoubtedly show restraint, Ding Chuan replied, unusually retracting his fist from Elder Mo's grasp. Well, it appears that Ding Chuan is quite respectful of his teachers. Elder Yuan nodded approvingly. You. What a clever lad. Mo Changlin initially intended to seize upon Ding Chuan's words to voice some accusations of disrespect towards his teachers, hoping to unleash his ire upon Ding Chuan in front of Elder Yuan, expecting that Elder Yuan would remain silent. However, he was taken aback when Ding Chuan's unexpected response left him at a loss for words. Elder Yuan, please proceed with the other disciples. I must take Yi Kai to consume some spiritual elixirs to aid in his recovery, Mo Changlin said, bowing to Elder Yuan without waiting for a return gesture, as he led Yi Kai toward the back room. Wow! Impressive, Ding Chuan is my brother. Qin Shi exclaimed joyfully, bouncing in place and proclaiming to everyone that Ding Chuan was his brother. I think brother Ding Chuan is quite handsome as well. I desire to possess everything about him. Qin Gu, please do me the honor of introducing us. A girl, who just a moment ago had been fiercely arguing with Qin Shi, now fluttered her large eyes and clung to his arm in a charming manner. I'm astounded by your fickleness. Qin Shi replied helplessly. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. With the prowess of the sect, it's simply unbelievable. Soul cultivators inherently have an advantage over physical cultivators. A soul cultivator at the king stage can undoubtedly overpower a physical cultivator at the same level. Could it be that this young man is truly a triple cultivator? A prodigious talent. Those who had been immersed in the spectacle of the final strike finally came to the realization of who was the strongest. The crowd outside was abuzz with fervent discussion. Due to Yi Kai's physical condition, I wish to take this opportunity to announce that Ding Chuan has officially become the captain of our third squad, leading the Xianying sect's third squad to participate in the Trisect martial arts competition. Elder Yuan declared, surveying the gathered crowd while standing beside Ding Chuan. Excellent. My brother is truly a genius. It was none other than Qin Shi, his loyal companion, who voiced this sentiment first. He must be the youngest participant, right? Let us leave, Ding Chuan's cultivation is too enigmatic. Even Yi Kai has been defeated. It seems I will need my father to employ some tactics during the trisect competition, Wang Honggao stated, leading his subordinates away with a disgruntled expression. My heavens, during the trisect competition, does Elder Yuan favor him or wish to eliminate him? A disciple from the inner sect lamented, shaking his head in disbelief. The crowd outside was once again stirred with unrest. Brother, I see you shaking your head in disapproval of Ding Chuan, yet did you not witness how formidable he was, effortlessly overpowering Yi Kai? Qin Shi scoffed at the inner sect disciple who had just shaken his head. Young brother, do you understand what the trisect competition entails? I have a vague understanding but lack clarity. I hope you can enlighten me, Qin Shi replied, adopting a serious demeanor. The trisect competition, as the name implies, involves a contest of martial prowess among the three major forces of Qingyun Prefecture. Xianying Sect, Huaning Valley, and Lingdan Mountain. Each sect sends forth 3 teams, with 5 contestants per team, totaling 15 participants. Each sect must select its most gifted disciples to compete, and the unique cultivation techniques and secret arts employed by these exceptionally talented individuals vary widely. The average realm is at the late stage of the zone realm or higher. There are 3 challenges, each with life and death stakes and fraught with traps. The elder disciple's explanation left Qin Shi drenched in cold sweat. Then why does everyone insist on risking their lives to participate in this so-called trisect competition? Qin Shi asked, pursing his lips as he regarded the elder. Do you know who attends the trisect competition held every 5 years? The inner sect disciple raised an eyebrow, tilting his head to gauge Qin Shi's reaction. Come on, stop being cryptic. Just tell me, I'm dying of curiosity. Qin Shi urged impatiently. The Dream Pavilion of Lingwu Prefecture and the Artifact Refinement Tower. The inner sect disciple's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. I know the Dream Pavilion. It is a renowned place for soul cultivators. Although it is comparable in size to our Xianying Sect, Huaning Valley, and Lingdan Mountain, it is a specialized sect for soul cultivation, boasting an abundance of spiritual instruments and techniques. In comparison, our Xianying Sect's eclectic approach to cultivation cannot match the refinement of the Dream Pavilion, resulting in a disparity in strength. However, I am not well versed in the Artifact Refinement Tower, Qin Shi mused, stroking his chin. The Artifact Refinement Tower is an even more extraordinary place. The elder disciple's eyes gleamed with fervor as he spoke of it. What makes the Artifact Refinement Tower so special? Please, do enlighten me. Qin Shi inquired, his eyes wide with anticipation. The inner sect disciple rubbed his belly and glanced at the sky. It's getting late, I still have my cultivation to attend to. Let us discuss this another time. With that, he began to walk toward the back courtyard. Qin Shi, well aware of the nuances of social interaction, quickly suggested, Come, brother, let me treat you to a drink so we can have a good chat. He then pulled him toward the nearby tavern. In the courtyard's resting chamber, how do you feel? Mo Changlin lifted Yi Kai's garment to examine the wound on his chest. He then channeled a thread of soul power from Yi Kai's dantian, guiding it from his palm to his fingertips and injecting it into Yi Kai's body. Fortunately, the dantian remains unscathed, but that formidable force that breached my body is certainly far beyond the capabilities of a mere physical cultivator, Yi Kai gasped, panting heavily. Indeed, I noticed as much. That radiant golden light likely originates from the dantian's energy. Allow me a moment to devise a method to test him, Mo Changlin replied, infusing the last vestige of his soul power into Yi Kai's body. He then produced a pill from his sleeve and handed it to him. Upon receiving the pill, Yi Kai consumed it and instantly felt it resonating with the strands of soul power just injected into his body, diligently working to mend the injuries he had sustained. Focus on recuperating here. Over the next few days, I will endeavor to procure a spirit artifact capable of countering that boy. The trisect competition begins in 10 days. At that time, equip yourself with the new artifact and confront him once more. Until he is dealt with, I shall find no peace. Mo Changlin declared through gritted teeth. Rest assured, Elder Mo, at the upcoming competition, I shall ensure that Ding Chuan meets a grim fate, Yi Kai bowed, recalling the humiliating scenes from the plaza earlier. Once a prideful disciple of the Xianying sect, endowed with glory and exceptional talent, he was now rendered a laughingstock by Ding Chuan, determined to avenge this slight. Exercise caution. Once the competition concludes, the sect leader will return. If Ding Chuan emerges unscathed and receives accolades from the sect leader, it will be difficult to take action against him thereafter. It is fortuitous that I will be visiting Lingdan Mountain in the coming days to seek a spirit artifact. Elder Morong, there is a close friend of mine. I will also ensure that those dispatched from their side include participants endowed with absolute strength. When you arrive, use the secret signal to coordinate with them to eliminate Ding Chuan during the trisect competition. Mo Changlin's eyes glinted with malice. Rest easy, Elder. I shall ensure that Ding Chuan does not return, Ye Kai proclaimed, rising to bow before Mo Changlin in a show of loyalty. Chapter 68, The City of Apocalypse. Boss, where are we headed for the three-sex martial gathering this time? Pang Lianyun from Ding Chuan's team hurriedly caught up to him and inquired. Ever since Ding Chuan decisively triumphed over Ye Kai, the inner disciples assigned to his team have regarded him with newfound respect, disregarding age and referring to him as Boss Ding. I am uncertain, but we shall follow Elder Yuan's lead for now, Ding Chuan replied without turning his head. After another half an hour, a sudden flash of white light appeared ahead. We have arrived, Elder Yuan declared, halting in his tracks to gaze at the radiant light before them. He turned around and clapped his hands to gather the disciples to his side. Elder Yuan, where exactly is this? Are we to compete here? A disciple from the second team asked, perplexed. This is a teleportation portal. Our competition will take place at the junction of the three sects, the City of Apocalypse. Elder Yuan explained. Oh my goodness, the City of Apocalypse, the renowned city of 10,000 cities, one disciple exclaimed, wiping away drool, as if the City of Apocalypse were a sumptuous feast. This competition was well worth it. Even if we don't compete, a stroll through the City of Apocalypse would be a delight. If I had known, I would have brought all my spirit stones. Many disciples, familiar with or having previously visited the City of Apocalypse, were already brimming with excitement at the prospect of their impending adventure. Is the City of Apocalypse truly that remarkable? One disciple asked, bewildered. Remarkable? You naive fool, the City of Apocalypse is indeed the city of 10,000 cities, the confluence of three sects, vast and rich in resources. It is jointly protected by all three factions. Within it lies Tingong Kaiwu, directly managed by the Artifact Refining Pavilion, offering a plethora of earth-grade spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and cultivation techniques. If you possess wealth, there is nothing you cannot acquire, even heavenly-grade items can be obtained, another disciple proclaimed proudly, as though he were speaking of his own family business. Enough of this, merely gazing at that is of little value. The reason it is called the City of 10,000 Cities is due to the abundance of entertainment within. I once visited with my father, and even a city with 4 districts east, west, south, and north is considered substantial. But in the City of Apocalypse, there are a full 9 districts. In addition to the cardinal directions, there are markets in every corner, with the largest and most prosperous markets situated in the center. Exactly, the South District boasts Tianla Pavilion for wine and revelry, the West District is home to various culinary delights at Yunxiang Restaurant, and the East District features Yulioli, not to mention countless others, the disciples enthusiastically chimed in. Ahem, disciples, listen closely, Elder Yuan interjected, his voice not loud but carrying an undeniable authority. The disciples were taken aback and quickly composed themselves, focusing on Elder Yuan. This trial competition occurs once every 5 years and is of great significance. During the competition, representatives from the Dream God Pavilion and the Artifact Refining Pavilion of Lingwu Prefecture will observe your performances. The victors, particularly those with exceptional talent, may be selected to join these 2 prominent sects for their training, Elder Yuan continued, his gaze sweeping over the disciples. The disciples exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment and awe. The Dream God Pavilion was a place many soul cultivators aspired to, while the Artifact Refining Pavilion was highly coveted by source cultivators, controlling the sale and maintenance of spiritual artifacts among the 3 major sections. Many were willing to pay a premium for the renowned Master Zhu Tian from the Artifact Refining Pavilion to craft a personalized artifact for them. Alright, it is time for your teleportation. This is the waste token of our Xianqing sect. Everyone must keep it safe. After the competition, notifications will be sent through the tokens for your return. Should you lose your token, you will need to find your own way back. While in the city, do not cause trouble, nor be afraid of it. Remember not to bring shame to the Xianqing sect. The 3 team leaders must set a good example. Elder Yuan instructed sternly. Disciples shall adhere strictly to the elder's wishes. The first team leader, Fang Qijiao, responded as he took the waste token for his team. I shall not fail the expectations of our sect. Second team leader Shinpei stepped forward to receive their token as well. I will join forces with my 2 senior brothers to lead our 3 teams and ensure that the Xianqing sect emerges victorious in this competition, Ding Chuan declared as he accepted the remaining 5 waste tokens from Elder Yuan. Excellent. Seeing the ambition of all the disciples puts my mind at ease. I bow deeply to you all on behalf of the sect master as a gesture of encouragement, Elder Yuan proclaimed. Subsequently, one by one, the disciples passed through the teleportation portal, instantly arriving in the much-discussed City of 10,000 Cities, the City of Apocalypse. Emerging from the torrent of time and space, the disciples found themselves in one corner of the City of Apocalypse, the northeastern corner, where a grand flag stood prominently displaying the emblem of the White Tiger sect, Xinqing sect. Alright, brothers and sisters, gather around me. Fang Qizhao, the head of the first team and overall captain, beckoned to everyone. Although the City of Apocalypse is renowned as the City of 10,000 Cities, it is not as lavish and extravagant as it may seem. Beneath the surface, there are many undercurrents at play. While this city lies at the junction of our Xinqing sect, Huanin Valley, and Lingdan Mountain, it is, in fact, governed by the Dream God Pavilion and the Artifact Refining Pavilion, which hold greater power than us. Ah, senior brother, that cannot be right. The Dream God Pavilion and the Artifact Refining Pavilion belong to Lingwu Prefecture, a female disciple named Tang Tang interjected, puzzled. I am not fully informed either, I have only heard the elders mention it in passing. It is best for everyone to act with caution. Fang Qizhou warned in a hushed tone. I have indeed heard of this, Ding Chuan chimed in. His recollection stemmed from a book within the Ding clan's vast library, which recounted various tales from the major prefectures, including a chapter titled Chronicles of the 10,000 Cities dedicated to the City of Apocalypse. Long ago, this place was not known as the City of Apocalypse but rather as the City of Annihilation. Due to the ongoing conflicts among the Xinqing sect, Huanin Valley, and Lingdan Mountain, this location became a public arena for duels and black market transactions, where illicit dealings involving information, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, spiritual herbs, slaves, and brothels took root. Eventually, a significant upheaval occurred, resulting in countless casualties among the disciples, which prompted the Dream God Pavilion and the Artifact Refining Pavilion to intervene and mediate, leading to the establishment of the current City of Apocalypse, Ding Chuan recounted slowly. Listening, everyone gasped in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been extolling the City of Apocalypse's grandeur, only to be struck by Ding Chuan's narrative, which transformed the image of an exquisite beauty into that of a desiccated corpse. Humph, the involvement of those two major factions suggests the history is far from simple, second team leader Shinpei remarked pensively. The group turned their attention to Shinpei. What Ding Chuan described as a monumental upheaval began with our Xinqing sect. Once, a senior sister named Shen Yuner ventured down the mountain with 3 inner disciples to gather elixirs. They fell into a trap set by the disciples of Lingdan Mountain and Huanin Valley, who pretended to sell elixirs and spiritual artifacts, only to covet the spirit stones they carried, leading to murder and robbery. Due to Shen Yuner's dual cultivation of the soul and her considerable strength, she was ultimately killed for her true soul by those from Lingdan Mountain. The remaining 3 disciples also met with a tragic fate, Shinpei recalled, her eyes vacant as she stared ahead. How do you know so much, senior sister? The others inquired. Shen Yuner is my elder sister, Shinpei responded, her eyes closed, tears welling as she spoke. Chapter 69, The Map of the 9 Domains of the Divine Land. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. The attendees were acutely aware that in this land of chaos, the capture of a female disciple would inevitably result in the brutal torment of her body, culminating in her being vivisected to death by the disciples of Lingdan Mountain, her soul forcibly extracted. To suggest she could attain rebirth in the next life was a cruel jest. Unless her soul was liberated, she would be condemned to eternal damnation. Damn it, these scoundrels still dare to claim kinship with us. We shall not show mercy in this tournament. Senior brother Shen, what happened next? Tang Tang's delicate face bore the marks of sorrow, resembling a weeping pear blossom. Subsequently, my father, along with the venerable sect leader Li Wenfang and numerous elders, summoned the full might of our sect to issue a heavenly punishment edict against those wretched beings, compelling them to expel the culprits from their sect and deliver them to Tianmi City, this land of turmoil, for us to deal with. However, to our dismay, the leader of Huanin Valley and the sect master of Lingdan Mountain deemed external affairs trivial compared to the dignity of their clans. They conspired in secret and launched an assault on our Shinsong sect within Tianmi City. In the end, with the resolute efforts of the venerable sect leader and the elders, we managed to resist the onslaught from the 2 other sects in a fierce battle, neither side yielding. Eventually, the leaders of the Jiqi building and the mentioned pavilion intervened, compelling Huanin Valley and Lingdan Mountain to surrender those disciples who had committed murder and theft. Together, our 3 sects endeavored to rebuild Tianmi City, which was subsequently renamed Tianqi City, leading to the flourishing metropolis we see today. The assembly listened intently, oblivious to the encroaching darkness. Expressions of indignation were etched upon their faces, each vowing to emerge victorious from the forthcoming competition and cleanse the stain of humiliation with blood. Brothers, the hour grows late, let us seek a tavern or inn to dine and rest. We shall explore the streets at dawn, proposed Fang Qizhou as he rose. Agreed, the group responded in unison. The night passed in silence, and with the dawn of a new day, the sun illuminated the world. Ding Chuan resided on the top floor of the inn, and from his vantage point, he observed a multitude of martial artists traversing the streets below. The thoroughfare closest to the inn was bustling with young women clad in purple robes from Huanin Valley, their graceful figures accentuated by the flowing fabric, each one animatedly selecting their preferred ornaments. The street, stretching from east to west, was lined with shops selling cosmetics and exquisite accessories. Ding Chuan critically appraised their figures while peering through the window. Meanwhile, a nearby group donned golden cloaks embroidered with the bright red insignia of the Puryang Cauldron, the treasured artifact of Lingdan Mountain. They moved in clusters, seemingly in search of something. Ding Chuan dismissed the scene, pondering instead the potential of intertwining his soul power with the output of his previous attacks, and whether the shape of Duantian could morph at will. Furthermore, he speculated that he might also explore the contents of his Shumi ring using soul power. With only 9 days remaining, a breakthrough in his cultivation seemed unlikely, thus, he resolved to clarify these queries first. Seated in meditation, he focused on mobilizing the qi within his dantian, guiding it from his abdomen to his chest and further upward until it reached his mind. The qi in his mind established a connection with his soul power, which began to extend into slender strands, reaching the intended release points. As he extended his finger, a delicate golden thread emerged from his fingertip. The mere execution of these steps left him drenched in sweat. Any relaxation of his mental focus would cause his soul power to dissipate immediately. Cautiously, Ding Chuan directed a thin strand of soul power into the Shumi ring. Within, an illusory figure materialized, marking his first foray into this realm as he sought to locate items. This is Duantian, this is the Jinyue Tower, this is a spirit stone, this is dried meat and grain, and this is water. What is that large chest? Ding Chuan's gaze fell upon a wooden chest not far away, its surface intricately adorned with unknown golden and silver threads, depicting the overview of the 9 great states. The map of the 9 domains of the Divine Land, he uttered instinctively, recognizing the illustration. Ding Chuan attempted to extract the large wooden chest using his soul power, eager to unveil its contents. However, not only did he fail to move it, but it also drew his soul power inward, as if it were a secret treasure. After several futile attempts, he gathered more soul power from his mind, striving to pry it open from within the Shumi ring. Suddenly, a burst of purple light erupted, and the chest sprang open with a resounding thud. Dozens of resplendent images of starlight scattered in the air, vividly animating before Ding Chuan's illusory form within the Shumi ring. Gradually, these images began to coalesce, culminating in 4 distinct illustrations that floated within the space. The first image depicted a toolsmith forging various levels of magical artifacts through different methods, arranged from the lowest Huang tier to the exalted Tian tier. Each stage employed distinct materials, ranging from the most basic Huang tier spirit stones to those of the Tian tier. The forging techniques varied widely, some involving fierce flames, while others utilized the frigid depths of icy caverns, or harnessed the energies of celestial bodies and primordial forces. The likelihood of a magical artifact unlocking different abilities through this environmental forging was tempered by the substantial risks that could diminish its grade or result in complete destruction. Ding Chuan gazed upon this grand tableau, realizing that spirit stones served not only as commodities for trade but also as vital components in the forging of magical artifacts. After a moment of astonishment, he silently committed to memory the required materials and the categories of artifacts that could be forged in various environments. He recalled the reward of the Jinyue Tower he had received from the Xinsong sect, pondering whether the materials at hand could yield any significant results. His illusory form within the Shumi ring swayed, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, prompting him to regain focus and continue examining the next image. The second illustration depicted a drilling and embedding process, explaining how every magical artifact and spirit stone could be perforated to embed higher-tier items. This image was somewhat abstract and featured supplementary diagrams. Observing this, Ding Chuan felt his soul power waning, his brow furrowing as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Realizing he could not afford to squander soul power, he resolved to move on to the next image. The third image illustrated the forging and repairing of spiritual artifacts, echoing the themes of the first illustration. In his mind, he considered magical artifacts and spiritual artifacts to be fundamentally the same, yet this illustration elaborated on the nuanced differences between the two, offering only a superficial understanding at present. Additional diagrams accompanied this image, but with his current level of soul power, he could not grasp them fully. The final image appeared even more nebulous, resembling a series of stories unfolding before him, with the visuals shifting rapidly. It seemed that a formidable reserve of soul power was necessary to stabilize this image for closer inspection. Weakened, Ding Chuan withdrew from the Shumi ring, only to find that night had already fallen. He had not anticipated that what felt like mere hours within the Shumi ring had elapsed into the full bloom of night outside. He quickly regulated his breathing, channeling his vital energy throughout his body, as the enhancement of the full moon synergized with his blood, enabling a swifter recovery. Chapter 70 of the Fusion of the Three Cultivations. Ding Chuan harnessed the power of the moon to catalyze the condensation of his lunar body. After half an hour, his skin became increasingly smooth and radiant, while the blood within him began to circulate with growing velocity. The lunar energy first coursed across his skin, gradually penetrating into his bones. As it flowed through his skeletal structure, each joint emitted a crisp, popping sound, and layers of luminous veils continuously adhered to the bones throughout his body. From a distance, there appeared to be no change. However, up close, his bones seemed to don a resplendent silver armor, seemingly indestructible. After a while, the luminous veils ceased their coverage of his bones. Ding Chuan took a deep breath, contemplating that he had now arrived at the stage of blood refinement. Although he had previously transcended this phase to achieve the lunar body, this time he aimed to integrate the energy of his dantian along with his soul force. Several hours later, Ding Chuan gradually opened his eyes. As he sensed the fusion of soul force and source energy, he also felt the lunar energy of his lunar body transforming into wisps of azure strands that slowly flowed back into his dantian. To him, the three cultivations were fundamentally an expenditure of soul force and dantian energy. He had not anticipated that after several hours of cultivation, his dantian energy would be so abundant. The physical cultivation prowess unexpectedly fused with the latter too. Though he was not yet adept at it and had experienced some intermittent progress, he felt a surge of excitement upon realizing this conclusion. After a sleepless night, Ding Chuan rose and stretched, preparing to rest a while. He contemplated visiting Yuliyulai in the East Market to procure materials for forging the town guardian tower, as his current supply of spiritual stones was rather low and inadequate. The forging process was undoubtedly intricate and resource-intensive, so it would be prudent to stock up on supplies. He also planned to take a leisurely stroll through the much-lauded city of 10,000 cities. Having arranged the matters for the following day, he lay down to rest. Not long after, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by a sweet and delicate voice from a girl outside. Brother Ding, are you in there? Who is calling out so anxiously at the door?" Ding Chuan replied impatiently as he rose to approach the entrance, his fatigue weighing heavily upon him. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal a pair of glistening, tranquil eyes meeting his gaze. In an instant, the girl's alabaster face flushed crimson, spreading warmth all the way to her neck. It turned out that Ding Chuan had shed his garments during cultivation, leaving only a pair of snug shorts. He had neglected to dress again while resting. "Ah!" The girl gasped, her face paling as she immediately turned away, clenching her fists in embarrassment, unable to bear the sight of him. Ding Chuan instinctively sensed something was amiss. Cursing under his breath, he hurried back inside to don a light garment to cover himself. After a moment, he awkwardly scratched his head and inquired, Junior Sister Tang, what brings you here?" "Ding. Brother Ding, it's Brother Shin who asked me to inform you." Tang stammered, her cheeks aflame, her voice trailing off as she turned her back to him, lost in a daze. The young girl, around 18 or 19, had never encountered a man with such a robust physique, leaving her lips dry and her heart fluttering. Junior Sister Tang, what did you say? Are you unwell?" Ding Chuan noticed her peculiar demeanor and stepped closer, placing a large hand on her shoulder. "Ah!" With another startled exclamation, she felt the warmth and strength of Ding Chuan's hand upon her shoulder, jolting her back to reality. Without a backward glance, she fled. "What a peculiar girl, disturbing my tranquility yet refusing to speak." Ding Chuan mused, watching her retreating figure before glancing at himself. Having decided to shut the door and return to his rest, he was interrupted by a firm hand pressing against it, preventing his action. "Hey! Is that you, Jiang Tian? What brings you here?" Ding Chuan asked, surprised. "Ah, Brother Ding, don't ask me what I'm doing just yet. What did you do to Junior Sister Tang?" I saw her rush away, blushing. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression of gleeful mischief. It dawned on Ding Chuan, I'm not quite sure what just transpired. Now tell me, why are you looking for me?" He swiftly redirected the conversation. "Well, Brother Fong and Brother Shin sent me to invite you to the market outside. There are many wandering practitioners showcasing some wondrous feats." Jiang Tian replied, abandoning his earlier playful demeanor and adopting a respectful tone. "Oh, what kind of wondrous feats? If it's mere juggling, I want to be going." "I am quite exhausted from last night's cultivation." Ding Chuan expressed his desire to rest. The tricks of wandering practitioners held little allure for him, as he had witnessed far more impressive displays back in the Ding clan, where the clan leader would invite even grander performances for annual celebrations. Memories of watching these spectacles with his sister Yuer and mother flooded his mind, bringing a pang of melancholy. He shook his head to dispel the sorrow, reminding himself that he could take this opportunity to visit Yuliyulai. He explained his situation to his two senior brothers, requesting that they inform him through his waist token after the performance concluded, or notify him of any urgent developments. Chapter 71 Jade Glaze. Ding Chuan leisurely strolled to the entrance of Jade Glaze, glancing up at the three gleaming characters on the sign before stepping inside. At first glance, the shop appeared neither particularly grand nor spacious. However, upon entering, one would find an entirely different realm. The long corridor was lined with small tables on both the eastern and western sides. A cursory glance revealed that the tables on the eastern side were adorned with wooden plaques bearing the inscriptions of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, yellow, black, and celestial levels, each further classified from grades 1 to 9. Meanwhile, the western row showcased various elixirs, including those for nourishing blood, replenishing energy, body protection, essence condensing, and soul forging, also arranged according to the yellow, black, earth, and celestial levels, from 1st to 9th grade. Behind the orderly array of wooden tables on either side, elderly men were meticulously examining their handheld magical artifacts, spiritual stones, or various elixir materials. Merchants selling assorted materials stood in neat rows, patiently awaiting their turn to call out the names of their respective guilds. A quick glance indicated that the longest queue was for fire-type earth-level artifacts, while the celestial tier materials had little to no sellers present. Despite the vastness of Tianqi City and the renown of Jade Glaze, celestial-level magical artifacts, spiritual stones, and elixirs remained exceedingly scarce. Welcome, young master. Our establishment boasts the longest history in all of Tianqi City, with unparalleled quality and reputation for our wares. We pride ourselves on honesty. As Ding Chuan was engrossed in his observations, a beaming shop assistant hurried over to him. Following the direction of the voice, Ding Chuan noticed a youthful, slender boy with a remarkably handsome visage. "May I inquire, esteemed shopkeeper, why is it that we see an abundance of acquisitions for magical artifacts and spiritual stones yet no sales?" he asked, bewildered. "Ah, young master, it is evident that this is your first visit to our shop. Although we may not appear large, we are divided into 4 distinct levels. The first level, which you see, primarily focuses on the acquisition of various magical artifacts and spiritual stones. The second level is dedicated to the sale of magical artifacts and spiritual stones of all types and tiers. As for elixirs, they are available on the 3rd floor, the shop assistant explained with clarity. "I see. And what business is conducted on the 4th floor?" Ding Chuan inquired, glancing through the stairwell's opening, noticing the staircase to the 4th floor was adorned in a delicate lavender hue, setting it apart as distinctly noble. "The 4th floor is where we sell martial arts techniques, as well as a space for discussions with high-end clientele who have specific requirements. You must be here to participate in the 3-sex martial gathering, am I correct?" The shop assistant seemed to inadvertently reveal too much about the 4th floor, quickly shifting his gaze to the waist token of Ding Chuan. "Indeed, I have come to attend the event, having heard from others that Jade Glaze is the leading establishment in Tianqi City for the sale of magical artifacts and spiritual stones. I was particularly interested in whether you have any Earth-type magical artifacts crafted from Earth elemental stones of the 1st or 2nd grade, Ding Chuan replied candidly. On his way, he had sensed that the Jinyue Tower was an Earth-type artifact and intended to purchase some Earth elemental stones from Jade Glaze for its forging. "Oh? It appears you are interested in acquiring spiritual stones for the purpose of forging magical artifacts. Please follow me to the 2nd floor, the shop assistant said, a flicker of excitement in his eyes before leading the way. During their ascent, the shop assistant turned and asked, "Are you from a prominent family, young master?" Ding Chuan's expression shifted. "Why do you ask, young brother? Is it that those not from noble families cannot afford to visit your Jade Glaze?" he replied impatiently. "Ah. No, please do not misunderstand. What I meant to convey is that generally, someone of your age would not have access to the cultivation of magical artifacts or the discernment of spiritual stone materials unless they hail from a noble family. If not, you would be a disciple of the Artifact Refinement Tower," the shop assistant continued cautiously, noticing Ding Chuan's silence. "Seeing the token of the Shinqing sect at your waist, it is clear you are not a disciple of the Artifact Refinement Tower, hence I surmised that you must be from a noble lineage," he said with utmost caution. "Your observation is quite sharp, indeed. I am neither from a noble family nor a disciple of the Artifact Refinement Tower. I have merely heard about these matters from others and possess only a passing interest," Ding Chuan thought, considering the shop assistant's implication that the forging of magical artifacts and the discernment of spiritual stone materials could reveal one's identity. It was prudent to remain discreet to avoid unnecessary troubles. "As you say, young master, in this profession, one must possess a sweet tongue and keen observation skills. With numerous dignitaries in Tianqi City, if I were to lack even one of these qualities, I would not succeed in my duties. It would be one thing if I failed to perform, however, if I were to offend a customer and tarnish the shopkeeper's century-old reputation, I would be deemed a villain for eternity." Having traversed through the bustling crowd on the 1st floor, they arrived at the relatively tranquil 2nd floor. Upon ascending, Ding Chuan observed warriors selecting magical artifacts and spiritual stones, quietly probing with their soul energy as if engaging in a dialogue with the soul artifacts. Some would sigh and shake their heads, returning items to their original places, while others were abruptly repelled by the artifacts after probing, causing the practitioners to stagger back. Ding Chuan, perplexed, inquired, "Young brother, what is happening here? Why do the artifacts respond so differently? Do they possess their own temperaments?" The young master may not be aware that magical artifacts are also classified by levels. To possess a higher tier artifact implies that the wielder has attained a greater level of cultivation. Once a magical artifact reaches a certain grade, it forms a profound connection with the wielder's soul energy, becoming what we call a soul artifact. The finest soul artifacts are exceedingly rare in our Yuanwu continent. They can store memories, chi from the Dantian, and energy. Legends say that higher tier warriors can even use them to preserve their souls, achieving a state where the body may decay, yet the soul remains eternal. In truth, it is the magical artifact that chooses the warrior, not the other way around, the shop assistant elucidated slowly. The soul artifact chooses the warrior, not the warrior choosing the soul artifact, Ding Chuan mused, lost in thought. Instinctively, he reached into his Shumi ring and retrieved the Jinyue tower. "Could you kindly assess what type of forging materials would be suitable for this artifact?" Young master claims he is not from a noble family, yet the artifact he casually draws forth is a third-grade earth-level item. This is the Jinyue tower. Though it may appear delicate and of moderate grade, it possesses 5 levels, composed of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each level can be forged with corresponding materials: 1st grade earth level red gold sand, 1st grade earth level pomelo wood stone, 1st grade earth level blue sea gem, 1st grade earth level red pattern stone, and 2nd grade earth elemental stone. The shop assistant's eyes brightened as he held the Jinyue tower, seemingly enchanted as he pointed out where the materials should be embedded. "Young brother, if we were to forge these 5 levels with the stones you mentioned, what differing reactions might this artifact exhibit?" Ding Chuan inquired, intrigued by the shop assistant's evident expertise. "If we were to incorporate the spiritual stones I mentioned into this tower, the effects..." Before he could finish, another shop assistant hurriedly ascended the stairs, exclaiming, "Shopkeeper Long, there is a merchant below seeking a fire-type earth-level 8th grade furnace." Chapter 72. The shopkeeper Long Yuan, what is this unruly behavior? Do you not see that I am engaged in conversation with a guest? The young man, whom Ding Chuan had referred to earlier as his little brother, furrowed his brows, a flicker of displeasure evident in his eyes. Yet, with a swift turn, a faint smile graced his face as he regarded Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan, initially mistaking him for a mere shop assistant, took a closer look at the youth and could not help but marvel inwardly. He exuded an aura of refinement and elegance, his features soft and exquisite, with fair skin. His eyes sparkled with depth, reminiscent of a piece of warm jade. "Are you the shopkeeper of Yuli? I hope you can forgive my earlier rudeness," Ding Chuan said, taken aback as he realized that this young man possessed profound knowledge of wares. He was indeed the shopkeeper of Yuli. He resolved to cultivate a good relationship with him, as it might prove invaluable in deciphering the significance of the few items within the Shumi ring. "I am but the head shopkeeper here, Long Yuan," the youth replied with a smile. After addressing Ding Chuan, Long Yuan turned to the shop assistant and instructed, "Please escort our esteemed guest to the 4th floor parlor for tea. I shall join you shortly after concluding my introduction with this young master." "Understood." The shop assistant quietly withdrew. Then, "Shopkeeper Long, I have yet to fully benefit from your insights." "Please, continue to enlighten me," Ding Chuan said respectfully. "You flatter me, my lord. It is not so much enlightenment, for after decades in this trade, I possess only a superficial understanding and a few insights," Long Yuan replied, leaving Ding Chuan both amused and perplexed. The young man, who appeared to be several years his junior, was, in fact, decades older. "Allow me to elaborate. If you forge the Jinyue pagoda using my method, infusing it with 5 types of spiritual stones, you will be able to perceive the soul shadow of this magical artifact. With soul energy, you can then draw the soul shadow into your Dantian for refinement. Once successful, your opponents will find it exceedingly difficult to harm you with artifacts of the same rank. Even those of a higher grade will face substantial resistance. Artifacts of lower grades may even inflict backlash damage upon them. This is merely the expected outcome. Should you forge with higher grade materials, the effects of this artifact will far exceed our imagination," Long Yuan said confidently, a smile gracing his lips. Ding Chuan felt a surge of excitement within him. He had not anticipated that, in addition to cultivating the soul, source, and body, the artifacts he possessed could not only serve as protection but also inflict varying degrees of damage. If he succeeded in practicing with the Jinyue pagoda, he could replicate that success with the Duantian, achieving a qualitative leap in his abilities. However, the path of forging infusion is fraught with hardship. It requires an investment of energy many times greater than your own cultivation level. Not only does it demand a substantial amount of spiritual stones and materials, but it also requires the support of your mental and soul energy. Should any element be lacking, success remains elusive as some warriors, after enduring great trials to forge their artifacts, encounter misfortunes during the fusion, finding themselves unable to harness the greater energy of the artifact, leading to catastrophic consequences. Long Yuan continued, seemingly reading Ding Chuan's thoughts and dousing his enthusiasm with cold water. Ding Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and pondered for a moment before asking, then, Senior Long, what is the difference between a magical artifact and a spiritual artifact? Are they not both intended to enhance a warrior's combat prowess? Oh, you are familiar with spiritual artifacts. Generally, each cultivating warrior can wield only 3 artifacts, not counting those of divine caliber. The Dantian can accommodate 2 magical artifacts, while the one held in hand is a spiritual artifact. The damage dealt by a magical artifact derives from the heart's decisions and divine abilities acquired during forging, manifesting as a combination of soul energy and source energy attacks. The primary damage of a spiritual artifact reveals itself only after forging, with its effectiveness enhanced by the wielder's innate talents and martial skills, Long Yuan explained, pausing thoughtfully before adding, once you become proficient, you will encounter the realms of soul refinement for magical artifacts and spirit refinement for spiritual artifacts that I previously mentioned. This is a convoluted and winding path, which is why many warriors focus solely on improving their martial techniques and cultivation, never venturing down the arduous road of artifact forging. Ding Chuan committed Long Yuan's words to memory. If he wished to rescue his sister and return home to exact revenge upon his family, the challenges he would face were bound to be thousands, if not tens of thousands, of times greater than those of others. With this in mind, he resolved to pursue the path of artifact forging. After deep contemplation, he inquired, May I ask, shopkeeper Long, how many spiritual stones would be required to forge the Jinyue Pagoda using your method? Long Yuan raised a single finger before Ding Chuan. You might anticipate a hefty price, but the initial forging will require 1,000 inferior-grade spiritual stones. Ding Chuan sighed repeatedly. With his current financial resources and the points he possessed in the Xianying sect, 1,000 inferior-grade spiritual stones represented a substantial expenditure. That is more than necessary. Long Yuan maintained a cheerful demeanor as he regarded Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan's expression shifted to one of elation as he gazed at him. Long Yuan then continued, you will only need 100 middle-grade spiritual stones. 100 middle-grade spiritual stones. Ding Chuan calculated that this must be a jest on Long Yuan's part. The exchange rates for spiritual stones were categorized into 4 grades: inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional, with a conversion rate of 100:1 from inferior to middle. Thus, 100 middle-grade stones would require him to part with 10,000 inferior-grade stones. He resolved not to let Long Yuan lead him astray. After a moment of thought, he replied, Thank you, Senior Long, for your humble guidance. However, I currently lack the substantial amount of spiritual stones required for this transaction. I would like to exchange a portion and return to test it out first. How about this? Given your interest in artifact forging, I have a 7th grade Shin level wishful bead available. Due to a minor crack within, it cannot retain soul energy for long. You may take it for forging practice, and it will only require 500 inferior grade spiritual stones, Long Yuan suggested. Thank you, Senior Long, but I remain steadfast in my intentions to utilize my own Jinyue Pagoda for initial trials, Ding Chuan affirmed after careful consideration. Long Yuan paused, slightly taken aback. Very well, pursue your wishes. Should you require anything, simply inform the counter below. I wish you success in your endeavors. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If you have any questions regarding forging, feel free to seek me out. I will be in the shop for the time being. With that, Long Yuan and Ding Chuan exchanged respectful bows before parting ways. After bidding farewell to Long Yuan, Ding Chuan turned to descend the stairs and gather the materials for the spiritual stone exchange. Suddenly, the token at his waist began to vibrate violently. Ding Chuan's heart sank, sensing that danger was imminent. Such a frequency signified a perilous situation. Yet, who would dare to target the Xianying sect in Tianqi City? Without time for further thought, he activated his ghostly spirit steps, darting out of Yuli like a gust of wind, leaving the crowd below in stunned silence as he rushed towards the Eastern Market's performance area. In a matter of moments, he arrived at the performance booth, pushing through the throngs of people. What met his eyes ignited a blaze of fury within him. The radiant moonlight body within him resonated with his rage, as he clenched his fists, the joints crackling ominously. Chapter 73 Shang'o Kuei of Lingdan Mountain. Before long, he arrived at the bustling performance stall, where he pushed through the crowd and beheld a scene that ignited an inferno of rage within him. The radiant essence of the moon within him resonated with his fury, and he clenched his fists, his joints cracking ominously. 5 men clad in the garb of Lingdan Mountain surrounded Tang Tang and another female disciple, their eyes lecherously roving over their voluptuous figures as they lewdly taunted, "You little hussy, you clearly squeezed yourself in among us gentlemen. Now that we invite you for a drink, you dare to turn us down. I see you prefer to drink punishment instead of praise." With that, they seized Tang Tang and her companion, forcing them toward the outskirts of the crowd. The two girls whimpered, casting timid glances at the onlookers, their eyes unmistakably pleading for help. A few burly men from the crowd stepped forward to denounce the despicable behavior of the five. "How dare you commit such heinous acts in broad daylight? Release these two young ladies at once. 5 grown men bullying 2 defenseless women, utterly shameless. Indeed, what a disgrace." The chorus of condemnation grew louder, and many onlookers gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Among the Lingdan Mountain contingent, a robust man with a square jaw stepped forward, his cold gaze sweeping the area. A scar, stretching from his forehead down to his chin, seemed to writhe as he grew angrier. "You blind fools, I am Xiahou Kuei, an inner disciple of Lingdan Mountain. Whoever wishes to show off, I shall grant you this opportunity today." With that, a swirling, earthy yellow aura enveloped his legs, and as he exerted force, the ground beneath him trembled violently. The sudden turn of events silenced those who had been shouting at the perpetrators, just as the 5 prepared to drag Tang Tang and her companion away. "Xiahou, once you finish your little game, let this young lady be enjoyed by my brother. That flirt struck me quite hard when my guard was down." One of the men, with sharply defined cheekbones, pointed at Tang Tang and shouted. Ding Chuan, watching from behind the crowd, seethed with anger. It was clear that these 5 had taken advantage of Feng Shige and Shin Shige's absence, deliberately provoking trouble out of lust for Tang Tang and her companion. The 2 girls had clearly fought back but were ultimately overpowered and rendered silent by some skill. The man named Xiahou Kuei was likely at the martial emperor level, while the other 4 were mere lackeys, not to be feared. The beasts of Lingdan Mountain truly cannot change their vile nature. Bullying the weak brings shame upon your sect. Ding Chuan stepped forward from the crowd, his gaze piercing as he confronted them. "Woo woo woo." Tang Tang, appearing as if she had seen a savior, transmitted a silent plea to Ding Chuan, her delicate face smeared with tears. Yet she understood well that the men from Lingdan Mountain were all at the threshold of the King Realm, with Xiahou Kuei being in the mid-stage of the martial emperor. Although Ding Chuan was formidable, one fist could hardly contend with 4 hands. "You filthy wench, what are you whining about? Shut your mouth." The earlier sharp-voiced disciple of Lingdan Mountain savagely struck her twice. Fresh crimson handprints appeared on her fair skin. "Who dares approach? State your name." Xiahou Kuei snarled, parting the crowd to glare at Ding Chuan, standing defiantly in opposition. "I am Ding Chuan. From Xianqing sect, Ding Chuan, here to take your worthless lives." He observed the surroundings with a calm demeanor. "Such audacity, you are but a mere disciple, and you dare to challenge me. Let it be known that if I accidentally kill you, do not blame me." Xiahou Kuei laughed arrogantly. In an instant, with a crackling surge of energy, Xiahou Kuei lunged at Ding Chuan, who retaliated with equal fervor. Their solid forms collided in a powerful clash, sending shockwaves that knocked bystanders off balance. Upon closer inspection, a yellow glow enveloped Xiahou Kuei, while Ding Chuan radiated a silver light imbued with the essence of the moon. In the next moment, the two were propelled apart. "You have some spirit, boy. Today, I will teach you the consequences of drawing attention to yourself." Xiahou Kuei ground his teeth. "Humph, Lingdan Mountain is indeed a den of incompetence. Do you really think your strength can shake me?" Ding Chuan remained undaunted, fixated on Xiahou Kuei. "Prepare to die." An enraged Xiahou Kuei flexed his muscles, visibly bulging with power, resembling a rampaging bull, his eyes bloodshot and breath heavy, soon tearing his cloak asunder. Ding Chuan furrowed his brow, assessing the imposing figure of Xiahou Kuei before him. The sheer force of his corporeal training was palpable, and it seemed the martial emperor's aura was about to erupt. If he engaged in direct confrontation in his current state, he would gain no advantage. Resolving this, he channeled his qi, drawing upon his soul power to envelop his entire being, relieved that the essence of the moon had returned to his dantian the previous night. He discreetly caressed his Shumi ring, contemplating that should he find himself at a disadvantage, he would immediately draw out Duantian to deliver a lethal blow. Thunder from all directions. Xiahou Kuei's voice thundered through the crowd. In an instant, he charged at Ding Chuan, and with a resounding boom, a shockwave erupted, forcing the onlookers to bend and cover their ears. Ding Chuan managed to stabilize himself after being blasted back by the tremendous force of the attack. He then executed the 9 Xian battle technique in conjunction with the body of domination from the underworld refinement technique. Conjuring a blade of red light with one hand, he surged forward once more to confront Xiahou Kuei, and the air crackled with the clash of differing colored lights, each strike echoing like thunder. Boom! The yellow and red lights collided, cascading down to the ground. The crowd gasped as they saw Xiahou Kuei bent over, spitting blood, several wounds gushing crimson from his chest, while his left arm lay severed. Twitching beside him, Xiahou Kuei opened his mouth to speak but collapsed into unconsciousness before he could utter a word. In contrast, Ding Chuan's upper garment lay in tatters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. 3 layers of qi materialized before him, the outermost a red light from Duantian, the next a golden soul light, and closest to his body, the silvery glow of the moon's essence. Ding Chuan recalled the encounter with a shudder. Indeed, a martial emperor's strike carried considerable weight. Had he not instinctively drawn Duantian to form a protective barrier, he might not have withstood that blow. Even if he could endure, should Xiahou Kuei remain standing, the next hit would surely demand a heavy toll. Chapter 74. You can never go back. Once the crowd regained their composure, a resounding shout erupted from the throng. Well done. The applause echoed through the narrow alley, with the only ones wearing glum expressions being the remaining disciples of Lingdan Mountain. Ding Chuan turned his head, casting a cold glance at the four of them. Merely locking eyes with them made their hearts race, causing them to instinctively retreat. Listen well, you brat named Ding. I am the son of the second elder of Lingdan Mountain, and my name is Morong Shaxian. If you desire these two women, take them. Just moments ago, the arrogant man was now bereft of confidence, as he witnessed even the martial emperor-level Xiahou Kuei being knocked to the ground. In a bid to salvage his dignity in front of the crowd, he attempted to intimidate this Ding fellow by proclaiming his lineage. Ding Chuan approached him in silence. You better recognize your place. If my father finds out, your Xianqing sect will surely face chaos. Seeing that Ding Chuan ignored him and continued to advance, Morong Shaxian, in a panic, screamed, Here, take these two worthless women. He haphazardly shoved the two girls towards Ding Chuan, acutely aware that Ding Chuan's immense aura was closing in. At a distance of about 10 steps from Morong Shaxian, Ding Chuan crouched down to gently lift Tang Tang, examining the scars on her face and body. Taking a deep breath, he spoke softly yet ominously, Do you think you can return alive? Bastard! With that, Ding Chuan raised his head, his furious gaze fixated on Morong Shaxian. His feelings for Tang Tang were not of affection, but rather a recognition of the resemblance she bore to his sister, Ding Yu. Subconsciously, he viewed Tang Tang as his own sibling, and the scars on her body felt like a painful imprint on his heart. Get him, kill this ignorant bastard. Morong Shaxian, gripped by fear, urged the three companions beside him to confront Ding Chuan, hoping to shield himself from the impending onslaught. Ding Chuan activated the Haoyue body once more, his joints brimming with the power of the full moon. The energy in his dantian swiftly merged with his soul force and surged outward. He sensed that, following the recent fierce battle, the energy within his 10-inch dantian had not only remained but had become denser and more potent compared to its earlier thinness, with the soul force eager to be unleashed. The group standing opposite him wore expressions of trepidation. If even Xiahou Kuei's strength had proven inadequate, how could they hope to prevail as a collective? Do not fear him, he has clearly sustained injuries from his earlier battle with senior brother Xiahou. He is merely a dying ember now, one of them shouted. Let us strike first, his fists are no match for our hands, another echoed. Kill him, I'll take responsibility for any trouble that arises. I'll have my father. Morong Shaxian began, but before he could finish, a figure appeared behind him, a hand entwined with golden threads lifting him into the air as effortlessly as one might grasp a limp chicken. Before the three in front could react, Ding Chuan delivered a kick to each of them, sending them flying. They landed some distance away, bewildered, unsure how Ding Chuan had reached them so swiftly. Turning back, they saw him bare-chested, gripping Morong Shaxian aloft. Tang Tang, which hand did he use to strike you? Ding Chuan asked coldly, though his tone softened as he addressed Tang Tang. Recalling how Morong Shaxian had viciously slapped Tang Tang, he felt a murderous intent brewing within him. Right hand, Tang Tang replied, perplexed. Ding Chuan inhaled deeply, an odd smile spreading across his face. Very well, I shall avenge you, Sister Tang Tang. With that, he set Morong Shaxian down. Morong Shaxian's eyes flared with rage as he gasped for air. He realized that if Ding Chuan held him a moment longer, he would surely suffocate. Having struggled in vain, he instinctively crawled towards his teammates, but suddenly a force seized his right hand. Don't be in such a hurry, young Master Morong of Lingdan Mountain. You cannot leave without settling accounts for bullying my junior sister. With that, a sharp crack echoed as Ding Chuan broke Morong Shaxian's arm. Ah, damn you, Ding Chuan, may you suffer a wretched fate. I'll ensure my father takes your life. Morong Shaxian writhed on the ground in agony, his arm shattered. It's not over yet. Ding Chuan, expressionless, seized the broken arm and applied more pressure. The crowd gasped collectively, witnessing Ding Chuan's relentless brutality. He continued to snap Morong Shaxian's arm into pieces, one segment at a time. Ah! Morong Xiaoshuan's eyes rolled back, unable to draw another breath, he fainted from the pain. So fragile. You still have another arm. With that, he reached for Morong Xiaoshuan's other arm. The three companions, petrified, stood frozen in shock, none daring to intervene. Junior brother Ding, hold on a moment, a voice called from the distance. Ding Chuan halted, scanning the crowd to see Fang Qizhou and Xin Pei rushing towards him, accompanied by a throng of onlookers. Brother Fang, brother Xin, where have you been? Tang Tang and the others nearly fell victim to the scoundrels of Lingdan Mountain. Ding Chuan said, furrowing his brow in anger. Before Fang Qizhou and Xin Pei could respond, a nearby disciple interjected, Ding Chuan, how can you speak to the two senior brothers like that? Even if you've made a name for yourself in Xianqing sect, you ought to show them some respect. Pang Yun, stand down. Fang Qizhou admonished softly. We received a message from Xianqing sect instructing us to gather a batch of spiritual materials from the northern outskirts, but due to the presence of demon beasts there, we brought along several disciples. We didn't take Tang Tang and the others, thinking they were engrossed in their training. We never anticipated this calamity. Xin Pei explained. Xianqing sect's orders, who issued them? Ding Chuan inquired, puzzled. It was Mo Changlin, Elder Mo, Xin Pei replied. Junior brother Ding, we share some responsibility in this matter. After receiving the message from Xianqing sect, we didn't take Tang Tang and the others due to the demon beasts in the northern outskirts. We never expected them to be targeted by Lingdan Mountain, Fang Qizhou admitted, feeling guilty for failing to protect Tang Tang as her master. Junior brother Ding, we certainly bear some blame. However, the priority now is to address the immediate issue, Xin Pei interjected. Let us first take Tang Tang and the others back to the inn to rest, and then we can deliberate on this matter further. Ding Chuan fell silent for a moment, glancing at Fang Qizhou and then at Xin Pei, before finally nodding. He understood that although this incident did not directly involve them, they were indeed his senior brothers, and Tang Tang's safety was also their concern. Thus, he lifted Tang Tang into his arms and followed Fang Qizhou and Xin Pei back to the inn. Chapter 75 Fusion. Part 1. A night passed without a word. After escorting Tang Tang back to her room, Ding Chuan departed, as he had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, the fusion of the soul orb with the Jinyue Tower, in order to awaken a spirit within the tower. However, Ding Chuan felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding this endeavor. After all, he had never attempted such a feat before, and a careless mistake could result in a complete failure. With the soul and source powers at my disposal, I believe that condensing a spirit should not pose a significant challenge, Ding Chuan mused to himself, as he settled into a meditative posture, with the Jinyue Tower and the soul orb hovering before him. He gently waved his hands, causing the soul orb to shatter with a resounding crack. In an instant, the room was filled with chaotic spiritual energy. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Ding Chuan focused all his attention on controlling the soul energy. After about half an hour, Ding Chuan managed to stabilize the soul energy, and a humanoid soul form began to materialize. At this stage, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief and murmured, truly, the soul orb of a fusible spiritual artifact harbors an astonishing amount of soul energy. Having reflected on this, Ding Chuan wasted no time, directing his full concentration onto the Jinyue Tower and the humanoid soul figure, for this was the most critical moment. Fusion. Whoosh. As the Jinyue Tower made contact with the humanoid soul figure, the room erupted with a tempest, as if a great wind had been unleashed. This is still insufficient, Ding Chuan thought, releasing soul energy in a steady stream to control the fusion of the two entities. However, to his dismay, he soon discovered that his soul energy was beginning to wane at this crucial juncture. Ding Chuan furrowed his brow and muttered, at this moment, my focus must remain unwavering. I cannot afford any distractions. Attempting to consume a pill to replenish my soul energy now would be akin to climbing a steep mountain. To eat or not to eat? No, I shall press on. Observing his rapidly depleting soul energy, Ding Chuan gritted his teeth and resolutely released all his remaining soul energy. Fuse, now. He fixed his gaze intently on the Jinyue Tower, noticing that the soul figure was but a hair's breadth away from complete fusion when disaster struck. In Ding Chuan's mind, there was not a shred of soul energy left. The excessive expenditure had nearly caused him to faint. Could it truly end in failure? As his consciousness began to blur, he gazed at the Jinyue Tower before him with a Yet, at that very moment, a brilliant red light suddenly illuminated the room. Buzz. As the red light bathed the space, the final step of the fusion between the Jinyue Tower and the humanoid soul form was completed.